What it do, what it do, what it do. We in the building. We in the building once again. Man, we are in the building once again. We got Loyalty Game Boxing with the co-host Drico Bay and the
Spread
Goon.
love. It's the Brooklyn way.
And the Goon, man.
We
Okay,
in
man.
here. We in here. Boxing
Mm-hmm.
debate with
Mm-hmm.
the goon.
Mm-hmm.
We in here with you, baby.
No
Yeah.
doubt. No doubt,
Check him
man. We
out.
just
Goon has a channel too, bro. We gotta shout out Goon's channel.
oh,
Goon, tell him
so
where you can be reached, baby.
Oh, we didn't did it on the last show, Drake. We was a step ahead of you, but we gonna do it again today.
we gonna
Boxing
do it
debate
every
with the
day.
goon. We
Okay.
go we gonna do it every day.
Yeah.
Boxing debate with the goon. It's your boy
Yeah.
the goon, And my co-host on the other end, they with me, and it's basically the same thing. Same spinoff, and we kick their real
Yeah.
shit. So y'all subscribe on YouTube
Yeah.
at TBIBBS
Hmm
100. That's T Bibs 100.
T Bibs
Hey.
100. All right, man. So we gonna we gonna show, because you guys, so we had this an overlay here of of Spence and what I want the people to see. But I'm gonna go ahead and take that down so we can see what I'm rocking today.
Oh man, here we go, Drake. I hope you ready, bro.
What he
We can
got
see what
on?
we can
What
see
he
what I'm
got
rocking
on?
today. Yes,
What does he
sir.
got on today?
No, well,
He
I'm just
probably got
saying
on a
my new.
bathing suit.
I'm talking about my avatar.
Earl Spence. Is that the banana? Oh, wait, hold
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh shit! I
I'm
don't
talking
know why
about
I'm
my
thinking your mind changed.
avatar.
I've been trying to do it. It won't change. I don't know
Man,
why.
let me tell you something, man. This is the closest I'm ever going to get to Nebraska. Okay. So
Wow.
what I'm
Bro,
going
we
to do
need
today.
Bomac on here tonight. Please tonight, bro.
What's good with you, Rico Brown? What's good with you, my
go Mac.
boy?
We
Yes,
need
sir.
Bomac tonight, bro.
What's up?
Yes,
What's
sir.
up?
Yeah, man. So, hey, man, we gonna get into it, man, because Drico. I found, as you see, I found the perfect I found the perfect person to compare Drico's alter ego, and he is Method Man, who's on the lawyer who's on
Oh, don't you do
Power.
that.
Yeah, because I
Don't you
told
do
you.
that.
Listen,
Don't
I
you do
told you
that.
Drico. I told you Drico is an attorney.
You
I
stung
called
me,
him
baby.
Drico Cochran, but this is perfect right here because the lawyer on Power Method Man play. He'll go. He don't care. He gonna dress up. He gonna look good, and he
By
gonna
any
spin shit
means.
any way he need
By
to
any
get his
means.
people off, and that's what. And that's what that's and that's what Jigo is
I
doing.
agree with
Jamel
that.
Bell, what it do, what it do,
So
what it
I'm trying to
do.
figure out what is it that you're not supposed to do? I mean, is that not what the man
I'm just,
job was, bro?
I'm
Like,
just,
I
I'm
mean,
just, I'm just, I'm just, I'm just saying, for Drico to be such a Spence fan, he sure be capping the BPC narratives heavy. He be capping them pretty heavy, man. So, you know, we gonna get into it because
It appeared that
Drico.
way. I just it appeared that way, but I just really call it down the middle. But PBC be doing so much messed up stuff. I just find myself on their case, a little more.
No, I don't find that to be accurate, Drico. I think you I think at one point you thought you called it down the middle, but you don't call it down the middle. You are listen, you are pro Bud, and it's okay. You can just it's okay. Look, you got to get to a place where I'm at. I'm a hater. I can just admit it. I'm not gonna say, man, I'm a Buff fan, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying, I
I
rock
wasn't
with
expecting
Spence.
that, bro.
I'm a Buff fan, but I rock with Spence. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm just
you a
keeping it
Bud
a
fan.
beam. I'm just saying what if what I would if what I wouldn't be saying, like if I was Drico, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, man, you know what? I'm a Buff fan, but you know, I rock with Spence too. And I just like to call this shit down the middle. But you know something? Even though I'm a Buff fan, yo, Bud be capping. Then you be like, oh, well, Spence be Spence, son. Bud be just doing some bullshit, man. Cause that's what be going on with Rico, man. Cause I'm still waiting, you know what I'm saying? Cause there's a lot of bullshit that's
Nah,
going
son.
on. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of bullshit that's going on right now, man. So look, we gonna get into it because Draco, you know, he had, even though he somehow had this PowerPoint presentation, and he told me it went well behind the scenes. So congratulations on that. You know what I'm saying?
Congratulations.
Congratulations on
Appreciate it,
that.
brother.
You know what I'm saying? Somehow
Appreciate it.
somehow his thumbs were still pretty active with these posts that I was seeing early in the morning, in the afternoon. Spence, you know, I know Spence is in shape. Did you see how fast he got out of there? You know what I'm saying? You know, he been
Yeah.
going in.
Yeah.
So we going
I mean, was that a lie? Like,
well, I mean,
was it a lie?
again, I mean, like
No,
champs,
was it a lie? Was it a lie?
yeah,
Let's stick
but
with the facts here.
no, I mean, he got out of there quick, absolutely, but it
Okay,
had nothing to do with
let's just stick to the
right, but
facts.
it
We
had
can't
nothing.
say why or whatever.
Right. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What happens is narratives, right? You take a
Right,
fact
because
and
you can
then you'll
spin
have
it
a
either
yeah,
way.
you can spin it either way, right?
You can spin it either way. That's why I said the only thing you can say is he bounced.
Right.
That's it.
But what you gotta remember, see what you gotta remember, Gone, and I'm gonna hold you accountable for this too. What you gotta remember is before the fight was coming up, I said, Drico, Earl going to the fight.
I
Don't you
remember.
right? And Drico was like, nah, man, fuck that. Earl be capping. He ain't going, he be capping, man. You know what I'm
He said
saying?
that. He
Right.
said
And I
that.
said, Drico, but don't you want to see the fight? I mean, like, let's move forward. Nah, but he said, you know, get a belt. You know, 3 years ago, he said get a belt. But Drico, let's live in the present. He's going to the fight. So you want to see?
What,
Nah, I ain't gonna
but
believe it.
what was going to the fight go signify? Like
Well,
going to
what does
fighters go to fights all the time.
yeah, but
All the time.
we know that those two fighters weren't going to each other's fights all the time.
No, Bud was going to his fights.
No, he did not. He went to one fight, and which was his
That
last
was a
fight,
fight.
right?
Was that not a fight?
And Spence,
Hey Drake, was
right?
that not a fight,
Yeah,
Your
but
Honor?
what I'm saying is, and then Spence went to his next fight. So I don't understand how
No, whoa. Wait a minute. Say that again.
I said, and then Spence went to his next fight.
Spence went to Bud's next fight
Yeah,
in
Spence.
Omaha. In
But
Omaha.
right, think about it. Okay, so Spence last fight was Danny Garcia, and that's where Bud was at, right? And then y'all went with the
Mhm.
narrative: chickens and turkeys and cows and horses and
Horses or something.
and all that stuff, right? And that was against
Mhm.
Danny Garcia when he just came back, right? And then the next fight Bud had, because Bud fought Brooke before that fight, was this fight. So Bud went to his fight, he went to Bud's fight, right? That's what
Okay, but
happened.
I'm trying to figure out what are we saying though.
Well,
Like they just
what
went to
I'm
the fight.
saying is that you're making it seem like, okay, these two guys have been to each other's fights before in the past. Like you just said it casually, like, well,
But
fighters go to
okay,
other people's
but I'm
fights. Well,
saying
they
though,
weren't doing that.
you're saying it to say what? Like these
To
are
say
athletes. Maybe their schedules didn't come. Like we really. So what? They both went to the fight. So what?
no, listen, they both went to the fight because they
So
both.
what? So what does that mean? What does it mean? That's what I'm
It
saying.
means the same. Listen, it can't mean one thing for Bud and something different for
I
Spence.
no, I never.
Spence said, yeah,
I
that's what I'm
never said
saying.
that.
So when Bud showed up at Spence fight, that showed that he wanted to fight Spence, right? And then
That doesn't mean
everybody,
that. That doesn't mean that.
but okay. I mean, you don't think that's why
No,
he
I'm
went?
just saying, like, you know, in a court of law, you ain't gonna win with that argument.
I'm
You
just,
feel what I'm saying?
but I'm just asking you because y'all don't be having court of law arguments. Y'all have
No,
narratives.
y'all put me in court the other day.
So
Y'all both put me in court the other day. Don't do that.
okay. So what I'm asking, all I'm asking is that from just a boxing fan or perspective, a person
Okay.
who looks at boxing, when a champion that's a rival champion that the entire boxing sport knows that's the fight they want to see, when one of the champions shows up at that champion's fight, that's normally a sign that they they want to fight or a fight's going to happen soon. I mean, is that not the history?
What's the
Because
sign when
motherfuckers
when one of the
don't show
boxes
up.
run out?
The sign for
Hey,
that.
how did the
Listen,
look go, Drake?
listen. The sign for that means okay, the fight's over. Okay, the fight's over. and I want to get out of here. That's what that means. I mean,
No, no,
chances
no. I'm
That's
only
that's
fucking
what
with
it
you
meant.
because I'm fucking because you fuck with me bad on the
right.
Caleb Plant shit.
Okay.
But on some real shit, bro, like I think these is like apples to oranges shit. Like, so what? He showed
Right.
up to the fight, bro. You
I just
know?
I feel like when a person ducks somebody, right? They don't come to their fights. If a person is
But
they
he
don't show.
said that he would
We
never go
see
to the
we
dude
see
fight, though.
we seen Keith Thurman. No. Just what he said was, I'm gonna make him stand on his words. He said he don't need me. I'm gonna make him stand on that. Basically, if I didn't want to see him, I probably wouldn't show up to his fight either. You know what I'm
Did
saying?
you hear what
Because
TC said? Did you hear what TC said Saturday night?
what do you say? I already said a
Nothing
bunch of stuff.
changed. He said nothing's changed.
In terms of what? What had
Shout
nothing
out to
changed?
With the
Grayman
Earl
Jones.
Spence, he's saying that the fight
Shout,
behind him.
shout
That's
out
what he
to
said.
Jamara Bell.
Well, that's on him,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, I'm just telling you what the man said. That's what
Well,
he said. He said,
well,
I mean, everything is
that's
still
what
the
I'm
same.
saying, and that's what I'm saying. Where I'm gonna call out Capadon right here in the middle, Drico, because he
Ooh,
says that
shit.
he calls it down the
Oh my
middle,
God.
right? He said that he
Yeah.
called it down the middle. Now, if you want to see the fight, right, and
Mm-hmm.
Bud said that the Spence fight he can't get with Bob, so if he couldn't get it with Bob, how he gonna get it without Bob? So he got to go on with his career, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
what he said. So apparently he's like,
Mm-hmm.
Bob couldn't get me the Spence fight, so I got to move on with my career. But
Mm-hmm.
then 5, 6 seconds later, he talk about I don't need Spence or that fight's still behind me, and that's what I'm saying. Where Drico don't
Okay, so
call
you
the
can go.
cap.
So he can't go without his career without Spence being
I'm
there.
not saying that he can't, but listen, whoa. It's the same thing, right? This is what I'm talking about, where the cap happened and it's not being called down the middle. Now, when he showed up to Spence fight, and Spence said something about I'm going back to my ranch and enjoy my cows and chicken and stuff. People said that, oh, this guy showed up to his fight and he ducked him. He said this and that, chickens, cows, ranch. He don't want to fight him because Buzz showed up. He pulled up. Now Spence comes there, right? And now in this post conference, Bud says two different things. I'm leaving Bob because he couldn't get me the Spence fight. But then he turns around and says the Spence fight is behind him. And Spence shows up. So we got to call it down the middle. Point blank, period. It can't be one for one person and it can't be one for the other
I'm
person.
I'm trying to still figure out what's the issue. In the way that I took it when he said it, he
Mm-hmm.
said nothing is changing, meaning that dog, like whatever backdoor agreement that they was trying to make, it didn't happen. He's moving forward. He's pressing on with his career. He don't need Spence. He can still move forward. That's what I gathered
Well,
from that.
I'm
So
saying is that to me that sounds pretty stupid. I'm gonna tell you why.
okay.
Because number one, when if that's the point, he should have just stayed at top rank. Because who else he gonna fight? I mean,
Well,
top
maybe
rank.
he
Hold,
didn't stay at top rank because of that fact that he was trying. And I was
yeah,
gonna get into
but
this
if
a little bit
Spence is,
later.
but if he don't care about Spence no more, he don't need him in his career and all of that, right? And top rank just showed you that they just made a fight with PBC with Sean Porter. That showed me that
Pause.
they could, what, right?
Pause. Did
That
you look? Did you look at that video that I sent? What Arum said earlier today?
I looked at the video. It was long, so I don't know.
It,
You know what?
it, it was long, but I was just telling you to go to the Bob Arum part.
Okay.
Apparently, allegedly, whatever it is in the agreement that when Bob got that deal made with Disney and ESPN is that those pay-per-views had to be on ESPN Plus no
Right.
matter what.
And that's what
Okay.
I've been telling y'all.
Right. I mean, well, we say a lot of things, but we ain't in a meeting. So you feel what I'm saying? So apparently Bob was, in my mind, this is me thinking,
Mm-hmm.
was promising Bud the fight. And I guess that nugget was not, Bud didn't know about that nugget in the game, is what I'm thinking. So how everything was worded when he said that, he was like, yeah, it was a written agreement through Disney, ESPN that, all the pay-per-views had to be there. So basically, in a nutshell, you want to go deal with Al to begin with. Because remember when Bud knocked out, was it Brooke or whoever it was
Mm-hmm.
before Brooke, he like, yeah, I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
call Al tomorrow for the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
So that takes me back to I was accurate. I was right because I said this whole time that the fight wasn't being made because of Bob Arum. Because, like I said again, and he's exposing it
no, you
again.
said a lot of things.
No, well, I said the main reason was because, like he said, his deal with ESPN. That's what I've been saying. He made a deal with ESPN. For him to put that fight on ESPN Plus pay per view, it had to he
You
had
got to
to
be
get
on there.
a 50, but he also needed to get 50-50 for it, which why they wouldn't budge, and that's why the fight couldn't be made. That's why the fight couldn't be made. That's why no matter what was said, they wouldn't even negotiate because even if you want 50, let's just say, for instance, this is negotiations, basic negotiations 101. Go. You got
You
that
missed
had
you
you.
missed one thing that I said in the nugget. You
What's
was
that?
you on point, but you missed the one little nugget. It ain't no damn 50-50. The fights must happen on ESPN
But
Plus.
they,
So no
but they,
promoter in
but
their
they,
right mind is gonna
but
let
they
them have
can.
that big fight.
But they can. But and that's another way I'm going to eat the narrative that's been going on. But they can, right? Because it could be a cross promotion where just like Mayweather Pacquiao,
Mm-hmm.
Wilder Fury, right? You sell the pay per view on both networks, and the numbers need to be bigger, and the
Yeah,
numbers between Spence and
to make
Bud
that fight happen.
weren't big enough, and it's mainly on Bud's part because with ESPN stating it has to be on pay per view, they've already tried that with him, with Amir Khan, and they lost so much money they were scared to do it again. So when they're saying 50-50 is because they need to make up the red that they have with him, and they won't budge, and that's how business goes. So the whole narrative, because the whole narrative with, this guy is scared or this guy is scared, then it's like, like that don't I mean, that sounds great because people get behind a fighter, and shit is being talked in the public, but also in that, because I watched the video and Leonard Ellerby talked, and he talked about, yeah, people say all this stuff, but they don't know what it takes to actually make a deal, and he wasn't even talking about that. He was talking about pertaining to just like, I think it was like Tank and Tio or something like that. It's like the
That's how I learned
millions.
it from Bob. I learned
Right.
it from Bob years ago.
Right. So all I'm saying again with that, and with the whole ESPN narrative, is that Bob Arum came out when right around that same time where Drico liked to go back to get a belt back in those days. Bob Arum came out and said ESPN had a blank check for Crawford and Spence. Bomac admitted, and he talked about this on Trill Boxing Talk. And Al and Spence met with ESPN to find out and gave them a number. And they said that the fight needed to build. Bob came out and said that. The number they gave, and they said the fight needed to build. And that's what they've been doing, was try to build a fight. But once he went on pay-per-view with Amir Khan, them motherfuckers was scared to death. They didn't want to put no more money behind that shit. And they had to make some money on the way out the door because they knew he was
Bro,
leaving.
you trying to tell me right now that they didn't want to put no money behind Spence and TC because they thought it was gonna bust?
Yeah, because it's not about what you
It's
think
only
is going to
because
happen
the
in
era
business.
that we in right now.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like, Drico. Let's just say, for instance, you want to open a restaurant. You make bomb ass jerk chicken or something, right? You may think everyone's going to buy it, right? And it tastes great, but when you go to the bank and ask them for a business loan, they're not going to ask you to taste the chicken. They're going to ask you for they're going to ask you for collateral numbers and all kinds of shit to see if they're going to get their money back. Point blank period. That's how it works in
So
business.
so so the shit gonna sell though, bro. Like I mean, even I don't care what it is. This certain product is just gonna sell because of the name. You know what I mean? So when you got Spence, which is he ruling heavy reputation of being in the gym, beating up Floyd Mayweather, making AB cry, making Porter stop, and then he go across sea and whoop the shit out of Kell Brook, who was once the boogeyman of 147. Then you got TC, who has his accolades at 140 and coming up and trying to take over the land. And you that's all it is right there, bro. We don't need nothing else. Us as fight fans don't need nothing else, bro, but promotion. That fight should have been promoted. If promoted correctly, we should have been on a trilogy with them instead of looking at that Wilder Fury shit.
Mm.
Well,
I think the fight would have been easier to make before they got to be divas when they first came in there. You know
right,
what I'm saying? I think
but
that fight was very. Now it's beginning to get hard and getting to get wrangled because Spence got the belt. Spence bought a big necklace.
this is the right
TC got
time.
that
I don't think
ego,
it's gonna be
But
and
hard
this
at
is the,
all,
but
bro.
and it,
that don't matter because none of that matters because I'm gonna tell you why because at that time that you talking about where it would have been a big fight, right? Terrence Crawford hadn't fought
yeah,
on ESPN Plus pay per view yet. He fought Jeff Horn, Benavides, then he fought Khan, right? So if that's so true,
right.
with he's pound for pound this and accolades and this and that and blah blah blah, he would have sold more pay per views against Khan. See, that's
Not
what
true.
they do. They
He
put
wasn't promoted properly.
Not
yeah,
true.
but
Not
He
but
true.
wasn't
but
promoted
but
properly. If
but how
TC
does
was
that?
promoted properly,
Go ahead, go ahead.
oh, if TC was promoted properly, bro, he has way more accolades than Spence. If TC was promoted correctly,
If he was
it
white,
wouldn't.
if he
It
was
would be a
white,
what? He
yeah.
would be an A side. Yeah, he would be the A side, and he'll be making probably about Canelo money right
So
now.
who fault is
You know what
that?
I'm saying? If that's the case,
Who fault is that?
that's his fault.
It
That's
ain't his. It ain't
TC's fault.
his. No, it
But
ain't.
now
No, it
he's
ain't.
out of that.
It ain't his fault. It's Bob Arum's
Well, he
fault.
accepted.
Bob Arum's the promoter. But that's what I'm saying. Bob,
It.
listen,
I mean,
Terrence Crawford
but
and Errol,
he's got to accept that,
right? But
right?
Terrence
So
Crawford and Errol Spence are in a way very similar in personality. You don't hear them talking a whole bunch in the media and a whole bunch on social media and all these other things. They don't really promote fights, but for some reason, Spence was able to outsell Terrence Crawford by a lot. So the other issue with Terrence
you know
Crawford and
why though,
Errol,
right?
We
oh,
know that. We know that.
why?
Yeah.
Why?
You know,
I want to hear reason why.
you know why? Spence?
Why?
He know too,
Mayweather was
man.
behind it. Mayweather Mayweather stamped him. So of course, when you got the greatest boxer of all time stamping you, and you that's it, bro. Spence was who he was supposed to be when before he even fought Kell Brook. He was the most anticipated. Matter of fact, people was 50-50 on the Kell Brook fight and never really heard of Earl Spence before. He was
What?
unproven and everything, but because of the stamp that he had for Mayweather and that Mayweather gym, that's what got him to that Kell Brook fight, bro.
No,
Reverse the
he
roles and
knocked
put
out.
TC in that place.
No, he knocked out. Ocampo was his last
AD.
knockout. Right here, Ocampo was his not last knockout. So he fought after Kell Brook, he fought Lamont Peterson. No, so Lamont Peterson was his last. Lamont Peterson, and then Ocampo. So that's two fights. So Spence went on an 11 fight knockout streak. So going up to Kell Brook, he knocked out 8 straight people. So it wasn't just a stamp from Floyd Mayweather. It's what other people saw,
Bro,
and
that helped, bro.
and then also you got to remember then his fight with Leonard Bundu followed after the men's gold medal basketball game, Olympic gold medal basketball game, peaked at almost 6 million. So a lot of people he was promoted. There was a good plan behind him. Where Bud Crawford, there wasn't a good plan. So again, you got to blame Bob. You have to blame Bob because Bob is the promoter. So if he's not being promoted right, and Bob is called the promoter, then something. Then we have to blame Bob. So I have never listen. I have never been in a place where I blame Terrence Crawford for the fight not happening by saying he's scared. Like Butt fans have ran that narrative. That has never been my stance
It
ever.
appears that way though, bro. It
How?
appears that way when Spence get up and run out the fights. When he says in 2018, January 2018, get a belt. When he says, I got these 3 people in line to fight, then he fights 2 of them. The third one was Keith Thurman. So instead of Keith Thurman, he fights Peterson and Mike what's his
Mikey
name?
Garcia.
Um,
Mikey Garcia.
yeah, Mikey Garcia. Then he throws that up there. Then he wants to fight Horn. When Horn won that belt, as soon as TC win that belt, it's totally different. The energy change. He going this direction now. I mean, when you put it all together, bro, it appears to be
No, no, it just it
what it is.
appear no,
I
it
mean, it's
doesn't.
walking
No,
and
if a
crowd.
person sits down and actually takes their time and thinks logically and doesn't pick a side and hop behind a fighter and say that, oh, because I believe this fighter is going to win the fight, everything the other fighter does is wrong, or he's running or something like that, then it
It's
won't
right
appear
from
to
both
be.
sides, though.
It won't appear to be like that because neither one of those guys are scared of each other. Neither one of those guys are running from each other. But the fact of the matter is when back when those contracts were were drawn up with ESPN and Bob Arum, back when the contracts with Fox uh, and PBC was drawn up, back when the contracts between DAZN and Matchroom and Eddie Hearn was drawn up, everything was in house. Everyone had a budget. You work for a corporation. You have to people get budgets, and those budgets have to be met by the executives who authorized those budgets. Those budgets had nothing to do with any cross promotion at the time. It had nothing to do. It's like, hey, here's the plan. We got a fighter. He's gonna do X, Y, and Z. We're gonna make sure that we make a return on this investment. And the best way to do that is for you to do in-house stuff. It don't matter who you are, whether it's top rank, whether it's matchroom, whether it's PBC. You're gonna do in-house stuff because when you do in-house stuff, you get to keep all the money. If I gotta go split the money with
Duh.
someone outside, we're not gonna keep all the money. You know what I'm saying? So that's what had to happen first, and then the fight needed to build up. But the thing was, unfortunately, all the three belts and the welterweights was over at PBC, and Terrence Crawford was over there where he had one belt and not a lot of welterweights to fight. And PBC wasn't going to lend theirs because they had their own
And,
agenda.
and you let, who runs PBC?
Well, we know who runs PBC. Al.
Al. Al wouldn't let the fights go on, right?
Why would he
For
let
the
the fights
obvious
go on?
reasons,
The
because
obvious reason is he needs to
he wants the
make the
belts to
most
stay.
money. That's the obvious reason. It's not emotional.
No,
It's
the
about
obvious
money.
reason is he he wants those belts to stay over there. He knows that TC can beat basically all the champions that he had, including Manny,
He's
including Ugas, including probably Spence. That's a
he
50-50
he
gamble. So with a
he
gamble like that, who would roll the dice?
I think the obvious thing is that Terrence Crawford is an obvious threat against anybody, but
No,
if
not
you
boots.
if you have, I mean, he's an obvious threat against anybody. That's my opinion. But all I'm saying is that
I'm
he's an
messing with you.
obvious threat. I'm not saying that, oh, he fights Boots, he has no chance. And I don't say if he fights
Basically,
Spence,
you
he has no
did.
chance. No, I'm just giving
Basically, you did,
no,
bro.
I'm giving my opinion. I'm
What
giving
did
my
you tell me?
opinion.
What did you tell me?
What? I feel that he would stop Boots will stop him. I mean, that ain't gonna
You
change.
said he gonna beat. You said he gonna beat him up and all that. So you saying that?
Yeah.
You saying
Yeah,
exactly
but
what you
that's my
said?
opinion. But that doesn't mean that's what's gonna actually happen.
It's gonna happen.
That's just
True
my
that. You know,
opinion.
for real,
That's
for
that's
real,
what I believe. None of it is factual until it actually happens.
for
So
sure.
I live in that reality. You know what I'm saying?
Me
Where
too. Me too.
I understand my opinion isn't reality. It's just like when I said I said Porter was going to get knocked out. A lot of people didn't
You
agree
call
with
cut
that.
money. You call
You know
cut
what I'm
money.
saying? But that was my opinion, and then we can't
It just
stand on
happened
it
to
until
happen.
they fight.
Yeah.
Right? It
Yep.
happened.
Bingo.
So
Yep.
You know what's up. You know what's up, Kwame. You know skills pay the bills.
yeah.
You know what's up.
Yeah.
That's why you said Porter gonna get knocked out. You know skills pay the bills, baby.
Absolutely. Hold on. Let me just get
Sulu
through.
sign Applegate.
Yeah, yeah. Let me just salute some of the people who was in the chat and in the building. Rico Brown, salute to you. We appreciate you always. Jameer Bell, AJ in the building. I don't know who this is. That says fake Facebook user and all of that, but whoever that is,
Respect.
salute to you. J Rod in the building, salute. My brother Steve Pope Coney,
Steve.
salute. Latik Wilson, Philly's own in the building. Salute to you as well.
190. He said they did
Yeah,
it 190. I didn't see
that,
Yeah.
that.
yeah.
It's
I
Rocco.
gotta see it.
It's Rico Brown. It's
Salute.
Rico Brown. It's Jameer Bell. Arias. Yo, well, AJ in here. Graylin Jones. Jamie Garza. Salute. Who
Midwest
else? Latique.
boxing.
Well,
Midwest
you got
boxing.
Latique in here.
Midwest
Yep.
boxing.
Midwest Boxing House. Nicholas in here. I
John
mean,
Applegate, my
okay.
brother,
In the
and
building.
Nitty G.
Yeah.
Salute to you.
Yeah.
Salute. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
like,
Salute,
like,
y'all.
yeah, like I was saying, pretty much, you know, it's about making the best possible business decision for your business, not for somebody else's business. Now, at this point, while all these fighters have fought each other already, there's nothing that anyone really wants to see in terms of PBC welterweights fighting each other. Then the best possible business decision now is to make a big money fight. Now that there's been so much build up for this, now that Sean Porter fought him and got stopped and never been stopped before, now this is the time to make the fight. You're gonna make way more money now than you would have made back then. Way more money because it's about it's
It's gonna
about build
always
up.
be like that. Yeah, catching
Yeah,
it at
it's
the right
about it's
time.
about it's about build up. And
Mhm.
I'm gonna give you a fact real quick. When the last time you seen Keith Thurman minus, I think maybe was it Danny Garcia? He was on a telecast because he was doing the PBC on Fox thing. But when have
Mhm.
you ever seen Keith Thurman come to an Errol Spence fight and sit in the crowd like he was scoping him out to fight him?
I thought keep is one of the active ones that's always at fights though.
But now that he never be at Earl's,
I
never.
mean, I ain't never paid attention
Yeah,
like
I
that,
I
so I
peeped
didn't.
it because all that time we was talking about he was ducking Earl. That was a topic I brought up.
Which,
He
which
never
fight? Which fight did he go to? Was
he
Earl's?
went to
You said the
the
Danny
he
fight.
went to the Danny Garcia. He wasn't at the Mikey
Wasn't he
fight.
working? Wasn't he working?
He was working. That's what I'm saying. He was working at the Danny fight,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he wasn't at the Lamont Peterson fight. I was there. He wasn't at the Ocampo fight. He wasn't at the Bundu fight. He fought Bundu.
Bro,
Thurman
you
scared
know
of
it's weird.
Thurman.
I was just go ahead, Drew.
No, I say y'all know that Thurman scared of EJ, but that boy from Nebraska,
I,
we
Okay.
know Thurman
I,
been
I
running for
think
3 years.
I think Thurman will fight him now
No,
because
Thurman has confidence after the accident. He got confidence now, and after not seeing
I think he want to
guys he
fight
got in.
anybody though. I think
Yeah,
he want to fight anybody now though, not
but I
just
think
EJ.
yeah, I feel like he had confidence, like Danny Garcia had confidence, because he's seeing that Spencer's gotten into the ring with guys that he fought and didn't knock them out. So he feel like he won't get knocked out. Same way Danny Garcia jumped up all happy after the Porter fight. Yeah, we next. You know, but
I
after
think
the
Keith
Kell Brook
hurt that
fight,
boy too.
Danny Garcia was MIA. We didn't know where the fuck he was at. He was looking for motherfuckers like Adrian Granados to fight back then.
I'm trying to figure out what's up with Keith Thurman. Like nobody talks about him, bro. Like, what's the deal? Do we
Yeah.
want to fight?
And another thing that I feel like boxer fans have to stop doing is when someone like a Keith Thurman comes out and says, "I want to fight Bud." Like, we gotta stop saying, "Oh, he don't deserve to fight now." Like, do you? This is boxing. Like, what are
If
you
he can
talking
get the
about?
fight, by all means, shit.
Right. You know what I'm
That's a
saying?
bag.
That's a fight I'm willing to watch, whether Keith is inactive or not. I pick Bud over him. I pick Bud over him.
I think that's a
So
better chess match than with Earl, bro. I've been telling y'all that for years.
I think it would be exciting. I think it'd be very exciting because Keith could punch,
I'm telling you,
and
man.
but I think Bud would take him apart after what I see Manny Pacquiao do. There's a blueprint to beating Keith.
Yo, yeah, beat that body up, bro.
Yeah,
You
you know what I'm
was
saying.
nothing.
Yep, yep. Throw straight punches and use angles and
But
stuff.
see,
But
he can box though. He can be
oh,
slick.
he
He
think,
can.
can box. Go
yeah,
ahead,
he
Drew.
can box. I think the same way you think about Keith, Earl dismantling TC. I think TC will dismantle Earl the same way you just said
I
that
appreciate
TC will
that.
dismantle Thurman.
I don't have a problem with you feeling like that or thinking that at all. Because to me, that's logical. These guys are two great fighters, two elite fighters, and either way anyone picks and their opinion as a pick, I think is valid. I'm not going to tell you like, nah, Drico, hell no. You know, Like I could appreciate, Bud ain't no fucking joke. I'm not that guy to say, oh, Bud can't. He's nah. But I mean, I just disagree. Me personally, I just disagree with that
That's
because,
what's up.
like I said, I wasn't impressed with his performance. I was impressed with the knockout, but I wasn't impressed with his performance overall. Ain't no way I could be
What would have
impressed with
made you?
someone.
What would have made him impress you if you wasn't impressed
Well,
with the
like
performance?
I was impressed. For instance, I was impressed with, let's say, Wilder Fury 3. You know what I'm saying? Or
And
even
what?
more
What
like,
were you impressed
or
with?
let's say, or even more impressed with Wilder Fury 2 because there was a lot of action in the fight from the beginning to the end. When CompuBox stats show that between rounds 1 through 3, Terrence Crawford landed 20 punches. 20 punches.
I'm gonna
20.
call a cap on you though on the Wilder fight. I gotta call a cap on you
Okay,
on
you
that
can
one because
call
you
it.
was the ones that was saying it was fishy business.
Well, I
So
did.
that couldn't have been exciting if you thought it was fishy business and
No,
Wilder too.
no. What I'm saying is, I thought there was definitely fishy business, but from a standpoint of me just watching the fight and what was taking place in the ring, whether something was cheating or not, what I'm saying is that there was more punches being thrown, there
You
was
were
more
entertained.
action going on. I was more
You
entertained,
entertained.
and I wasn't as entertained with this fight at all. Like the same thing with Benavides. I got entertained when motherfuckers get put out, they get dropped, they get hit with a shot, and they
Yeah,
go
but
down.
I'm trying to figure out what you was trying to see because you know from the styles before going in the fight, you know how Sean Porter has to fight to win the
Dre-
fight.
Drake, you might
You
have
feel
to
what I'm
go
saying?
out and come back in because the feedback is coming. You just go out and come back in. I bring you right back in. Yeah. No,
You heard
I
me,
understand.
bro?
Now, what
Yeah,
were you
so
saying,
it's
Goon?
like for me, like with the Mayweather Pacquiao fight. I knew how that fight would go like 4 or 5 years before they even fought. Like, you know what I'm saying? I got a good idea how that fight gonna go. So when I see it, I can't say I'm bored because I knew how that fight was gonna go for Mayweather to win that fight. I knew
Mm-hmm.
what had to happen for Pacquiao for him to win that fight. But we
Right.
know Mayweather is not going to allow that.
Right. Well, and all I'm saying is this. Now that Aram is out of the way, because I said this from the beginning, and then you know what people say, like Drico, oh, y'all only gonna be able to be blame Bob for so much longer, you know. And now I'm saying, all right, well now Terrence Crawford says basically I'm leaving Bob, and then he goes, well, I don't really need to fight Spence in the same night, in the same breath. So it's like
I can understand that though.
you, but okay,
I can,
do you want to
because
see
he,
them fight? Do you want to see them
yeah,
fight? So
yeah,
then you shouldn't be
they're
able to
gonna fight.
understand that. But I know
Yeah,
that they would, but I'm just saying
yeah.
in terms of the cap, it's like if you want to see the fight, and I want anyone who wants to see the fight should not be able to understand him saying now that he's no longer with Bob Arum, and the reason I'm no longer with Bob Arum is because Bob couldn't get me to Spence fight, and then a few breaths later say that you don't care about fighting Spence. So why the fuck you leaving
No,
Bob?
it never changed. I mean, he told you after Spence said the 80-20 thing, he like, okay, after he fought old boy, he was like, I'm past that. So on my mind, I'm like, I think it's I think it got a lot to do with top rank.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think it got a lot to do with bravado
Mm-hmm.
and like who got the biggest dick.
Right.
Real
You know,
shit. You
it's
know what I'm
true.
saying?
No, I
So,
agree.
you know,
I agree.
I think TC feeling himself right now. They both emotional. We know TC emotional. He don't even start to fight until he get hit. He get mad
bingo.
in the ring.
Yeah.
So I think he emotional. 1 minute he feel like, okay, I want to whip Spence ass. Next minute he like, I don't need this cat. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like I've been waiting
Yeah.
for him for this many years or something. He gonna yell out 80-20. So I think it, like you said, is who got the biggest. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's like, and,
And listen,
huh?
I feel you, and I believe that that's true what you're saying. But
Uh-huh.
what I'm saying to you is that if you talking about you call it down the middle, then you got to call it what it is. That's like me
Mhm.
saying. That's like me saying to you one moment, like we get into a bad debate here, and then I say, oh, I'm not fucking with Drico. He ain't on the show no more. And then the next minute I'm
Uh-huh.
saying, I need Rico on the show. It's like, which
Which
one is it, bro?
one is it?
I don't think that's cap though. I wouldn't say that's cap though. I just be like, oh my bro just mad right now. He going through something. He'll be back. And I think the
Yeah.
same. We can't say TC is capping because he said that fight is behind me no more than we can say Earl is not capping because he said 80-20. So we know Earl was just playing around when he said 80-20. How come TC can't be? How come we can't chalk it up as the
But no
same?
one carries it that way because when Earl says 80-20, then the narrative goes he's scared. So don't we can't carry it like, oh well, we know that Earl's just capping because y'all bring up 80-20 not like it's some random cap. Y'all bring it up like the dude is scared. So we
Well,
have
that's
to
ammunition too,
call it
though.
down the middle. Is
Yeah,
all I'm
but
saying.
that's ammunition for us too when Spence say 80-20. Just
Right.
like it's ammunition for y'all when TC said, oh, that fight is behind me,
Oh,
but I want to fight him.
now
You know what I mean?
now Goon.
Yep.
I just caught Rico. You see what he just
Go ahead.
exposed
Shoot.
himself.
Go
You
ahead.
heard what he just said. It's
What is that?
ammunition for y'all when we say Bud says what he says. Well, I thought you was a Spence fan, so why is it y'all?
I'm a fan of boxing, but I had to separate the
Oh,
two.
oh
Yeah,
shit.
I'm a fan of boxing, but I gotta separate the two. You see what I'm saying? Because it's that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? So I can't say I look crazy saying, well, we go we gonna fall
You
from it, and then we gonna say this. I'll be talking to myself then
yeah,
if I
you
say that. That's
yeah,
why I had to differentiate the
you better not say that or Travion gonna take you out the payroll.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Shots
bosses talk to
fired.
bosses. I talk straight to TC.
Get down, bro. They should.
Yeah. But no,
Oh
I think that's just bravado from either side, man. That's all. And I think we use it, we take it, and we run with it. And I spin it 100 times
Yeah,
till it's
yeah. On
dizzy.
for whatever
And
side that you
then
wanted in. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's gonna
No,
be
and
yeah,
no,
what it
yeah,
is.
and I think you know what, and I think and that's fair, and that's just part of the game that has
yeah.
us go back and forth, and we able to entertain
Yeah.
people, and that's how
That's why we doing what we doing right
people
now.
like us who have all of our screws together, we know it's not personal with each
Right.
other for
Mhm,
us just going
mhm.
back and forth about this stuff. Good point.
Yeah.
Whoever this is, Facebook user Bob couldn't get him the pack
He
fight
couldn't get it
either.
done. He couldn't.
He's
Yeah, he
been the
couldn't. Yeah,
problem.
he
He
couldn't.
been the problem.
Yeah,
He
he couldn't
been
get
the
it done.
Well,
problem.
well, Now I can say what it is. The fight, the Pacquiao fight was done. Who was that said that? Who? I don't know who this
No, the
was.
I don't
Pacquiao.
know.
Well, the Pacquiao. That was Al snaked that shit, bro. I'm gonna keep it a band.
Yeah,
I think
Al
Al
snaked
snaked
that.
that. That Pacquiao fight
Al
was done.
did snake. Yeah, that fight was
So
done.
here's a question. So here's a question there,
Yeah.
because then we hear this narrative as well. See, I be debunking all this stuff. So if those two guys wanted to fight and Al snaked it,
No, I'm
then
talking about
is it
Pacquiao.
true when you say that if the fighters want to fight, they'll fight? Because Al ain't a fighter; he's the business.
Well,
So
it's
it
rules too. It's
okay.
rules too because then Al got bit by the same snake when he tried to buy the belt back for Manny Pacquiao so he can make the Spence Manny fight legit. So he got snaked too. So the same snake that he sicked
Yeah.
over there,
It
they
bit.
sent it right back
It
to him.
came back to bite him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean,
Earl is
but
still suffering from that. Earl is still right now. That move right there from him not fighting Ingus and went towards the Manny for the big payday, the greedy Earl Spence. That's why he in the position he in right now. Spence's back is actually against the wall. Either he go up there to 154 and get his head knocked off, or he fights Spence, or he fights Boot.
you mean
End
Or
of
we fight
going for
discussion.
Boots?
Canelo. Or we
Okay.
fight Canelo.
Well, that's too high. I wouldn't put him in no damn ring with Canelo right now. I ain't trying to see.
No, but
I got love
I
for
mean,
Earl.
his
I ain't trying to
fans
see no
seem to
shit
think,
like that.
yeah, his fans seem to thought that was
Yeah,
cool. I'm like,
I ain't
bro,
trying to
you
see
no
no shit like
champion.
that. Motherfucker going up there getting ready to fight a
You never
cruiserweight.
be the same again.
I ain't
Yeah,
trying to see no shit like that. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
that's
He'll
But
crazy.
be he'll be Kell Brook
yeah, I don't want to see
if
that.
he go up there messing with Canelo.
Right. I don't want to see that. So Midwest Boxing Talk says, I think when Bud says that he means he would accept the fight, but he's not going out his way to pursue it anymore. Well, I don't feel like Bud ever went out the way to pursue it because Bud never tried to pursue the fight.
He
He
was just basically like, let's fight. Basically, shit, whatever.
Arum tried to pursue the fight under his terms. You follow what I'm saying? It's not Bud going out the way.
Yeah.
It was Arum trying to pursue the fight at the terms he wanted, which
Yeah.
wasn't feasible.
Yeah. That's a good question, Midwest, and that was a good reply,
It wasn't gonna happen no
Kwame.
way. It looked like it. Shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying. And again, I can't tell a man, you know, what to do in business. It's no one could do that. I can't tell
I
you,
always
yo,
say that. I
you know what I'm
always
saying?
say that.
Yo, Bibbs, I've been to your crib before. I can't come over there and be like, yo, Bibbs, you should have bought the fucking house across the street. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? I can't tell you
Yeah.
that. Who
Right.
am I?
Yup.
You know what I'm
Yup.
saying? You can't jump in
Yeah.
there. So, Bud made his business decisions, and it was okay with him. It's great. He's able to take care of his family, financially and everything. More power to him. So I can't knock that. But a lot of times, what you can see is, even though you get or you making good money, that doesn't always equate to you being happy, because he wasn't happy. Because
Hmm.
at heart, he's a
But
fighter.
sometimes you could be making the money and not be happy.
Yeah, that's my point.
And
That's what I'm
getting the
saying.
pay-per-views or whatever. Like shit, Earl may not be happy. He may really want to fight this fight to fucking shut motherfuckers up. You
Right.
know?
Yeah.
Right.
And I
But
believe he does want to fight this fight.
I
I
do
think
too.
both of them want to
I do
fight.
too. I do too.
Yeah. I
let
think
me
Earl
let me
knows he's not ready for TC though. He's
let
not.
me
He's not ready.
nah, if he
Go
wasn't
ahead.
ready,
I'm sorry.
if he wasn't ready, he wouldn't have showed up to his fight.
He ran
That's
off.
That's a
it,
tall
it-
glass of water to drink
yeah.
right now,
Let
man,
me
when this dude
see
is on all
if
cylinders, Kwame.
let me see if I can see who these people is on Facebook with these comments, because I
That's
just
Facebook jail Mark.
oh,
You
that's
That's
who that's who,
Facebook
okay,
jail.
all right, cool.
you heard
Mark.
what
So
I said,
so
Kwame?
what'd you say, Goon?
I said that's a tall glass of water to drink right now when that tall glass of water is running on all cylinders, bro.
Yeah, no, it is. But hey, you want to be great?
Yeah, for sure.
It's what
For
it
sure.
is. All right.
For sure.
So Facebook user, you said this is jail Facebook jail Mark. Is that's who has this
Yep.
comment up? Okay. He said,
Yeah.
but Mikey and Spence split the purse. But didn't Mikey and
Mikey puts the asses
Spence
in
split the
seats.
purse in their bout? So for him to say 64 to Bud, can't see why Bud was like, nah. Yeah. I don't know if I don't know what the I think Mikey and Spence got paid evenly. First off, neither one
Hmm.
of them had did a pay-per-view before. So that was one thing. Number two, the fight was in Mexico, which is Texas,
Hmm.
So
So and that's what I'm saying,
again,
bro. Everybody talk about these numbers, but we know why some of these numbers are the way that
yeah,
they are.
right. But that's why you have a good team to do that, because it's just like this, right? For
Hmm.
instance, I said this about
No, you're right.
Kev,
You're
and
correct.
I said this about Kevin Durant when he went from OKC to the Warriors. Everyone got something to say, like, oh, well, he got his rings because he went to the Warriors and left
Oh
OKC.
well. Oh
But
well.
10 or 15, 20 years from now, they're just going to
They
say
go
he
down as
had
a great
10.
motherfucker.
They're going to say, oh, yeah, Kevin Durant was a great offensive player, and he had two championships, and he beat LeBron in the finals. They're not going to say he went to the Warriors. And that's what I'm
Hmm.
saying in terms of with Mikey and Spence. It's like, no one's gonna say that. All they're gonna say is Spence had a great pay-per-view because he's the one who won the fight. It was in his
Hmm.
backyard in his home, and they packed out the stadium. And that's why I was saying, in terms of, hey, you could be making money, but that doesn't always equate to you being in the best situation or you being happy. Because at heart, if you're a fighter, you want to fight. Really, the money is great, of course. You don't want to get punched in the face for
Stay
free.
active. You want to
But
stay
yeah, it's
active.
like you want to stay active. You want to fight the best fighters. Terrence Crawford is very competitive. That's what he want to do, you know. But on the flip side, if business is business. If you sign something, if you make your bed, you got to lay in it. You know what come with it. And unfortunately, Bob was a shit. I mean, Bob not
Yeah.
giving him the Manny Pacquiao fight back in 2015 and giving it to Jeff Horn. That
No, you know what Bob was doing right there, bro.
I know
That's what
exactly.
y'all said. Y'all said Bob robbed Pacquiao. I don't
Yeah.
think he did. I think Horn beat him. But y'all was saying he set him up for the kill because remember Bob didn't want Terrence Bud Crawford to beat up Pacquiao at one point.
No,
You
because
remember
That's
when he
true.
said that?
he doesn't like
That's true.
he doesn't want to make a black star. That's why he doesn't want to make a black superstar boxer. That's not
Yeah,
what he wants.
but be
He
that as it
because
may,
right,
he
because
didn't. He didn't. Yeah.
once you become a superstar boxer, just like a Canelo or Manny Pacquiao, you're in a position to pick who and what you want to do and who you want to fight, no matter who you with. You see,
Like Canelo did
but
Al, didn't he? You see
right,
how Canelo
right.
punked Al?
Well, I don't know how he punked him. I mean, everyone was clamoring to get them on his network because he's the cash cow, and Al made got a deal done. That's not called punking Al.
Al
You know,
paid him too, didn't he?
why wouldn't he
Al
pay him?
paid him too.
Why wouldn't he pay
That's
him?
my point.
Why wouldn't he
That's my
pay him?
point.
You
Canelo
don't think
said,
he made money
"Oh,
off of it? You don't think Al
Canelo
made money?
said, yeah." Canelo said, "You gonna pay me my 35 million plus, or I fight a tomato can and make 35 million. Take your choice."
Yeah. I
Okay.
see your point. I see your point. How he
I
did the
mean,
zone, basically.
yeah, but which
Yep.
is listen. Well, Caleb Plant
Canelo,
was
anywhere Canelo fight, he's gonna make that 35 million.
yeah,
If he fight me and Goon and you, he's gonna make that 35 million, bro.
right.
So either Al get up or get down,
Yeah,
pull up or blow up.
but
Get down or lay down.
Al offered the best option for him in the immediate, which was someone he could beat and someone he could become undisputed champion and legendary off of. So,
That's true too.
I mean, it works both ways. You listen. Al ain't the one who got in the ring with Canelo. It's Caleb Plant did. The only thing Al did was sign some papers and collect checks and pay some checks. That's all he did, which is a win. And on the flip side, which is something that maybe Bob need to take some lessons from, is even if Al took somewhat of a loss, let's just say for instance he took a loss, giving Canelo all of that money, that's gonna just lure Canelo to come back and do more business with him for people in the future. Sometimes you got to spend a little money to make money. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You have
I'm
to
digging.
you
I
have
can
to
dig it.
like for instance, instead of them throwing, $6 million at Amir Khan, why he didn't throw the same $6 million at Danny Garcia who beat Amir Khan? He could have
That's
thrown
true.
that
It's a
in
different
there,
fan base too, though, bro.
They never
but it
answered
never
that
showed
phone,
up.
bro. They
But
never
that
answered
fan
that
base didn't
phone.
show
He
up.
tried to
The
he
pay per
tried to
view.
he tried to get Danny to fight.
Right, and that pay per view did, according to what I'm seeing, because I had to check the numbers for myself. But that pay per view with this so called American fan base did worse than Porter's. You
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
follow what I'm
but
saying?
it
Mm-hmm.
had the potential though to bring in, and I think that's what they was looking at, the potential because of the UK being the biggest boxing consuming country.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And,
Mm-hmm.
I
and
think that they looked at that and it just bombed for some reason. But it was a good investment. It was a good venture because who would even expect? But I'm gonna tell you something else
what
too.
was a good
Eddie Hearn
venture?
got a lot to do with that because Eddie, that con venture that
No,
they
it
paid the
wasn't.
7 million for.
That was horrible.
But we can say that
That's why they
we
could.
can say that
Go ahead, go
we
ahead.
can
I'm
say
sorry.
that now in hindsight
Uh
that
huh.
it was horrible. But if you just look at it on paper, you got the UK, which is undoubtedly the highest boxing consumer
Boxing
in
fans.
sports
Yeah, yeah.
history. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
So when you
Mexico up
see
there with
that,
them too.
but
Yeah, they up
the
there. They're there.
UK number one. You know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
know.
But UK,
Mexico up
they
there.
got 100,000. They got 100 and some thousand at damn packing fights out. But it's different.
Okay. So I tell
That
you
was a
this.
good investment to me.
I'm gonna
It just
tell you this.
bombed.
I tell you this right now.
Uh-huh.
Wilder Fury 3 didn't do as good a number as Canelo and Plant, and the UK was involved in that.
Well, who wants to see that?
And there was a story. What are you talking about? There was more of a storyline behind that with all the cheating and allegations and not
Bro, we didn't
Wilder
want to
being a
see that.
knockout artist. That had a bigger buildup than
I
Caleb
didn't.
Plant and Caleb Plant and Canelo. But that's what I'm
I
saying.
didn't. I didn't even.
Mexico's
I didn't even
huge.
want to see that though, bro. Like I
You
didn't even want to see that.
you got to think. You got to think about Mexico. Let me tell you something about Mexico. Right, Mexican people are here in America, and they will take jobs that most Americans won't have. Mexicans make money. Mexican
Absolutely.
people, they just about all of them have a job, and they all love each other. They want to drink some beers and stuff and watch motherfuckers fight around the TV. They buy they
Absolutely.
they could buy pay per views, and they could buy tickets to go to fights. That's
All
something
of
they
that.
could do. You know what I'm saying? So the UK is
They
up
might
there,
be a
but
close second. They might be a close second.
right. The UK is up there, but all those huge, a lot of those huge fights in boxing history have normally been a Mexican fighter and a black fighter, or maybe a Mexican
Absolutely.
fighter
Well,
and a
it just happened. As far as the UK, about the last 8 years, I think 8 years, it just happened. So you are correct. It used to be when the black and the Mexican get together and it's boom. You know what I mean? But now it's just UK. I don't know who
Mhm.
this is, but off topic.
Yeah, he
But
said off topic. Saying this as a Spanish fan, Bud deserves pound for pound number one. Porter's more complete fighter than Caleb Plant and Caleb Smith. Not only does Bud win, lose or draw have better resumes than those dudes. Unlike them, he came out there to fight, not just to survive. Bud had to overcome some adversity to win. He deserves that. Oh, I already said that. I had made a post saying I was sad because after Bud knocks out Sean Porter, he's gonna move over Canelo Alvarez. So I believe I already said that. I was like, I'm sad because this is gonna happen because I'm hating, but I knew it was gonna happen, and I got to stick by my word.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Canelo
Yeah.
Alvarez is,
It's too much, man.
he's a
It's
known
too much,
cheater,
bro.
number one. But my
Mm-hmm.
issue with giving him number one over Bud before the Porter fight was just that he had fought better
He wanted to see Bud in there
opposition.
with a tough motherfucker.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It was just
Yeah.
like I need to see Bud in there with someone that
Well, push
some
him.
people thought like, yeah, well, at least push him or whatever, and he passed it with flying colors. So, you know what I'm saying? I have to, you know what I'm saying, give Bud his props in that regard, in that way. So, like, who is this? Let me see.
I
Who is
mean,
I
this?
can't
probably get
find
ready
it.
to come on. He was one of them, but I don't know what he put on. I sent him the link.
Oh, okay. I'm like, how's someone get the link and get up in here? Like, who is this?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
man.
that's good, Midwest. I can agree with that. That was a good investment. It just bombed though. I mean, I would have invested in it if somebody said Khan from the UK coming over here to fight. Pound for
Mm-hmm.
pound, Bud Crawford. I would have been like, oh yeah, I got about 10,000. Is you gonna bring me what back? I would have
Right,
invested
right.
in that, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen,
That's a
I
good
think it.
investment.
Yeah, I think like you said, Drico. I'm not going to knock it on paper. It was good
Hmm.
to present, but
Good business
the
on
time,
paper.
but the problem was the timing. The timing was the problem because the timing was when Khan had a problem. Khan was supposed to fight Kell Brook. It was being built, and then he wanted to put. They was negotiating, and he said Kell Brook had to have a rehydration clause.
Man,
You
Khan
know,
was on some bullshit for
yeah,
real.
and then it didn't
Yeah, yeah,
happen, and then
God.
he ran over there, and you're right, he got no UK support, which in return
Yeah,
screwed Bob.
Good
And then
for him.
on the, and
yeah.
then on the
Yeah.
flip side, on the flip side, here's the issue with also I'm gonna say here's the issue with ESPN Plus, right? ESPN Plus is an app, it's not a channel.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're dealing with something that's strictly internet based like an app, it gives people more of a reason to go stream it because it was too they should have ESPN I noticed also effed up as well with the pay-per-view. And the reason I'll say that is because they wanted you to pay the $5 for the subscription, and then they wanted you to have an ongoing subscription in between all of those months when your fighter Bud ain't fighting, and still pay the $5 a month and then pay for the pay per
Mm-hmm.
view. When initially, when they did this shit, they should have done what they did now, which was give you a good deal, getting a subscription and buying the pay per view together.
You talking about how the zone did it, where you get it and get the Joshua fight and all
They
that
they
shit,
all
how
did
they
it.
doing
They
it?
all did it late because they were greedy. But they what
What
they
was
what they
that? Go ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm just saying what they ran into was streaming. You doing an
That's
internet
what I
based
Yeah,
thing
say.
where
And
you want a
we in a bad
subscription.
era, bro.
Yeah.
This fight would have sold like in the '90s, early '90s, mid '90s, late '90s, early. This
Mhm.
fight would have sold. We
Hmm.
just in the streaming era, bro. It is what it is.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's amazing that Canelo sold 800,000 in a streaming era.
Look where his people at.
Right. But
Yeah,
but
Khan
then you
was a master. Khan was a beast, man. Because remember, they at one time they say Floyd ducked him, bro. When Khan was at the height of his career peaking, they say that Mayweather kind of ducked him a little bit. I don't
Mayweather
believe it,
ain't duck
but
no
Khan
Con.
would have
Why
got
would
his
Mayweather
ass
duck Con?
whooped.
Right.
Khan would have got his ass
yeah,
whooped.
Why would Mayweather duck Amir Khan? Amir Khan got a paper chin, and he had been knocked out multiple times.
but y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard that, right?
Well, that was the narrative being put out because you'll say anything to
Get a
get a
fight.
lottery ticket and pay fight Floyd. Because with
Yeah,
Floyd, the great thing about fighting Floyd as his opponent was that you wasn't worried about getting knocked out, and you was gonna
Hmm.
get a payday to go in there and do a
And you
very
get a
intense
chance to
sparring
punch the
match.
lottery.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
anyone shit. I say that I know but if I could go in there and get beat up and knocked out or not get knocked out and get the biggest, look at Marcos Maidana. He fought Floyd Mayweather, made so much money, went back to his country and
You ain't
gained
have
two
to
hundred
fight no
pounds.
more. You ain't have to
Right.
fight no more.
And he gained 200 pounds of money
Gained
too.
200 pounds. He was taking pictures like
Yep.
AB
15
with
minutes of
stacks of money
fame.
by his ear and all that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
look, and this is
What y'all
another
think?
thing, bro.
Uh
Go
huh.
ahead, Drake.
No, go ahead, bro.
No, I was telling somebody earlier today. That's another thing of how great Mayweather was, bro. Because you could probably go through his whole career and not find 15 rounds that he lost. So you got to do like Madonna, who make that shit look interesting and shit. And now
Hmm.
motherfuckers is thinking that he actually beat Mayweather, bro. It is sad.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right. You know,
What? Go ahead, bro.
undoubtedly, and again to make my point, the apps was so bad because look at the numbers that Canelo was doing with the zone to the point where they was like, you got to fight Triple G, you
You
got to
gotta
fight this
fight Triple
person
G.
or that person because we're not gonna keep paying
Yeah,
you all this money. And then they got out of the agreement, made a settlement, and then as soon as he went to a cable based platform, right?
yeah,
He sold 800,000.
yeah.
So
Hmm.
Sharif
part
from
of
Sports Talk. Salute, salute. And Facebook jail Mark. He said his son Marcus Jr. said salute. So
salute.
salute to little Marky Mark and salute to
Salute.
Sharif, man. Thank y'all. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
appreciate
And also Ariel DeVal Jr. Senior. I'm
seeing.
sorry.
Hey,
Salute y'all.
who we got on here with us, bro?
I don't know. Someone named JR. I'm like, I don't know how this person
No,
got the
that's
link.
nephew. That's my nephew. That's me, man. That's my nephew, man.
Oh, what's good?
Nephew.
Oh, what's up, JR?
Yo. What's up, fellas? I don't know if y'all can hear me.
JR,
This is
the
my first
invisible
time using
man.
this.
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Okay,
Let me
good,
see
good,
you,
good, good.
JR. Your hair ain't
Hey,
combed?
man.
What you got, JR?
Nah, I'm thugging right now, bro.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
What
There
up,
you
but
go.
JR?
nah,
There you
What's
go.
poppin',
what's
family?
good?
Okay.
What's up, bro?
Okay, man.
Y'all,
I thought you was prank calling us or something, man.
no, I wouldn't do that, man. Y'all put out too much good
Yeah.
content for me to do that.
We
Oh,
appreciate
bro,
that,
thank
man.
you, man. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
thank you,
no
man. What
doubt,
you
no
think
doubt.
about? Where you at? What city you in?
Well, I'm in DC right now, but I'm from
Chocolate City.
Carolina, so yeah,
Oh,
yeah, but this ain't
you down
home
the
though.
street. You down the
Where
street from
y'all?
Okay.
me.
Where you at?
I'm in Pentagon City.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
Small
Yep.
world.
I'm right
Yep.
there.
Small world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
We
sir.
got we
Yeah,
got to catch
yeah.
a
I'm
fight when
in
they open up
Michigan
this fights
now.
at MGM.
And Jim, yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, okay. You in Carolina too, right? You from Carolina or were you?
Well, I'm from Southern Virginia, like Halifax. Well, it's a small town, so you probably never heard of it, but it's like right on the border, So
Okay,
yeah, that's
okay,
where it's
okay.
Oh,
I
so
used to
you
go back
south?
and
You like
forth.
South Virginia?
Yeah, Southern
Yeah.
Virginia. Yep.
South
Yep.
Virginia. Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, okay. That's what's up. That's what. Hey, so you Goon nephew,
Yeah.
right? All right, that's
Yeah,
my boy.
man.
That's my
Yep.
boy right there, man.
That's what's
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, y'all. I'm sorry, man. Back to boxing. Back to boxing. What you think
Okay.
about
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
nephew? What you think? What you think about Who we got that? What do you think about the well, we might as well Spencer and TC? Who you got? Why you got?
I told Unc today, man. I don't think. I think Spence not 100%. You know, I think it's gonna take some time for him to get back right. A car accident like that, you just don't bounce back and fight no cat like Bud. You know, and with that eye
Okay.
injury, you know, if he get hit in that, who knows what's gonna happen? Who knows? You know, like when some surgery get repaired and they get damaged again, you know, that could be it for him.
Yeah.
You know, one hit could end
Okay.
the rest of his career, so he really got to be careful. And I know he said he don't want to do no tune-up fight, but he may have to eat that humble pie, you know,
Okay.
and brush up on some
Okay.
things first, you know, because he
Okay.
don't really
Okay,
move his head
nephew.
like that. He kind of stays flat-footed. You know, I don't, you know, Bud may kind of figure that out, you know. So
Okay.
Okay,
we'll see,
nephew.
man. We'll
I
see.
see you. I
Now
see
hold
the
on, hold on, hold
lineage.
on, y'all.
Okay.
Hold on, Drake. Hold
Uh
on,
huh.
Drake. Now, mind you, that's a Spence fan saying this.
I'm a
He
Spence
he
fan.
picked Spence
Spence my
before
boy.
the accident and everything. Yeah. So
What you
just
Yeah,
talking
wanted
about,
to
yeah,
Willis?
let you know.
Oh yeah.
Well, I
yeah,
mean, he said
yeah,
he brought, but the thing is, like, he's the type of guy who keep it real, but then on
Hmm.
social media will get blasted because they'll be like, "Oh, I told you they was gonna start to blame it on the accident in his eye," So
yeah,
I respect what he's
But who
saying.
wouldn't though? Who wouldn't in their right mind? That's that accident, bro. That's
Yeah, I
yeah.
know, but
But I
people,
mean, once you
especially
get
the
in the
Bud
ring,
fans, yeah,
once you get in
all
the
that go
ring,
out the window. You
it'll
can't
go out the
use it,
yeah.
window.
and
That's
that's
true.
and
Hmm.
that's and that's where I'm
That's
at.
true.
So I've done skipped over that because we can't go in the past. The accidents
Well,
happen, the eye has
Yep.
happened. He got to stand on
yep.
his words. He said, two more straps. I'm moving up. I'm going to fight. The fight's going to happen. So
Yeah.
if you gonna get in the ring, then I gotta rock with you. I gotta believe that you gonna be a
Yeah.
hundred
Yeah.
percent or
Yeah.
good enough to go in there and
Good enough to
win. I
win
don't
there.
think you want to. I don't
Compete.
think he trying to go in there and lose.
Hell
Yeah.
So
no. He too
Yeah.
competitive. He too competitive too.
right. So
Yeah. And I
so
think that's what the problem with Spencer is too, man. Like he painting himself in the corner. Like he really literally boxing himself in by making these tweaks,
He don't
no
have to.
tune ups,
He don't have to. But listen, bro.
strap season.
He don't have to do that.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why somebody on this team got
Yep.
to grab him, bro. Like he too good to do that. He
Yeah.
don't even have to do that at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
gonna get
And
humble one way
I
or
just
another, man.
yeah, yeah. And I said the same thing, nephew. I agree with you totally.
Yeah.
Something ain't clicking on all cylinders with Spence since that accident.
Yeah.
He
Yeah. He
looked
wasn't
off
sharp
balance
in
with
that
Porter.
last fight. Yeah, he wasn't
Yeah,
sharp in that last
he
fight.
looked off balance with Porter. Porter was spinning him, dipping him, pivoting him. You know what I mean? Catching him.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just
Yeah.
something wasn't there with me. And
Hey,
something
But
was
fellas,
a little
did you
off.
read that?
I thought he tried to slug it off
Somebody
with
said
Porter the
Bud
whole
might be going to
fight, brother.
154.
Ooh.
Huh?
I said, did you
Somebody
read
said
that
what?
comment? Somebody said Bud might be going to 154.
no, he said Bud will to I guess go to 154. Well,
Oh,
so
that
maybe the fight
Terrio
may
Valley.
happen.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think that fight happened at 154. Where it's supposed to
It's
happen
about
is
Bud
here
and
at one.
EJ and
Yeah,
Bud.
because it's about
It gotta be.
undisputed.
It
It's
gotta be.
about
Yeah,
between those
47.
guys. It's supposed to be about who's the best welterweight. And you know what I'm
Basically,
saying?
Yeah.
It's
basically.
about the belts. It's about, the storyline is, TC was undisputed at 140. Can he become undisputed at 147, beating the best at
Okay,
147?
Kwame, wanted to ask you this
Uh huh.
because you seem to got a good business mind. I see what Bob was trying to do to that. I'm going back to that. He was definitely trying to make the Josh Taylor fight,
Mm
and basically from what he was saying today, bro, he could sell that fight, the Josh Taylor fight,
hmm. Mm
just off the fact that them two dudes, you got two dudes that did the same thing. One currently in the division and one in is a division up.
hmm. Mm hmm.
Probably could sell it really good because of the
Mm
fact with the UK now we can travel, blase split. But it just still look fucked up because we want Earl and Bud.
hmm. Well, there's two issues with that. I'm gonna tell you what the two issues is. The first issue is that fight's not gonna be a big fight. It's not gonna be a big fight in terms of money. Because I heard Bob. Bob said Bob said that he could make the fight has to be in the UK because they could sell a lot
Because
of
of Josh Taylor.
tickets, and so
Hmm.
the first
That's
problem
what he
with
said.
that. So the first problem with that is the what's been a huge problem for Terrence Crawford and Bob Arum for the longest is that Bob Arum is still in the mindset of in an information age where we have social media of selling fights. That's
Hmm.
not how you make money. You now make
Hmm.
money by promoting fighters. This is a social
But
media
guess
age
what
now.
though? Bob
That's not
Arum
Bob's
motto
forte right there.
has worked so long, bro. Like his motto done
Yeah,
worked a long
he ain't.
time. He done worked with a
Yeah,
lot of fighters, bro.
right. But it's a different day and age because we don't have. Listen, the boxing fans that was coming up in the '80s and the '90s, the guys who watched the Mike Tysons and the Buster Douglases and all of those guys that the Hearns and Haglers, that ain't the same crowd who paying for
Hmm.
fights today. You know, those I like back then to me, those men were manly men. They wasn't
Hmm.
talking about dick
This
riding
money
and
shit, yeah,
all this
all that.
weird shit.
Let's fight.
This new generation, it's like I'd be
And you know
shocked.
what else them men wasn't talking about back then? Pay
What's
per
that?
view numbers. They got in
No,
that damn ring and they
Mm.
fought.
yeah, a hundred, and you 100% correct.
Yep.
But just like the boxing consumer changed, so did the fighters, and so did the business. It all evolved. It changed.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely. It
if
did.
we
It
going into
definitely did.
2022, we talk about 1980. You know what I'm saying? A lot
Okay,
of stuff has changed. And the biz and
Kwame.
one of the things let me just finish this one point. One of the things that changed also is that the with social media things are more exposed because we're in an information age. It's easy to get information, number one, and number two, we're also in a place where the boxers have learned from what happened to those fighters that just took fights like that and then were famous on TV, but then after all that was said and done, they was either robbed by the same promoters, broke, got concussions, injuries, disabled, and no one's cheering for them anymore. They back living in the hood, and can't, afford nothing. So there's a flip side
So
to it.
where's all these fans at then?
You know what I'm saying? It's a flip side to it
Where
all. What you
They
say,
where's
couldn't
Dwayne?
all the
even bury
fans that was
Frazier.
advocating
Floyd
for
had to
them
pay for
to
Frazier's
get
funeral, so
yeah.
you're right.
So this is my point, and you about to definitely help my point right now. So where's all these fans that's so on this advocate of getting these dudes all the money that they got because really all we using them for entertainment. You feel what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Where's all these fans at now that's arguing with me on Facebook about how much money do these guys get when they get concussed, hurt,
Hmm.
injured, damn near killed?
Hmm.
Where are these fans at?
These first of all, these fans aren't anywhere, because
Bingo.
they're fans. Like I said, they're fanatics. They're fans. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
one day they love you, the next day they love someone
They
else.
can't fuck with you.
You know what I'm saying?
Ain't
Yesterday's
So
that
news.
why? Ain't that why the Muhammad Ali Act was put in place though? When we think about it,
well, I think
So,
Muhammad
yep, with the
Ali Act.
promoters. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
The promote, yeah,
it was just
payola
a
and all that.
way for like one entity or certain entities to not monopolize all the business and take advantage of fighters in that regard.
such as Al Heyman.
Yeah.
Well, I don't hear any fighters
Bingo.
complaining about. I don't hear any fighters complaining about doing business or making money with Al Heyman. I
Is
mean,
That's
that
because
really
don't
what
mean it's
Bud gonna have
illegal?
to do.
yeah,
That's
eh,
what Bud
he-
gonna have to do, to be honest.
yeah, and here's the thing, Drico. Like, you got to stop bashing Al Heyman because I don't hear you bashing. I don't hear you bashing Aram, and Aram is the one that we see couldn't get this man to fight. So
Hey, look,
Well,
so
can I
where
ask
can
y'all a
it?
question,
What
bro?
can I? Yes, you can.
So where do we go on now? Do we take the UFC motto where we take out all this shucking and jiving and just say, okay, Dana White, like you fighting you? You know,
hmm
you feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
What do we do? What do
I
we
wish
do?
that was the motto, but it's
That
not.
right there.
That's the best motto.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Fuck all
motto.
this shit, bro.
But
One company, one belt, every division, and make these motherfuckers fight each
the
other,
only
man.
way, but let me tell you something. The only way something like that would happen is it would have to happen. It'd be something huge, like Congress would have to do that to it and
You
organize
know,
it
that's what McCain
because
was. That's
it's
what John McCain was trying to
McCain
do.
was trying, right? Yeah, yeah, and that's who
Yeah.
exactly who I thought about because
Mm-hmm.
the issue with that is there's too many different entities in boxing. You got managers,
The
promoters,
mob, the
networks,
mob,
yeah, the
the
mob,
mob.
the sanctioning bodies. You got all these different things, and everyone getting their palms greased and shit go a certain way. It's been going a certain way for the longest that no one is gonna want to have regulations and stipulations like that because
Yeah, but I
only
mean,
one
I
with
don't
person's
the
think
gonna
all
own
them
them.
got it in it. I think it's just the
I
mob
think
just controlling it still. You know what I mean?
I,
Even
I
think
though
what
it's
agree.
we can do, bro, we could grandfather all those commissions in together, where they all still make some type of money. They won't make the money that they did make, and then that's a way that we could do that shit. You feel what
yeah,
I'm saying? And
yeah,
make those fights, bro. They all
Mm,
yeah.
would
yep.
still get a percentage or whatever.
Facts. J Rod is 100% correct. If he take and that was my second point to that question. Why it was a bad idea for Josh
Yeah.
Taylor? Because if Bud's on a fight to fight basis, which means he's not
Mm-hmm.
signed a top rank, that's a Manny Pacquiao Jeff Horn setup. You're gonna take him out the country
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
in the
And rob them.
UK
Rob them blind. Yeah.
and rob him and take his belts.
If he on a
Be-
fight to
Yeah.
fight, why don't he just do what Floyd did and just partner up just for promoting wise?
because I feel like that's what he should do. But I feel like the one of the biggest factors, and I feel like it's going to be a huge hindrance in getting the Spence fight made, is that Bob Bob Arum's energy and his narrative towards PBC is something that Bud took on as well, which is because he don't like Al Heyman and PBC, Bud.
Yeah.
He don't like
Yeah.
them, which which
Would you?
uh,
You got the
business is
biggest
big.
Shit, he
potential
just he
fight
fought
for me.
Porter though.
Pull it up
This
behind
that's
me.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Business is
you pull
business,
that
bro.
shit up
It's not
behind me.
personal. I'm gonna
Nah,
like
but
anyone. Listen,
okay.
I'm gonna like. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Everybody not
If
built the same though, bro. You can't
I
use
fe-
you.
and
Everybody
I
not
feel
built the
that,
same.
and that's why I
Yeah.
said, that man's entitled to do what he want to do. Draco, you might have to go out and come back in again. But you say everyone's not built the same, and I could
Mm-hmm.
appreciate that. And like I said, I can't tell no man what he should do and to
Mm-hmm.
do
Raise
business.
money.
But what I'm saying,
Right.
one thing that I've learned, and you can watch this in shows, and if you've had exposure to other cultures,
Mm-hmm.
white people could fight, hate each other, all kinds of shit, and still go ahead and do business with each other if it's the best deal for them. This shit ain't emotional. Business ain't emotional.
Yeah.
It's not an emotional
Yeah.
thing. You know, it's
I
like
feel you, but everybody's still not
it-
on that.
and I hear that, and that's why I
Yeah.
say I agree with you, and I'm just saying that
Yeah.
and bit look, well, Bud got like what 5, 6 kids. He's 34
I think he
years
got
old.
6. Yeah.
He got 6 kids
Mm-hmm.
because I think he just had a little
Yeah.
girl. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's like he 34 years old. He about to be 35 next September, some shit. Like he don't have a lot of years left in
Getting up
boxing.
there.
I'm not saying that he is not in his prime or not great. I'm just saying as a boxer, he's coming towards the end, of he's on the I'm not from a skill
I
perspective, but
think
I'm
Bud
just
is
saying
peaking. I think Bud is peaking, bro.
but I'm not talking
That
about from a
bro, I'm
skill
telling
set.
you,
I'm not talking
he's
about from a
grown into
skill
that
perspective.
147.
Yeah, I'm not talking
He
about from a
is
skill
peaking now.
perspective.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you talking about
Oh,
business wise
No,
he's
or what?
grown.
no, I'm just
Yeah.
saying in terms of the lifetime or the
He
lifeline of
came
a
in late.
fighter.
He didn't understand
He
what you were saying.
34 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like he 34 years old. Look, Sean Porter just left. He
Yeah,
34 years old.
Yeah.
right.
I
Yep.
know Keith
34
Thurman wanted
years
to leave. He
old.
trying to just get a couple paydays and get up out of there too. You know what I'm
How
saying?
long
It's
how
like
long was Bud in the
Yeah.
amateur though?
I don't
Was he in
remember.
the
I don't.
amateur long?
He was in the amateurs
I
for
don't
a
remember.
while. Yeah, he was one of the top amateurs. Remember the whole story with where him
Mm-hmm.
and Gary Russell got
Jerry
into it or
Russell.
whatever,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
and it was
Oh
like,
yeah,
yeah.
and they were
yeah.
all top elite amateurs that was in that one place.
Mm-hmm.
So he
Yeah.
been one of those guys. He just
Yeah.
didn't make it to the pros.
Yeah.
The amateur. I mean, not to. I mean,
The
to the
way that they
Olympics.
did it.
Yeah,
The
the
way that they did
amateurs
it.
we know is very. I want to say very political.
Yeah.
Definitely.
This a
Definitely.
young, dark skinned knucklehead dude from Nebraska.
Yeah.
They may not have wanted him to represent the country. You know what
Right.
I'm saying?
Right.
Cheat him out of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
it's political, and that's the type of shit that they do. you
Yep.
know.
You right.
So
Right.
You
so
right.
again, I don't have any issue with where he's at in terms of peaking and all that, because Drico is very much damn well right on that. I'm just saying right now I'm thinking this
Oh
is a
man,
place
he
where
locked in. He locked in right now,
yeah,
bro.
but I don't think he
147.
wants to fight. I don't think he wants to be fighting too much longer. If you ask me, I don't think Bud wants to fight more than another 3 years at max.
He might
Right.
I
like.
I
don't.
He
agree.
might like that
I
shit
agree
like
with you.
that.
You know what I'm
You have to
saying?
ask him.
He said he
Max.
said he only had 70 amateur fights, nephew. And
Okay.
yeah, so he
Yeah,
lost 12 of them. So he back.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
I'm gonna
still a good
change gears a
record.
minute.
Shit.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
Tio fighting this
That'll work.
weekend? What's up with that?
What?
Is
Yes,
Tio fighting
if
this
Tio's
weekend?
fighting this weekend.
Yeah, he fights Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay. I was just
Tio
wondering.
fight.
Okay,
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, T.O. fights Saturday.
who y'all
Yeah.
got in that? Who you got in that, Kwame?
Well, I'm from Brooklyn. You know who I got. I
Okay,
can't go
then.
against
All
the
right,
grain.
right
Come on,
on,
man.
right on. Who you got, Goon?
Oh, you already know. I got T.O. and I'm just hoping that it's
Okay.
a nice, entertaining fight. He can learn something and get a big win. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely a test for him. I think Cambosa's hit hard, and that's gonna be see can he get out the way test,
Yeah.
basically. See how good his
Hey, listen.
defense is.
I've been waiting for this fight for a long time, y'all. For real.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nephew, what you think about it?
Man, Tio got that speed, man. I don't know, man. I don't know much about this
Yeah.
Boza guy, but Tio, man, he always be pretty impressive, you know.
And he be cracking
Um,
too.
He definitely be
yeah,
impressive,
Okay.
bro. Like
he be
must see
impressive, man. It's just
TV.
hard for me to go against him right now, against this guy.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna
I
skip
mean, it's
ahead.
like he right
Assuming.
up under there with the rest of them guys. Like he right up under there.
There you go.
Nephew, we
And
got to break
since you
people in the
said,
right way, bro. We
yeah,
about to break
go
people in the
ahead.
right way, bro. Who you got
What's up?
with T.O. and Tank?
Woo.
Mm.
You know why that's hard? Cause,
Oh,
cause,
here we
cause,
go.
cause,
Here we
Floyd, cause
go.
Floyd really, he really pick and choose where Tank go. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And who he fights. So it's
Okay,
just hard.
nephew.
I mean, Tank got it. Don't get me
Bro, we
wrong, but
just
it's
doing
just,
we just doing a fantasy matchup, bro. We gonna take all that out.
this.
We gonna go
We gonna
fighter A against fighter
Yeah,
B.
well,
yeah.
if I'm just looking at it, I gotta go with Tank because of the speed and the power. He can fight backwards. You
Draco,
know,
man.
Draco
he
like
Hey,
got
that
excuse
wit.
shit,
him,
boy.
man.
Draco, man. He don't
Hey,
like you no
hey,
more, nephew. I can tell you
Kwame
that
is
now.
loving that shit, bro. Kwame
I
loving that
mean,
shit.
I mean, from what I've seen, take this all with
All right,
take
listen. Okay,
like a
okay,
baby
okay.
Canelo.
Nephew, say less. Say less. Because we still going. Who do you have,
Okay,
Tio or Haney? Damn.
I
Oh
got
shit,
Haney,
he's
man.
froze. Did he freeze up,
Oh,
Draco?
Draco, man. Over there, look, Draco
I
don't
got
like you. I
Haney,
can
Oh,
tell
man.
you right
that's
now.
smooth.
I can
I
That's
got
see it.
Haney, man.
smooth. That's
You got two
I got Haney,
strikes.
smooth.
man. That boy
You got
Haney.
about one more thing to say that Draco don't like. It's gonna be on the
Ooh.
popping. I can see
Wait a minute. Hey, look, you know I'm gonna hype this shit up.
I
You
got
know I'm ready as hell. You know I'm
Haney.
about to get
Hey,
this shit hype, bro.
hey, look.
Okay. You
All
pick Haney.
right.
Hold on.
Why
No,
you
no,
got
no, no.
him?
We're not.
Why you got him?
No, wait a minute. We're gonna get to that,
we
Drew. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that.
we
Hold
gonna
up.
get to that. We gonna get to
All
that.
right.
Get ready, okay?
Stevens. Shakur Stevens Tio.
Y'all killing me.
Oh! Drake took his hat off, dog. Oh my god.
Hey,
Oh my god, bro.
what's
I'm in tears over
Cooking
here.
in the night,
I'm in
bro.
tears.
hey
Oh my
man?
god. Drake, bro, you about to have me
Y'all know that
crying.
that boy got next, man. Y'all know that little boy got next.
No. I need you, hey, Your Honor, Claudette, Your Honor,
Shakur,
can you please
I
instruct?
I gotta
Okay, please.
I gotta go with Shakur. I gotta go with
Drake,
Shakur, man.
you
Hey, look,
0-3, my nigga. Oh,
Hey, Shakur walked down to OG now. Harry was an OG now. Shakur looked like he been boxing for damn 20, 30 years against that dude, man.
He sure did.
okay, now
So
tell me why this guy win these. Tell me why everybody beats old boy that you just named.
Yeah,
say
tell
what,
us why
OG?
everybody just whooped your ass. We want to hear.
Because you naming the guys that's really like the
Okay,
Real
top
okay,
dudes
top
listen,
that
listen.
like
top
So we're
guys.
gonna start off. Who was it
right.
first? Who was it first? It was Tank. All right.
Yeah, Tank.
Why do Tank win? Why do Tank win that fight?
Tank's just relentless, man. You know, that time is gonna beat that speed anyway. So and then Tank right up with him with the speed now. You know, and
Okay.
And I think a lot of
mm,
people don't give Tank enough credit for his ability to box.
exactly. I mean, like I said, he
He
fights
can box,
backwards.
but bro, he at
He
a
has
disadvantage.
wiggle. I
He at a
mean,
disadvantage, bro. And everybody that we just named, Tank will be at a disadvantage if he fight them.
He was at a
now
disadvantage against
I got
Barrios.
yeah,
Barrios is not no
Barrios
Tio,
got some
bro.
round.
I'm not saying that
Barrios was
he a
busting that
Tio,
ass.
but he was tall, rangy. He could punch,
He boxed him.
and
Yeah, and that's my
I mean
point.
Tank
He had a disadvantage.
was very, if you noticed, and something I respected though that showed his
He said
box
Tanko
ability
took
was
his hat off.
Tank was very cautious in the fight in the way that he fought. He was
Yeah,
very
yeah.
very cautious, but
He
once
was
he
losing,
cracked
man.
that,
Uh,
once he crack you, dog, it's I don't know
Well, I
what the
was
fuck
looking at the
he
bruh.
gets
punch. See,
power
I
from
was
like
looking at
that.
the punches. I was looking at the punches that he was missing, and I was seeing how close it just started narrowing up to he bare. I
Yeah,
was like,
right.
oh shit. He about to start
Burroughs
cracking
had
at
a
you.
hell of a game plan, though. You got to give it up to him.
Yeah.
For
He
while
looked
it
well in
lasted,
that fight.
yeah,
Yeah,
while it
right. While it
lasted.
While it
lasted.
lasted, shit, Caleb Plant
I
looked
don't.
good too while it lasted.
I mean, I think
So,
Tank is just too short for Tio, man. You know what I mean? That's all. That's a handicap when you mess with an elite boxer like Tio. He made a little small move. Made what's his name? Loma. The little bitty stutter step that Lomas do. He created a gap this wide that really didn't make it no competition. He laid back and waited till Loma did his dance, came right in, and he hit him with the uppercut. Boom, and right over the top with the right hand. Pow! He was lining him up
He
with the
got his
jab.
respect
Little
quick.
subtle things, yeah.
yeah.
Little subtle things like that. Slick, Loma was slick and all of that. So I think
Hey,
Tio, I think he has to respect Tio's power because Tio can see him coming. Tio gonna keep him at the end of that jab, and every time he
Yeah,
come in there
Tio
with
got to
that
respect
dip,
his power too,
Tio
though,
gonna pop
Drico.
him. Yeah.
yeah.
Tio got
Who?
to respect
Tank?
his power too, though.
Hey, but
But he gotta
Tank
get
goes
through
for
Tio
broke,
though.
man.
Mm.
He
Huh?
gotta
Yeah,
weather the
Theo
Tank
has
storm
to
goes for
though.
broke.
respect his power. Listen,
But
anybody
listen, who
got to
gotta weather the
respect
storm?
Tank power.
Tank
They
has
both
to
gonna have
weather
to
the
weather it.
storm to get there.
Shit, he gonna have to weather the storm too. Fuck you think
No, he don't, cause Tio.
Yeah.
Tank a bigger listen,
Y'all
Tio's
missing
a
what I'm
big
saying.
puncher, but Tank a bigger puncher than him. And that's saying
Y'all
a lot.
missing what I'm saying.
That's close.
When I say weather the storm, I'm talking about he has to get past that jab and he has to get past that right hand of Tio's
Uh huh.
because of the
Uh huh.
5 inch difference.
Uh huh.
And then when I say weather the storm, that's what I mean. Like Tio just ain't no
No,
slugger,
Drico, you're
dog.
right.
Tio
You're right. You're right,
dismantles
Yeah,
Drico.
them.
You're right.
He
T.O., I mean,
dismantles
You're
them.
right.
he can box. He can
You know
box.
what I
He can
mean?
legit box.
But the
Nagatani.
thing
He
is, if
dismantled
Tank get in the
Nagatani.
inside, that's when them bombs on the other end go land, and now we
Man,
got to see how well you can take that.
man.
You feel what I'm
Facts.
saying?
That's true. That's
Facts.
true.
Mm.
'Cause
But
Tank cracking
again,
with
we
some
haven't
different
seen Tank.
shit.
We ain't seen Tank in trouble. We ain't seen Tank hit.
True.
He's gonna get hit with Tio. He's ready.
Shit,
Lomachenko didn't
he
get
go.
knocked out and he got hit too by Tio.
Loma was playing defense like
Late,
Mikey.
late. He got hit late in that fight.
Yeah,
Hey,
but he
y'all
took
think
some
Tank can
shots.
take Haney? Y'all think Tank can take Haney?
I
Right
think
now,
I think
Tank could beat
Haney
Haney.
I think
I don't
Haney
think
beats
so.
all of them. I think Haney beats all of them.
I don't think
All
so.
of them.
I think Haney would try to box it. He'll use his
Why?
range and try to box circles around Tank.
Okay.
But
So what's holding
Haney is
Floyd up
bigger
then for
than
making it
Shakur.
happen?
Floyd know what's
I
up.
think Tank beats Haney. I think Tank
Floyd
knocks
know
out
what's
Haney.
up.
it's very
Floyd know
And
what's
possible.
I'm gonna
up.
tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. The same reason I see Tio beating Haney, because Haney ain't got nothing to keep them honest. He don't have any power. He's slick and all
Yeah,
that,
That's
but
not
you're
yeah.
gonna
that's
walk
not what
through that.
Lenora said. Lenora didn't say that.
Oh, yeah,
Lenora didn't
yeah,
say that.
Well, Lenore said
yeah,
He said his power. He said he felt his power.
yeah.
he said two things. He said that, and then another interview after the fight, he said he had no power. I didn't know which one to
Yeah,
Oh,
believe.
he hit like
yeah.
my
So we don't know
grandmother
which
or
one to
something like
believe.
that.
Yeah, I didn't know which one to
Yeah.
believe.
So we don't know
Cat,
which
he
one to
Well,
capping.
believe.
that's what we go by the record,
Now that
and
is a
his
cap.
record ain't.
That's a cap.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
a cap.
cap.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's no,
Then we
but
go
that
by
cap is no different than what Bud did either. Just keep it honest.
what Bud
One
do.
moment you say this guy have power, and then the same night you say he don't. One moment you
Which
say
one is it?
You
Sean
leaving Bob
Porter is
because he got to make
salty,
this man's
man.
fight, and
He
then the
told
next
Bob in
moment you
front of
say you don't
Bob.
care.
He told. Hold on. Pause, y'all. Y'all can't respect this man for calling Bob out in front of the world to see.
Oh,
Now he
I
did it
I
respect it
twice.
respect that.
1,000%.
He's
I
did it
respect that.
twice.
I wonder what took him so
He
long.
did done it twice.
Facts.
Yeah,
I
I agree.
wonder what
I
took him
agree.
so
What took him
long.
so long? Facts.
Because he
It
Yeah.
looks
worked
like
for
he
him.
was
Then
just
you
ready
got
to get
Porter.
from under his thumb, get out of
Consider,
contract to do it,
consider
probably.
the source. Consider the source. Porter said that TC ain't got no power and TC knocked him out. He don't even remember the power.
Mm,
So
mm.
But it
I
said
don't,
T
I
ain't
don't,
got no
I
power.
don't.
Hey, nephew, get out. They be shooting, dog. Get out. They be shooting around here, man.
uh, I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
Ariel,
I,
get
I I
down. You see,
I did hear him say
you
that
see
Earl
how
hurt him the
Tio
worst. I
Okay,
did hear
I
him
just
say
what?
that
read that
Earl hurt him
today.
the worst.
I
Yeah.
I just read that, and I was like, damn, I thought he said the night before that TC. So I
He
don't know.
said,
Yeah.
well, he was just, I'm trying to tell you, that man was disoriented because he said he's never been hit
Hit like that, yeah.
as
That's the
much
second
as
person.
he did with TC. And I'm like, what the hell
Yeah,
is he
he did say
talking
that.
about? TC didn't even throw a
Earl hit
lot
him
of
a lot.
punches that fight. You know what I'm saying?
That
Yeah,
But
he
let you
said
know his
he
hand
said
was
it
knocked
was
off.
landing
yeah,
perfect.
that's what I said.
He
He
said
was
it was kept him.
disoriented. He didn't
Yeah.
know what was going on. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
between think about it. You get knocked down
He took some
twice
body
within
shots too, though, bro. He
yeah,
took some
but
body shots.
think about this, bro. You get knocked down twice within like a minute, and then your dad stopped the fight
That
and you
second knockdown
confused.
was his fault though. I mean
Yeah,
he was so open
Yeah,
you could drive a
yeah.
truck through
He
that
just
shit.
got caught the first time. He got
right.
caught the
Yeah, the
first
first
time.
time he yeah.
But then Bud turned the heat up. Once Bud gets you like that, he turned the heat up.
Bro,
It's
Bud
hard.
started hitting him with like 4 or 5 punch combinations, bro.
Yeah,
And
but
first, like
that's
Yeah.
when
he'll
he
pitter
started
pat him and
throwing a
then hit
lot of
him with
shit.
something hard. Boom.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So between that and then you get it, your
He said
dad
Chet
throwing a
Cooker got him
towel in.
disoriented.
You know what I'm saying? It's like that nigga was so
No, the
disoriented.
towel, bro. It ain't the towel. It's what the hell
But
Kenny
hey,
Porter said
I'm
after the
gonna get
fact,
messy
bro.
real quick.
Yeah,
I'm
it
gonna get
was.
messy. People
Oh
say
shit.
that Bud is a switch hitter, like they try to compare him to Floyd. But what
Go ahead.
Bud do is he gonna fight orthodox like the first 2 rounds, and then he gonna switch it up and then fight southpaw the rest of the fight. So it's not like he can go in and out of stuff, in and out, in and out. He just go
Hmm.
with what's working. You know what I
And
mean?
that's why I like Boots' style better than his because
Oh
Boots
hell.
goes in between both
I
while
thought we wasn't
fighting.
talking about no shoes and no boots and
Here
no
we go.
slippers, bro.
I just
But
I
Boots
just need
goes
to
in
see more
between
from
both
Boots.
while
I need to
fighting.
see.
Yeah.
Hey, if I
Thank
want
you,
if I
thank you,
want
thank you,
to if I
nephew.
want a boy to
Thank
get
you,
a bigger resume, I gotta say the same for Boots.
No,
thank
I
facts.
gotta,
you,
I
thank
just need to
you,
see more.
thank you,
That's all.
thank you.
But
And
Boots look
again,
good though.
and again,
Yeah, he do.
I
He
could
checked the
He's
appreciate
boxes.
that
supposed
and I
to.
respect that. But
He checked the boxes.
my opinion is I believe that Boost will stop Terrence Crawford. I just think he's too
Ooh,
big I think he's too. I think he's too big, in terms of physically
Porter was too big.
and too talented. Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you, Terrence Crawford, bro. If you, all right, let me ask you a question, nephew. You watched the fight, right? Porter and Crawford this weekend. You watched the fight?
Yeah.
Okay. Up to the knockout, were you really impressed with Terrence Crawford's performance before the knockout? Was there any point where you were looking, you was like, damn, this motherfucker cold before the knockout?
At no point he didn't do some shit that I didn't expect.
The-
You know.
So
So
all I'm saying
so
is
he
Terrence
didn't really
Crawford,
impress me. I expected that.
and that's what I'm saying. People
I
say, oh
said the
yeah, I'm
same thing
hating.
about Floyd and Pacquiao, bro. Like
People say
it
I'm
wasn't
hating. Yeah,
impressive.
but no, nah. See,
We
because
knew that was gonna happen.
Floyd is at the
We knew.
exact opposite of that. Floyd is like, Floyd don't have to knock you out, but you know that he's pound for pound
So
the
Bud
did,
didn't
best
was
have to
fighter
Spence
knock him
based
was
on
out.
the
Spence
shit you see him doing every round. You know,
Bud didn't have to knock
Was
him out.
Spence's victory over Porter impressive? Did that impress you?
Right.
Getting bashed in the face, get Rock'em Sock'em Robot?
no, I wasn't
Be
impressed
real
by
now,
it.
Kwame.
No,
No, be real.
I'm
Be
being
real.
honest. I already. How
Okay.
can I say I was impressed by that when after the fight was over, I posted all my bets with Spence's off. I was definitely not impressed. I was
Yeah, you did. You
disappointed.
did. You
I was
did. You
disappointed.
did. You
See, I
did.
could be honest. I
You
don't be
did.
like, oh no,
Yeah, you did.
I don't
Y'all
do
think
that.
You
this
did.
was this
You
was
did.
the same Porter that fought Bud that fought Spence? You thought that was the same Porter?
No, because he had to
I
fight
don't
different
think so.
against Bud.
I don't
He
think
had to fight
so.
different.
But I'm not gonna use that as an excuse
I
to
got you.
discredit Terrence Crawford's win, if that makes sense. I don't
Yeah.
believe
Yeah.
so, but motherfucker got in the ring and he fought,
Mm,
and he was in great
yeah.
shape at the weigh-in. Same way he
He
was in
gonna do
great
that.
shape. You know what I'm
Hey, bro,
saying?
Yeah. You know what really
where
pissed
was
me
y'all
off,
going with
man?
this
His
narrative,
Go
bro?
ahead, Art, my fault.
Where was y'all going with this narrative? Like, when is it a bad thing for a trainer to tell the fighter the truth, bro? Or not even a trainer, let's just say the promoter, to come over there and be like, bro, you down.
Oh,
Like,
it's never a
I
bad
don't
thing.
understand why we get. I'm trying to figure out like where are we going with boxing, bro? It feel like we taking all the old school shit that was like, you got to take the belt from the champ and just,
They putting a
now it's just
dress on
like
the
some
sport, bro.
bullshit now, bro. Yeah, it's like
They putting a dress on the
damn,
Yeah.
sport.
bro.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
how you gonna get upset with a trainer for telling the fighter you got to pick it up? You down
Right.
because that's what the trainer is thinking at the point in time of
And,
the fight.
and I'm glad you brought that up, Goon, because I'm gonna bring this up too. How you gonna get mad at a rival champion for showing up at a fight? That's what I'm saying. There's a different type of
I
fan
didn't.
now.
Yeah, I didn't get
No,
mad at
no, I
all,
know
bro.
because we stayed on and you was
Yeah.
like, you chalk it up for you was happy that he was there. You know what
Hell
I'm saying?
yeah,
Like
shit.
because
We getting somewhere
that's
now.
what count. And I get it that people, this thing has taken on a life of its own. Spencer Crawford. You got
Yep.
people. You got size of the street. You got people who pick whoever it is, and Bud people here, Spence people over here, and there's just going to be narratives, and that's just going to come with the game. But when you look
Right.
at the raw actions, it's like, how could you not be happy that Spence showed up to his fight? How could you not be happy that Bud showed up to his fight? They each showed up to each other's fights consecutively, which is a
Mm-hmm.
great sign in terms of us actually getting the fight. Now we
Yeah.
could, we could sit around and be like, "Oh, he ran out, he did," like, okay, that's great, that's comedy,
The
is great, it's
bullshit.
cool to go,
Yeah.
but
But you
if we
gotta
really
admit,
want to
bro,
see the
Duke's
fight,
son looked at mad hurt pulling up out of the fight, though.
oh,
You
he was.
gotta admit that
Listen,
shit.
he was. I think he was. I think honestly, honestly, I
Leave
think
my
he
man
was
alone,
more.
bro. Leave,
I think he
leave.
Drake,
was.
bro, that
Honestly, I
motherfucker
think
looked
he
out,
was. I
bro.
think he
He
was.
looked
I
hurt,
feel like
bro.
that's why I'm rocking this today. That's why I'm rocking this avatar today. You know what I'm saying?
Drake,
Yo,
Because
bro.
Sons had the
Man,
straight
that
gas
nigga looked
face.
mad hurt, bro. Bro, I laughed so hard, bro. But I understand why Earl left, bro, because you about to get asked the same question a million times, different ways or whatever. So like,
right,
Bro,
but
don't
then also
understand
champ
nothing.
side. Go,
I
go
don't
ahead.
understand.
All right. Also
I
I
champ
don't
don't
understand.
side.
understand it.
also Champside, who is a I think people find him to be a very credible boxing journalist or podcaster, stated that, and I had stated this too about ESPN when they even asked Bomac would he allow Earl to get in the ring. He said hell no. Listen, ESPN ESPN right was the fight before this. See, because this is how I look at things. I look at the raw data. The fight before this fight, Terrence Crawford fought Kell Brook. When ESPN televised and broadcasted that fight, they had Errol Spence all over that motherfucker, and he wasn't even in in attendance. They showed the highlights of him and Kell Brook fighting. They made a narrative like Terrence Crawford is the best fighter in the world, and certain fighters don't want to fight him. They showed a whole lot of Errol Spence. It was almost like a smear campaign. And then even after the fight, they asked Terrence
They asked
Crawford
Kell Brook. They asked
they
Kell
asked
Brook
Kell
too.
Brook about him. They asked
And what
Terrence
Carol
Yeah.
Crawford
Brooks say?
about him.
What Carol
Right?
Brooks say? I ain't never got hit like
He
He
that.
wouldn't give
said
an
he
F.
said he didn't answer it. But
He did. Yes, he did. He said he ain't never been hit like that before.
no, he said that's never happened to him before. But when they asked him who do you think is better, he didn't answer that. So what I'm saying is that they had so much emphasis on Errol Spence and Errol Spence ducking and Errol Spence this and that
Well,
at the Kell
PBC
Brook
don't even
at the Kell
acknowledge Bud though
hold
when they
on a
put the
second.
champions up.
Let me just finish that. So they did all that at the last fight, and I'm talking about ESPN. Now you go to tell me at Bud's very next fight, promoted by the very same network, they don't even put the camera on Errol Spence till the fight is over. Tell me, nephew, tell me what fight you've seen that the network doesn't in between rounds or before fights put the camera on all the champions, and especially if it's a rival champion of someone who's actually fighting. When have you ever seen a network not put the camera on that person in between rounds?
Never. They put it on
Never,
everybody. The
never.
girlfriends, the
When have you
mamas,
seen
the
a
dad,
network not put the
everybody.
other champion up on their nephew? When have you seen a network not put the rival champion up on their platform? So we
They
saying
did
this is
that.
they what?
Listen,
Like
they did that.
it
Listen,
doesn't
they
matter,
did that.
bro.
No, but that's not true because they did that like one time and y'all ran with it, and then the
It don't
last
matter
three or
though.
four,
It
the
don't
last
matter.
3 or 4
It don't
fights.
matter.
Listen, the last 3 or 4 fights, PBC put Bud up there as the champion.
I saw
PBC
Bud at
did
the.
that.
But what difference do that make if you
That's
know
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying?
It
If
don't make no
Spence gonna
difference,
jump
bro.
in that ring, he gonna jump in that ring.
He
You know what I'm
can't
saying?
jump in the
So
ring. If
No,
they
they wouldn't let
Wilder,
Deontay
that's not
Wilder do it
true.
either. Yeah,
They
they didn't
said
let
that
Wilder
when
do it either.
Wilder said he wanted to jump in the ring with Joshua, they told him he can't do it. They
Yeah.
listen.
okay, then
You have to
why
think.
didn't Spence give no interviews then? You
Well,
can't do that either.
he did give interviews. He just didn't give it to the network
He didn't.
because the network
Yeah, he did them
wasn't interested.
outside the
Listen, he gave
in the hallway.
interviews. He gave interviews to the boxing podcasters and the social media guys, but he didn't give one to ESPN because it's evident that ESPN and Bob Arum have moved past making an Errol Spence fight because they can't make it, and that's why at the begin. Listen, at the beginning of the fight, what they did was they sh- they gave you Josh Taylor. That's what they trying to line up for
Yeah,
on
they
that
did.
network.
Yes, news.
They's
That's a
lining
fact.
up Josh Taylor. It has because the spend ship they know is not happening on ESPN. It's not
My
gonna
whole
happen.
point.
Who lining
They've
up
My
given
whole
Josh
it
point.
up.
Taylor?
It shouldn't. It shouldn't happen on
No,
Who
ESPN.
lining up Josh Taylor?
That's what Aaron was trying to do. Like on that last Wednesday, he started throwing a whole Josh Taylor thing out there.
Mhm.
I'm like, what the hell is he doing, bro?
Right.
I'm like, oh, okay, I see what he's trying to do.
And that's all.
But
And that's
we all know that Bob don't count because he out of that. So no matter what Bob and
Yeah,
ESPN's narrative is,
bro.
that's
Bob
all out
looked
the window
mad
anyway.
hurt too, though, Drake. But Bob slumped in the
Oh
chair.
yeah,
he was
He was
slumped. His
mad
body
yeah,
hurt
language
too.
was bad. He
yeah,
had
Good
real
He
yeah.
point.
was
bad
hurt
I
body
too.
just,
language.
Good
I
point.
just want to know this: if Earl wanted that smoke, if I come to your backyard, I'm not gonna duck out. Now, I travel to your
At the
backyard to
last
get
minute.
that smoke.
At
I'm
the
gonna
last
blow my
minute.
horn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot in the air.
Did
You
Bud?
coming
Did Bud?
outside?
Stop it! Stop the cap! Did Bud do that in Dallas? Stop! Stop the cap,
I'm,
Draco.
I'm just,
He was just in
but
Dallas
it wasn't
for the
that.
Danny Garcia fight.
It
Did
wasn't
he
that.
blow smoke in the air and
It
shoot and make
wasn't
all
that.
that
But
noise? Stop the cap.
it, it wasn't that type of. It wasn't that type of party back then, though.
And it
See what
wasn't
I'm
that
Yo,
saying?
type of a
they
See,
party
calling,
Saturday either.
bro.
It wasn't that type
but
of
he
party
did make
Saturday
some
either.
noise.
Stop the
But
cap, nigga. He
hold
ain't
on,
shoot in Dallas, nigga.
hold on. He did make some noise because there was a couple skirmishes at that fight. If y'all don't recall, it was a
Was
couple.
it
Hey
It
what?
was
man,
a couple
hey,
threats.
hey, but y'all know motherfuckers take shit too far in Dallas though. So I give them, I
Right.
give,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I give
Them
Yeah.
fucking
Dallas is big
Charlos.
too.
motherfuckers.
Them fucking Charlos,
It was
man.
still a
Come
face-off though,
on.
nephew. You see, nephew. It was still a
Them
What's up?
face-off in Dallas
Charlos.
though. You
Right, it
remember?
was.
It was still a
Yeah.
face-off in
Steve said
Dallas.
they almost
So
got jumped
you
in
didn't see.
Texas. Steve just said they almost got jumped in
You didn't
Texas,
see.
bro.
Did TC run? TC didn't run, did he?
And that
He
go to
didn't
show
run.
you, and that go to show you how.
Nah,
Let me show you. That go
nah.
to show you how bootleg top rank is because Bud didn't even have credentials at that fight. You know what I'm saying? Now you
Who?
see at this fight, Earl was with Sam Watson and PBC and all that because see the
And
shit
they
you
all
talking see
ran
because
up
you
out that
talking that
motherfucker too.
gangster shit about he should have been busting off for doing in his backyard. Well, if that was the case, why this nigga didn't do what Boo Boo did to Canelo and just go into
Run up
he's
in that
Bud
motherfucker.
Crawford. Bud Crawford could get into the post
Mm.
conference, the post press conference. He could do the same shit Boo Boo did to Canelo. He ain't do it.
And Boo
So
Boo
we
ass
gotta
ain't get no
stop
But
the
this
fight
ain't
cap.
that.
vision.
You
Boo
listen.
Boo ass
You
ain't
say
get no fight
if
vision.
listen. You say if we talking about what really happened here. Earl drove all the way to this man's backyard. He didn't bust off a shot, bro. He ran. He didn't
What
bust
you
off a lick. He didn't say.
listen?
He didn't say. He didn't say fuck you, Crawford. He got up and
What was he supposed? Listen,
him
what was
and Sam
listen?
Watson.
There's nothing to say. What is there to say? See, because
Man, I'm
all,
here to fight, bro. I'm here to fight, bro.
but why
I'm
would
here.
why
I'm taking
listen?
all interviews because I want all the smoke. I'm here to fight, bro. I'm
Okay,
here to fight.
Hey, hey,
have you
he
ever
brought he
seen?
brought he brought Pacquiao on the ring. So I mean, bro, I got a point.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
brought
no, no,
He
no,
Pacquiao
no,
all
ain't
the way
no.
bring
to the
Bud in
ring.
the
Yeah,
ring. He ain't
but you
bring
know
Bud
what?
in
He
the
ain't
ring.
break.
Pacquiao.
Yeah, yeah,
No, no,
yeah.
no,
He
You
ain't
know.
yeah,
bring
but you
Bud
know
in the
what?
ring
You know
though.
what? Again, Pacquiao
He ain't bring
We
was
don't
Bud
want
in the
that
fighting.
ring.
smoke, bro.
Pacquiao was fighting for PBC. He just fought Adrian Broner. This is
That's
all
true.
family. This is all the same people. You got
Oh, y'all on that
again. What I'm
Mayweather
saying
shit?
is, this is what I
Y'all on
keep
that
trying to.
Mayweather
This is what I
shit?
keep trying to say. Right?
With Shane Mosley, Mayweather
They on
family.
that
I,
Mayweather shit. They on that
and
Mayweather
see,
shit.
I donkey days you with that. Are you actually gonna bring that up so I could ether that? Because that's
Yeah.
very
When
simple.
Shane Mosley got in that ring, was he PBC?
He wasn't.
Well, who got in the
Floyd
ring?
didn't
You
fight
talking
for
about who got in the ring?
PBC. Floyd
Who?
wasn't.
When
Listen,
Sugar Shane Mosley got in the ring with Mayweather, was he
Listen, when
PBC?
Sugar Shane Mosley got in the ring with Mayweather, Mayweather Promotions. I mean, Mayweather wasn't never. First of all, Mayweather would never fought on PBC Network. All right,
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
but come
Mayweather
fought
on,
on
let's.
was
PBC.
fighting. Oh no! Let me finish. Mayweather at that time was fighting for Golden Boy. Golden
No, he was
Boy at
not fighting for Golden
no,
Boy.
but
They was
Golden
just
Boy
promoting
promoted all the fights
his
with Richard
fights.
Schaefer. Right.
Right, but no,
Mhm.
he was not working for no Golden
I'm
Boy,
not
bro.
listen
You
what
about
listen
to?
what I'm
That's
saying.
wrong.
Listen to what I'm
Hey,
saying.
hey,
The
I
the
don't
the,
care who Shane
the co-
Mosley was fighting for. I know it wasn't PBC.
yeah, but listen,
It wasn't no PBC then,
the
though.
okay, can I ask you a question? Was PBC in the
Yes.
ring during Floyd's fight or was Golden Boy in the ring for Floyd's fights? Golden
Golden
Boy
What
was
you
Boy.
mean?
Richard Schaefer
Golden
and
boy.
Golden Boy, bro. And guess who's the owner of Golden Boy? Bernard Hopkins and Shane Mosley. So how can they not go into the fight? They are the press. They that is their event. That is actually their event. It is Golden Boy's
Bro,
event.
y'all take the diapers off these grown men,
Oh no,
bro.
no.
He
When you get
came
hit with
all
a
the
Uh-oh,
fat,
way
take
talk that
down
shit,
there,
see,
bro.
Trico.
see. Okay, you know
Talk
what?
that
I'm
shit,
not.
Yeah,
Trico.
See,
y'all
you know
listen.
Talk
what?
that shit,
The man
Trico.
came
You know
from
what?
Texas, bro.
You know what?
Listen, the man
I
came
got
from
you, Draco.
Texas all the way to Nevada. He could have stayed home for that shit in order to fight, bro.
I got
You
you,
know what I'm
Draco.
saying? Real talk.
I
What
love
did
my
he come
brother.
for? What did he come for? What did Spence come for? He didn't give no interviews. He left before the fight. What the fuck did you come for, Earl? What? What? Why?
Bro, did you see his face though, bro? That shit was fuck. I
Yeah,
died,
we gotta call it like it is. We gotta call it like it is. Now, Earl, if Earl fight next, whoever Earl fight
That's
next,
funny,
TC pop up.
bro.
TC got to do the same thing. He got to call him out. You see what I'm saying? We just got to keep it down the middle. But as of this last recent, Earl didn't do nothing, man. Like he's supposed to be there. He's supposed to bust off shots. Nephew, do you agree with me or not?
Say that again. I was messing with my daughter.
Earl right there. See, he they era. Nephew is they era right there. How old are you, nephew?
I'm 30.
Yeah, that's
See,
So me,
that's
we,
their era
yeah,
right there.
yeah. Hmm.
Okay, so now if you pull up, if somebody tell you to pull up, right? You pull
Hmm.
up, what you gonna do? You gonna just leave quietly? You gonna bust off
Nah.
some shots, ain't
no one told him to pull
Yeah.
up. He just went. What are you talking about, Draco? See,
However, listen,
when
if
you
you
start
got
doing
beef,
He ain't
this,
talking
okay, okay,
about
when you
listen,
he ain't
start
talking
doing
about he
cut
this,
it,
was
cut it,
always
Draco,
pointing
cut
the
it,
when you
cut it,
start
trigger.
doing
cut
this,
it,
this
cut
is
it,
what I got to do.
cut
When
it,
you start
cut
doing
it.
this, Draco,
Nephew,
I have to
nephew,
expose you for who you are.
nephew,
Oh, this nigga
nephew,
voting
When
for
you
no
start
stuff.
doing this,
nephew,
Draco, I
nephew.
have to
Is
expose
that
you for
Batman?
who
Nephew,
you
if
are.
some,
Is that
now
Batman,
he's of
man?
that time, he's of that era. Now this is a
Draco,
person that's
this
from that
Draco.
era. He's from that era. Nephew, if you pull
Yeah.
up on somebody, if you say I'm pulling up, what you gonna do?
I gotta see him. I gotta see him.
Oh, okay then. All right.
I
If
gotta see
you
him
drove
for
across the
sure.
land, you just gonna pull up and then leave. You gonna pull up and let off some shots at least, ain't you?
Nah, nah. Cause I mean, if I'm Bud, I'm thinking I'm already ahead of him right now. I'm in his head right now. Dude won't even come holler at me.
There you go. That's my point
Yeah.
right there, bro. That's my point right there. It's not a business.
Hey,
They not thinking business,
look.
bro, because they
I
fighters.
listen.
They thinking psychologically. I'm in this dude head. They not
Psychological
thinking about how
warfare.
many pay-per-view numbers I did. They're not thinking
Yeah,
about, oh, he's not on. They only showed him 3 times during a commercial. They're
yeah.
not thinking
Bud,
that.
Bud,
They thinking of some.
Bud don't care about that. He just want to make his little $2 million
He want to
dollars a
fight,
fight,
bro.
Where,
He
pay
just
his
want to
house
fight.
off, go fishing, shit like that, and stay in that ring. And that's all he want to
listen.
do. So he ain't
Where,
with all that shit like Earl is.
And it's breaking up. I don't know what's going on. I
You
can't hear
breaking up,
right.
you.
bro?
So right.
He breaking up.
The person who,
Yeah.
yeah, something going on with my internet. I don't know what's going on. Hold on a second. Stable. I don't know
Keon
what the
said that
deal is.
earlier. His shit was fucked up earlier.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm on my regular computer, like connected directly. So I'm not sure why it's even. Am I still breaking up?
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
Nah, you
Sound a
good
little
now.
better
Am I
now.
breaking up?
It's spotty. It's
Okay,
spotty.
all
Go
right.
ahead.
Yeah,
You good? You
it
good?
just look it still look a little crazy. Let me get Drico back up here real quick. Hold on.
Facebook
We
Mark
gonna get
says
Drico back up here on the
Crawford did
screen.
pull up on Earl. Facebook Mark said Crawford did pull up on Earl before the Mikey fight and checked him about fighting.
Yeah. He did
That's
pull
a
up on him.
lie.
They know that.
That's a li- that's a lie. You can stop the cap. They got stop believing this
They didn't have a
BS
discussion. Hold
Mikey
up.
fight.
They
That's
didn't
a
have a
lie.
discussion. Yes or no?
That
Did they have a discussion? Yes or no?
I seen
With
one
what you mean
Mikey.
he
discussion going
pulled up on
around,
A
but
him?
I don't know
simple
when it
yes or
was.
no will suffice.
Because
A simple yes or no will
stop sharing this
suffice.
screen. Hold on a second. Hold
A
on. I'm gonna stop
simple
sharing this screen real quick. See if I could get a better.
You
Okay,
clear now?
clear. Okay, so
a simple yes or no will
this is
suffice.
see because I'm really good at this stuff that y'all do, right?
No, a simple yes or no will
So I
suffice,
already
bro.
answered you. I said no.
No.
So here's the
Oh.
thing, right? Drico
So they
has
didn't
just
have a
said
discussion.
Drico just said that Earl came up to the fight and he didn't pull up, right? So he just went to the fight, but he didn't pull up. But when he no, you said he went to the fight. How you gonna pull up and not do nothing is what you just said, right? But now you're gonna say
Yeah, you
that
don't get no
But
interviews
now
or
you're gonna.
nothing.
But listen. But now you're gonna say that Bud pulled up on Earl before the Mikey fight when
No,
Earl.
no,
Hold
no.
on, hold on.
Facebook Mark said it.
When Earl drove from Texas to Oklahoma to a top rank event where where ESPN and Bud and Maurice Hooker was fighting that night. It was an ESPN event, but when Earl drove there, then Bud pulled up on him. I'm it can't be it one way here and then one way on the other side. So he can't be pulling up when he goes to the fight with Porter, when he go there, but then when he goes to the fight with Hooker, then Bud pulled up on him. Like we got that's what I'm saying. You got to call it down the middle, bro, because that's not because it can't be.
I didn't say that.
What you
Facebook
say?
Monk said that.
Oh, okay. Because
Facebook
that's
Monk said that.
because that's not because you can't say that's not accurate, bro. If a guy pulls up, then he's pulling up. If I go to someone else to listen, if I have no business in Michigan, Trico, and I know that you
Watch
got
him
an
put this
event going.
diaper. Watch him put this diaper on
Mhm.
Spence right quick,
Right
y'all.
here we go. So like I said, if
Oh
if if if
shit!
if I say I'm going to drive to if Drico got something going on out there in Michigan, excuse me, in Brooklyn, Nebraska, right? And I have to
Oh
go
shit!
and I drive out there, right? And Drico's throwing in an event for his homeboy, and me and Drico is talking, getting into it. You gonna say Drico pulled up on me, even though I went to an event where he was at in another state and I drove there. So, but Drico pulled up on me when I got there, because that's the equivalent of what you saying Bud did to Spence when Spence went to that Hooker thing and they had that big old conversation and easy route, that whole shit behind the scenes. Because Spence pulled up to
It
that event.
depends though. It depends though. If somebody talking, I remember a person was talking real reckless on the internet about me, and I caught him in New York. I caught him in Brooklyn. Well, I caught him in Manhattan actually, and they was talking real reckless, and I pulled up on them, even though they was in my. You know what I mean?
Oh, can't hear you, Drake.
Right, but they was going there for something else. They didn't know that you was gonna be there. They was just going there for something else. They didn't know you was gonna be there. I don't know what's going on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You just dark.
Okay.
I'm still
Uh,
Yeah, I'm
good.
looking
Y'all
at
can
it.
hear
It's
yeah,
me?
just
you
going in
you
circles.
great. Drico just left. He probably I don't know if he here we go. He coming back now.
Why y'all think Spence left though? Y'all think if Kenny don't throw in the towel and the fight go the distance, y'all think he still leave or what? How you think it play out?
It wasn't go distance. Porter was getting ready to get stopped regardless.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
definitely.
I'm just hypothetical. I
Yeah,
mean,
definitely.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I
think
get it.
I think
I get
Spence
it.
was
Like Spence,
mad
like,
at
bro, that was a bullshit stoppage. Yeah, yeah,
right.
like, come
yeah,
He
on.
mad at
I
Kenny.
But
mean, I don't think he
this
ducking
is the
smoke. I
thing,
think
though.
he was like, man, this motherfucker threw the towel, and I'm done with this shit. I think
Yeah,
it was
but the
more
thing
so
is,
that.
though, dog, you can look at it like this, though. Spence, you can't be mad at that because you had that same opportunity to stop that dude like that. You feel what I'm saying? So they both had
Yeah,
the
but
same
he's
opportunity
pissed
to
at
do it.
Kenny. You know what I'm saying? But he's pissed at
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kenny
but
because
you
you said the
pissed at the
first thing.
wrong person. But you're pissed at the wrong person because you, in
Yeah,
fact, got in that ring and fought that guy. So you could have did more
no, he could
damage
have
to him
done
than
that,
that. You
but
didn't.
he's not. I mean,
He
is he
didn't.
supposed to? So what you telling me is that he's at a live fight and he sees that go on, in his mind he's gonna be thinking, man,
Yeah,
well, I
we
could
all
have done
felt the
that, so
dude could have
maybe I
went
shouldn't
on, but you even
react
just
to it.
said that he was about to get stopped, though. Like
Yeah, he was.
we all felt that he could have went
He
on, but we
he,
know
he
that
yeah,
yeah,
but
it
I
didn't.
kind
he
of
was gonna
felt
go.
like I kind of felt like Kenny did prematurely stop it in a way, and here's why I say that too, because it shows me that they was frauding, and a lot of things that they say, I'm talking about Team Porter at times, to me come off as frauding, because how the f you going to show up at the fight with uh us like the
War.
motto on your robe is war, and you're talking about Marvin Hagler and his mindset. He went in
Bingo.
with war, and then you get into a war, and then you get knocked down, and
And
you
then you
throw
don't
in the
want to be in the
towel
war
in.
no more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
and the thing was, it wasn't like, I'm not
But
saying
look how
Sean
many
wasn't
wars
gonna
he
get
been in, though.
right,
But
but
look how
I'm
many
not
wars
saying
he been
Sean
in.
wasn't. I'm not saying that Sean wasn't gonna get stopped, but when Sean went back down, he banged on the ground twice, like he was coherent, like he knew what was going on. He was
Did
actually
Sean argue?
angry.
Ask yourself this: did Sean argue
He don't ever
the
argue with his
stoppage?
dad, but he
And
don't ever argue with
Sean's
his
scared
Okay,
of
dad.
his dad.
he didn't
And
even
Sean don't ever
I
show
think
any
so
Sean's
aggressiveness.
too,
scared of
bro.
his
Like
dad.
his
Sean don't
daddy
ever
probably
show
should
any
have beaten his
aggressiveness
ass
towards
on the
his father.
low. Yeah, like bro, like, and then all of a sudden now you retire. Like your daddy told you in the back,
They been was
This shit
planning
over,
that.
bro.
They fought Bud
Yeah,
because he
for
was.
sure.
They fought, but listen, the reason why they fought Bud is
Money grab
because Bud,
Because they
right? Bud
had to.
presented the biggest
They had to.
payday for them on the
money
way
grab.
out. But I have to
Anytime a
commend.
fighter starts talking about retirement, he already retired, bro.
Yeah,
That's
and
it.
but
Yep.
I have to commend him because a lot of fighters wouldn't take that challenge even on their way out because people on their way out want the easiest
Wanted the
payday and
easiest
take the
way,
less punish. And I'm
the
not
easy
knocking
route,
Shit, I would,
Floyd, but
I would,
like
I would,
Floyd
I would,
hurt
I
him.
the
would take
easy
it.
route.
I would take it if I know my pops gonna throw the towel in the moment I get in distress, and I ain't really got to deal with it that long. I get
Right.
that money.
Yeah. No, you're right. I agree. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you guys. I agree with
So
you
why did he throw
100%.
it in when he? Why did he throw it in when Earl knocked him down? I know it was
Well,
at
he
the end of
wasn't.
the round,
He
but
was
you know,
That's
because he was. Well, first of all, he wasn't as hurt. He didn't even go
that
down
ain't
with
that ain't what he
Earl.
said though.
His eyes
He,
went in the back of his head, but he wasn't on his back or nothing. He
that's
wasn't
because he didn't
physically
see
on the
the shot.
ground.
That's because he didn't see that.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm saying. That's why again, nephew, I'm not like impressed with the performance because Sean was doing pretty damn good to me. I had him up 5-4 going into the
yeah,
10th, but Bud was winning all the last. He had the momentum. He was starting to win
oh
them
yeah,
later rounds, and if Sean would have just kept behind what he was doing before, jabbing, using the angles, that wouldn't happen. But he put his head down and started swinging,
keep coming forward. I mean, you just can't
and
do that.
Bud timed the shit out of it and cracked his
Yeah,
jaw. You know,
yeah, yeah.
so
You right.
and look, he could punch. He's impressive. He's strong. Crawford, kudos. I give him all the credit in the world for what he did and being the first person to stop Sean Porter. But all I'm
Yeah,
telling you is that Errol Spence don't fight like that.
no,
He's not going to
no.
be lunging in with
Mm-mm.
his head in his face doing that.
He gonna he
And
gonna
from
stay
what I
behind that
saw
jab.
from Crawford, he didn't show me anything where if Porter would have stuck to what he was doing before he decided to get wild and start swinging from a distance like that, I didn't see nothing showing that Porter was about to get stopped. Nothing.
You can say the same thing about Earl, bro. Earl don't move his head. Earl is
No,
stationary.
It's
Earl
not.
got
Yeah,
cement
but
blocks.
Porter does move his head, and he's not as stationary. So you
No, I'm
can't
talking about
compare it.
Earl. I'm talking
I
about
hear
Earl.
you, but that's what I'm saying. Because you just said you could say the same thing about Earl. You can't because
No, no, no,
Porter.
no, no. I'm talking about Earl. Fuck Porter. Earl don't move his head. Earl
But
come
you
in
said, but
on
I'm
a straight
lost because
line.
right. But I'm lost because you said
No,
I
don't
can
be
say
lost. I'm gonna bring you back to land.
no.
I'm
You
talking
said,
about
but
Earl
you're
right now.
yeah. But the words you said is I can say the
I
same
might
thing
have
about
misspoke.
Earl.
I might have
Okay,
misspoke.
yeah,
We talking about Earl right now. I'm
right.
talking about Earl.
So Earl.
Earl don't move his head. We
Mhm.
know Porter move everything.
Who
He
have better?
perpetual.
Let me ask you a question. Who's a better offensive fighter, Earl or Porter?
Earl,
I,
hands down.
I would say Earl.
Okay.
oh,
No
All right.
question.
Who
He's more
who's who's
effective.
who's 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 more effective fighting on the inside, Earl or Porter?
Earl,
Earl.
Who's a more accurate puncher?
Earl.
Earl.
Earl, right? So we can't take nothing
Why we talking
from
about Porter though?
listen,
Who's the most?
I'm just saying we can't take nothing from the Porter fight and compare it to Earl Spence.
Right.
Whoa,
We
whoa.
can't
Yes,
Right.
take
we
nothing
can
from the
take
Bud
something like
and
that
Right.
Porter fight and
because they
compare it to
both
Errol
fought the
Spence. You
same
can't do
motherfucker,
that.
bro.
Yeah,
Right.
but they both fought the
They
same
both fought the
motherfucker
same
different
person
ways.
Right. Right.
The CompuBox
because
shows.
of yeah. And whose
Let me see.
fault is that they
Okay.
fought him a different way? Earl could have made that fight so much easier, Kwame. I
Yeah.
keep telling you
He
that.
could. See,
He could have made that fight
Earl
Bro.
so
not
much
disciplined
easier,
enough,
bro.
Earl.
man.
Earl couldn't make it easier, bro. Earl only
You're right.
knows
He
two
I
could
ways.
have.
I agree
He
with you.
could.
The
He could have
style
boxed
that he
him.
could have fought him would have been way easier than that shit right there, that brawling shit.
How?
Yeah, he
Box?
could have
Earl
boxed him.
can't box, bro. Earl can't box.
So what do he do to Mikey since he can't box?
See, here y'all go with that one
What
round,
did
He
he
like
do to
outboxed him.
25
Mikey?
times.
No,
He
you said he
outboxed
can't
him.
box, so you can't
He
say
outboxed
something
him.
and not stand on it, right?
I
Mikey
mean,
Because
shit,
said,
he
man,
boxed Daddy.
okay, so let me ask you a question.
he did what?
Can Mikey Garcia box, Drico? Can Mikey
Who
box?
Mikey got? Yeah, Mikey Garcia can
Can
box
Mikey
and he
got
can
so
slug.
That's
so
all he can
okay.
I,
do.
Did
That's all
yeah,
he
you
can
said
he's a
do.
Earl?
slugger
So
though.
so you just see. It's too easy for me going with him to catch him
You
capping
asked me to
because
mark
he.
Mikey Garcia box.
This is
Yeah,
what
Mikey Garcia can box.
he's felt.
Did
He's
Earl
felt.
steamroll his ass?
Listen,
Yeah, Earl steamrolled him.
he fell into the same.
He
Listen,
steamrolled him.
he's fallen into the same thing that Team Crawford do. They say
What
one
did what
thing.
do Mikey
They
can
say
box
one
got to
thing.
do with
They
Earl
say
can
one
box?
thing 5 minutes ago, and then they say the exact opposite thing 2 seconds later. Now
Bro, my
you just said.
tombstone will read Earl Spence can't box.
Listen, so but this is what
Oh
you said,
shit!
right?
Oh,
This is, but he
Damn.
that's
wants, but
wild.
but
You
guess
put
what?
that shit
But
on
guess
your
what?
tombstone?
But you know what?
God
But guess what?
damn.
Earl went to the Olympics as a boxer, Mike, and Bud didn't. So apparently he know how to box. You don't go to the Olympics if you can't box.
Bro, it's 27 fights
Bud
in.
won more
When
titles than
it,
Yeah,
Spence.
but
Bud
what
won
I'm
more
saying
titles
is
than
that
it's
you
Spence.
can't say that
it's
someone can't
20
box if they
it's
go to the
20
It
Olympics.
don't
listen,
mean nothing. It don't mean nothing.
I'm not
Earl is
saying it means
20
he's a better fighter. I'm just saying people don't go to the Olympics and represent the
Earl
country if they can't box.
no, yeah you can.
Yeah.
Oh, who?
Well, David Reed won a gold medal, and we seen what happened to his career.
Yeah, but that's his career. That doesn't mean he
George
can't box.
Foreman.
Oh
George
shit!
Foreman, bro. George Foreman. I mean, is George Foreman a boxer, bro? Was he twinkle toeing and doing the Ali
Nah,
shuffle?
he was killing
Okay
motherfuckers in
then.
there, bro.
Come on, man. We gotta keep it 100 here, bro. Earl ain't no boxer. Earl is
Nephew, he
good
was
at what
killing
he
motherfuckers in
does.
there, bro.
Okay.
Earl is good at what he does. Punch
Earl,
placement,
So
cutting
let
off the ring.
Earl Grady
He's
with
good at
the
what he
punch placement
does.
and cutting the ring off. I
let
love it.
so
I
so
love it.
so let so let
Yes.
so let's share
Earl
this,
is
right?
Earl is not an exciting boxer, but he's a boxer. He is a boxer.
Let
No, that's why
right.
I'm like
So
tripping on
let's
my
share
man
this.
saying he wasn't impressed. Earl ain't impressive like that in
This is the
fights.
so let's share this. This is the punch stats, right? This is the punch stats from the fight. In round one, Terrence Crawford landed 20% of his punches, 3 out of 15 punches in round one. And I'm gonna just do simple math, right? In round two, he landed 11 out of 36. So from what I know, 3 plus 11 is 14. That's what I know. All throughout round three, he landed 6 punches. He landed 20 punches in
Bro,
three
are you
rounds.
really
Now let
comparing
now so no
are
because
you
you
really
what you're
comparing two active punching maulers to a really strategic boxing match as in
hold on.
TC? They went in there and just start windmilling each other, brother. We can't even compare the two punch stats.
Yes you can because
Yeah, that
you
that
keep
yeah
bring
no, because
because
that
you keep
windmill and
bringing no
shit
no no.
is
Yeah,
motherfuckers just throwing
you see what
punches
I
into
go
each
through
other.
here, nephew? Now he's
That's
telling
not
me I can't
accurate.
bring up the punch
That wouldn't
stats,
be
but he keep
accurate, bro.
asking, but he's asking me. But
That's
listen, but
that's
then
not
he's
accurate
asking
because they
me
two
what
different
happened in the
fighters.
fight when Earl. He says to
No.
me, "What happens in the fight when Earl fought Porter?" Then when I go to the actual fight and bring up the punch stats from the fight, then he tell me I can't bring up the punch
Yeah.
No,
stats.
because they're two different fighters. TC
Earl
wasn't
So
standing
so
there
you can so then
doing rock'em
so it's
sock'em.
just like I said, Rico. You can't compare what Bud did to Porter to Spence. You can like that's what I keep saying.
What?
You can't
But
I
compare.
you
didn't I didn't
listen, I
compare
told
them.
y'all before the fact
Uh,
though. But look, I told y'all before the fact that was going to be the narrative. Like whatever side was going to compare that shit. Whether Bud
Right.
didn't look good
I didn't.
and
Yeah,
Smith,
I didn't. I didn't
we
compare them
all knew
though.
that, bro.
Only
We
only
all knew
thing
that.
I said was
But people gonna do
Bud is
that
gonna
though,
knock Porter ass out.
Drake. But you know people
Yeah,
gonna do that no matter what.
yeah,
Whatever
yeah,
side they gonna do
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I
We
mean,
can't we can't compare them numbers though, fine man.
Earl, my guy, and I tried to be neutral, and I was neutral. I gave Crawford knocked him down. Ain't never been done before. But when he get to talking that retirement shit, I'm like, damn, you know, I really don't know which quarter I got.
Yeah,
But I'm a
yeah.
out of respect, cause
I
Crawford
was shocked when he said
did
retirement too.
finish the job.
Me
You know,
too.
I
Right.
mean, I give him that respect. You know, but it's still kind of hard to gauge. You know, granted, I'm still on the side of, you know, this ain't the same Earl that you know
Right.
of old, and
Let,
I think Bud is too much
let's
for
take
him right now.
let's take a look at this through the first. I'll put it to you like this. We could just see here, just in the third round alone, he landed the same amount of punches on Porter that Crawford landed in total through the whole
I mean, what
first
are we
three
doing
rounds.
here? All we can say
So,
is
but
I can say
so what I'm
Crawford was
saying
more
is
efficient
so
because
what
he
I'm
knocked him out
yeah,
with less
I'm
punches.
what I'm saying is you can't because you said that well what happened with Earl and Porter and what I said to you before that and I keep saying to you again is that you can't compare the fight that we saw Saturday to Earl Spence at all.
What? Okay, since you put
He's a
it up
different type
there,
of fighter.
I'm gonna go with
Uh-huh.
your narrative. Since you put it
Okay.
up there, I'm gonna say TC is more efficient than Earl. It took him less punches and it took him less rounds to get him up out of there. So we can
Okay.
use that. I use your
That's
thing. Earl threw
I
a
can't
million
argue it.
punches, right? At the
I
end
can't
of the
argue it.
12th round, Porter was still standing.
Hey,
TC
listen,
threw a hundred million less than Earl, but at the end of that 10th round, he was knocked out. So TC is
he's
actually more efficient.
yeah,
I
listen.
take your narrative.
Listen, he I can't argue that because that's a fact. See, that's the difference between what you and I do. When you say something that makes sense, I'm going to agree with it and I'm going to admit to it
I
and I'm
agree
not going to
with you.
change and I'm not going to change it because you say, "Oh, so now we doing this." So now you made it. That's why I call him who he is, a method man for power. Like he's great at taking an argument, defending his thing, and switching the narrative and having you try to argue on his new narrative. Listen, Drico, you got that.
No,
He's
I
right
just
on
took
you.
your
Right,
I just took your
you right on
I
that.
took your narrative
No, you
and
didn't. You
ran
didn't
with
take
it.
my no because you never answered anything that I
I
said about
did.
these. No, you didn't.
You
You
said
never.
Earl
No, no, no,
threw
no.
a
You know.
million more punches just in the third round than
Uh huh.
TC landed the whole fight, and I said
But
it didn't
but
take
my
TC
narrative
that.
had
He's
nothing
more
to
efficient
do. Right,
for
but my
efficient than
narrative
Spence.
have nothing. Listen, but my narrative have nothing to do with who stopped who. My narrative. What I'm
You have
showing you.
to if you compare them.
No, I don't. What we initially because remember the things I say and I know how to stay on topic. What I was saying to you in terms of this was that you can't compare Errol Spence and Sean Porter's fight and Sean Porter and Crawford's fight to say what's going to happen between Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. They fought Porter two different ways.
I
They are
agree
two
with you.
different.
I agree
They're
with
two
Goon
that.
was the
different fight.
one.
They're two different
Goon was the one
fighters.
that disagreed. I agree with you, but since you
Okay.
put it up, then now I have to say, okay, TC is more efficient. Then
I,
Spence threw 100,000 punches.
what I'll say is that TC is a sharper puncher. He's a cleaner, more accurate, and more sharper puncher, which makes him dangerous, right? Because he knows how to punch. He has power. He can put you down with, either hand with one punch. He could put
Right,
you down. And
right.
now on the flip side to that, which I have to blame Errol Spence. It's not an excuse I'm making or anything, but also the difference is that when TC gets in the ring, he gets in the ring from a fighter's perspective, 100%, 120% physically,
Absolutely.
120% mentally, and
Absolutely.
120% spiritually as a fighter. He prepares. He's in shape.
Yeah.
These numbers you see from Errol Spence with all these punches landed, we talking about partying, fat camp, unfocused
Yeah.
guy who got in the
His
ring
walk
and
his walk around
banged
weight
it
was
out with this
170.
guy. Right.
His
A
walk
guy
around weight was 170.
he was bigger than that. And then on top of that, you got this guy who uh went and stopped using his strength and conditioning coach who he had 11 straight knockouts with, started partying, and then after the Mikey Garcia fight has the nerve to do an interview and say, I ain't do no strength and conditioning for this fight. When I was supposed to be doing my pushes and stuff, I was playing the game. I I can't blame Terrence Crawford for the shit Errol Spence wasn't doing correctly. But
That's what I
what
always say, Kwame.
right.
I always say the same thing. You can't blame him.
But here's where I can be honest though is not making no excuse. This Errol Spence that you see here in this fight ain't the same Errol Spence that fought Kell Brook. It ain't the same Errol Spence that fought Bundu, Algieri, Peterson, or
And
Ocampo.
can I
This
can I
Simply
say
saying that
one
to say
thing?
what?
I'm just saying with Bud, you always, because of the type of fighter that he is and the type of person that he is in and outside the ring, you always going to get the best version of him. With that's
Well,
why
we
that's
yeah.
and you have to understand, this is the exact reason why I chose Terrence Crawford to knock out Sean Porter. I didn't switch my story coming up to the end. From the time that this fight was announced, I said that Terrence Crawford would knock Sean Porter out, and when you couldn't even see it, Goon, because I know that Terrence Crawford gets into the ring 120% physically, spiritually, and mentally. He gets into the ring, and he's a level above. He's a fighter who is a level, or maybe a level and a half or two levels above a Sean Porter. But you could be now if Bud drank and partied and shit like that, and then hopped in the ring with Terrence with Sean Porter, then I I wouldn't expect him to stop no Sean Porter, because he barely stopped him this time. He barely did it this time. But because he is the great fighter that he is, and he takes care of himself, and he's 100% boxer, and he's an elite boxer, that's why I knew he would knock Sean Porter out.
I
But
got a question for you.
go ahead.
You think Earl gonna get them type of numbers off on Terrence Crawford without getting some counters and some
Oh,
shit back?
absolutely not. Terrence Crawford's too great not to get anything. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? He's too great. No, I mean, I'm not dumb. I mean, come on, Draco. But
No,
what I
I'm just
what
saying.
but
I
what I
was trying
will
to
tell
figure out why
you,
you
But
put them numbers up there.
but
I
what
mean, I don't know.
because what I will tell you is that Errol Spence will be landing very close or the same amount of punches that he was landing on Porter, that you see, because this is the type of fighter he is. This is, if you let me
TC
tell
not
you
gonna stand there like Porter did, bro.
let me tell you something. If it is some weird dimension that you think Terrence Crawford footwork and defense is better than Floyd Mayweather's, you're out of your mind. Okay?
I'm not saying that. I'm just
Okay.
saying I know
So
Terrence ain't gonna stand there like Sean Porter and let him just bang and rock him, sock him.
I'm pretty sure when Spence was beating Floyd ass, Floyd didn't stand there either. People think what
I think Floyd did.
okay, listen, listen.
I do too.
People think
Mhm.
that Errol Spence is so basic, but I keep trying to tell you guys, man, I watch film. This is dude footwork offensively is supreme. It looks like that he's just fighting people, but he
What
makes
footwork?
people stand in front of him. He
What
makes
footwork are
them.
you talking about with Spence? He cuts off the ring, bro. He good at
But
cutting off the ring.
but that's not the only thing he does. You think so? So are you telling me that when he's pumping his jab and throwing feints, that's all he's doing is just cutting the ring off? He has
Yeah,
great offensive
he
footwork.
he had he punch placement. He's mechanically, we know that he's technically and mechanically sound. So
Okay,
he's never
right.
gonna be out of position. But when you're talking about footwork, bro, like that's a whole different
Yeah, but you
you
gotta, but
He
you
he,
gotta
he
know,
like Tim Duncan in the boxing.
Thank you.
he
I
what?
was just getting ready to go there.
He like the
Say it
Tim
again,
Duncan in the
nephew.
boxing. He like the Tim
And
Duncan
it's
in the
Yeah.
under
boxing.
I
and it's
said that before.
underappreciated, and it's underappreciated because
I
Terrence
said the
Crawford is
same
more,
thing before.
and it's
Yeah.
underappreciated because you know what? Because Terrence Crawford is more like Shaq. You know what I'm saying? He dunk is more
Dominant.
exciting and all that.
Yeah.
But guess what happens? But guess what happens when Tim Duncan and Shaq used to match up all the time? Who got more rings? When they used to match up all the time, it may look boring, but when you look at the stat sheet, motherfucker,
That's
Tim
false.
Duncan had
That's
35 and
false. That's
25.
false.
What
That's
the
false.
judges gonna say
That's
though? What
false.
the judges gonna
I, I
say?
call I call I call cap on that.
Okay,
I call cap
okay,
on that.
make your case.
Because at the time, Shaq had more rings than Tim Duncan's, sir. He
They
had
both
more.
had the
And
same.
then when Shaq left and went to Miami, and Tim won two more.
Well, I'm saying Shaq, when Shaq was in
Hmm.
LA,
You said
Shaq
when they
had
matched up face to
he had
face.
four
Yeah.
he had four rings, right? He had four rings. Well, no, when Shaq was in LA, he had
Shaq
three
had
rings.
five rings.
No, he had three.
Shaq
No,
got
Shaq
five
got
rings total.
He
no,
got
Shaq got
no
four
Kobe.
rings.
Kobe got
Oh,
five.
is that
Kobe
Kobe?
got
No,
Kobe.
five.
Kobe
Kobe
had
got
five.
four.
Shaq had four.
Shaq
He
got
had
four.
he had three. Tim Duncan,
3 in LA,
I
one in
believe,
Miami.
before he left, also had three. They both had three. Because Tim Duncan got a ring real early, and then
We gonna have to fact
you
check.
have to,
We gonna
yeah,
have to fact
yeah,
check that.
yeah. And when you would take a
But
look at when you would take a look at the stats, when you took a look at the stats, you look up and see Tim Duncan. His shit look basic. It looked
I'd
corny.
always remember LA
The muff,
beating them though.
yeah, yeah.
Somebody
But
else
that's
beat
when they,
them,
but
but
that's
then
when they
LA
got
was
Phil.
winning.
Yeah, but that's when they finally got Phil Jackson. It was a
I
long
mean,
time
when
before
LA
they got
lost,
Phil
that's how they was
Jackson.
winning.
They went. That was a long time. That's when they got Phil Jackson. But
but you can't compare the two like that though, because shit, Tim Duncan had an all-star cast around him, baby.
so
You
who
know
the
what I
fuck
Hell
mean?
Shaq
yeah,
had?
and they
We
Who the
all
talk
going
about
Shaq
in the
some
Hall of
had?
one on.
Fame.
We talk about
Hey,
some
hey,
one on
They
one.
all going in the Hall of
somebody,
Fame, bro.
somebody,
All of
Yeah.
them.
somebody from Facebook asked a good question.
What's that?
Who Earl fought that had good footwork?
Uh,
Facebook jail mark.
I would say
Algieri, Algieri,
a lot of people. Mikey had good footwork. Bundu definitely had
Mikey,
good foot. Bundu
Mikey was
definitely had
slow
good
though.
footwork.
I say Algieri had the best footwork out of all of them.
But
Algieri.
Bundu was a unorthodox switch hitting motherfucker. He had great footwork.
But
I
Kel
Algieri
Brook
had
think
better
I,
also had
footwork.
great.
I think
Kel Brook
Bondu just
also had
was.
great
I think
footwork.
Yeah,
I think
Kemp was
Bondu was
solid.
just unorthodox. I don't think he had good
Algieri
footwork. I
had
think he
better
was
footwork. Algieri
I
had
mean,
better footwork.
Keith Thurman.
Algeria.
Keith Thurman
Keith
couldn't. Keith
Thurman didn't
Thurman
fight him.
couldn't get him out of there. And Keith Thurman sure was lumped up after
I
he
was at
fought
that
Bundu.
fight too. I was at that fight.
Keith Thurman was
After
sure
he
getting
knocked him
touched up.
down,
So
he
if his
just
footwork
let him
wasn't
go.
that great, I don't know how he was lumping Keith Thurman up because Keith Thurman got
I
good
I just don't
footwork.
think
He
Earl
did.
got. I
But
just don't think.
Keith
I
Thurman didn't want no part of Earl.
yeah. I just don't think Earl got. I don't think. I don't think his footwork is all that, bro.
You
I
need to
just don't.
watch. You know what, Drico? I'm gonna challenge you to watch film. Don't watch him have a
I
fight.
did. I watched him with Porter. That was his last fight,
That's
right?
the only. So you gonna
I watched that fight today.
so you're gonna judge him off of one fight.
Yeah, he got
Mm.
spun from rounds one
What that?
through
But what that
12.
guy? So again, so
It's
you're
bad
gonna
when
you
Porter doing it to you though.
so what you're gonna do is you're gonna look at Errol Spence's performance when
You only
he
good as your last fight.
that won his last fight. So you're gonna look at Errol Spence's performance when he was getting
Shit,
drunk
Porter didn't win his
and not
last fight.
training and stuff, and then you're gonna look at that and say, "Oh, I'm gonna judge Errol Spence and what he can and can't do by that." You're not gonna
I
go
can't.
look
I
at
don't
the
have no other way to judge him, bro.
yes,
What I
you
can
do. You
say
have
is,
other
oh,
fights.
or if I say, oh, well, if he wasn't this, then he would do that. I can only
No,
go by what I see, right?
yeah,
Was he?
but
Was
you've
Earl
limit,
getting spun and dipped
but you
in that?
limit, but you're limiting yourself. I'm not negating what you're asking me, but
Yeah.
what I'm telling you is that you're limiting yourself to one fight to judge what he can or cannot do, which you
Listen,
can't
you
do.
remember? You forgot. I used to be an Earl Spence fan, so I'm on both sides of the fence.
No,
So
you ain't.
I watched this. No,
Oh,
meaning
here
You
we
see
go
how he
with this
told on
shit.
himself?
me.
He used to
I
be a
said,
Earl Spence fan. He told on
listen.
himself.
Did
You
you hear
heard
what I
him?
said?
I
Did you hear what I
used to be
said?
an
Oh
Earl Spence fan.
god.
Thank
Did
you.
you hear what I
Hey,
said?
hey, where you
I'm telling
stop?
you, I'm
Where
gonna
you
get it out
stop?
of
Did you
him.
hear? Did you hear what I said? I said I was an Earl Spence fan, so I watched
Until
him
when?
from the Olympic until I heard
Unt-
him
unt-
capping. Until I
Until
heard him
until
capping.
until 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 Travion Crawford texted him.
It did.
That's
It did.
that's
You know, but
that's what
listen.
it took.
But it take a real cat, like
Oh
to make
shit.
a real cat. Like
Oh
I'm a real
shit.
street cat, so to make a real street cat look at a person funny, you know he must have said something to make me look at him funny, because I'm
Mm-hmm.
100%. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So if I'm looking at a cat funny, I done heard something. It's legit what I
You
heard. You
know
know what I'm
something.
saying?
You know something. You
There
know
you go.
something.
You feel me?
Listen,
I didn't just
listen.
wake up one morning and say, well, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I heard something. Something had to. I had to be like, oh yeah, let me see. Oh, okay. You know what I mean?
I
Mm.
agree
Right.
with that.
Yeah.
And I don't know who this is again, but his footwork is what makes him so good. He has great fundamentals and he has great footwork. A lot of times, what
He
people think
does
is,
nothing that wow you, bro.
I think Rowley said this too when people were getting on Rowley. Rowley was like, everyone has their own
That's Tamika
style.
Marshall. Shout
Uh,
out Tamika.
yeah, yeah. See, and Mika would know because
Mika
She
don't
be on
count.
it.
Mika
Yeah, she
from
yeah.
be
she
Well,
on it.
lives
Mika,
next
I
door to
mean,
Earl.
Wait a minute. Yeah,
Mika
she
has
from
been
Texas
in
though, right?
Mika has been in the gym with Earl countless
Bro,
times.
Mika
Mika
live
has
next door to Earl. Of
right.
course
Mika
she gonna
has
say he
seen
great.
Oh wow!
yeah.
Come
Mika
on,
has seen
Mika.
Earl work out with Blu-ray,
Really?
so Mika would know. Mika is a boxing mom. She knows. She knows the
I
sport.
know. I know.
She's a
Yeah, I
little
He's
know.
partial though. She's a
no.
little partial.
It's okay for her to be partial. She's there, but if
Yeah.
she's not saying,
Mika,
oh,
this
Earl's
Maurice
gonna.
Bibbs. He
She's
was
not.
going
She's
in on
not
me the
saying,
other day.
oh, Earl is gonna just knock Terrence Crawford out. What she's telling you is that his footwork is what makes him so good.
I mean, he's
You
We
fundamentally.
get it. We get it.
Listen,
We
we
get
not
it.
saying. What I'm saying is Earl can't walk without tripping over his. I'm saying Earl, he's great at cutting the ring off. He's technically sound. It's when he
Yeah.
throws his punches, he's in position. He's never out of position. But when I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking footwork, I'm talking about going back. I'm talking about lateral movement. I'm
go
talking
watch the
about
Kell Brook fight, Rico. Stop telling me about
Kell
Porter.
Brook. He bulldozed Kell Brook,
He
bro.
didn't bulldoze Kell Brook the whole
Nah,
fight, Drico. He broke the guy down and then
Earlier in
beat
the
him up.
fight,
yeah.
he did. He did that late in the fight when he bulldozed him
Yeah,
late in
come
the
on,
fight.
Drico. You and what I'm saying
Right.
is
What? Hold on. No, he didn't because Kell Brook was whooping his ass in the
no, he
beginning of the
wasn't
fight.
whooping
Let's
his
keep it
ass. Y'all gotta
100.
stop with that
Hey, listen,
shit.
y'all are not about to talk about this 6 round shit because I know where y'all going with this shit. Drico gonna say,
y'all
hold
know
on,
he
it
was
was
All
whooping.
right.
4 rounds, and
Bro,
Cormier gonna say
y'all
he won
know,
2,
y'all
and y'all
know
gonna be
Kell Brook
arguing
was
about this
whooping
shit
his
all
ass.
night,
That's why I
man.
don't even mention Kell Brook. Kell Brook
Oh,
was
you
countering over Spence jab so
See,
easy.
Kwame, you did this shit. Blame yourself,
I
dog.
know, I know.
Blame
Me
yourself.
and Drico, we had this coming because he had to leave over the weekend. We had a couple bones to pick with each other.
Yeah,
We just
yeah,
catching
I
up
already
today on
know.
Monday.
You
So
can't
I
say he
already know.
dominated though. You can't say he dominated Kell Brook. Kell Brook whooped
Nephew,
his
this what
ass
they
with
I
that
do,
didn't I
counter.
didn't
man.
say
This
I
what
didn't
they
say
do,
he
man.
did. What I'm saying is
It was a nail
you
biter.
can't say that Kell Brook dominated him in the beginning.
He
It was
did.
back and forth. He didn't.
He did dominate him. Kell Brook
So
dominated
so then
Earl
I guess
Spence from one through four, 1 through 5. Kell Brook dominated him, bro. He did.
let me
Let's just
no he
keep it a
didn't.
buck. And
No, he
Earl
did
Spence
not.
knocked his shit.
He did not.
What? Oh,
He
come
did
on,
not.
man. Come on, man.
Kell
Y'all
Brook
know
was
Kell
definitely
Brook.
winning in the first 6 rounds. He was definitely
Yeah,
winning.
come on, man. We gotta
He
keep
was
that. Come
definitely
on
winning.
now.
I'm gonna keep it a band. He was
Mm,
definitely winning.
Yeah,
mm.
just like Kell
He
Brook
was
did to
yeah.
TC.
It was
Kell
close.
Brook
Yeah,
did.
listen,
I'm not saying
definitely
that Kell
winning,
Brook was
being
whooping
up
his
on the
ass.
scorecards.
I'm not saying
Listen,
he
being
whooped
up on
his
the
ass. I said he
scorecards.
was winning at the time.
Right, that's what I'm
I
saying, and
thought,
that's what I'm just
yeah.
trying to say to Drico. I didn't say he wasn't winning because he was. I'm just saying being up on the scorecards and getting your ass whooped or dominated are two different
Mm-hmm.
things. And he
Mm-hmm.
He was
wasn't getting
getting
his ass whooped and
dominated.
dominated. No, he was
He was
not.
getting
That's not.
dominated.
No, he was
He
not.
wasn't getting dominated. He was just losing. He wasn't getting dominated
Yeah,
though.
he was down on the
What
scorecards.
was
It was
Earl?
it
What
was
was Earl
close. It was
landing?
close.
What was Earl landing? Kell Brook. Earl was scared to throw a punch because Kell Brook was
No, he was
countering
not.
Them
everything.
counters
If
was
that was
crisp.
the
Yeah,
case,
them
he wouldn't
counters
have
was
broke him
crisp.
down. That doesn't even make
He
sense.
He broke
bulldozed
him
him.
down when he went to the body, bro. That's when it started.
Yeah, he bulldozed him. When he started bulldozing Kell Brook, he broke him down, bro. He couldn't fuck with Kell Brook with that jab with
Oh
Kell Brook
God.
one through
If it was
five.
just straight boxing, Kell Brook was winning, but Earl went to another
Absolutely.
gear. Earl
Yeah.
went to another gear.
I'm not taking nothing from Earl
Kind
because
of
Kell
same way
Brook
when
did the
Kwame
same
be
thing.
like when Bud go lefty, like you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
another gear.
Yeah.
You know
When
what I'm
Kell
saying?
Brook fought TC the first foot, what happened? Kell Brook outboxed him, swelled his eye up quick. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
he outboxed TC,
Oh Lord,
bro.
I'm trying to
Kel can
find these
box, so y'all
True.
act as if
upsets.
Kel can't box though. Kel can box.
Yeah,
Kel can
yeah.
box. Remember what he did to Sean Porter? He outboxed Sean Porter. It was just
We
Oh, he
gotta
a,
keep it
absolutely
a, a
100.
can.
mauling.
And here, okay, I guess what? Okay, I got him, Goon. I got him again. See, Drico be setting me up. He
Them
just
UK
throwing me
fighters can
hoops.
box, man.
So by your set, so by your so by what by your standard, then right? And Travion might be watching. So I want you to tell the truth,
Oh shit.
okay? And I
Oh
want to see if you
shit.
say
What
it,
do you mean? Like
right?
he not gonna tell the truth? What are you saying?
What I'm saying is that based on that, was Kell Brook whooping Bud Crawford's ass from one
I
through
just
three
said he
before he
was.
got stopped?
He whooped. I
He
Oh,
just
he
said he
was.
said he
was.
was.
He just said he was. He just
Oh, he
said he
whooped
was.
Bud's ass too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
he just
first
said he
four or three
was.
rounds. Yeah, I just said it.
Okay, okay. I just
I
wanted to
ain't gonna
see if you
cap,
gonna
bro.
say
I
that.
call it down the middle.
Well,
Okay,
y'all said
okay.
Sean Porter did too, so it was the same thing,
I
right?
called it down the middle. Kell Brook
Didn't
was
y'all
a
say
hell of
Porter
a
did the same
boxer,
thing?
bro.
Didn't y'all say Porter did the same thing?
Yeah,
Okay, so I
Yep.
mean, we saying that to say what?
there
Hold
you
on.
go.
What? I'm
We
just
saying
trying
that
to
to say
see if
what?
I could
We gotta
find these
keep it. We gotta
guys.
keep it a band, bro. Earl is not the greatest boxer, bro. He
I'm
don't
not.
have he don't have good footwork. He's always off balance. You know what I'm saying? Easy to spin off. He goes in a high guard. He can't box off the back foot. Matter of fact, can't none of Derrick James's fighters fight off the back foot. You know, we might have to
No,
get him some
Charlo
back foot
definitely
clubs.
can't. Charlo definitely can't. And
These
So
is
Come on,
facts.
you.
man.
These
So
is facts, bro.
this is what I'm saying. Do you see what I'm saying? This is more and more becoming
that
a
is a
very
fact, bro.
listen. No,
That's a
no, no, no.
fact.
This is more and more becoming a very Omaha-ish environment because you keep
How?
because
How,
he
bro?
keep listen. He keep doing the same thing. 5 minutes ago, you just said Earl's fundamental. He's always has the right placement. He's never out of position. Now you just said he's always off balance. Like he can't do
Bro,
this.
that's a
Which
fact.
bro? Which one is it? One
That's
for
a
one
fact.
narrative, you say one
He has
thing.
to reset. If you jab Earl, he has to reset. Then he starts over with that lazy ass jab sometimes. And then
Okay.
don't get me wrong, it's potent at times, but
That's
it
a
gets
powerful
lazy
jab
too.
though when that bitch land.
Yeah.
He got
So
a strong jab.
he has to start over. He can't box going backwards. He goes into that high guard.
Mm.
These are facts, bro. Like these is just
So,
facts.
so let me ask. So let me ask you. So let me ask you a question. Right?
Yeah.
Did Sean Porter come at Errol Spence?
He didn't have to. They both was in the middle playing rock'em sock'em.
Yeah. No. Sean Porter did come at Errol Spence,
That was an
So
idiot
I
boxing
understand what
match
you're
right
trying to
there.
say. So
but
what are you
what
trying to
I'm
say? He
trying
came
to
at both
say
of them.
is like I see things from Earl showing that he can fight going backwards. That's so false.
What?
That's
I think
so
Wait,
false, bro.
what?
Because he doesn't
No,
fight like.
I don't agree with you on that, bro. I
Listen,
don't agree
you.
with
I
you on
don't need
that.
you to. I know what I seen.
Yeah.
Look,
No,
I
I'm just
don't
saying.
need you.
I
Listen,
agree with you on a
because he
lot of
don't
things,
fight
but I don't agree with you on
like
that.
Bud, and he's standing on the back foot and just trying to do that. If Errol Spence goes backwards, he can punch going backwards. He can
Okay,
fight
listen,
going
Kwame.
backwards.
I
What
see. I
success
I I
have
I
you ever
see.
seen
I agree with
Earl do?
Kwame on that.
Hold on, nephew. What have you seen Earl do going backwards that you could point out right now that was just like so like, oh wow, he caught him up coming in backwards and caught him with a you know what did he do
I see
this
moments like
far to
that.
him going backwards that he did something, dog? I'm
I
gonna
see
be real.
moments. I saw moments like that in the sorry ass Sean Porter fight.
All you
I was
see is
shocked.
this.
When?
All
I
you
was
see is
shocked that
this.
I was shocked
Yeah.
when he was doing that, when he was actually going backwards. I was shocked.
Bro,
I
Earl
was
can't
like,
fight off his
Throwing
back foot, bro.
Okay,
punches to get a nigga up off, but you going backwards is not punching
if it was
backwards, bro. To
if
get
that was
a nigga up
so
off you
true,
punching backwards, that's not no. It's a difference.
Bro.
listen,
I
what I'm
can't
saying
picture Earl. Can you picture Earl catching and shooting off the back foot? Can you picture Earl
We ain't
check
seen
footing
that. We
some?
haven't seen that. We
There
ain't
you
seen that.
go.
can I
There you
picture
go.
Earl doing what?
Can you picture Earl
He's
catching and
supposed to
shooting?
high guard the fuck.
He
I don't
caught a
understand.
shot on Mikey, bro. He did a
Who
shoulder
said
roll and
who
countered
just
Mikey,
said
bro.
he's
What are you
supposed to
talking
have a
about?
high guard? Tamika. He's supposed to have a high guard, but sometimes you gotta fight going backwards. That's just
Yeah.
what it is right there. So
All
yeah,
the great
every
ones
time
do. All the great ones do.
there you go. There you go.
All the
It's a
great
Real
ones
difference
talk.
do.
from fighting backwards, keeping a nigga up off of you, and fighting backwards, setting shit up. It's a difference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, but that's not his style to fight backwards and setting shit up.
No. We
No,
just
that ain't got
keeping it.
nothing to
We
do with
keeping it. We
style.
got
That's
it. Yeah,
skill.
come on. We
That's
just keeping
skill.
it. No,
It's not saying that
you
he can't do it. That's just not
got it.
his style. He doesn't
He's
fight
not
that
he
way.
can't do it.
Errol
He
Spence
can't.
is a come forward fighter. You
I'm not
know
gonna
that.
say he
Right.
can't do it. I just haven't
That's
seen
like
it.
saying Marvin Hagler couldn't do that. But Marvin
He
Hagler was a
can't.
come
He
forward
probably
fighter.
can't. He probably
That's
Marvin
not
can't.
his
Marvin
style,
Hagler
bro.
has
That
some
ain't Marvin
serious
Hagler's
fucking
style.
hands.
He
Right.
seeking
He has some
destroy,
serious
bro.
fucking hands, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
But
serious, bro.
we know we can't be up
In
here
the
capping saying
chin.
that Earl just flea footed and he up here doing the Ali shuffle and break dancing. We
I didn't
can't
say
do
that.
that, bro.
I never said that. I never
We
said
can't.
He
that.
said the
Well, we can't
Ali
do that.
shuffle. Wow.
I never said that. I never said that he can't, and that doesn't determine whether you a great fighter or not. Because Manny Pacquiao sure as hell couldn't fight off his back foot,
No, but I
and he's
tell you
one of the
what,
greatest of all
when you
time.
fight an
A
elite,
lot of
that
people
can be
couldn't fight off their
exposed.
back feet, bro. A
When you
lot of
fight
people.
an elite, that can be exposed though. You see what I'm saying?
Does Sean Porter fight well off his back foot?
No, it's only a
No.
handful of
Oh,
cats that can.
okay. So he
What'd you
wasn't.
say?
So
I didn't even hear you.
how was Sean Porter gonna win that fight? It wasn't gonna be because of him boxing. He got to go in there and hit the lottery.
Yeah,
That
but
was the
That's
only way that
that's
Sean
but
Porter could
that
have won
that,
that fight. That's the
and
only way.
you're absolutely correct, and that's why I chose him to get stopped because as I saw with Felix Diaz and Gambo, all these guys, when guys have them short ass arm reaches for Bud, 69 inches, small guy got a lunge in there. He's so great at distance, and he has great reach that he gonna keep you and try to pick you off and keep you out there. And
Shit,
I've
he
seen
taught his
it time and
distance in the
time
second
again.
round in that fight against
But
Porter. I
but
was
when I
like, I
see him
told my
fight
dad.
people like Benavidez, people like Postar, people who are his size, he do not fight them that way.
Speaking of
He,
Bro, that's
Postal,
common
he got
sense though. But
Postal
that's
out of
common
there.
sense though.
but that's
He
what
That
got
I'm saying
Postal out
about
of
that's
him
there.
and
that's
EJ.
common sense though because you can't fight people the same way. That's
Yeah,
common sense.
that's exactly and that's my point. That's what I say about him and Errol fighting, and that was my whole point about with Drico stating that you can't look at anything from Crawford and Porter and have that anything to do with the outcome of what's going to happen with Spence because it
I didn't
did.
look at that. Only
But
thing I
I
look
never
at is the
said you did.
knockout.
But that's what I was trying to tell you. And
Yeah.
then it was like you jumped into something else. So that's why I pulled the punch stats up because I'm saying these are two different type of fighters.
I didn't say that
And
though. Goon said that. Goon
okay,
was the
Yeah, that was me.
yeah.
That was
okay,
me.
and then also when we look at
I
Spence,
ain't want to
I mean,
snitch you out, Goon. I'm sorry.
No, 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 no. That was me.
yeah,
It was me, bro.
but the other thing is when you look at Porter. Porter didn't get any trouble until he got wild and lunged in there. Spence is not a wild fighter. He's a very patient fighter. There was nothing in that performance leading before that knockout that made me say, "Oh my gosh, this guy is such a great fighter." The fight
Drake,
was
I
very
got him.
close.
Drake, I got him.
Come on with it.
What have you seen from Spence that'll wow you to the fact that you be like, oh shit, he go run through Bud?
Okay,
Same damn
I mean
thing.
that doesn't
It's the same
that's not
argument.
that I
Yes,
got
it
him
is.
because I could just
It's
state
the
an
same
opinion
argument.
and I'll tell you
Okay,
I'll
so give
tell
me
you
something then.
I tell
So
you
give me something then.
what I
Well, give
saw.
me something then.
My prediction on Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence fighting. Well, let me say this correctly since Drico's on here because I need to hate just a
Better
little
get
bit.
your shit together.
Okay, I need to hate just a little bit. So let me say this in the right order. Spence versus Crawford because he the A side. Because I said Crawford Spence. He's the second person we bring up in this. Spence versus Crawford, right? I really believe is going to be very similar to Spence versus Kell Brook. I think it's going to be very similar fight. I think you're going to have Terrence Crawford, who's a superior boxer, who's going to have success in the beginning of the fight. There's going to be clean shots he'll hit Errol Spence with. Errol Spence is also going to hit him with some shots and some clean shots. And I feel like by the time we get into the middle rounds, it is going to be a brawl. It's going to be a fight because Spence only really, like you say, Spence fight one way, and the way that we know him to fight is going to be pumping the jab, getting closing the distance, getting in your chest, jumping on you, and swinging at your body, and trying to make you fight. And we all know how Bud is. Once you hit him or you jump on him and do shit like that to him, he gonna try to get his get back right away. And these motherfuckers gonna start swinging for the fences on each other, and it's gonna turn into a fight. It ain't going. But Bud is not going to beat. I'm trying to tell you, Bud is an emotional fighter. He ain't going to be fighting the way he fought Porter, where he gonna be patient and just be measuring shit and running here and there. He wants Spence so bad, them motherfuckers gonna start fighting, bro. It's gonna be a
Yes.
fight. It's gonna
I
be
Spence
a
don't
not
think
gonna
so.
open up.
I don't
Spence
think
not
so.
gonna open up like Porter did.
no. He ain't gonna open up immaturely and lunge in there like Porter did.
Nephew,
Yeah.
It ain't about
Yeah. What's
Spence
up?
opening up. It's what we said in the last show. It ain't about
Hmm.
Spence. It's about the opponent making you open up. That's the whole thing of the chess plan.
I just
It's
never
that
seen
punch
that from
placement.
him.
To say that,
You ain't seen TC and him box before either. So it's
yeah,
a lot of questions that's unanswered.
but we
He,
seen, but the way Porter got knocked out, we seen him fight like that. That's how he fight, lunging, putting his head forward, coming over and swinging. That's what he
The same
do.
way you knocked him down, that's the way he got knocked out with Bud.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. That's what he do. So with him getting knocked out that way, what nephew is saying, like, that's, I've seen Porter do what he did in order for that to happen to him often. Spence,
Yeah.
we don't see Spence do stuff like that. So
Right.
he can't fight Spence the same way, because what we do see Spence do the way that he fight is he's going to close the distance on you, and he's just as big as Terrence Crawford, and physically a little bit bigger. He don't have the same reach, but he physically a little bit bigger, and them two guys is going to be in there and they going to fight. They are going to fight. And look at this guy. MMA Sucks has said something earlier in favor of Terrence Crawford. Now what he's showing you as well is, and this is another thing that I said, I brought this up before. Spence is a more patient fighter than Terrence Crawford. He's more patient. He can sit there.
I don't think Spence is. I don't think Spence is patient. I think what Spence is methodical. You know what I'm saying? Because Spencer get your ass out of there.
Well,
If
you
he
have to
hurt
be
you,
you have to
he
be
get your
patient to be
ass up out of
methodical.
there.
True, but what I'm saying is, Drico, to be methodical, it means you go
But
about things in a certain
yeah,
way. So you
absolutely.
right, so you have to have patience in
Yeah.
order to
But
do that.
let's not confuse the patient and the methodical with a skill. That's not a skill. That's a personality,
No,
bro.
it's an attribute. It's an attribute, but let's not
Being
act like,
patient is an attribute in boxing.
yeah, absolutely. That's a very important thing, to be patient in
That's a
anything.
double-edged sword, though. That's a double-edged sword.
Yeah,
You see what happened to Loma being patient? So that's a
Spence,
double-edged
Talk
sword.
that
but
shit.
it's that's a different. See, there's a different. Loma wasn't patient. He was apprehensive. He didn't want to jump in there. That's
You
No,
not
I
think
think
being
he was
Spence?
being
patient.
patient. I
No,
think
he
he
Yeah,
was
was
being
he
patient.
apprehensive.
yeah, he was trying to drag him into deep water, and it just caught up
Bingo.
with him.
Yeah,
That's
You
what
know
but
what
it
he
I'm
was,
saying?
was.
but
And
also
it didn't work
again,
out that way.
Yeah,
being,
yeah,
I feel like he was apprehensive because he feared Tio's power early in the
yeah.
fight. So he was apprehensive of going in there and exchanging.
So you don't think Earl gonna be apprehensive a little
No,
bit about
no,
TC power?
no, I don't think so.
Okay,
No, no,
okay,
I think he's not.
No,
I think he's not. I don't
no,
think he's
sir.
gonna be.
No,
Listen,
sir.
I don't
You
think
okay.
he's
trolling.
going to be. I don't think he's going to be defensively irresponsible when it comes to TC's power. He's just gonna go in there and say, "TC, give me two, so I could come in there and give you one," because that's
Nah, bro.
suicide. But
He's
what
gonna
I
be apprehensive about his power because it's the fear of the unknown when it comes to
it's the
boxers
fear of the
like that,
unknown with
bro.
every boxer you fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. Like
But he never
Listen,
fights that
you're
way.
not gonna
if
convince me otherwise, bro. Like that
right,
don't even make sense.
right. If Spence go in there and he don't think that when he shoot that jab that TC's not gonna be able to counter that jab with a right hand or a left power punch, then Spence is out of his mind, bro.
But wouldn't he think the same thing with any other fighter that he's fighting?
No,
I'm
he's not.
confused why
He's
it's
not.
different.
This is, but TC is able to do it, bro. Like Mikey couldn't do it. Mikey was too little to
Okay.
do it.
Yeah, but he don't have
Peterson
the
was too
attributes to
scared.
do
But
it.
but
You're
Yeah,
right.
but again,
Peterson was too scared to even
but
look at Earl. He
but
had his
but
head down.
Kel Brook wasn't, and Kel
Kell
Brook,
Brook is a master boxer. See what I'm
right,
saying?
and Spence still made adjustments towards that and beat him.
But that's what I'm saying, though. So that
But
when
Kell
we
Brook
said
is not a Terrence Crawford, no.
I'm not saying he's a Terrence Crawford, but
Yeah,
what I'm
there's
saying is
levels
I'm
to that.
answering Drico's question in regards to Spence getting countered, and what Spence will be expecting, and what Spence will be willing to give out with that being something that's coming at him as well. He had something coming at him as well with with Kell Brook, and he still fought the way that he
but
fights. It ain't gonna change when
but
he fight
do
Bud.
you know what the difference is with Kell Brook though? What Kell Brook is? Kell Brook is offensive. This guy right here said, "Who's the fastest, Spencer Bud?" I would have to go with Bud.
I go with Bud, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, what Bud is quicker and I think Bud is gonna be able to counter Spence. Spence ain't gonna get off them 300 shots with no repercussions like he did with Porter.
Okay,
That's not gonna happen.
we'll
He's
see.
gonna punch in moderation.
But see, Drake, this is what I'm saying.
We'll
Because
see.
this is a different stylistically,
Right.
it's a
We'll see.
different matchup. And I'm
Yep.
saying that for the other person.
Yep.
Right,
I'm saying it, and you know what
right.
I'm saying that, but it's a
But
difference,
what I'm
bro.
saying is how slick TC is. TC's not gonna stand there and box with Earl. He's not gonna stand there and fight Earl.
I would hope he
Once he
wouldn't.
get
That
hit,
would
he
be
will,
Right,
crazy.
because that's what
right,
he
right,
do.
right. I don't think so. And the thing is, Earl comes forward. TC loves that. TC is really a natural counterpuncher. You see what happens soon
His
is
counterpuncher
Boyd
is mean,
lunge.
bro. It's
His
Yeah,
mean, bro.
timing
but
is impeccable.
Them
Earl
6 inch
don't
punches he be hitting jokers with is
against
mean, bro.
Earl don't lunge, so I ain't worried about that because he ain't a
His
lunger.
his punches are impeccable. I mean, his
Right.
timing is impeccable
So,
as
but
far as TC.
Earl
If
has
They
Earl,
both got good timing
they
though,
both.
bro.
That's
They
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
both
Earl
got.
got really good timing too. So
yeah,
Terrence is gonna have to answer that shit too.
yeah,
And then what we
but
also
Earl is
know,
aggressive though. So Earl ain't gonna.
both
It's
of them
gonna be
aggressive. They
yeah,
both
but
You know
aggressive.
what it is, bro? You know what I look at it is? It look is like to me, Earl is like a motherfucking Joe Frazier. Just
yeah,
you
he's
know what I'm saying?
aggressive,
You
bro.
got one guy that's like that got a volume of punches that can get you out of there. And then you got
Yeah,
another guy.
I feel
yeah,
like
yeah.
I feel Earl more like Hagler and TC more like Hearns.
No, I'm just
Almost.
talking about in the heavyweight division. And then you got
Uh,
the other guys more like Ali, I guess you have to say far as with the boxing or whatever. And they can get you out of there like that. So
I
it's
just don't.
whoever go
I
impose their will that night,
yeah, yeah.
that fight
I
can
just
go
don't
either
see
way.
it, bro. I just don't see Earl just walking through and just getting to the body. He gonna have to go through the rain too. He gonna have to
He
go
gonna
through.
have to get touched up.
got a
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
this is a good question, and I'm gonna ask this to Drico. Now
Yeah.
we all know. c- Can you name one fight where Earl Spence didn't land body punches?
Can you name one
Can
boxer
you name
that
one
he fought
fight?
with?
No. I'm saying, can
Can
you
you
name any fight that Errol Spence didn't throw or didn't land body punches?
has he fought
No,
TC yet?
you can't.
I didn't ask you
No,
that.
you can't.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know one fight
That's
that
his
Errol
thing,
Spence
man.
didn't
Can't do
land?
that.
What that got to do? What that got to do with the?
Drico, I need you to answer the question. I don't need you to change the narrative. I'm just asking you a question.
Answer
I'm
the
not
question,
asking you what
bro.
it
You
got to
gotta
do with
answer.
anything. You got to
I
answer the
haven't.
You gotta answer
question.
the question,
I
bro.
haven't
Okay.
seen it.
So
That's like
so
asking is the sun
right.
yellow? Like
Right. And that's my point. So what makes you think that in this fight that Errol Spence is not going to throw and land body punches?
I didn't
Hold
say
on,
that.
Drico,
I didn't
Drico, don't
say
answer
that.
that.
So I'm not
Drico,
saying
Drake,
that you
Drake,
said that.
Drico,
So my question
Drico,
is
Drico, I'm your attorney, and I'm instructing you, don't answer that question. And I'm gonna tell you
What you?
why. I'm gonna
No.
tell you why. Hold
Yeah.
on, Drico, I'm your attorney,
I
and I'm
didn't even hear
telling
the
you,
question.
good. Don't answer the
Yeah.
question. You don't know
What
it.
what
Strike
what
that
did he
from
say?
evidence because that's the same thing that I told him when I said I didn't see nobody stopping Sean Porter. It's the same argument.
No, but
it's
So
not
this
the same
Drico,
different.
don't
it's not the
answer
same
that
argument.
question.
What did he say?
It's not
No,
the
it
What was
same
the
is the
argument.
same argument. Yes, it
What
is
did
No.
he
the
say?
same argument.
How can you
I said,
answer? How
bro,
can that be
how
the
can
same
you say it?
argument,
I
bro?
said, how
I
can you
can't.
say
What did he say?
that
What
he's
was the
gonna
question?
stop Sean Porter when nobody never stop nephew? I'm asking him, how can you say that this dude goes stop Sean Porter when you never seen Sean Porter hurt to the point of being stopped or stopped? That's the
And I
same
explained
thing that he's saying right now to
but
him right now.
and I explained it to you too, right? I explained it to you. I didn't just give you a bullshit answer and say, "Oh, just because it's gonna happen." I explained it to you. I
But
said,
nephew, I've been telling them that Porter was gonna get knocked out when the fight was even happening. It
"Well,
didn't take a dream
we
for
both
me.
said it. We both
It
said it."
didn't take a dream for me. I
No,
knew it
no.
because of the.
So,
You know what I'm saying?
but
That
I
nigga
all
said
knew.
it didn't take a dream for
It didn't take a dream
my
for me, baby.
listen.
You
I said
understand me?
no. I told you the dream confirmed it for me, but I had chose
Yeah.
before the dream.
When they announced it,
But
I said he get knocked the fuck out, bro.
yeah,
Like
and
look
He
at my
said it
stat
didn't take
4 months
a
ago.
dream.
I
yeah,
said it when the fight was announced. I said, oh, he get knocked the
I said
fuck
the
out.
same thing. So again,
I think
for
the
me,
better question is, have you ever seen Earl lose his training in a fight?
his
Lose
what?
his
Lose his
what?
strength?
Have you ever seen his? Have you ever seen him lose his training?
No,
His
No,
no, no.
no.
That's what
I haven't
Sean did.
seen Earl is solid, bro. Earl is solid.
So
Like he's a solid boxer.
so
He
here's my but I need to ask you this question because it's based on what's
okay.
here, right? So I
Uh,
asked you, I started by asking you if you ever seen a fight where Earl Spence didn't throw or land body shots, right? You said
yeah, I
that's
haven't
like
seen.
asked if the sun is yellow. So knowing that that's how Earl fights everyone, no matter if they was Sean Porter to Mikey Garcia to Leonard
Right,
Bundu to Kell Brook, who all had completely different styles. They all had
right,
Earl still did that. So we know.
right,
So that leads me to believe there's not going to be nothing different when it comes to Terrence
right.
Crawford with the way
Okay.
he fights in
I
that
got a
regard.
question for you
Right?
too.
Yeah. Just
I
all
got a
right. Well,
question.
okay, and I'll answer it
In
once
the in the
once you answer
past
this.
6 years.
No, no, no. You're gonna answer this first, and then I'll
Oh,
answer
go
that
ahead.
question.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
Okay.
got to answer his first, bro. You
Right,
got to answer
right.
his.
Yeah, I go
So,
ahead.
so from what this brother is saying here, what do you? How do you see Terrence Crawford holding up from taking body shots from Earl Spence going into later and middle rounds? What kind of effect do you believe that that's going to have on Terrence Crawford? Do you believe that it's going to he's going to be fighting at the same speed and dancing around, or do you think he's going to slow down just a tad bit?
I I think I think this is gonna be a good fight. I don't see Terrence
It's
Crawford
easy to
slowing
answer the
down.
question.
He
No,
Okay,
haven't.
Trico, you got to answer the question, bro.
I'm
thank
getting.
you.
You
I'm
got to
getting.
answer it.
I don't
Go
see him
ahead, go ahead,
slowing
go ahead.
down. And I can honestly say, what fight have you seen Terrence Crawford slow down in?
What
So
fights have you seen people go to his body like
Mm.
Earl Spence?
I haven't. Have you seen
Okay,
somebody go to
Porter,
Terrence
Porter,
Crawford
Porter,
body
Porter,
without
Porter,
paying?
Porter,
Porter's
Porter.
Porter smothered his own work.
Wait,
He's not an
listen.
accurate
Let me
body
finish.
puncher like
But
Earl.
you
Have
just
you
said go
seen
to the body.
anybody
Go work
go?
to the body.
Have you seen anybody go to TC body without getting paid, getting their
Mm.
jaw knocked off?
I've seen it.
Mm.
I seen when Benavidez hit him to the body and almost knocked
And
him
what
across the
happened to
ring.
Benavidez?
Yeah, but that was early in. See,
Matter of
that was
fact,
early in the
who in the
fight.
past 6 years have you seen touch TC and not get knocked out? When in the
Mm.
past 6 years, I'll give you 6 years.
Well, he didn't knock out
Right,
everybody at 147. So, let me
right,
go
Yeah,
back.
I
Let
mean
me
that's
think. Let me think.
right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, in 6 years. I mean, if he fought Postal within 6 years, I think that was maybe the last person that wasn't stopped.
That was a decision. That was a
Yeah, I was. I
decision.
think that was the last
yeah.
one. I think that was the last. I think that
That was
was the
Everybody else
last
got
one.
2016.
bodied.
That was
Right,
Yeah,
2016.
right.
He
yeah.
had he
Everybody else
knocked
got
out
bodied.
everybody since
Okay, so
2016.
6 plus 6 would mean so that
And
would be
he's grown
Postal.
into that division right
Yeah,
now with
yeah.
Scary.
Look,
He's
TC's a
all I'm
grown
saying,
scary.
all
man,
I'm
bro.
saying is the
That's
same
scary.
thing that
Earl
you
is not.
saying.
TC is strong. Earl ain't gonna get that shit off with him in the body without getting. He got to pay a cost to get in there to throw. When he dropped them hands to throw to that body, he getting a 2 or 3 piece tattoo on his face.
Okay,
He gonna have to come with something different than that
so
same old jab, jab,
the
hook to the
question
body.
is I can tell you've been talking to Bomac quite a bit because that sound like Omahayan shit again.
Whoa. I thought we
Okay,
was getting
That's a
Bo back
fact.
on here
yeah,
today. I
Earl,
thought we was
Earl
getting
right.
is
Bo
Well,
back
jab,
on
he's
here today.
he welcome to come on here and get cooked.
Earl, jab, jab, hook to the body, jab, jab, hook to the body.
Drake, I thought you was gonna get Bo
If it
back on
was
here
that
today,
simple,
bro.
people he would have been beaten already. If
Bomac
it
the
was that
same.
simple.
Listen, man, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be the first one. Earl Spence is gonna get dented up. Earl Spence he fights like Frankenstein. He's stiff.
Yeah,
He's
he
like a
real stiff,
Frankenstein
bro.
with power.
He's
Okay,
stiff.
okay, okay,
That's
Hey,
okay.
but
just facts.
did y'all hear Derek James say that Earl Smith still got like 40% of fighting that we haven't
Attack.
seen yet?
Yeah, I
If,
heard him
if,
say
if
that.
if that's true, we gonna need that with Bud. We gonna need all that with
Hey,
Bud.
listen,
Oh, I
listen.
know
One thing
that.
about it, Bud is definitely a 147 pounder right now, brother. You
Oh,
seen how
without
he
a
Hell,
was
doubt.
hell
throwing
yeah.
And
Shawn
another
Porter
thing,
around
bro,
like,
and I'm
you
finna blow.
know,
I'm finna blow
Earl
TC
wasn't
Horn
doing Porter
again.
like that, throwing him around like that, man.
Yeah, and I'm gonna blow TC Horn again. Out of all of them fights that he done knocked him out, he knocked him out different with the right
Different.
hand, the check hook, the overhand right, the overhand left, the uppercut left, straight left. He's knocked him out different off right foot, backing up, coming forward, off angling him, spinning him. He doing all that, bro.
I got listen. I have. I
Talk that
can't
shit
say.
then,
Look,
Trico.
look, 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 look,
I'm trying to tell
I
him,
got
man.
and I got a very solid response to that. You are 1,000% right. Hence, Sean Porter is the best competition he's fought to date. So all the people he was doing
That is a
that on
fact, Jack.
ain't no motherfucking Earl Spence, and Sean
Yeah.
Porter ain't no Earl Spence, and Sean
Mm.
Porter is a level below Earl Spence, the same way Sean Porter is a level below Terrence
Earl
Crawford.
went life and death with
Yeah,
Shawn
but
Porter,
listen,
dog.
Earl went again.
But
Earl,
Hold on,
I think he chose
Draco.
to do that
Hold
though.
on, Draco.
listen, listen.
Shawn Porter
Like
went life and death with
like I
Earl
said
Spence,
earlier,
though.
Get him, goon. You get him.
Yeah, see now he
listen,
trying to cap a little bit now,
no,
bro.
like I said, no, I'm
A
not,
little
because
bit, you
like
capping
I
a little
said
bit.
earlier, you got with Terrence Crawford and Sean Porter, you got 120% spiritually, physically, and mental fighter in Terrence Crawford. When you
Oh
when
my
you got
God, here
when you
we
got
go.
when you got Earl Spence in the ring with Sean Porter, you
Nephew, you
got
hear this shit, bro?
because what I'm not gonna allow people to
Nephew, do you
do.
hear this
What
shit, nephew?
no. What I'm not gonna allow people to do is during the day when we're debating on social media, call Earl Spencer drunk, say he's undisciplined.
Nobody
Say
said that
no,
today,
no,
bro.
I'm not
Nobody
saying no,
said
no, no.
that.
What I'm saying, no, but everyone was saying that, right? And now when you say that, okay, these are the things that was hindering him in the ring for these fights, then you be like, oh no, well, listen, as I said before, that's his fault that he did that. That's his fault. And it's just like I told you before when I
So
made
what
my
are we talking about right now,
I'm
bro? So what
telling
are we
you,
talking
and
about?
it's the same reason, like I said earlier, why I chose Terrence Crawford to knock out Sean Porter, because I knew Errol Spence was at probably 70% of who he was supposed to be that night, and I knew Terrence Crawford would be at 120%. And I knew that. And that's why, because I picked Earl Spence to knock him out. But listen, if you fucking around and you're not doing the shit you supposed to do, you ain't gonna do that to experienced guys like a Sean Porter. You got to come in there the same way Bud came in there at 120%. You have to do that, and you have to respect yourself and
Who's
your
to say
craft enough
Bud
to do
came in
that.
there at 120%?
Bud always does, bro. And we
Yeah,
know
he
that. He the
always do
motherfucker.
that.
He
No,
always
no.
do.
I'm just saying.
Let's not do
I'm
that.
just saying.
But
Bomac may come back and say the same thing. Like y'all. Matter of fact, he has. Y'all ain't seen the best of Bud. So what does that
I'm
mean?
not saying we
Come on
didn't.
now,
I'm
bro.
not saying a lot of times you don't see the best of anybody until somebody
No,
pull it
bro. Come
out
on,
of them.
bro. Come on, man.
But
Come
that,
on. Let's stop that.
seeing the best of somebody.
Spencer's the reason why Porter's stock is up as high as it is,
Facts,
because Spence
facts,
went tooth and nail with that boy, and Spence
facts,
wasn't even supposed to
Life
do
or
that.
death. He went
facts,
life or death. If he
facts,
didn't get that knockdown, we don't know what the fuck the
facts.
judges
And
would have
what
did.
and what was
If he don't
facts
get
and
that
what
knockdown,
was
he don't win. My
I
opinion.
don't
facts
That's
know. I
Spence, my
still
guy.
think he was. In my opinion, I still think he was winning.
he
Yeah.
was
Like we
winning.
don't know what the judges would have did.
I think he was still winning too. But
I don't
it was
like
a
how
close it was
Spence
a
was
close
getting
fight.
spun
But
though.
we don't
It
know
was a
what the
close
judges would have did though. Real shit though. You
right,
know what I'm
and
saying?
that's
We don't
boxing.
know.
But truth be told, right? I knew that Spence wasn't 100%, and I expressed that as soon as that fight was over. I said I ain't fucking with him like that, because I had to run a mile on Facebook on a bet because of that fight, and I said I can't be betting on somebody who's not preparing correctly for stuff. I can't do that,
Yeah.
and I'm not gonna say that you got the best Errol Spence against no motherfucking Sean Porter, because he wasn't. And motherfuckers know that wasn't the best of Earl. Y'all know it wasn't. But because we need to compare him and Bud, we gonna say, oh, well, but when Bud beat Porter and Spence with life and death and this, that, and the third.
No,
But
but y'all did the same thing with Kell Brook and Bud. Oh, he was a shell of himself.
no, y'all did that.
It's the
Y'all
same.
no,
No,
y'all
no,
did
no, no,
that
no, no,
because
no,
y'all
no, no,
said
no, no. You the main one on that.
y'all
You're
did
the
that.
main one on that.
I said,
No, you're
listen,
the main one on that, bro. You
Bomac,
said
listen,
the one
listen, you
the
can't blame
The
me if
Earl that
Bomac
beat
said it.
Kill.
You can't blame
No,
me if
I'm telling
Bomac
you.
said it.
No, I'm telling you what you said. I don't got nothing to do
Right.
with you on Bomac. I'm telling you what you said.
That's a fair point.
You know what I'm saying? You said that the Kell Brook, the Earl fought was a better Kell Brook, and he was damaged because Earl broke him up.
It's
This,
true.
that, and the other.
So
No,
what
and
does
I
that got to
said
do with what
Triple
I just
G, and
said?
I said Triple G, and I said Triple G
Can
is
I?
the one that damaged them, and him going up and down the ring like that.
I got a question for you. I got a question for you,
That's a
right?
good point too.
I
Good
got, I
point.
got. I'm glad you brought up Triple G.
All I do is give good points, bro. That's
I
all
got
I
a
can
question for
do.
you. I'm glad you brought up Triple G. I love that you brought that up because now I can make this comparison once again. Did 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 uh Sean Porter look worse when he was about to get stopped or was in worse shape than Kell Brook was against Triple G against Crawford? Who was in worse shape?
Wait. You said
Who
the
was in
Sean
worse
Porter,
shape when the fight was about to get stopped, leading
Kell
into the
Brook,
stoppage?
Kell Brook,
Yeah,
or
for
Sean
sure.
Porter.
Yes.
Kell Brook,
Yeah,
No, he
Kell
hands
Brook
wasn't.
for
down.
Did
sure.
Kel Brook ever hit the canvas? Did
Kell
Kel Brook ever
Brook,
hit the
yo.
canvas?
Kell Brook was looking at his corner 2 foot
That's
for them
true.
to stop that
That's
fight.
true. But did Kel Brook ever
So
hit the
what do you think he
canvas?
felt? What do
Yeah,
you think he
but
felt for him to
that
look like
that
that?
doesn't. The question is who's you wanting to get out of it is completely different than the
Okay, so
punishment you
when
took.
you're having all the success that you're getting, because he was very successful early in that fight against Triple G.
Hmm.
When he went to getting hit, you seen the life out of that man start leaving, and he looking at his corner, bro. Like if he was
Right,
a
and they
dog,
threw in the
he want to
and
kill the
they threw.
dog,
Listen,
bro.
and they threw in the towel. They
Yeah,
threw,
I don't
Because
but
know
of
if
he,
why?
Kell Brook
but
got
Because
a
of
lot of
why?
dog in him,
Because of
man,
why?
because he known for doing
Because
some
of
shit
why?
like that.
Yeah, but no, he said the corner threw the
because he
towel
was
in.
about to listen
Rico, why? Because he was about to get the shit
he
beat
was
out of
about
him.
to get listen because he was about to get seriously hurt. That's why.
Duh. The same
That's
shit what Kenny said. I love my son too much for him to get fucked up right now.
Blu-ray did not say that. That's a lie. I'll take that cap
What
off the
Blu-ray
screen.
say?
You talking
What
about
is
Blu-ray
that?
said he did train Errol. He did not. That's a lie. Everyone knows
Training
that's
for
not
who?
true.
Training
He
for
said
what?
he trained Earl for Porter. That's not true. I talked to
No, that's
Blu-ray.
not.
Blu-ray's my boy.
Yeah.
That's 100% untrue. So, but go, but
So y'all are
again,
really on this because Blu-ray trained early.
no, I'm not. I'm not on
But
that. He just brought up Blu-ray. But what I'm saying is, Porter Porter was knocked down twice. He didn't see a blow coming. He was knocked. Oh, you said didn't. Oh, okay. You said did. I was like, yeah, he definitely didn't. But Porter didn't see a blow coming. He got knocked down. He got back up. He got knocked down again, and then his father threw in the towel. Now I'm a, now I want you now nephew. I want you to think about this. Right, these both of these guys are welterweights, right or wrong. Right,
Right,
Porter and Crawford are both welterweights. Am I correct? Am I inaccurate? They
right,
both welterweights, right?
right.
Triple G at that time was the hardest, maybe thought it to be one of the hardest punches in the entire sport of boxing, right?
For sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
at that time, right? He was stretching everyone out. Gennady Golovkin. Kell Brook moved up 2 weight classes to fight this guy, and he never hit the canvas. So you tell me how a big guy like Triple G never
Cap,
even knocks the guy down or has him out on his
Cap.
feet. Listen, or has him out on his feet, and he took more punishment uh than
Okay.
Porter did against
Can
Crawford.
can, can I go?
Well, hold on. MMA sucks. So I want to mess their name up, but they made a good point. Because I've heard this too. They said that Kell Brook had a broken orbital bone.
Hmm.
Um, I heard that too. You know,
He did.
so
He did. But when he fought Arrow, but it was repaired, and when he fought Arrow, he got his other orbital bone broke on the other side of his face. So
Maybe his face just
yeah, 'cause he
fucked
was
up like that.
pandering. He was pandering.
he sure did. I mean, according to Draco, he was whooping Spence ass.
Then
So
he
how was he
going up and
pandering?
down, and then he going up and down in weight like that, bro. Like you got to look at a lot of
No,
that.
no,
Like look at Roy Jones, bro.
now that was the reason. You
Listen, I'm gonna
100%. Now I
say,
agree with
listen,
that, Goon.
hey chat, I want the chat. If y'all think that Kell Brook was whooping Earl Spence in the first 5 or 6 rounds,
I
put a
knew it
one
would
in
go
the
to this.
chat.
I knew
Put a
it would
one in
go
the
to
chat.
this. Please don't do it, y'all. Please don't do it.
Oh, let
I
me
If
knew it
see.
y'all
would go to
think
this.
that if y'all think that Kell Brook was beating my, and I ain't gonna
I
say it
knew
no
it.
more. If y'all think that Kell
I
Brook
knew it.
was ahead on the scorecards and
No,
beating Spence
that's not the question. See what you
one
just
through
did.
five.
You manipulated them again. Is what
Okay,
you
listen,
do.
I'll say it any kind of way
No,
you want
say
me to
that.
say
No,
it.
say that he was
If y'all
dominating him.
don't
Not
think
he was up on
Kell
the
Brook was
scorecard because that's
kicking
obvious.
Spence ass from 1 through 5, put a one in the chat. That's what my partner want me to say. Kick ass, whoop, beat, winning, whatever it is y'all want me to say.
Y'all, for
That's
me,
it.
please don't do it because it's gonna open up a whole nother can of
Put a one in
worms,
the
man.
chat. Look at that one already.
Please don't
Don't
do it.
come.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Here we go.
Now we
We
on to the next.
pack in a lunch because we're gonna be here for a minute.
I see a 2 in there already too.
There's a couple
It's
too.
that's
Oh
delusional.
shit!
That's
Oh,
Oh
so
delusional.
oh,
shit!
so you can ask the
The-
question, and then when the person don't answer the
Right.
way they want, you want them to answer. It's delusional.
That's it. You
They
can't
delusional.
possibly.
You hear
He
that?
got you, Drake. He got
If
You
you,
he
hear
Drake.
got
that?
He
two,
They
got
don't
you.
listen.
answer what he said. They delusional.
No, no, no,
They
no,
don't
bro.
answer the. They don't
Come
answer
on,
the
bro.
question.
Come on, man. It's.
Hey,
I
my
mean, come on.
pops
It's a
be
right.
doing shit like that,
It's
man.
a
My pops be
wrong and
doing
a
shit
right,
like that,
bro.
bro.
It's a wrong, nephew. On some real.
What's up,
It's
baby?
a right and a wrong, bro. This ain't no. This you. You got lying
You,
eyes if you say that Earl Spence was beating him up 1 through 5. You got
no, I
lying
wasn't no
eyes.
beating them up. No, I wasn't no beating them up, but that
Okay
was
then.
close. It was
Kell
damn
Brock
close.
was winning that fight with
Yeah,
some
Yes,
Yeah,
consistency.
Kell
I
Brook
yeah.
was
I
mean,
know,
winning.
I,
No
but he
question.
wasn't being. He wasn't dominating on Earl Spence.
No, I
He
just
No
was.
said he was
question.
winning. He don't got to be dominating to say he winning the fight. He was
Yeah,
at that point. He was winning
that's
the
I
fight.
never disagree. I never disagree with that. I said he was up on the scorecard, but but when Drico said stuff like he was beating his ass or he was being
Well, that's just
dominated,
my
That's
that's
the
not true.
terminology
disconnect.
of
That's
winning
where
a
the
fight.
disconnect come
Yeah,
from. That's
because
where
it
the
is a
disconnect
yeah,
come
Yeah,
disconnect
from.
that's
yeah.
my
because it's not accurate.
terminology, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like I could, bro, can hit me 5 times. I could hit him 4 times. I'd be like, man, he whooped your ass. You know
Bro,
what I'm
that's
saying?
some
It's
Charlie
only
Z
one
shit.
punch difference.
That's some Charlie. He
Yeah,
said Wilder. He told Wilder, "I hit you in your body."
yeah. You
That
see what I'm
one
saying?
time, like nigga, I hit you in your body. Like
Yeah, I
get the
hit you in your
fuck out,
body. You know
man.
what I mean? Like it's just interpretation. That's all. You know what I mean? When I
Yeah,
say he whooped his ass, he basically, if you want me to get a suit and tie on, he was winning the
right.
fight one through
He
five.
was winning.
Is that what y'all want me to
Bingo.
say?
Yeah. You gotta give it to him like that, bro.
Only
Like
was he winning the fight 1 through 5? Was Kell Brook winning the fight 1 through 5?
he said, he was
How's that?
winning. I agree. He was winning. I
Okay.
agree.
I
Whether
apologize for
it was
saying Kell
I
Brook.
agree. I
4-2
agree. He was winning, but
Yeah.
or
as I said,
5-1, he was winning.
yeah,
Yeah.
nah. I had it. I had it four. I had it actually 4 rounds to 2.
So
I had it
Terrell
the same
Grace,
way. I had it the same
Terrell
way.
Grace, I want you to do a favor, Terrell Grace. Your
I mean, excuse
homework
me.
is to watch the Kell Brook and Spence
No,
fight
I'm
all over
sorry.
again since you
Three
put
to
two in the
two.
stack. Matter
Yeah,
of fact,
I
I
had it.
want you to
I had
go
it
to
three
the.
to. Yeah, I had it 3-2. I
I
had
want
Brook
you.
3. I had Brook 3. Yeah, I had
That's
the same
Terrell
thing.
Grace again. He the
Three to
same one that
two.
say
That's
Spence was
not. Yeah,
winning
yeah.
1 through 5. It's the same dude. He don't even
One
He
count.
through
said it.
five.
He said that he was winning
He
one. He
didn't
said
win,
Spence
bro.
was
He didn't
winning.
Terrell
win one
Grace.
through five.
Yeah,
Terrell
He ain't
Grace
say
said
that.
number 2.
He ain't say that.
Yes, he did. Yes,
he's
he
a
did.
I'm
runner.
about to
He's a
look.
camp
I don't
star.
believe that. I don't believe that, bro.
Yes, he did.
Oh shit! Yes, the fuck he did say that,
He
bro.
Yeah,
said one
yeah.
through five. I didn't see that.
Wow.
This Terrell Grace. Terrell Grace, I want you to go to the optometrist the first thing tomorrow and get you a pair of bifocals
Oh, get them
and an 80-inch TV
glasses, bro.
and watch it up close because you Mr. Magoo right now.
You funny as hell.
Damn.
This cat said he was winning 1 through 5. Terrell Grace,
I
log
don't see
off.
that either. I don't see that. Can anybody say 1 through 5 for Earl on that, bro?
Oh
Can
God,
anybody?
I'm in
Can
tears.
anybody agree with that on the panel?
No,
Anybody?
nobody.
I'm in
Going once, going
tears.
Nah,
twice? Yeah, I don't think nobody gonna say that, bro.
nah.
Nobody.
And then Tyrone Spencer gonna say, listen, Tyrone Spencer gonna say, as was Kell beating Spence before he KO'd TC.
Oh,
I
man.
answered that question. But Spence, Tyrone Spencer, ain't you the same person that had Porter knocking TC out? Wasn't that
Who
you?
said that? Who said
Oh
that, bro?
Lord.
Hmm.
I know ain't
I
nobody
think
said no crazy shit
that was
like that. That
Tyrone
Porter was
Spencer.
gonna
That
knock.
was Tyrone Spencer that said, I
Who
believe
in
that
their
was
right
Tyrone.
mind thought Porter would knock Bud out, bro?
Bro,
I
Tyrone
I
Spencer.
don't know, bro.
That's
Tyrone
crazy.
Spencer. We was on
That's
86
crazy.
boxing. I came on there, man. He called me. He was like, hit me up like Drico get. I
That's
logged on. I
crazy,
said,
bro.
I got TC and knockout. They was
That's
laughing.
crazy, dog.
Oh,
That is
when has
crazy,
Sean
bro.
Porter ever got knocked out?
That's worse than
When did-
y'all picked to me. But that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
To me, that's worse than y'all picked saying that the TC
yeah.
was gonna knock him. But I'm like, bro, what makes you think that? Like, how the fuck you go? That's crazy,
Matchups,
man.
my
Yeah.
friend. Matchups.
Bro, Tyrone Porter, you need to log off and never log on again.
Ever.
Ever,
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 ever.
ever,
Don't ever come around these parts no
ever.
more.
Log back on around here.
Again.
Bad, oh bad.
Now he gonna change up. Tyrone, don't make me screenshot. I will screenshot. I will do the snitches of the snitches of the snitch. I will screenshot and put you on blast.
Oh shit.
Don't you do it. Don't you?
It was close fight,
86
one
even
five.
said 86. Hey, a panel. 86 even said that Porter was gonna win. 86
Porter
knockout,
what?
y'all.
Win what?
Listen,
Win
thi-
what? The fight
With
against
TC.
Bud?
Yeah.
That's
I'm
crazy,
hoping
bro.
that people could finally see that I'm not delusional. Where just because Spence is my dog in the fight, that I'm gonna say
I
shit
think
like,
you
yeah,
had a little
Porter
bit of
gonna
hot
win.
sauce on that though. I think you had a little bit of hot sauce on that,
On
bro.
what?
And I called you out on one of the posts.
On what?
I said you gave yourself a way out. I said you said that Bud was gonna knock him out. I said this is
I could have
easy.
just
This
said
is a
Bud's gonna
layup.
win. All I could
No,
have.
you said he was. Oh, let me. Oh, you got
Okay,
to understand. You ain't listen, brother.
you right.
I said I feel that Kwame is giving himself a way out on this. I said if Bud don't look good, and that's his thing to see. Well, yeah. See, I told y'all the pound for pound guy, and he barely won the fight. So you had a way that you could spin your narrative on it. On the
Oh,
back, it's like a back
oh,
end
I
compliment.
absolutely listen. I absolutely was gonna do that.
Oh wow!
I
I
absolutely was
rest my
gonna do
case.
that if he didn't, because
Drink,
you know why?
Judge
Because
Drico, I rest my case.
and you know why I would have done it? Because I really, truly, in my heart and my mind, thought he was going to knock him out. And if he didn't, I would have jumped down his throat about it. Because
That would
I
have been something.
really,
That would have been
in
something.
my
Yeah,
heart and mind, believed that he was going to knock Sean Porter
you
out, which he
should have did.
did.
You should have did this.
Yeah. If he wouldn't have, I would have gave him the same treatment that people would have
So
gave
that
You
was
didn't get
Spence
before
Earl
the
for
that
not
accident.
treatment.
knocking
You
out
didn't get
Porter.
Earl that treatment. You didn't get Earl that
I sure
treatment.
did. I said after the fight was over, I
No,
said I
you
ain't
did
fucking with
not.
Earl like that. I did too.
No, but you ain't give him that treatment because he ain't knock him out.
Yes, I did. I said, listen, I did. I ran a mile because this motherfucker didn't knock him out online.
I remember that
No, you
mile.
had to do
Now,
that
come
because you're a
on
man of
now.
your word. You had to
Yeah,
I
do that
remember
because
that
you're a man of
mile.
your
yeah.
word.
I cussed
You
him
had to do
out
that
the
because
whole
you're a man
time.
of
Do
your
you
word.
remember the session? I cussed him out
I
for like
remember. I
45
remember.
minutes
I remember.
for making me run.
I
You know
remember.
what I'm saying? No, like, look. One thing I hate to lose. I'm a Capricorn. I hate to lose money. It could be a quarter. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I hate to lose money. And then especially if I'm losing money, not because, like, let's just say I
Not the
bet on
ultimate
something, I
effort.
just straight up lost. But if the horse
Yeah.
I bet on didn't even put forth his
Try.
best effort, you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? I'm saying he definitely tried because he won, but it's like he didn't put up his best effort, which I didn't like, because he didn't put up his best effort to me, from the standpoint of preparing.
Right.
Not like he didn't give his all
No,
in
I
the
get it. I
ring.
get it.
It's like
Trust me,
he didn't
brother. I
give
get it.
his all towards the fight, to in
I get it.
totality.
So you like me. If I'm gonna lose, I want to lose because the motherfucker's just better than me, not
Right,
because a motherfucker didn't show up
right.
tonight.
Because
Yeah.
now I gotta deal with this. And it's just like the post I made about Bud. I said, man, it pains me to say this, but Bud is gonna go from pound for pound number 2 to pound for pound number 1 after he knocks out Sean Porter. And then
I
someone
remember that
asked
post.
me, Kwame, why does it pain you? I said, because I know what's coming after he does it. All the shit about Spence
Mm-hmm.
didn't stop him, and Bud,
Mm-hmm.
I knew
The
that's
shit that we
what
don't
was
want to
coming.
hear.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, the
like,
shit that we don't want to hear.
exactly. Because
Yeah.
this thing has its own, Spence and Crawford has its own life to it. It has its own energy. Certain things is just gonna come. If one guy passes gas
But
the wrong way, the other side is gonna say something about the other side.
Yeah, but
They just need narratives to run with.
Marquez dropped back, and then Floyd beat the shit out of Marquez, but Floyd didn't, you know,
Right.
he didn't knock
Floyd
out
beat the shit
Pac.
out of
So
him
you
first,
can't.
though. Floyd beat the shit out of Marquez first, though, before he starts Pac-Man. But that really
I
don't
thought
mean
he
shit, though.
no, I thought Marquez fought Pacquiao first.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
he
he did.
fought him first, but he didn't knock Pacquiao out.
Right.
Floyd had already beat
Yeah, you gotta
Marquez
remember them dudes fought
before that.
4 times. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
yeah,
Floyd
they,
fought them in
yeah,
between that, in
yeah,
between
yeah,
the times that it
yeah,
was before that.
mm-hmm,
But I see your
yeah,
point. It's like,
yeah. Like yeah,
that's
he
why you
beat the
can't
shit
run
out. Yeah,
triangle theories, right?
yeah.
Right.
The triangle.
Exactly. That's
Yep.
what I'm
Yeah, he
saying.
can't run
Mm-hmm.
the triangle
Yeah.
theories because of that. Yeah, so yeah, 100%. I agree with that. 115%, man. So
Only thing that you can hope for, bro, when it comes to a fight of that magnitude, if fighter A and fighter B come in the ring as healthy as possible, because you know nobody ain't gonna never be 100% when they come in that motherfucker. You gotta
right,
hope that they both own their game, and then it's like may the best man win. You don't want your horse to not show up, like you said.
right.
You want
Yeah,
him to,
it's like you don't want your guy to not give
yeah.
his
Yeah.
all or be fucking around, and then they come in, because then it's
Now,
like,
let me ask you a question, Kwame
mhm,
and nephew. I'm gonna ask y'all a question now. Judging off of what you said, just said, you
mhm,
don't want your horse coming in there 80, 20. Earl
mhm.
has a habit of doing that.
Well, he's done it for two
Mm,
fights. I mean,
good point.
he has
Good
20,
point.
he has 28 fights now. He's done it for two fights.
That,
So
but that's a fact.
And,
Well,
He didn't say anything
well,
wrong.
I think
That
I
did
think
and
he's
happen,
done
Draco,
it.
and that fact did happen.
I think
if
he's done it
if
more
he
than
get his
two
ass whooped,
fights.
then if he take that fight, all bets are off.
right.
What do
All
you
bets
I
are
mean?
off,
think,
man.
yeah,
What do you
I
mean? You
think
said
Earl
what?
wasn't himself.
He has no excuse.
Yeah,
No
I
excuse.
think
If he
Earl
accept
been
that
doing
fight,
this
no excuse.
No, but
his
that's
whole
not what Drake
professional
is saying.
career.
That's not what Drake is saying. Going off of what I just said, you got this horse right here that's known to just he gonna give it his all every time. You got this horse
Yeah.
where if he in it tonight, he gonna show out. You know what I'm saying? But if he ain't in it that night, he ain't gonna give you that effort. Who you putting your money on?
No,
That's crazy to go with the
Yeah.
other guy.
I
That's like you
listen,
don't know
listen.
Come
if you
on,
go
I
get it.
feel that. Listen, I feel that, but I also feel like that accident. If it didn't do it completely, it definitely slowed him down because
We
right
Has it?
hope.
now when he showed up to the fight, and from what people can see, that he's in shape. When he was doing that stuff in between fights, he was not in shape. It was
That's true.
obvious. He was fat. He
That's
was
true.
flabby.
I
That's
give him
So
that.
my
I don't see
point,
that now. So I can't
my
go
point.
into
Like,
that
why
whole
would
thing that
you, Kwame? We doing
mhm,
stock or whatever,
huh?
right? We doing stock. I'm the guy. I'm calling you like, bro. We go get this, that, and the other,
Mhm.
and I'm giving you the tips on it, and you hitting every time.
Mhm.
Shriek is good. Shriek is good, or probably is better as me. He giving you shit, them hitting, but then at times he lacking and he ain't doing that. Who are you going to fuck with, bro?
Oh, I'm gonna definitely fuck with.
Let's
I'm
be
definitely gonna.
real,
Yeah,
bro. Like that's
I'm
all
definitely
Drake
gonna fuck
saying.
with you. I'm
That's all
definitely
Drake.
gonna.
That's all
Right.
Drake saying.
Right. I'm definitely gonna fuck with
yeah.
you. But you know what? That's because my money's involved. The only thing that's involved in here is a little bit of ego and pride.
Got
So
you. I rock with it.
you feel what I'm
I can
saying?
rock
It's
with it.
like
I rock with
once
it.
if that shit happen, yeah, I'm gonna deal with heat over social media. But I
Hmm.
mean, what is that really gonna affect my life? I mean, I'm
Right.
still gonna
That,
nothing. You know what I'm saying?
right.
At all.
Right.
Spence is my guy. Period. Um, I called out when he was doing that. I said that I
You
didn't like
did.
his
You
chances
did.
against Bud at all, and he's he's doing a lot better. But he's had the accident and the eye stuff. But if he's saying that he's ready and he's gonna do whatever and he can fight, then I gotta leave it at that, and I'm gonna ride with my horse. I'm not
Okay.
jumping and going to the other side. I'm not doing
Let me
that.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. Right now, at this moment, you're the handler for Earl Spence Jr.
Mhm.
Do you give him a tune up? Do you not give him a tune up? And if you don't give him a tune up, who are you fighting?
If I would give him, if I would now, if I was his handler, I would give him a tune up just
Who are
because
you
he's only
fighting?
fought one time since the whole accident situation.
So
That's
who are you
about two
fighting
two
for
years
his tune
now.
up? Who is his tune
Uh,
up? Zito?
in a
Like
perfect world for me, it'd be Virgil Ortiz. In a perfect world,
that's
I
to
think
me that's
that's
not a tune up, brother.
Yeah, that ain't no tune up.
That's
it.
a
Ain't
fight.
it? Yeah,
That's a
but
fight, bro.
but it is a fight. But if you great and you elite, then that's a tune up.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing, that humble pie that you can eat fucking around and fucking around, get killed. What Meek
Hmm.
Mill say, that might be some shit that you really
So
don't want right
so
now.
so 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 I'm glad I'm gonna put this up here. Whoever said this, someone said Danny was a tune-up. So most people said Danny was a tune-up, right? They said Danny could
I will
fight.
probably say Danny is a tune-up,
That's
bro,
that's
because
your
I didn't
boy
never see him
Terrell
fight.
Grace again, the one that need the
Okay.
bifocals.
Danny
So
was a tune-up, bro.
yeah,
Like that
so
was some
but
bullshit.
Trico crazy. So what I would say
Was
You
with
Danny not
finally
a
got
tune-up,
one,
bro?
Terrell. He
he said,
finally got one. It took about 30 tries. You finally got
Bro,
one,
Danny
Terrell.
was definitely a
Keep
tune-up,
it up.
bro.
well, it
Keep
looked
up the
like it
good
was a
work.
tune-up. But here's the thing. When it was leading up to the fight, everyone was saying, "Oh, Danny's definitely not a tune-up."
No, everybody didn't.
Yes,
Everybody
most people
didn't.
did. No, you call
You know
him
what
in
your boy
Porter.
said.
You call him a Porter recycle fighter, so I get that. But that's different from saying like, okay,
Gould
this
always
guy's a
calling somebody recycle.
yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
That's
like, bro, where
Gould be
did I
like,
lie?
oh,
Where did I
boots,
lie, bro?
boots recycle.
oh god. So
I ain't
uh,
say
so
boots, bro.
so all I'm
I ain't
saying is
say
most
boots.
people. Yeah, all I'm saying is most people back when Danny Garcia was about to fight Earl Spence, if somebody would have said Virgil Ortiz is better than Danny Garcia, everyone would have said no, he ain't fought nobody, he ain't proved
Right,
himself. Danny
right.
this,
That's
Danny
true.
never been
That's
stopped,
Mm-hmm.
true.
Danny never been knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're
Yep.
gonna say Danny was a tune-up, then why Virgil Ortiz can't be put in the same category?
No,
He ain't
Virgil
won a
Ortiz
world
is
he ain't
dangerous.
won a world title yet, did he?
Virgil
Ortiz,
Virgil actually beat somebody at Mary at 147 pounds. Boom, over. That's the end of discussion.
He beat who?
He beat someone at 147 pounds.
Yeah, he beat
Mighty Mo, bro. He beat
yeah,
Mighty Mo,
yeah, but
bro.
that ain't
So you know what I'm
no
saying?
that ain't
Danny
no
ain't
big
did that.
deal.
Danny ain't did that.
That ain't no hell.
Now
Yes,
tell
he
me if
did.
I'm
That ain't no
wrong.
that
Tell me if I'm wrong.
man. What you talking about? That Danny
Who
didn't do
Danny beat
that.
at 147, bro? Who Danny beat at 147? Quickly, come on.
Danny. The only
Somebody.
fight. Listen,
Somebody.
Danny won all his fights at 147 and set the step up once.
Your Honor Draco, instruct the defendant to answer the
I
question.
am answering the question.
Who
I
did
just told
Danny
you he
beat at 147 pounds?
answer the
Danny.
question.
Okay, when Danny, I'm just thinking of all Danny's fights. So when Danny came in at 147, his first fight was Paulie. His second fight was Guerrero for a vacant title. His third fight was Keith Thurman. No, 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 no. He fought the guy he fought before that was at the Leacourt Center was
You see how hard
Samuel
this shit is,
Vargas.
bro? You
Samuel
see how hard this shit
Vargas.
is?
No, I'm naming the people he beat at 147.
Then he beat that
I'm
one
waiting on you to
guy
name
at the
somebody.
Boys
I'm
and
waiting on you to
Girls
I'm
name
just
Club.
naming
somebody.
them, but Mighty Mo. Listen, Mighty,
No,
you
I'm just
can't.
waiting on you to name somebody,
Then he
bro.
got in
I
a
just
fight
named
at
it.
the
I just named
bar.
the people. Listen, I just named the people that he beat at 147. So when you bring up Mighty Mo Hooker, the fight before he fought Virgil Ortiz, he got
At
knocked out
140.
at 140 and
Mm-hmm.
by Jose Ramirez,
Oh,
and he just moved up to 147.
But
So
Jean
Jose
Claude
Ramirez is a dog. Jose
Jean
Ramirez
Claude
is a
Van Damme
dog.
said Jean Claude Van Damme said
you
he
funny
beat
as
Mean
fuck.
Machine.
Who
Yeah, he
beat
beat Mean
not at
Machine.
147? Not at one.
Yeah, he
Who
did.
That,
did he
Virgil
win?
just beat Mean Machine.
Who beat Mean Machine?
Virgil did. He just beat him. That was his
No,
last
no, we
fight.
ain't talking about no Virgil Ortiz right now, bro. We talking about I mean, my
Danny.
Danny.
bad. Yeah. We talking about Virgil
Yeah, oh
Ortiz
my
right now.
fault. My fault. My
Yeah,
fault.
we
My,
talking about
Right.
So my point is, Virgil Ortiz got better comp at 147 than Danny. I'm talking about Danny winning at 147.
You're
Can
gonna
y'all
call
agree with
Mighty
that on
Mo.
that?
He that. So you're gonna call a guy
Who
that
Danny
was.
beat at
So let me ask you a
147 that was
question.
better than
So you're
Mighty
gonna
Mo?
tell me. So you're gonna tell me a
Who
guy who
Danny beat
was.
at 147 was better than Mighty Mo?
I'm getting ready to answer that. You're gonna tell me a guy who was knocked out the fight before at a lower weight class.
No. I asked the question, brother. I said, who did Danny beat at 147 that was better than Mighty Mo Hooker?
I would say a couple people. I'd say Robert Guerrero. I would say because Robert Guerrero was a champ at
Bravo
140.
Guerrero was washed. He was washed, sir.
Right, but
He was
but
washed. He was washed at the time. He
okay,
was
they
washed.
say
okay. Again,
Marcio
again,
Herrera.
but we can compare them because you're talking about a Mighty Mo Hooker who just came out off of a knockout
Mauricio
loss.
Herrera.
No, 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 no,
Mauricio beat
no.
the
That's
shit out of Danny, bro. Damn
that's
near
what they
beat
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
He
Yeah,
did,
beat the shit out of
but
him.
that was
that's
at
Yeah,
what.
one.
yeah,
That
for
was
That's
at
sure.
what.
one
Yeah, that's what
forty.
happened.
That's what
Yeah, but
Facebook jail
that was at
Mark
one
said.
forty.
Facebook jail
That
Mark
was.
said that.
Yeah, but that was
Yeah,
at
sure
one
did.
forty.
That was at
Right,
140.
and
It
I'm
was.
just saying you can't name Mighty Mo Hooker if he got knocked out at a lower weight class
The only thing I'm
and
saying,
then fought
and I'm gonna
Ortiz
stand on what
next.
I'm saying. The only thing I'm saying, I'm gonna stand on what I'm saying is, you can't name. You did Guerrero. Guerrero would have been good at the time when he beat Berto up, but at the time when he fought old boy, he wasn't the same fucking Guerrero, dog. He was washed.
No,
So
he
you can't
wasn't.
name nobody that Danny beat at 147 that was better than Mighty Mo. You can't do it.
Oh, okay. What was Mighty Mo Hooker's last two fight results? His last two fights. How did he
No,
end
I
it?
just when
I'm
they
asking. No, no.
fought, I just
I
said
answered your
you
question, but I'm
just
asking
changed
you
the
a question now.
goalpost though.
No, I'm not
Did you
because we're
just see the
talking about Mighty.
goalpost?
No, I'm not because we're talking about Mighty Mo Hooker. I'm staying on the topic.
Can I ask Rico?
Who?
Can I ask Rico?
No,
Can I ask
I'm
Rico?
asking you a question
Can I
first.
ask Rico? Rico, did the goalpost just get moved right then and there?
It moved,
No, how can it
Thank
move if
you.
I'm
but
talking?
I
but
rest my
he
case. I rest my
he
No,
case.
wanna
how can
he
it? How
wanna
can it?
explain and elaborate.
No. How
No,
can it
but
be?
that wasn't what it
You brought
was.
up Mighty
It
Mo.
was just
Listen, you
it was
brought up
just a
Mighty Mo
question.
Hooker,
He
right?
had to answer the question. You can't
I'm
move the
answering the question.
goalpost, bro.
I'm answering the question. I'm not moving the goalpost. You brought
You
up Mighty
did
Mo
move it.
Hooker.
He just said you
Listen,
moved it,
listen,
bro.
listen, listen, go. You brought up Mighty Mo Hooker. You asked me who did Danny beat at 147 better than Mighty Mo Hooker, right? So in order for anyone to gauge how good Mighty Mo Hooker is, then we have to talk about what he did or who he beat in order for us to gauge exactly how good he
You
was.
tap dancing like a
I'm not.
mug right now, bro. You
I mean,
sweet with
nephew,
it.
does that make sense
No,
to you? Or is that tap
I'm gonna give
dancing?
you the Johnny Cochran Loyal to the Game Award.
Here we go.
We starting today. That's the
I'm
Johnny
Yeah.
Cochran move that you just did.
okay.
Well, you sweet with that. You
Okay.
a salesman that snake
So
oil,
let
bro.
me
That
ask.
was
So
nice.
I'm just asking nephew now, right? Nephew, if someone's asking me about a specific fighter and saying that this fighter is not as good as or is better than someone else's competition, then the only way that we can answer that fairly is that we have to assess what that fighter has done to see what level of fighter he is. That's all I'm doing. I'm not dancing
Nephew,
around
I'm
anything.
telling you right now, he's definitely dancing, bro.
How's
This
that
dude, you gotta watch
dancing?
him.
I mean,
Nephew, this your
you
first
can't
time
just
on
throw
here. Drake can
names
tell
out
you.
there. That's
You
you
gotta
can't
watch
just
him.
throw. Listen, you can't just throw names out there and then say that this guy better than the other
Look,
guy
Well,
without
bro,
having
he
any
just
nephew,
asked you a
factual
he's
proof.
question though.
slick
He
with it.
said name a
Nephew, he
name.
real slick with it. He real slick with it,
Yeah.
nephew. You
So
see how
so
he
you
did
don't
that?
have to get a background to the boxer. He just want a name.
That's
Yeah,
all
I
I
could get.
asked for,
I
bro.
already gave names. I said Guerrero. I gave names, and
And I said when Guerrero fought, oh
listen,
boy, he was washed, bro. That's not a
listen,
good comparison, bro.
but you know what? Guerrero wasn't though. Knocked out at a lower weight class to fight before, and fighting
Okay,
his first fight at
okay, it
147.
happens. And you're saying that to say what? It happens.
So we can't
It
compare. You
happens.
can't use Mighty Mo Hooker
No, so
as
you can't
someone
find
as a
nobody that been
standard
knocked out
at
at another weight
147.
class and came back and won a belt and been
How can
successful in the next weight class.
okay.
Come on now, we
I
can name
got you because
a lot of Hall of Famers that can do
Danny
that,
fought
bro.
Lamont too, right?
you open the door. I'm glad because you opened the door there. So he's asking me, right? He's asking me who is Danny beat at 147, right? Better than
Yeah,
Mighty Mo Hooker, right? And I gave a name,
yes.
and I gave him a name. Listen, I gave him a name, and
And he
he
was
didn't agree with
washed.
that. Yeah, because
He
he
was
said he was
washed.
washed. But I'm gonna ask you now in return, who how many times has Mighty Mo Hooker fought at 147 and who has he does he even have one win at
Nobody.
147? Has he
No.
does he have a win at 147?
I answered your question. I just said no.
No,
I just answered your
okay.
question,
So
sir.
then how do you use him as a standard for
I'm
someone
using
to
him.
beat
You just helped my
if he only
case.
had one fight
Hold
there and he
on.
never won a
Okay.
fight there in his career?
You gonna let me answer it? You gonna let me answer it?
Absolutely.
I just use him, and that's really helping my case. I done took a nigga that ain't even won at 147 and showing you how washed that boy is. Stop playing with me, man.
What you talking
I'm
about?
on
But
my shit,
I
bro.
gave listen,
Drico, I'm on my shit today, bro.
anyone that Danny beat at
Danny ain't did
147.
shit at 147,
Listen,
brother. You know that.
listen, anyone that Danny Garcia beat at 147 that has a win at 147 is better than Mighty Mo Hooker. because Mighty Mo Hooker has no wins at 147, and he was knocked out at a lower weight class to fight before he moved up.
Okay, see, you keep
So
on
anyone
going
who has
back.
one win, like
Hold on,
Robert
Rico.
Guerrero, is
You see
better than
how
Mighty Mo Hooker at
slick he is,
147.
Rico, with the little snake shit, with the oil and shit. You see
Yeah.
how easy he can go back to what Mighty Mo did at this other weight class, but can't give another
We don't
dude
even need
props
to talk
for what he
about what he
did at
did.
that weight class.
That's
I'm
just the
all
icing
over him
on the
today,
cake.
bro.
That's
I'm on
just
my
the
shit.
icing. We don't need to even talk
Hold
about
on, I'm
what
talking
he
to
did at
Drico.
140.
Excuse me, sir. I'm talking to Drico right now. I'm talking to Drico right now. I'm on my shit today, Drico, and I'm calling him on this bullshit.
Yeah.
Now we can't talk about this fighter because of what he did at this weight class. But we can
Right.
talk about this fighter for what he did when he got knocked out at this weight class. How we gonna
Yeah,
do that,
but the
bro?
difference.
How we
Listen.
gonna chop this shit up on loyalty game,
Listen,
bro?
listen.
No, excuse me, sir. I'm
You,
talking to
you.
Drico. Drico, how we gonna chop this up on
Yeah,
loyalty to the game, bro?
I
How we
Yeah.
don't
gonna
know
do
who
that,
Danny
Drake?
beat at 147. That's wrong.
Come on, man.
I
Let's keep it a
mean,
man.
No,
Come
he
on,
he
bro.
he
We
hasn't.
gotta
he
keep it. We
fought.
gotta
No, he
keep it
hasn't.
easy.
I'm not
Gotta
saying he
keep it
has.
easy.
He hasn't.
That's a
I'm not saying
checkmate,
that
bro.
he's.
That's a checkmate.
Listen,
That's a
my
checkmate.
point is no. Listen to what I'm saying. Danny Garcia hasn't beaten anyone good at 147, but the
Mm-hmm.
people that he has beat at 147 is better than Mighty Mo Hooker at 147 because
And I agree with you, sir.
Mighty Mo Hooker
I
has
agree with you.
never won a
You
fight
see
at
how easy that
147.
is, though? But you see how easy that was for me? I agree
Right.
with you.
Okay. And
Yeah, I
I'm
agree with
just
you.
saying,
But on on the
if
flip
you agree
side, you won't
if
agree
you
with
agree
me.
with me, if you agree with
No, on
me,
the flip side, you won't even agree with me. And that's the same thing you say about Drake.
no,
You
I
got a
agree
good
with you.
point. No.
I'm saying that what I'm saying is that for the way
Tell
that
me if
my
I'm
mind
wrong,
works,
Drake.
the way that my mind works is that I have to have logic behind things that I'm analyzing. I don't just say because that's why again that's why I picked Terrence Crawford and not Porter
No,
out.
man. We
I
going
have
too
to have
far off on the
logic.
deep end right
I
now.
have to have
We going
logic and
no,
reasoning behind the things I'm saying
no.
to make an
Okay, and I
assessment.
feel that. But
He
I'm saying
jumped
this to
ship
say
with,
this.
with Crawford
Yes.
to even make
Bingo.
that.
No,
That's what I'm saying. And he's not acknowledging that, yeah, you're right. Go on and just let it go.
listen, but you're not right to me. You're not.
Wow.
Because you're not right. And the reason why I'm
You
gonna tell you,
Americans, you
Okay,
Americans, I swear,
the
bro.
question was, who has Danny beat? Then you said nobody. So
no,
that
no,
makes
that's not what
Goon
I. That's
right,
not
right?
what I. No, that's not what I said. I said when he says
He gave
name
me a
a good
washed up
name,
ass Guerrero, bro.
he said name a name
He
that's
gave me a
better.
washed up ass Guerrero.
Right, and I said Guerrero, and the reason why I said Guerrero is because Guerrero has wins at 147, what Mighty Mo Hooker doesn't. So when he's saying who has Danny beat better than Mighty Mo Hooker, I'm saying anyone who has one fucking win at 147 is better than Mighty Mo Hooker because Mighty Mo Hooker not only got knocked out or stopped at 147, the fight right before that he was knocked out at a lower weight class. So I
Can I
can't.
ask you this?
So
Hey,
anyone's
Drico,
better than him at
Drico,
147 that
Drico,
Danny beat.
can I ask this question, Drico? Can I
Yeah.
pick anybody at 175 pounds and say Canelo Alvarez is better than them, and he ain't never fucking fought one fight there? Stop playing with me, man. I'm on my shit today, dog.
Because
I'm on my shit today,
you would
bro.
have to use
I'm
because
tight with it.
Canelo would actually for you to use the same analogy.
No,
For you to
dog. I'm
say
on my shit
that's not
today,
that.
bro. No,
No. I'm sharp, bro.
nephew.
That ain't gonna work.
Somebody, Drico. Hold
That
on.
ain't gonna
Let's
work
ask them.
because you
Hold on. Let's
inaccurate.
ask them. Let's
The
ask
way that
them and let's
will
ask the
work.
public. No,
Listen,
let's ask them. So
no,
one,
but
one
that's
for
not
me.
right.
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
right. That's
One
not
for.
the right question to
Hold on.
ask them.
Can I ask a question? No, one for me and two for you, and we go ask Drico and nephew, dog, and we
Okay.
gonna see what we tally it up. What y'all think,
Okay.
dog?
Okay.
What you
Yeah,
think,
but you gotta
Drico?
ask. But you have to ask
If
a question that's
No,
if
no,
it
parallel
Drico.
because that's not
What
right.
do you
What you
think,
asking?
Drico? What do
if
you think,
he
Drico?
can say that, he can honestly say that though.
Okay.
He can. Yeah, that's his
The
opinion.
difference in what Goon is saying right now is he's saying if Canelo never went up there and had a fight, the difference is Mighty Mo Hooker actually fought and lost at the weight class. Now, if you said if Canelo went to
Well,
175
he's
and
judging the record.
lost,
He
then
He's
we can
he's
judging.
have
getting
that
ready to fight
argument.
the motherfucker right now. Is what I'm saying. Like, and we
Yeah,
all know
we
that he
can't.
about
So
to
that's
beat
not
the
a
shit.
good
We
analogy
know he about
because
to beat
Canelo's never
dog
fought at the
ass.
weight class
We
yet.
know he about to beat dog ass. So hold on. All right, can I get a bet with you right now? Then if you gonna say some shit like that, are you gonna take the other guy against me? No, you're gonna take fucking Canelo Alvarez. Stop playing, bro.
I'm lost in
Come
your
on now.
logic.
Oh my fucking god.
Of course, I'm gonna choose Canelo, but I'm kind of lost on what your
Okay.
logic and what you're trying to,
How could
like,
you
what
not know
point you're
what
trying to make.
it is? Can somebody help me out, bro?
Please, because I need help.
He's saying it's fair to say, judging off Canelo's past, that
Uh-huh.
he can beat everybody from 170, 175 on down.
Well,
That's what
no,
that's
I don't think he could beat everybody. I think he could beat the guy he choosing to fight.
I mean,
So that's
Right?
basically
that's
what
what
you
he's
just
saying.
said. You said anybody that had a win at 147 was better than Mighty Mo. And I said, you're correct. But I
Okay.
said, and if you take that same logic you taking, I'm going to take Canelo Alvarez never fighting at 175 and coming and beating the champion and taking his belt. It's the
Yeah,
same thing,
but the
bro.
only reason I'm saying that is because Mighty Mo actually went to 147 and lost. So that's why I'm
Canelo get
saying
ready
that.
to
I
fight
can't
dog.
say that about
Canelo get
Canelo
ready to
because he
fight
ain't gone
dog,
up
though.
there and won or lost. He
But
been fought at the
Canelo
weight
is getting
class.
ready to fight dog
Yeah,
for the
but he
belt,
hasn't
though.
fought, so we can't say that. I know. Listen,
See,
we
that's
can
what
we
we
can
doing.
think anything. Listen, we
Semantics,
seen
bro.
Buster Douglas. We seen Buster Douglas
Oh,
stop
my
Mike
bad.
Tyson. Nephew, would you have picked Buster Douglas or Mike Tyson?
No, no. I
So,
wish I
so,
did.
so if it was a fifth,
I had that bag right now.
you're right,
Yeah,
and
you
that's
had
all
a
I'm.
big bag.
That's
You
all
had a
I'm
big
saying.
bag.
I can't go off something that is about to happen that didn't happen because I'm assuming this is gonna happen. I
See,
can't
that's some
say that,
bullshit. Hold
right?
on. Hey, Your
You
Honor.
need to you
Can I
need
get Your
to
Honor?
say
Trico win.
someone who's fought in the weight
Your Honor.
class and
Your
lost.
Honor. Your Honor. I'm not going to let him get past this and slide in here like this. Because
I'm
this
not the
is a
one.
guy that
I can
always talk
argue a
about.
point and keep it too.
Hold on. Because you know I can debate. I can debate with the best of them.
Mm-hmm.
This is a guy that always talk about pay-per-view numbers and what the data says and this, that, and the
Mm-hmm.
other. Same freaking
No, it ain't
argument
because the
right
data
now,
doesn't
bro.
have the data
Hold
don't
on,
have
let's ask the
Canelo
panel.
having one fight at
Well, let's
175
ask the
yet.
panel. Drico, is it the same thing right now?
It's kind of the same. Yeah,
It
it's
ain't.
kind of the same.
It's not.
Well, because
You
because
got to
what
use
you
someone who
said.
fought there already.
Well, yeah, that's like that's technical. That's the
It's even
technical
worse
part
if
of
you
it.
let this come. If you let this dude come dog you and take your shit
Listen, what I'm telling you is that first of
at
all,
another division.
Mighty Mo Hooker is not like you acting like Mighty Mo Hooker was
No,
like
I'm not saying
some
they're a
really
world
great
beater. That's
champion
not
or
what I'm
something.
saying.
Like
That's what makes my point even better.
shit on him. But Mighty Mo Hooker wasn't no Bud Crawford or anything even close to
Right.
that at
But
140. The dude was
that's what I
getting
feel that
knocked down.
makes
He was
my
getting
point
knocked
better.
down in his fights, and and
Right.
someone finally caught up to his chin,
I
and then
feel that
he got put to sleep,
right.
and then
And I feel that
he
makes
made
my
a
case
move to
even
come up.
more.
Right, he
I
made a
agree
move to
with
come
you.
up and got beat up again. And you
So
know
you
what? I
say,
Kwame, I'm
actually
agreeing
won
with
money
you.
off of Bomac
I'm
because I
agreeing with
predicted
you.
he was going to get knocked out.
Kwame, I'm agreeing with you, and that makes my point even more clear. It's just like if Bud wouldn't have had a good performance against Sean Porter right now, you'd have been like, see, I told y'all I thought he was going to knock him out. We'll do it. It's making the point even better for me. I
Like
feel.
okay. I guess for the sake of argument, we just going to agree to disagree on that.
Bingo. Bingo.
For the sake of
I
argument,
can live with that. I can
yeah,
live
we
with
y'all
can
that.
saying
disagree.
the
Yeah,
y'all saying the same thing and y'all moving
Yeah, we
parallel.
saying the
That's why
same
y'all
thing. We
ain't.
saying the
yeah,
exact
Yeah.
same thing,
right.
bro.
Listen, for again, for me, it was just when you said Mighty Mo Hooker. Now, if the
Mm-hmm.
fight would have happened at 140, then I would have agreed with you 100% because Mighty Mo Hooker is a champion there. He has wins there. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
He
you would have
took a
said that he
loss.
was better at 140 than Danny at 140?
No,
I
I'm
wouldn't
not
say
saying
that.
no, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is
Somebody just
I could
asked that question. Somebody just asked that. It was Jean Claude just
hell
said.
no, Mighty Mo Hooker can't beat no Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia punch him into the
I
stone
don't
image.
know. I don't
He
know.
can't.
I don't
No, he
know.
can't. Danny,
I don't know.
listen to
I
what
would
I'm
bet
telling
with
you.
Mighty Mo. I would bet with
Listen,
Mighty Mo, bro.
well, we could get that bet on
Ah,
because
Yeah, you know, I'll give you that
listen to
bet.
what I'm
If they
telling you.
fight, that's locked in. And it's a receipt.
Okay,
This
okay,
is a
okay,
receipt.
okay. Oh, great. Listen to what I'm listen.
Yeah.
I told you this before about Danny Garcia. Danny
What has
Garcia.
Danny done at 147, bro?
Listen to what I'm telling you. Danny Garcia feast on little niggas from 140. Little
he
niggas
a
who
dog at
little niggas.
140 there.
He,
He a
Yeah,
and
he a
dog at
dog on
if
140.
him.
you and listen, like
Yeah.
Adrian Granados, who ain't never been stopped before, if you bring
Yeah.
your little ass up from 140 and
He
fight
go
Danny, he
dog
gonna
walk
knock your
your ass.
motherfucking head off.
He go
Matisse,
dog walk.
Matisse.
Hold on now. Hold on now. Hold on. And this is thank you, Trico. You just made my point. I'm gonna be real with y'all, bro. When Matisse knocked Peterson out, and Danny was in the crowd, Danny looked mad, scared, and hurt.
He
Your
won.
boy Earl just looked like that the other
No,
day, bro.
no, he didn't.
I ain't lying, bro. He looked the same way. Like
He looks
he looked
scared and
just
hurt,
like.
or he look like does this
No,
look?
no,
Does my
no. I'm not gonna
avatar
say
look
scared.
scared or
No,
hurt, or
Danny,
does
no,
this
no,
look
no.
like a
No,
hater?
look. No,
This looks scared or hurt
Danny.
or a
No,
hater?
listen, Kwame. Let me fix that up. He did not look scared, but he looked mad hurt.
Yeah, he did.
Danny looked hurt. Danny looked
That
like
give
he
you
was
hurt.
He did.
scared.
That's why I'm
Like,
rocking it. That's
oh
why I'm
shit,
rocking it.
and I'm hurt. Yeah,
That's
Danny
why I'm
looked like he
rocking
was
it.
scared and hurt. Like, oh shit, I gotta fight this motherfucker. Like, I'm here because they gonna promote this next fight. Like, well, yeah. I'll fight that
That's why he
motherfucker.
got the
Like,
hell on, bro. That's why he
No,
got
no,
the
no, no,
hell
no.
on.
Hell no. That don't
but
got
Danny
shit to
beat
do
that
with
boy
nothing.
ass though. But Danny
Yeah,
beat that boy ass though.
that don't have nothing to do with
Danny beat
nothing.
that boy ass, man.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
I just tell you.
No,
I
but
just tell you.
no, it has a lot to do with it because we looked at Danny, and I know
No, I'm talking
y'all
about
did.
for
Like,
Spence and Bud, because he said that's
oh
why he
no.
ran.
You know, I'm
That's what I'm
fucking with y'all
saying.
with that. You know,
With
I'm fucking
that
with
one,
you
I
with the Spence
understand,
shit.
but
I'm dead
You know, I'm fucking
serious.
with you with
Spence
that.
got the hell on.
yeah,
No,
Spence
Drake,
got out of
Drake,
there.
listen,
Spence
bro.
got
Hold
out of
on,
there
I got you,
because
Kwame.
the
I
celebrities
got you.
leave first, so they're not in the crowd.
Kwame, I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you. He left there because Spence. If we know certain shit, they knew this shit. He don't want
Long
to be
time
asked this
ago,
dumb shit.
right?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I'm with him all day on that. Like, it doesn't matter that he left before that shit. I wouldn't have wanted to deal with that shit either, bro.
That's why you came, bro. That's your job
No,
is to
but
deal
you
with
don't
that
want to
shit.
deal, but you ain't want to deal with that
That
bullshit, bro. You know,
But
you ain't gonna be able to fight
goon,
that man long as he with
ain't
top
that
rank,
what
bro.
he signed up for, goon?
Yeah,
when
yeah,
people come
all
to
day long,
listen, when fighters
When
come
he
to other,
came before he pulled up at that
Why
fight, boy,
you?
man.
Why a fighter can't go to a fight just to be a fan of boxing, bro? This is what
or why
it
can't
upsets me with
or
people,
This
why
bro.
wasn't
can't a
that.
fighter go to a fight just to size up another fighter? Don't mean that they got
Y'all
to
know
go in the
what
ring
this
and get
was.
rowdy.
Listen, y'all know what this is
Okay, but
about.
that's still being a
Stop
fan,
playing.
bro, because you're still doing that
Stop
shit, bro.
playing. Stop playing. Y'all know what this
Yeah,
was
we know what
about.
this was. Yeah,
No,
we know.
When
Yeah, we
Earl
know what it
tweeted,
was.
I will be at that fight. We had every assumption that this is when Earl be capping. This is where he be capping. When he said, "Oh, I'm coming to that fight."
He tweeted that. I didn't know he tweeted that.
yeah, he
Yeah, he
did.
tweeted that.
We knew that he was
Yeah,
going to the fight. We all knew that he was
yeah.
going to the fight.
So when with us, we thinking, Earl
Here we
getting in the
go.
ring.
We thinking he gonna get in the ring or some shit.
Here,
Man,
that's
you
what
Earl
you
can't do
I
getting
that
in
thought.
the
yet.
He
ring.
never said I
You
was getting
can't
in
do
the
that
This
ring,
yet.
is it.
but
This
No,
is
he
it.
never said he was getting in the ring.
I'm gonna let Drico's alter ego show up. So just hold on a second. I want him to be in his element
Oh
as
shit,
he
he putting another
does what he
fucking
do.
picture up, bro.
So hold on a second.
But no,
No,
I
Earl
was saying,
never
I don't know
said that he
what
was
is
getting in the
going
ring,
on
Drake.
with. There we go. Go
Yeah.
ahead down.
But see, that was our assumption when he said he pulling up. So we automatically gonna assume,
We wanted
it's
him to get
about
in
to
the
go
ring.
down.
But Drake, we
It's
wanted him
about,
to get in the ring.
yeah.
We wanted
And
him to
then
get in the ring.
what did he do, bro? He got up and he left, just as
Cause
quiet.
you could look at it as the way that the fight went. You know, I'm a real nigga, so I'm gonna look at it like his way or how his fan
No,
base look at
bro,
it.
Right,
you
Like,
came to
right.
you know,
shoot
if
in
you
the
gonna
air,
beat this
bro,
man, go
bro,
ahead and beat. No,
bro.
I know, but I'm just keeping it real.
You,
Like they looking at it like that, and like, yeah, you know, I guess you could look at it like that. There's no problem looking at it like that.
bro. This is what I'm
Does
saying.
it
This is
make
what
sense to
Earl
y'all to
capping.
me?
No,
Yeah.
because this is Earl Cap again. But he knew what he was saying. He's manipulating the words now. He's massaging his words. I'm pulling up. See what I'm saying?
That's
So
not
we
what he
are
said.
nephew,
But go ahead.
nephew,
What's
nephew.
up, babe?
When he made that tweet, what did you think?
I didn't know he made the tweet that he was coming to the fight. I
No,
mean,
he didn't say I was pulling up. He tweeted something that said something in regards that I'm gonna
Said
be
a,
back in action in 2 weeks or something.
no, he said
And
he's coming to the fight. That's how we knew that he was
well, we
coming to
got.
the fight.
I
As I
never
was
saw.
posting that shit.
Yeah, show it because I never
I
saw
was,
that.
but listen, remember I was posting it and I was like, I doubt if he even come.
I no, I never saw that. I pull up
You didn't
Earl
see my
Spence Twitter.
thing? You didn't
No,
see
the
when I was
post
saying
that
that
the
when I was posting?
what I saw that Earl Spence said was something like I'm back in business, so y'all gonna see me in 2 weeks. That's what he said. He
No,
said,
no.
okay, that's what he said.
He said that
His
he was coming.
Instagram story. There he go. He says back in Vegas.
Okay,
Back
in
in
two
Vegas in
weeks.
2 weeks.
Okay,
So
now
everyone, he never said,
if
"Hey, I'm going. I'm pulling up at the
he
fight." He
don't have
just
to
said,
say, we know what he said. He didn't
"Right."
have to say it because we know
So
what was going on in two
so
weeks,
so
bro.
so back
We
in Vegas in 2 weeks to you, the way that you took it from Earl Spence meant that he was coming to Vegas and he was getting in the ring.
That's why
That's what
everybody
back
took
in
it.
Vegas in two
That's
weeks
how
means
you
to you.
took it too. That's
That's
how
not how I took
everybody
it.
took it, bro.
I took it that
Yes,
he
you
was coming
did.
to
You
fight.
had to. Okay, if the fight, if Porter and TC fighting in 2 weeks, then Earl say, "I'm back in Vegas in 2 weeks." What do that
Right.
mean to y'all? I mean, really, without saying that,
Yeah, he's coming to the fight. That's what that means, and which is what he did.
So
that
And
you
means
gonna
that
he
wait
I'm
till I
didn't
coming.
got a fight
say,
to say that type shit?
That's
yeah,
what I'm
he's
saying, bro. You see what I'm
right.
saying? He
He's
be capping, bro,
but how's
and
that
then
capping?
and then y'all open up the back door and let him sneak through the back door
Yeah, but
again.
you
We knew what
listen.
he's insinuating. He didn't come
All
out
right.
and
So
say,
these exact words that his tweet is on the screen. It says back in Vegas in 2 weeks. It does not say I'm pulling up to your fight, nigga. We gonna fight
Hmm.
next, and I'm
I
getting
we
in the
agree.
know
ring.
that.
I agree. I
That's
agree.
We
not what
know
it
that.
say.
But
And
that's being technical,
so
bro. Like
capping
that's
would have been like what you said because see.
nah, bro.
All
What
right,
is
Goon.
do Earl
Okay,
live in
Goon. We go.
Vegas?
I'm
Do
gonna
Earl
I'm
live
gonna
in
make you the
Vegas?
judge now, Goon.
Do Earl live
See,
in Vegas?
you did the show, Goon. No, he don't live in Vegas. I'm answering your question,
Okay, okay,
but
I
you
hold
did
on a
got
the
you.
minute.
show, Goon.
I
So I'm
got
gonna
you,
use you
bro.
as the
I
judge
got you.
now. Now, when
I
I
got
brought
you. I
this
got you.
up, now listen. Now, when I brought this up to Rico a couple weeks ago, and this came out, I said, "Man, that's great, Earl going to the fight because you
Hmm.
know because that's gonna get us closer to the fight." What did
Case
Drico say?
closed.
That did
No, no, no.
happen.
Did Drico say, "Nah, son, Earl be capping because I
I
Yeah,
don't even
said
think."
that.
Oh, hold on. Drico
he said
said,
it. He
"Did
said it.
Drico not say I don't even think he gonna come to the fight because
Right.
Earl be capping?"
He said it. He
Right?
said it.
That's
He
what he
said it. He
said.
said
That
it.
he
He
went
said
back to
it.
go get a belt and everything. So now that
Yeah,
Earl
he said
shows
it.
up to the fight, now Drico has moved the goalpost now to him now capping because now he didn't get in the ring. This is typical. Listen,
No.
we're
Okay,
gonna
can I
we're
go
gonna
now?
we're gonna go ahead and
Can I go?
give you your flowers now, Drico.
Can I
I'm
go
gonna go
Let him
ahead
now?
and
get
give
his
you your
rebuttal.
flowers
Let
now.
him get his rebuttal
Can I
though.
get my
Come on, man.
rebuttal?
Let him get his
Mm-hmm.
rebuttal.
Here go
I
your
said all
flowers.
of that. I said all
Mm-hmm.
of that because my main thing was I didn't think Earl was gonna show up anyway. And then when he did show up, now it's he did exactly what I thought he was gonna do. He should have stayed home because I knew he wasn't gonna get in
Mm,
that ring
mm,
because I had been
mm.
posting that
I see what
shit
you're saying.
for about 2 weeks
I see
straight.
what you're
I
saying.
said I doubt if Earl even
But
show up for
Trico,
the fight.
he couldn't get in the ring. We know that to be
Right, we
the
know
thing
that.
now.
But what I'm
But I
saying
feel
is,
what you're saying though.
yeah,
Yeah, like you could
Yeah,
have
but
just
he
stayed at
ducked
understand.
out.
home.
But
That
then
was
he's in
what
a
happened.
lose-lose
He
situation though, because
he
Goon, if
in
you saying
Yeah.
he couldn't get into the ring
no.
and we
It
know that,
it ain't no
then
lose
he's in a
lose
lose-lose
because he
situation.
posted it. Listen what I'm saying.
It
If
is a
this
lose
big
lose though.
it's no it ain't though. Cause listen, Earl didn't have to post. I'm coming to Vegas. I'll be in Vegas in two
That's
But
weeks.
he
true.
came.
That's
You
true.
see what I'm
That's
saying?
true.
But he
That's
Okay,
true.
came.
so
That's
when you
true.
hold
That's
on,
true.
hold on, baby. So when he
That's
said
true.
that, we all know that the Porter and TC fight is coming up in 2 weeks. So we in our minds we saying, it's
We know
about to
that's why you're
go
there.
down. Yeah,
It's going
Mm-hmm.
down
it's
now.
about to go down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
I ain't letting the nigga
That's
off
true.
the hook, man. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
You
but but
came there,
again,
you
just
came
like
out of your way, you tweeted, you said I'm coming there. Now what you gonna do when I'm here? You gonna duck out on the
but
reporters and everybody?
okay. So
Come
here's a
on,
question,
bro.
right? Here, so
Come
I got
on,
so I
bro.
got I so I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna direct this to Goon, right? So he sends out a tweet. I'll be back in Vegas in 2 weeks, and we know the fight's in 2 weeks, right? And Goon, you
Hmm.
just said
Hmm.
that you knew, and these guys know way ahead of time what they can or
Hmm.
can't do when they go to the arena. Now I'm gonna go back again
Hmm.
to the facts. ESPN never showed them on the camera until the fight was
How he
over.
know?
Let me.
I
How he
seen
know?
I'm
them though.
speaking to
Like
Gone.
I could have sworn I
I'm
seen
speaking
them a
to
couple
Gone.
of times.
Right?
Hmm.
ESPN.
Hmm.
ESPN showed you Josh Taylor. Bob Arum has
Hmm.
been pitching Josh Taylor.
Hmm.
They interviewed
What
Josh
that got to
Taylor
do
before.
with Earl tweeting
I'm
and
still
not
speaking.
saying the, why didn't he give a report
I'm still speaking, Drico. I'm still
going
speaking.
around the world and
No, I'm not. I'm just saying
All right, Drake.
they've
He's
been
still
going.
speaking, Drake. He's still speaking.
Everyone can clearly see the same way Drico can is saying how he recognized game and he could look at this and this should mean this and this should mean that, right? He the same way he should be
He's
able to
shooting at you,
recognize
Drake.
game. It's the same way he should be able to recognize game that ESPN's promoting Josh Taylor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
ESPN tried to promote Earl Spence, and Terrence Crawford, one telecast previous
No, they
with Kell
did.
Brook,
They
right?
did.
Really
They did.
hard.
Mm-hmm.
And now
Mm-hmm.
when the guy actually shows up to their event, they don't even acknowledge that he's there until the fight is over, right? And then on
They
top
did
of it,
acknowledge that
and
he was there, bro.
when well, I didn't see it.
Man, I could have sworn I seen that shit at
They
least
did
two
no.
to
The,
three
the
I
only
ain't
times.
seen
time
it.
I watched the whole
I
pay
didn't
per
see it.
view, I watched the whole pay per view
Bruh.
I'm
was
gonna look at
at
it
the end.
again, bro. But
Yeah,
If I'm
yeah, he
he
was,
coming,
said that, I
if
was
I'm
like, bro,
coming
but I
for the,
seen him though.
and
bruh,
and
bruh,
and then and
I
then
seen that
also
nigga there,
and then
bro.
and then and then you got to think also this is a top ranked event with a PBC fighter, and all the PBC people was in one section. Sam Watson,
Mm-hmm.
Earl Spence, all those guys in one section. There's an
Mm-hmm.
understanding on what can and can't. Trust and believe. Trust the way Sam Watson is. If Earl was able to get in the
Yeah,
ring,
he ain't
was
gonna do
supposed
some
to get
shit
in
he
the
ain't
ring,
supposed to.
Sam Watson's gonna go
He gonna
get in
be
the
right
ring
there
with
with him.
him. He gonna be whispering shit in his
Uh-huh.
ear to say or not to
Yup.
say. He's gonna mention that he should
Cheerleading and
mention
shit.
Al Heyman and all of that stuff. But that's
Draco, you
not
be
what that
talking
was
about
about.
motherfucking Ellaby, but that motherfucker Sam Watson is worse than Ellaby, bro.
Mm.
And that's
So
some
I
all
real
think,
I'm
I
shit.
think
saying,
Sam tell it like it is though. Yeah.
He do. That's
What
what I
the
like about him.
Ella be all
He don't
cap, bro.
sugarcoat shit.
look at
Yeah,
and
Yeah, but what I'm
this is
saying
a
is
but
Bud
for
fan
their
right
role,
here.
what their role is in boxing is the easiest role ever, bro.
if
This,
Like,
Earl
you know what I'm
came, I
saying?
think, I
What the
think
fuck you
this.
got to do?
Why? Okay, if Earl can't get up there, he at the event, he can't get in the ring. There's do's and there's don'ts. You mean he can't give an interview? He can't pop no smoke. I'm gonna let you
he
know
did
if
do
I'm
Hey,
in
some,
interviews.
there,
hey,
You
some,
just
bro.
No,
you
no,
somebody,
you
you
somebody
just
can't.
said in the
can't.
You
comment he
can't.
could have went
It's like when Michael Jordan
to
was
the
in
post.
Barcelona, bro, with the Adidas shit. You
Yeah,
can't do that shit. You a Nike guy. Like, you
bruh,
can't do that
bruh,
shit.
bruh. If
Listen,
I'm there in the house and I want that smoke next, I'm gonna let you. You ain't gotta put the camera on me, bro. I'm telling.
He could
I'm
have went to
there.
the press conference.
man,
Over
Pedrico,
here.
everyone's not you. Everyone, I mean, you
Shit
Nah,
ain't
boisterous,
bro.
never
and that's
been
how
nothing
you
but that.
are. Everyone's not like you. You can't
Nah,
judge
man.
Nice
because
try.
you would have done this because
But we
someone
know
else who's
Spence
not
ain't
like
going.
you
Today's
We
didn't
know
do it.
Wednesday.
Spence don't. We know Spence don't want the smoke because he been saying this since
Thanksgiving
So
is
why would he
Thursday.
come
2018.
My
to? So
birthday
why
is the
would he
day
come to
before
the fight
Thanksgiving.
though? That doesn't make sense, Drico.
What
Why?
don't make sense?
Look, Drico, I could
My birthday is
respect.
the
I could
24th, Mo.
respect 1,000.
Ta-
Listen, Drico, I could
Tasha
respect.
birthday is the 23rd.
Yeah, I can respect 1,000%, 1,000,000% that you feel that Terrence Crawford is gonna whoop Errol Spence's ass. I can respect 1,000% that you feel that he gonna get knocked out cold. I can respect all of that. I can't respect you stating that one fighter is scared of another fighter.
I didn't say that.
But that's what you said. You said he ran out the arena.
He
What are you
did.
saying?
What
So
was you
it's
watching?
so what does that mean then, Drico, if he ran
What
out?
did you? Oh, you probably
The way
thought he
that you
walked
saying it,
fast.
right?
That's
You
what I
probably
keep
thought he was.
asking. What does that mean? I
Well, what
keep
does that
asking
mean
what
to you
they
then?
don't
So
really
what is your
mean.
point by
What?
bringing that he
You
ran
probably
out?
don't think that he ran out. You probably think he walked fast.
That's not what I said. What does that mean to you? Because you just said you do, it doesn't mean that he's scared, but you keep bringing it up like he ran
Because
out there
if
because he
you
don't want
there and
smoke.
you want that fight, then you gonna let it be known I'm here for this
Yeah,
fight.
but that's not the
I
place
don't
to let
care
it be.
about none of
Listen,
that.
that's not.
I don't,
But if that's not the place to let it be known, why are you doing that? You're
bro.
not
What you
fighting on
mean? That's not the
ESPN.
place to let it be known.
Listen, you're not fighting. Listen, you're not fighting on ESPN. Hold on. You're not fighting on ESPN. No one knows what Terrence Crawford is doing next. If he's staying with
It
Top
don't
Rank,
make no
if he's
difference what Terrence Crawford doing next, bro. It don't make no difference. If I want
how
to
doesn't
fight
it?
you, I'm gonna let it be known that I want to fight you. I don't care who
Mm-hmm.
got whatever your agenda is. It don't make no difference. I'm gonna let it known just like Boo Boo. Let it
I
be
want to
known with
fight you.
Charlo. Every time he see him, I want you.
It's smoke.
Every
It's
single time.
smoke.
He
Yeah.
don't care what Charlo got going on. He pops up and say, "I want to fight you."
But you know why Boo Boo does that? He does that to everybody. You know why he does that? You know why? No,
TV
you know what
spot.
this
That's
because
But
why
you know
Boo
why he
Boo
does
can't
that?
get a fight. That's
Because
why
Boo Boo
Boo Boo
can't
can't
get a
get a
fight.
big
He
fight
has to
though.
do that.
but but
When you have
TV,
Yeah.
multiple
TV spot.
options, you don't need to run
see
behind
what I'm
people
saying,
screaming,
bro?
"I want to
Y'all
fight
can't,
you."
bro. Listen. We not gonna get no fight if these two people just running around here being quiet and not
voicing what they really want from
I
each other.
agree.
Somebody gonna have to break the ice, bro. Spence came all the way up there to do what, bro? Just to not. He put the tweet up. That's a fact. He said, "I'm coming to Vegas in 2 weeks." Okay, cool. Stop doing that, Spence. I don't need no
He
tune-ups.
coming to Vegas and let you know, nigga, I'm coming to watch you in Vegas to
That
see
ain't what he
what's up.
said. We got to go what the post said,
Yeah, I'm
right?
gonna be in Vegas in
Yeah,
two
but
weeks.
I
That's what
mean,
the
we know
post
what it
said.
is. Like, I'm scouting
Okay,
you
then.
out.
So
I'm
when
seeing
we
what's up.
assuming, so what we assume is
Can't
that he
assume,
coming to get
Drico.
in that ring.
You can't
That's what
assume.
everybody
You
assumes.
can't assume what someone
Yeah,
is doing,
yeah, we
bro. You
did.
can't assume. If
Yeah,
No,
someone
we
said, if
bro.
did. Yeah,
someone,
Now
you're
you
right.
playing it. Now you playing.
I'm
Now you
not. If
playing.
a person says I'm gonna be in Vegas in 2 weeks, and then you come up and say, well,
Bro,
I'm assuming
No,
that he
bro.
Kwame.
meant
This is
this.
Hey,
what
hey,
Drake's saying.
fellas.
Me and you got beef. Me and you got beef. And
Peace,
then
nephew.
I know you
Hey,
gonna
thank
be
y'all
in
for having me,
Vegas. All
man.
right,
I had a
nephew.
good
Oh,
time,
we
man.
we
I'll be back.
appreciate
Salute.
Oh,
you.
no
Thank you for
question,
coming.
bro.
No doubt.
Peace.
Peace.
Kwame, we got
What you
beef.
say?
And everybody know that when we see each other, there's gonna be smoke, you know what I'm saying, in the air and shit, right? So then I know that you gonna be in Vegas and like on this particular date. And then I tell everybody, I go on there and tweet like, yeah, I'm gonna be on Vegas on this date. Everybody gonna know like, oh shit, this shit going down on that date is gonna definitely is going up. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Okay. But does that mean because
If
you
we're in
say
a
you're
court of
gonna be
law, that ain't
there,
gonna work. But like
right? But if you say
real shit, we know it's up there. But in the court of law,
right, I'm
they gonna see that
all I'm saying
circumstances.
is that if you just stating that I'm gonna be in Vegas or I'm going to the fight, does that
Bro,
mean that does that mean that
You
be
you
know
have
niggas
100,
gonna
to
be
Kwame.
you
uncomfortable.
have to that
Be
your
100,
your job?
Kwame.
I am being 100.
When
So now
you
you
heard that, what did you think? When you heard him say in that tweet or whatever you heard, when you said he gonna be in Vegas in 2 weeks, what did you really think? And if
Be
you say
real. Be
you
real.
said he's gonna go
I'm
watch the
being real.
fight,
I listen. I thought that he was gonna show up to the fight and he was gonna make his presence known at the fight to show that
Mm-hmm.
he wanted to fight him.
then what we doing here? What we
Okay.
talking about?
Right. All I'm saying is that when you add to that narrative because he didn't try to get in the ring or he didn't crash the press conference because after the fight was over and he left and then you saying he's scared of him or he ran because he saw what
I didn't say he
happened
was scared
or
of
he
him. I said he ran off.
yeah,
He did. He
so
did.
what are you doing? So what does that mean,
That's
Drico?
a
If
fact.
so, Drico, if I said I'm pulling up in Michigan, right? Because we had a debate and it got real hot, and we said shit to each other, and I said, okay, I'll be in Michigan in 2 weeks, right? And then I show up in Michigan, and then I see you, and then I take off real quick and go back to the airport. You gonna say I ran because I'm scared? Like, why did
You
you show
avoided that
up?
smoke.
So all I'm saying to you is that you can't change it and be like, okay, well, he took off, but then when I say, well, then you saying he's scared, you saying, well, I'm not saying that he was scared. So you wouldn't keep emphasizing on him running if you didn't think he didn't want to smoke, and
Was
if
he?
you
He
saying he don't want to
dodges. I'm
smoke,
not
that
gonna
means
say
he think
he.
he's scared.
I'm not gonna say he's scared. He dodging smoke. That's all. He just dodging smoke, bro. He know Earl know what was up, man. Like let's just
Maybe he
call it like
can't
it,
get the smoke because his bosses is telling him that he can't get the smoke.
I don't think
bro.
he
So
would
He
have
like
don't.
even
right
been
now,
at
you
the.
can't touch a hair on this nigga head. No matter
I,
what this nigga did to you, you can't touch a hair on this nigga, and you know that you can't touch this nigga.
right,
So maybe it's
right, and it's
maybe
like,
it's
what am
boss
I
talk.
saying? So, and we all know how Earl is. Like, what am I
Maybe
saying
I'm saying
something
maybe. I'm
for?
not saying that
Bro,
that's what it is, but
bro.
I'm
Because
just saying like
if
maybe.
that was
That's not
true,
what happened.
no, it's
That's
true.
not what happened.
Part of that, I think part of that is true because Sam Watson is there,
What?
and Sam Watson tells those guys he's he's he's
He'll
Al
give it to him
Heyman when
blood
Al
raw.
Heyman ain't there.
He,
It,
that's that
if
mouthpiece.
you supposed to do something, Sam Watson is going to let you know whether you supposed to do it or not do it. That like that's real.
Then
If they
why
was
tweet
listen, if they
what
was
you
supposed to
tweet?
get if he was supposed to get in the ring, you know what I would have said. All right, Drico, you was right. If I'd have seen Sam Watson get up and he was walking around with Bob Arum or was
Why did he tweet what he tweeted there? Why did he tweet that? That's what I'm
because
trying to
he's
say.
just letting you
Listen
know
at this cap, bro. This is all.
but I don't understand how it's cap. He said I'm gonna be in Vegas and he was in fucking Vegas. Well, how was that cap?
Oh, come on, man. You
But
just
that's
said
what he
what you
said.
even thought. You
But
even said what you just thought. You said I
I
thought he
did.
was gonna get it into. Okay,
No,
then
no,
so
no, I
Earl
never
tricked
said.
you,
I
didn't
never.
he?
No, no, no. I didn't say. I never said. I
Earl
thought he
tricked
was
you,
gonna.
didn't he?
No, I never said
He
that. I
didn't
thought
trick
he was.
you.
No, he didn't.
I'm
Because I
not
never
gonna say
said.
he
I
tricked him.
never thought that he
I
was.
ain't
I
gonna
never
use
said I
that.
thought he was going to get into the ring. I
I
never
just
said
think it's
that.
some underlying shit that we not looking at
Yeah,
that
I think he
What's
is
just.
under,
evident on that
bro? I'm
end.
not talking. Listen, I'm not talking about none of that shit. I'm not talking about what's underlining. I'm not talking about
You want a
assumptions.
nigga to you say you I want to fight you, I want to fight
I'm
you.
t-
Like I know
I'm
what you
talking
saying.
what Earl did. Stand on it. You made the tweet. I'm coming out. I'll be in Vegas in 2 weeks. We know what's going on in 2 weeks. Okay,
Mhm.
what are you saying this for?
Mm-hmm.
Because you
What are you
go into
talking
the
about?
because
What are you talking about? No tune-ups. What are you saying this for?
right. So what you're showing is by going to the
That's what
fight
I want to
because
know what that
right,
means.
and that's what I'm saying. What you're doing is by going to the fight
But you
is
run
you're
off.
listen. What you're doing to by going to the fight is
You don't want to
showing
hear the
that
questions, bro.
you're interested in making that fight. That's what you're showing by going to the fight because you guys don't go to each other's fights.
Bro,
But there's a
bro.
process to get the fight made, is what
That's
I'm
what Bud
saying to
said.
you.
Like he said
There
he'll
is a
never come to my
process
We
to
fight.
get
know
the fight
all of
made.
that shit
And
though. We
and the
know
other
we ain't
thing
talking
is
about listen, bro. I'm not talking about no process. I'm not talking about no pay-per-view numbers. I'm talking about
I'm
what
not either.
Earl said, what Earl tweeted, and his actions. The first tweet was, I don't need no tune-ups. The second tweet was, I'm going to Vegas. So automatically in our heads, we like, oh, he don't need no tune-ups. He finna fight Bud off the gate. Matter of fact, us in the group was saying, damn, I think he should do a tune-up before he want to fight the winner
Mm-hmm.
of
Mm-hmm.
Spence and
Right,
Porter. I mean,
but by
Porter and
him
TC.
not listen, there's power in silence. By him not saying that doesn't mean that he don't
Oh,
want to
bro,
fight him.
come on, man.
Hold
Oh
on, no,
my
no, hold on a
God.
second. Hold on. Everyone, listen, Drico, everyone doesn't run around and be loud and have to be a certain way. Do we know Earl Spence to go someplace and be
No, he's
loud
not
and
like
be a
that.
certain way? That's not who he is. He don't do stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Bro,
just
he
because,
talk more
just
shit on
listen,
Twitter.
listen.
I know him as being loud. He
Now, he
talk
a
more shit
Twitter
on.
gangster though. He a Twitter gangster though.
Yeah.
He a Twitter
Okay, let's
gangster.
keep the same energy, bro. You
I
can't
mean,
say,
who
oh, he ain't loud or
has
nothing.
he
But then,
okay,
bro,
has
I'm
he
like this.
threatened
When you
anyone or
meet, when
on
I'm at a
Twitter
fight and
or
you meet me on the outside, I'm just like this, bro. I'm just like this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care win, lose, or
Mm-hmm.
draw. This me right here. I'm not gonna run
okay.
home, get on
Right.
Twitter, and be
So
like, you know what I'm saying? Like this
eh,
me.
right.
So we
Listen,
can't say Earl ain't live because Earl a live wire on Twitter. So
but
we
how
can't
live?
say
I
what
mean,
he
what
who
has
he is.
okay? So what has Errol said or done on Twitter that's so live wire?
He
Who has
just
he
said it.
threatened or
I
said?
just
No, no.
he
Who has no,
always
no, no, no,
talking.
no. You can't be general. Who has he? What has he done? Or
He
who? What
always
has he?
talking. He
Yeah,
always
but
talking shit on Twitter.
as like you say, like he a gangster on Twitter. Is he saying, "Oh, I'm gonna beat this person
Yeah.
ass, or I'm gonna fuck this person up, or I'm gonna
Yeah,
do
he
this
said
and that"?
that.
Okay,
Yeah, he
against
said that.
about who?
He said that, bro.
But how you gonna step on him and all? Not step
Now he
is
said
not the
that in his
word, but yeah,
face. He
yeah.
didn't say that
He
on
said it
Twitter.
about Danny. He said it about Bud. He said about anybody, bro. Come on,
Look,
man.
Everybody. He said
look,
about everybody.
Yeah.
He said about everybody.
look. Listen. You can hold that against him if you want. None of that
No,
matters.
he's supposed to me. He gotta say that shit. He
No,
better say that for
what
me.
I'm
He's
saying
supposed
is to
and he's
Drico.
supposed to say it, and it's our job to make him stand on it.
No,
And
my
well,
question.
really, it's his job to stand on it.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
More importantly,
saying
yeah.
I'll be in
True.
Vegas in 2 weeks.
We know
Bro,
what that meant, bro. We're not gonna let you
What
do
do you
that,
want
bro.
him to? What do you want to
I agree
stand
with you
on?
on a lot of shit, but we know why you gonna be in Vegas, bro. Like, again,
Exactly.
like I said earlier, in a court of law, they're gonna say that's circumstantial, but we know what that is.
Right, but
We
and
know
that's
what that is.
and I don't disagree with what you're saying, Goon. But what I'm saying is when you start to define what he meant by it and what precise actions he was supposed to
You
do
can't do that.
and going to Vegas,
Yeah, you can't
that's
do
where
that.
my issue is
I
at.
didn't
Mm-hmm.
listen. I'm
Yeah.
not perceiving nothing by actions. I'm going strictly what he said. He said, I'm going to be in Vegas. And he also said, no tune ups.
Okay,
That's just period point blank. Now, if you
okay,
add those two up, then you get what you got, bro.
so
Like,
so
come on.
so
When you
so
heard that, when I hear that, I ain't saying, oh, Earl's going to enjoy the fight.
yeah, but, yo,
I didn't say, I didn't think that.
Drico, the fight happened on Saturday. Today is Monday. Bud Crawford is even himself has a lot of shit to deal with coming out of this. Now that the fight is over, he's not, as he said, he's not dealing with Bob Arum. Number one, if
Bro,
he's
that's their job, bro.
if he wants to go to, let's just say if Bud, who clearly also stated he wasn't as interested after the fight in fighting Errol Spence as well, if he does want to fight Errol Spence next, there's still a whole bunch of legwork that needs to be done, which is there
I
is,
got nothing to do with that.
it does, but
Kwame,
I
can I
don't.
ask you a question?
what's that?
Kwame, pound for pound, where do you put Bud? Like, I need to know the
I
number.
put
Like,
him. He's
where
won. I
is he at
already
pound for
answered
pound?
that. He's won. I
Oh
already
no,
said that.
I never known you to say that. I never.
I said
So
he was
listen,
2, and
this
I
is why
said,
this is
and I
why I
made the
think
post
this is why I
stating
think
that
you're
if he
capping though
knock
on
out
that.
Porter, he's moving to 1 over Canelo. I said that, and I said
No,
that
but this
earlier
is
in this
why I think you're
show.
capping on that though, bro. Like, because I don't really think you hold Porter that high like that. I know I didn't,
Yeah, but he did something nobody else did to Porter.
but
And
styles
and
make
as I
fights.
said earlier, all Bud needed to do, in my eyes, was finally fight and beat someone credible.
Only reason I'm saying that because you didn't give him no. I'm not saying you didn't give him no credit, but what I'm saying
Okay.
is like after the fight was over with, you was like, "Well, yeah, I got Earl dogging him because he ain't do shit to
Yeah, I
show me
do. What
nothing."
is
And I'm
that? But
like,
what is that? What is I
"But
do?
Earl
But
didn't
what
show
is?
you shit against that same opponent. He didn't show
I
you
don't
shit
need
against
to
that same
see what
opponent.
I don't need to see what Earl showed me against that opponent.
You should want to know what he can do
No, I
if you
don't,
betting
because
on him.
he's not, because Earl's not fighting that opponent, right? And these guys fight two
No,
different
that's not what I'm
ways.
saying. You should want to know what these dudes did against a like opponent to better. It's not going to be the tell all sign or whatever, but you want to know
No,
like what do these guys did against Top
no,
Comp?
I want to
Because
see.
this is what y'all want to see.
What
Y'all
I'll
want to
put
see
it. I'll
Bud in
put
there
it.
with Top Comp.
I'll put the same question back to him. Since you say Earl came to watch the fight, why do you think Earl came to watch the fight?
I
Ooh
believe
wee,
because Earl wants to
ooh
make his
wee.
presence. I believe because Earl wants to make his presence known that he wants that fight. That
See, now
at
you
this
moved the
We
point,
know he
goalpost.
want
I
that
didn't move
fight.
it. How am
You
I
moved
moving
the
the goalposts? I'm
goalpost. You
answering your
moved the
question,
goalpost.
bro.
Move the
That
goalpost.
Earl wants him and the public to see
I
that he
think he
wants
wanted
that
to.
fight.
I think Earl wanted
That's
to. I
exactly
think he
why he.
wanted
That's
to.
exactly why he went there.
But I'm
And it
telling
makes the
you
most.
that them
And you know
dudes
what?
knew
It
that.
makes the most sense for him to have gone to this fight because, as we can see, Bob Arum and ESPN was not going to
To
make
save
that
his
fight.
face.
So it didn't make no
But that
sense to
saves
go to
his face
them
at the
other
same.
fights. But now that Terrence
Okay,
Crawford
so that
has the
don't save his
option,
face.
his face, he don't need
That
to save
doesn't
his
save his
face.
face.
But Earl Spence
No,
could
it
sit. You know
does.
what Earl Spence could be doing right now, if we want to be honest? He could still be
What
just
can he do?
sitting. He could still just be sitting behind the fact that his eye is fucked up and he's taking time off. He could be
Yeah, he
doing that.
could. He definitely
He
He
could.
could be
still
doing
He
is.
that.
definitely
He
could.
still he is
He
doing that.
No,
definitely
he ain't
could.
doing that. Draco, stop. He's
No, he
told
What
you,
fighting
is
in
he?
and he did
February.
interviews and said that
They said he
he said
fighting in
I'm fighting
February.
soon, and he also did interviews saying that his eye is fine. It's be easy. See, that's what I'm saying. Where again, right?
But we
Again,
don't know if the eye is fine though, Kwame. Like he doesn't even know.
I agree with you,
He
Goon,
doesn't even know if the eye is fine.
but Goon, I agree with you, but that's again where I say, Draco, don't call it down the middle, because when the eye
Okay.
situation happened, he was going along with the narrative that it was fake at first, that he
No,
could
Yeah.
that he
I didn't.
pulled
Yeah.
out of the fight,
I didn't
that
say.
he
I didn't
pulled
say
out
it
of the
was.
fight
Wait a
because
minute.
he didn't want to
Hold
fight
on.
Manny.
Hold on. I said the eye was real. The timing was suspicious.
Okay, oh, so what are you
Yeah.
insinuating then?
I'm
You said
insinuating
you
that
said
that
nothing
when
was
Manny
wrong. You
couldn't
said
when
Al
when
pulled him out. That's what you
when
said,
when when
Draco.
Al when Al couldn't buy that belt
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Manny.
Yeah. We both
That's what
thought
you
Al
said.
pulled
So
him
that's
out
what.
though.
So if you
No,
saying if Al
I
couldn't buy the
definitely did.
belt and
I
he pulled
definitely
him out, that
did.
means it was
I
fake.
definitely did.
All right
Yeah.
Yeah.
then.
For
So
me,
so now
I'm
one
talking for
moment
me.
is
Yeah.
fake, right? The eye injury is fake. Then the next moment when the narrative fits, then you use the eye injury in your favor. It's like that's what
The
I'm
eye
saying.
was real. The eye is real.
Yeah, but
The
that's
eye
not what
injury is real. The
that's not
timing
what
of
you
it
alluded to,
when
Drico.
they came out. Yeah, I did. I made a post about it.
Yeah,
I
but
made a
on our
post.
show when we debated about it, you didn't allude to this. We went for hours with you talking about
No, I said that it
Al
was real. I believe that the eye was
and the
real.
timing.
It's just the timing was off. The
Right.
timing
And
because
and
Al
you
when
had
Al couldn't
Travion in here because
deliver.
I remember you had
Yeah,
Travion up in here
yeah.
running with
When
the narrative with that
when
same stuff, and you supported it.
Yeah, Al. When Al couldn't buy that belt back for Manny, that's when all of a sudden his eye stuff popped up.
He definitely
Yeah,
tried.
I stand
Yeah,
on
the
that.
timing was fucked
Right,
up.
but what
Yeah,
does
I
the
did too.
belt, Draco? What does the belt have to do? And I said this to you
It meant a
before.
lot.
It's
Manny
like,
with the belt is
like
more than Manny without a belt.
Draco, the paper, the amount of people who's gonna buy the pay per view because Manny and Spencer fighting has nothing to do with the belt.
That's not what Al promised. Al promised Manny with the belt.
He
That's
didn't
why he
promise
tried to
Manny with the
buy the
belt.
belt. That's why he tried to buy the belt
That
back.
you do know how
It,
backwards that sounds?
as soon as
I'm gonna tell you how backwards what you just said sounded,
how
right?
is it backwards? Didn't listen,
I'm gonna explain it
listen.
to you right now. You know how that's
Just
backwards?
answer this question before
Hmm.
you explain it.
Okay.
Did Al Heyman try to buy that belt back from Manny?
Did
Ooh,
Al
wait.
Heyman try to buy the belt back
Did
from
I'm gonna say it
Manny?
slow
That's a
for you?
simple question.
I don't
Did
That's a
Al
understand.
simple
Heyman
question too.
try to buy that belt back for Manny?
Al Heyman tried. We don't know.
Here we
This is a
go.
no, no,
Yes,
no.
we
Hold
do
on, hold on,
know.
hold on. No,
Yes,
no,
we
no. We
do
don't.
know
No, we
this.
don't.
Oh, the
We
No, no.
do
I'm
fact.
know
gonna answer the
this.
question. Listen, I'm gonna answer the question. Right? We actually don't know.
We do.
No, I don't know because I don't know anyone who knows
We
what
do
Al
know.
Heyman's trying to do.
We do
I
know.
don't know.
We know.
But what I will say is that I was under the assumption that Al Heyman was trying to get the belt.
Pull
Was he
some
trying to
slick
get the
shit.
belt?
Pull
Oh,
some
okay.
slick shit.
Al Heyman, yeah. Because I
Pull
have
some
to go
slick
back and
shit.
remember what the situation was. So the way it was presented and what we had talked about was Al was trying to get the belt back from Manny so he can block the fight with Crawford and have Manny fight Spence with that belt.
That
Is
wasn't
is
it.
okay? So
That's
what
not
was
what
it?
happened.
So what happened?
He was throwing Porter out there as a mandatory, as a decoy, and then he was slide because he knew that Manny couldn't get
Hmm.
no didn't get a belt,
He
so he
pulled a
was
rug.
sliding.
But
He
that's
was sliding
confusing.
Porter.
He
He
definitely
kept
That's
pulled a
hold
rug.
confusing
on.
to me.
Let me finish.
Uh
He
huh.
kept sliding Porter in there.
Uh
Porter
huh.
first said, "Oh, I got
I might
COVID."
take it. I might not.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And you know what I'm saying? The first time he said, I don't want that. $1 million ain't nothing. Then
Right.
the second time he said, oh, I got COVID. The third time they shot him. Porter came back and they dangled him out there again. Porter, that's when TC said, hold on, I'm talking to Manny right now. So you got to wait, Sean Porter. Okay, that time period,
Hmm.
that's when Al snatched Manny over there with a promise to Earl, I'm going to get that WBO belt back. We're going to switch Ugas to whatever
That fight
it
for the
was.
belt is gonna look more lucrative. Yeah.
There you go. We gonna give what you call it the what's his name? They tried it too. They gonna
Ugas.
send Ugas up
You
to
talking about the WBA, right?
yeah.
The
Hey,
WBA, right?
They switched
So
him to super something or whatever,
Ugas,
and
no,
but see,
they
Ugas
Manny
tried.
was
Ugas do.
bullshitting, and then
First
they
off,
gave Ugas that belt because Manny was
There you go.
bullshitting,
There you
right,
and
go.
that's what fucked
right,
everything up because they
right.
acted
So
There you
that has
go.
fast,
nothing to
but
do
they
with
they didn't
No,
Al.
act
yes it do.
fast.
Yes it
No,
No,
do.
they
it
didn't
don't,
even
Yes
act
it do
Drico.
fast.
because
They was
yes it
bullshitting.
do because they switched Ugas to
But that don't have nothing to do with Al.
yes
That's the
it
thing.
do.
No, it
Yes
don't.
it do. And then
Drico,
what
no,
did
it
they
don't. It
do?
has to do with
Then
the
what did they
sanctioning
do?
body.
When Al tried to
No,
reinstate
it
Manny,
has a lot to do with Al because Al. This is what Al did. Al advised Sean Porter. This was Al's ace
We
in the
before
hole.
we before
I
this
could
is
just
why
tell
we're talking
Sean
before
Porter
that, goon.
listen.
to activate that Mando.
No, what I'm talking
Yes.
about. Listen to what I'm talking about. I'm talking about way before that. I'm talking about what you just brought up in terms of how Ugas ended up with the belt in the first place. That has
No, we're
nothing to
not
do with
talking
That was
Al.
about that
bullshit.
though. We're not talking about that though, because we know how
Okay.
Ugas got the belt. Manny wasn't fighting. That's how
Okay.
Ugas got the belt.
Okay. All right.
We
Hmm.
talking about after Ugas
They never
had
did
the
that to
belt.
Floyd Mayweather, bro.
Right. When the Ugas had the belt, they downgraded him to well, let me look this up. They downgraded him to something and put
Was
Manny,
it
tried to
super
sneak
champion or
Manny
some shit
back
like
in
that?
there so that it'll
Yeah,
be a
but it was too
legit.
late. The
No,
gig
they
was up
made
on
it
that
Yes.
right,
shit
right,
though.
right, 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 right. They
Yes.
made listen, that's correct. They made a petition for Manny to come out of recess
Hmm.
There
as
you
the
go.
champ.
To get his belt back. Yeah,
There you
Correct.
go. So
and
when
that's
Right?
why
that
people
failed,
And the
saying that
WBA,
Manny
listen,
with that belt was more
listen,
than
long
him
before
without
that,
the belt
right,
because of the
long
blood
before that. But listen,
negotiations.
but the
That was
fight was
gonna fuck
listen,
up
the fight
everything.
was already announced before that, and Ugas had the belt. So uh, initially they
No,
were
no, no,
trying
no,
to
no, no,
make the
no, no,
listen.
no. No, follow
Initially
me.
they was listen. Initially they was trying
I'm
to
listening.
make the fight with Ugas. because Ugas had the belt. But as everyone was saying, Ugas, they was even people in the group were saying, well, Ugas ain't pay-per-view. That's gonna wind up being on regular Fox. No one's gonna want to watch to
It should
see
have been.
Ugas. Right. No
It
one's
should
gonna
have
want
been
to
You
listen.
losing
No
us,
one's
bro.
gonna listen. I'm not because Goon's agreeing with me. It's just not going towards your narrative. That's why you
to a
saying that.
certain
No,
to a
But the
certain extent.
but the
I'm
truth
agreeing
is,
with you to a
but the
certain extent.
truth is,
Yeah.
everyone was saying that everyone knows that Ugas, that wasn't gonna be a big money fight. Him fighting Ugas, it would have
No,
been for a
hell
belt,
no.
but it wasn't a big money fight.
bro.
So what
We
they
know
would
that
But
Al
see,
tried to
Kwame,
stick.
you started your argument. You started your argument a little bit too early, and I'm gonna tell you why you started your argument too bit early. You on point of what you're saying, but what Drake is saying, we knew that they took that belt from Manny first before Ugas got it. Ugas got the belt because Manny wasn't fighting. So
Right.
you were correct on what you were saying, but we know that Ugas was gifted that belt. They didn't know that this shit was gonna happen on the back end. See, Manny was bullshit. He was just
Mhm.
biding his time so he can get the fight that he wanted or whatever the fight it was. The shit happened where the WBA like, we ain't getting no money, basically. Manny is gonna get the most money out of anybody in boxing, more than Canelo Alvarez. So they forced his hand. He didn't want to fight. They gave the belt to Ugas. Now this shit with Bud, I mean not Bud, but Spence, all that shit happened. So now they're like, damn, if Bud get this fight with Manny Pacquiao, that's gonna kind of like even this shit out a little bit more because it's more in favor of Earl Spence,
Al
right?
pulled the bullshit.
So Al kind of fucked the fight up for Bud, but it still fucked the fight up for Spence because now you can't even fight for that belt, and y'all still in the
Just say
same.
what it
But
is,
when
It's
it
in the
Goon.
comes to
same
Manny,
distance that y'all
listen. But
running
when it
right
comes
now.
to
Goon,
Manny
Goon.
Pacquiao,
Say
when it
what it
comes to
is. Al
even
tried to
Bob
buy
Arum,
the belt for
listen.
Manny
But
Pacquiao.
that
It
doesn't.
didn't
Yeah,
work.
I hear all of that, but that doesn't
It
stop a
didn't
fight from
work.
happening because even in the negotiations and all that shit happening, even Bob Arum said it don't matter if Manny have a belt or not. It don't
Bro,
matter.
Manny
To
is
him, it
worth
don't
more
because of his
with
model.
it
No, it
does,
don't though,
bro.
because Manny
Manny with the
Pacquiao
belt is
fighting.
worth more than Manny
Listen,
without a
listen,
belt, bro. What is
but
y'all
listen,
talking about?
whether he's worth more or not, that's not enough to promote a fight, to have the networks promote the fight and spend millions of dollars.
So
Let me finish. To have networks spend millions of dollars to promote the fight and then call the fight off because he don't have a belt. Because there's
I didn't
tens and
listen.
tens
That
there's
wasn't the
tens of millions of dollars to be made in a fight with Errol Spence and Manny Pacquiao, whether he have a belt or he don't have a belt.
no, bro. I don't care what y'all say. Manny with the belt is more than Manny without a belt.
Yeah,
That's not why the
I
fight
agree
was
with you on that,
called off.
Drake.
that's
I agree.
I'm not
I
disagreeing
agree
with
with
Listen,
you
you
on
on that.
that.
that's not why
Yeah.
the fight was called off. The fight was called off because Al couldn't deliver Manny with the belt, and Spence had already said he's fighting
That's
two
what the belt
more
was the whole thing.
times. Yes, he's
Yeah, the
fighting
belt
two
was the
more
whole
times,
thing.
and he wants to
Two
unify.
champions and
So
I'm out of here.
there you
Yeah, and
go,
I'm out of
bro.
here.
Let's just
Right.
call it like it is. Call it
Exactly.
like it
All
is.
right. Listen. Listen.
God damn
Regardless.
it.
Listen. Regardless. Right. Earl Spence said he wanted to get two belts. Right. Al tried to get the belt for Manny, but it didn't. If it didn't happen, but that's not why the fight got called off. Is my point. That has
Why
nothing
the
to do
fight get called off?
because his
Spencer's eye.
eye is fucked up. I mean, that's you just said that you thought this eye was real. This is what I'm saying. This is why I'm
His eye
saying
is
again.
real. We
All right,
discussing
then.
the
Well, then
timing
you
of
leave
it.
it at that because if
But
he
that's
has a torn
Spencer's
retina,
Spence said this.
Kwame
This is
saying
what the
leave it at
play.
that because we
yeah,
know that that's a fact.
yeah. See
Like
what you
that the
No,
saying?
eye is
it
fucked
wasn't
up.
that,
None of it
bro.
matters.
Spence said, Al said, well, listen, man. Spence said, because Spence a real dude. He said, hey, man, you told me you was going to give me Manny with a belt. I'm trying to unify
Yeah,
and get
you
on
gonna
about
fuck
it.
That's
up
what
these,
you
and you
said,
gonna fuck
Yeah,
up this
Drico. You have
negotiations with
zero
this guy,
proof
yeah.
that
No,
Spence
and you
that's
said
gonna
that.
what,
fuck
That's
up
what
this
you said.
negotiation with this guy.
yeah, that's what he's saying. Why would Al go through that and fuck up TC negotiations and to do what? Because he tried to reinstate Manny.
You
They
didn't gain
tried
nothing
it.
off of it. Yeah, you
Yeah,
ain't gain
they
nothing.
tried to
Look,
Yeah,
pull it,
they
but it
did
didn't
try,
work,
and they
bro.
did,
listen.
and they
Manny
did
was
try to do
Manny
that.
was
They did
Manny
try
was
to
the
Yeah,
reinstate
pawn.
Manny.
Man, listen,
Yeah,
listen. Manny was the
But
pawn
Kwame, they
because
did try to reinstate Manny. You know that
I
for a
did.
yeah.
fact.
I
To be a
already
fact.
admitted. I already admitted to that.
Yeah.
I never
So
said
when
that
they
they
didn't,
didn't.
when Manny could not get that belt and Al couldn't deliver that belt, I know you love Al to death, but when he couldn't produce that belt and make it
Just one
undisputed
time
for
that
a
Al
title,
didn't get the shit
Well,
done.
hold
yeah.
on. Let him finish.
When he couldn't deliver that, Earl Spence couldn't deliver either. So guess what? Guess what Earl did? You remember that eye thing I had a problem with? I'm gonna make it be known now. My vision
That
I
blurry.
think Earl
don't
did.
Check
even
me
Earl would
make
out.
have fought.
sense,
Earl would have
bro.
fought.
Listen, bro.
I
That
think Earl would have fought with that eye, knowing that the
All right,
eye
all
couldn't
right.
go.
I let you say that, Drico. There's so many holes in what you said.
Ow!
It don't make
That's a
sense. Number
fact.
one, if you have and it's not a fact. An opinion. You have nothing factual to back up anything you just said.
Did Al
Except
try to buy the belt back?
listen. You have listen. I'm talking about Earl eye injury. You
Did
just
Earl
said
not
what?
have an eye injury?
Listen to what you just said. You said that Earl did his brought up his eye injury because Pacquiao couldn't get the reinstated.
Yes.
That makes zero
Yes.
sense. He had a torn retina, bro.
Bro, he
You
had
don't
that
you
before. He had that before. That's what I'm telling you. His eye was
but
messed up before.
bro,
He
the
would have fought
doctor,
if
bro,
Manny
he
had
could not. You
if
make no
Manny
sense, bro. The
if
doctors caught it. Earl didn't say
bro,
that, bro. The
if
doctors caught it at the
Earl been
pre-fight.
had that retina since his car accident, bro. That's the same eye
Listen,
that was red when that
listen,
from that car accident. How
even
many
if you
times did he fight after that? You
listen,
talking about the
you
doctors
know,
would have
you
caught it?
listen
No.
again. Listen again. I gotta call Capadon on this again because
How?
Oh
I'm gonna tell
shit!
you how. I'm gonna tell you how
Come on,
because
man.
I'm gonna tell you how because you, along with Travion and all them Crawford, said that Earl was so busy
Wow.
getting fucked up and y'all he was busy getting fucked up and sparring he couldn't even make it out
I
of
remember
sparring.
that.
That's what you said.
I remember that.
Now what you
I
using as a
remember
I didn't
that.
say
narrative?
that.
Yes, you
I
did.
didn't say that.
Goon heard you. Yes,
I
you
didn't say
did.
that. I
Yes, you
didn't say
did.
that. When I say
Goon,
Earl
I
get beat
didn't
goon.
up in
say he said
sparring,
it, but I did hear that.
Right.
No, I said I didn't
I
say
didn't
he
say
said
it.
it, but I did
So
hear
Yeah.
that.
listen. And y'all was saying he couldn't even make it out of sparring. He was busy getting effed up. Travion was saying that.
Yeah,
You was
that was
co-signing
said.
all that shit. That's what y'all was saying. Now what you trying to the narrative you trying to run is that his eye was fucked up since
Bro,
the
he
car
was not
accident.
ready for Spence. Spence wasn't ready for Manny, bro. Spence looked like a saved at 16 cents. You can save the children.
I didn't think he
Spence looked,
was either.
Oh,
Though.
so now,
he wasn't ready for Pacquiao, bro. He wasn't.
so now we go from the belt to his eye to him not being ready, right?
No, he wasn't ready, bro. He
So, but if
wasn't ready
Manny
for
had a
Manny.
belt, he would have been ready though, right?
If Manny had that belt, he would have fought Manny, bro.
All right
Possibly.
then. So you can't use that excuse that he wasn't ready then, because you just said he would have fought
He
if he
would
had a
have
belt.
fought Manny. You just said, bro, you
You're
just
using
said he fight drunk for about
yeah,
25
but
fights. Why wouldn't he fight Manny?
you're using every different angle
I'm
you
coming
can
real to
use
you.
on me.
Listen,
You don't
take
have
out the
show me a
emotion.
listen. Show me a
Take out
fact.
the emotion.
Prove me a fact. Show me a fact on anything you just
I
said.
just did.
What?
Didn't Manny try to get reinstated? Didn't Al try to reinstate Manny
Okay,
for the
we
fight?
agreed to that. So let's
Didn't
say
Earl
something
have
else.
a retina problem? Didn't the WBA close that shit down? Don't you know you got to have a belt before you even
No.
fight a champion, or
Listen.
else Earl would have
See
had
what
to
you're
fight
doing.
his Mando?
You see what you're doing.
Them
You see what you're
facts.
doing. No. You ain't get. You ain't. I'm not letting you off the hook. That's
What's
not what
not
you just
facts
said.
about what I said?
Goon, look what he just said. He said the thing about
Give it to
the
me.
WBA, right? Which is a fact, because
Mm-hmm.
because he's strategic in what he do. He gonna say
I,
something.
I'm
He gonna
saying the
say the
real.
first. Listen,
I don't know how to be for one way, bro.
he gonna say the first thing that's a fact, so people agree with that. And then he's gonna
What?
say so. Then he's gonna
Okay,
say,
listen, I'm gonna
listen.
say it
He's
again.
gonna
I'm gonna
say
say it slow
something
this
else.
time. I'm
Okay,
gonna
say
say
it
it
slow,
slow.
and I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
break
say
it
it
down
slow this
slow.
time.
Okay,
I'm gonna say it slow this time.
go ahead.
They tried to first. They jerked it. Al jerked it. The used Porter as a decoy 3 times. That's why him and
We
Porter
have no
had a
facts on
falling
that.
out.
We don't have a
That's a
fact on that.
fact.
It's not a
That's a
fact. It is
fact.
not.
It is
It's not a
because
fact
what
because if
it
that's
is
And
because
accurate,
maybe that's why Porter
it's
retired.
not
And maybe that's why
accurate. You want
Porter
me to tell
listen,
you?
retired. Maybe
listen,
he
bro.
always
You want
ain't
me
gonna
to tell
Hold
you
fight.
how
on.
I
Let me
know it's not
finish saying what I'm
accurate?
saying. Come on,
Go
Kwame.
ahead,
You've been talking for 15, 20 minutes. And okay.
go ahead.
He used Porter 3 times. He dangled Porter out there because
Mhm.
Porter's like, I should activate my mandatory. Every time they would go into Manny and TC, he would throw Porter in there. Okay, now when that
Mm-hmm.
finally got done, when Porter finally said I got COVID, that was over with. They went, him and Manny, TC and Manny actually went into talks. That's a fact right there.
Hmm.
All that's a fact. Okay, now when they pulled out, Al snatched Manny out of the blue, and y'all was saying, "Yeah, Al, he don't let nobody know what he doing. He operating secret. He don't let everybody know
Hmm.
what he doing." Boom, boom, boom.
Hmm.
So we
Uh-huh.
like, damn, where this come from?
Hmm.
You
Okay,
did.
now he was supposed. They tried to get him the belt back. They
Hmm.
moved Ugas up and put what's got made him, what was that other title that it was? Recess, champion recess.
No,
Then
that's not. That's
finally,
that's not. That's not a
that's a
fact.
fact.
No, it's not a
That's a
fact. You got
fact.
to stop there. You got to
That
stop
was
there,
a
Rico. Let
fact.
me just
That
say
was a
something.
fact, bro.
No, they tried to get. They tried to get Manny reinstated. Manny been
Bro,
the champ.
they
Listen, the Manny been the champion in recess. There was no point in time
he
since
wasn't the
Ugas.
champion recess.
What are
No,
you
he
talking
wasn't.
about? So when?
He
So tell
wasn't.
me. So
They
tell
took
me
the
what.
title and gave it to
They gave
Ugas. He
Ugas the
never.
belt.
But
Come
They gave
on,
the
man.
belt to Ugas.
listen, but
Come
that's
on,
what
bro.
champion recess for Manny means, bro. What are you talking about?
No, bro. Man, they
No,
took no.
Champion
They took
Recess
the.
would have meant when he came back, they would have gave him his belt back.
There you
That's
go.
what they had.
Okay,
That's
okay.
what they.
Back to what
That's
I
what.
was saying.
That's
Back
what
to what
they.
I was
Okay,
saying.
go
He
ahead.
goes over there. Al, that didn't work because Al tried to buy the belt back. So
Hmm.
that didn't work right there because he had to buy the belt back. Because if he didn't buy the belt back, Earl Spence would have got the Manny fight because he would have had to fight his Mando. Am I correct?
No,
But
Mm-hmm.
to fight
Mm-hmm.
Manny, he would have had to get a belt, which made that fight legit. So
that's
when they
Right.
couldn't give
Right.
Manny that
what.
belt, and Earl had done already said, "I'm only fighting two more fights, and I want to unify." Earl back. Earl said, "Listen, I've been having problems with my eye. I ain't in it, Al. We're gonna have to get out of this shit some kind of way." And that's when that's why he called Ugas on a 10-day notice. Ugas, you got to fight Manny right now. And they thought Ugas was
I ain't
gonna
never
lose,
seen that
so they
shit
could
happen.
put Manny in there and fight for a belt with
To
Spence
get the belt.
again. But
Okay,
Ugas threw a monkey wrench in the program, and that's how it was. Period.
okay,
Point blank.
okay. Great. So I let you say what you said the first time. I let you reiterate what you said the second time.
Facts.
Okay. So now I'm gonna get my chance to cook, right?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So first thing is we going we gonna uh dispel this notion about this whole thing with Sean Porter. Number one.
What
Okay.
notion? What notion you
Sure.
talking about?
Let me cook. Sean
Okay.
Porter was made the number one in the WBO, not by Al, but by the WBO. Right
Mm-hmm.
now,
Mm-hmm.
because that's a fact. The Al doing that is a conspiracy
That's a
theory.
fact.
The
That's a
fact
fact.
is
That's a fact.
the sanctioning body of the WBO.
We know that. That's how he got to even be in the
I
picture
let
to
you
be
cook, Drake.
dangled. So we know he was number one.
I let you cook, Drake. I let you
Let's go.
cook. I let you cook. Okay, so see, because I'm not talking like conspiracy stuff. Like I was walking in the halls and I was on Al Heyman private jet, knowing all the
Been
secrets
around the
and
world and
things
nah,
he was
yeah, yeah,
trying to
yeah.
do. What I'm saying is that the fact is that the WBO placed Sean Porter as the number one, and we all know as a fact that the rumor that goes around about the WBO is called the what Bob organizes. Everyone says that Bob Arum is in charge of the WBO. If we look at
Roll
if
82.
yep, and if we look at the champions, even like Shakur Stevenson, like Bud
Here we go.
Crawford, Bob always has the WBO belt. That's kind of what we know that. People know that. This is just common knowledge if you're in boxing. So the WBO is who put Sean Porter at number one. Once they didn't make the fight for whatever reason, let's just say Drico is accurate with what he's saying that they was trying to block and do a mandatory and throw a monkey wrench and all of that. What did the WBO do? The WBO moved Sean Porter out of number one. They put Virgil Ortiz at the number one. They tried
Just
to
to
make
bring
that
Sean
fight
Porter back.
because I'm telling you about actual facts where we can look at the WBO and say that this is what
I don't
happened.
know what you talking about
Of
right
course
now,
you
bro.
don't, because you're dealing with
I
conjecture. You're
know.
not
I
dealing
do.
with facts, but Goon does. So they move. They,
We talking about apples and oranges,
no,
bro.
we're not.
Right now.
I let you cook, so I'm going to do it the way I do it. Now,
We got to go back to
what
the
we know,
dinosaur.
I listen to you talk about
Okay, go ahead.
like you in the secret society with Al Heyman, so and know everything he doing. So I'm just saying.
I
All
think
I
Al is
know,
flawed.
all I know is that the WBO then turned Virgil Ortiz into the number one spot, and then they couldn't make it, and then they put Sean Porter back. So I'm gonna dispel that part with the Sean Porter because all we know and anyone else knows is that the
What?
WBO, the WBO
Wait a minute. What are you dispelling?
because what doesn't make sense. See what you saying might have
Sean
flew.
Porter.
Hold on a
Wait. To
second.
dispel what I said,
Hold on a
you
second.
gotta make sense with
Hold,
three times. The
I'm
first time
telling.
Sean Porter turned the $1 million down. The second time he said he had COVID, and
That has nothing.
the third time it was in talks with Manny.
Anything
So
to
what are you
do.
dispelling?
I'm telling you right now, nothing that you
Okay, go
just
ahead.
said has anything to do with whether Al was the one who made him number one in the WBO or not. Nothing you said has anything to do and
I
can
didn't say
prove.
Al made him number one, bro. I
But
said Al was dangling him because he was number one. I didn't say Al made him number one. Al
but
was using him as a pawn. He was using
but
Sean
but
Porter as a pawn.
but
But go ahead.
I
but
agree. I agree.
okay. Listen, he couldn't use him as a pawn if the WBO didn't put him in the number one
Right.
spot.
But you just
I didn't say
said
that.
that. You just said that.
I have no arguments
Okay.
over that.
So now we gonna move on to that, right? Because if Al was the one manipulating all of that, and they was just doing that,
I didn't
to
say
me,
Al manipulated that.
let me finish.
See,
Let me
I
finish.
said that Al was had used Porter as a pawn those three times when Crawford was
Okay,
trying to fight Manny.
Drico, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. When you spoke for like 15 minutes, 10 minutes,
Okay,
I
go
didn't
ahead.
agree
I'm
with
sorry.
everything
I'm
you
sorry,
said.
bro. But you gotta quote me or don't quote me, bro. You gotta
Right,
quote
I'm
me
just
right or
saying.
don't. Okay.
Okay, so now the way I'm dispelling that whole thing is if they was just using Porter as a way to f things up, then why did Porter then return back to the number one spot in the WBO and then they fought? They could have Porter didn't have to. They didn't have to do that.
Can I answer that question and I'm gonna
Go
let you
ahead.
go?
Go ahead.
That's
Go
why
ahead.
Al and Porter is not getting along right now because Al didn't want to be involved in these negotiations. Now that's a fact. Now go ahead.
Because
Well,
Porter
if
probably retired. Al probably told him, "Bro, you done for going to go across the street."
well, I don't think it's about him being done. I think Porter just wanted to be done with boxing. I mean, that's kind of evident.
Maybe that's what he's saying.
Hey,
Maybe that's what he's saying.
what's the name? I mean, Kenny Porter. I mean, is it safe to say that possibly Kenny Porter told Al like, hey, we don't plan on being in this much longer anyway. So if you let us go, across the street to make this
Get
money,
this
so we can
bag,
make some
grab
money
his
and
bag.
get out of here
That's
because
possible.
we
That's
done.
possible.
Okay,
That's
so
possible.
I mean that's very possible because Kenny said they was
I'm gonna tell
retiring
you
whether they
what
won or
happened.
lost.
And Travion is in the
I
chat.
mean, Drico,
It was against Al's wishes for Porter to
I
I
know
negotiate.
said that earlier. I said that earlier.
listen,
I said that
Drico,
earlier.
you gotta let me finish. And then on top of that, it's like, do you think I'm gonna take Travion's word on what Al Heyman's doing? They don't even like Al Heyman. How do they know what Al
But he
Heyman's
know
supposed to
though.
do?
That's his uncle.
No, he knows what they
If I'm
think.
saying something
He
wrong,
no 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 no.
correct
He
me.
knows that. Listen. I guarantee you, that Terrence Crawford has never met Al Heyman. I guarantee you, he's never met him in person,
How can you
ever.
say that? How can
All
you say
right,
that? How can
because
you
I
say
know
that?
it. Because Al Heyman is barely public to his
How
own
do you know
fighters,
it?
and if he has met him, listen, he's under contract with Top Rank and ESPN at that time. Why would Al Heyman be meeting with Terrence Crawford? There was nothing for them
That
to be
don't mean nothing.
negotiating.
Why was Ryan Garcia meeting with other motherfuckers?
Yeah, but
Why was he fucking with
Al
Mayweather?
Heyman's barely
You
visible
just
to
answered your own
anybody.
question.
Yeah, but Al
I'm
Heyman's
just saying.
different than other motherfuckers. He's barely visible.
I agree.
Nobody even sees him. So why is he gonna be meeting with them? So you could
Mayweather
go
might have not ever been in a room with Al Heyman.
listen. So
Trico didn't look
now
up. Damn, I gave him one. He ain't even look up.
now
There he go. There he go.
okay, I just read a comment. So now all I'm saying is that we can't with the whole Ugas situation, Travion and Drico supported this. He never said this wasn't true. They was the reason leaguers in saying that Earl Spence couldn't even make it out of sparring when it came to his eye. Right? Drico's
Well,
on
he was
record.
just in the bus and making
Drico's
us sparring the other day, though.
Drico.
My man.
We gonna stay on topic. Drico is current.
Oh, so you're not going to stand on that, huh?
Please,
Who, me?
I'm gonna post this.
Yes,
Please,
yes,
please
yes or no?
let me clown this
Oh
because
yeah, I
he
said that.
capping. Let me clown
Well,
this real quick. Kwame, stop it, bro. He called out to try to make Spence fight. He even said that when him and Spence went viral, he said Al never brought up us fighting Spence. Said no, I don't know what you're saying, bro. First of all, but here's what I was saying, right? Maybe Bob contacted him, right? And I said in person, I didn't say viral. Maybe Bob contacted Al, but if you gonna sit up here and tell me that Terrence Bud Crawford got Al Heyman's cell phone number, you a motherfucking liar. Okay? You can just stop that. All right. Now, because Bob Arum would have had 10 lawsuits on Al Heyman if Terrence Crawford somehow had Al Heyman's phone number.
fucking want to fight him.
Okay? Right. So we can stop the cap with that.
Cease and desist letter.
Right. Just please stop with that. So now again, we're going with the whole thing with uh Drico stating that his eye was never right. He just said that from the car accident. But they were stating that he couldn't make it out of sparring, and that's how his eye was. Bomac even came and said that the guy who was sparring Errol Spence called him and Travion confirmed this, said he was in their camp and Buzz stopped him. But he came in there and told him
Well, you
that
said the
he
other
was
dude was
beating up
whooping up on
Spence.
Bud on his spine, on his
Yeah,
spine
but
not too long
that's
ago,
not
a couple weeks ago.
but we not
That's
but
what
we're
you
not
said.
talking but we're not talking about that now. What we're talking about, I'm addressing Drico because that's going to take me off because Brian Norman and them sparring has nothing to do with what I'm talking about now. All I'm stating is
Okay.
that
I'm just saying,
but
you saying
Bob,
two
yeah, I'm
people
just
saying this
stating it.
happened in spine.
Yeah, I'm no what. Yeah, all I'm saying is that Drigo supported that. That's what was going on, and then and then Spence pulled out of the fight because there wasn't really anything. The timing was off, and it's because he couldn't get a belt, and because of that, then he went to Al and said, "Oh my eye!" But before I was saying that it was Spence who couldn't make it out of sparring, right? So now it's like, okay, well,
Bro, you
when you fight
nitpicking. You're
when
losing
you
us.
no when you fight in Texas, the commission doesn't do those type of exams for your eye, your retina. So you could be right that his eye was effed up back then. You might be right about that, right? And then on the flip side, when you fight in Vegas, the athletic commission does check that stuff. The same way they caught the eye injury for what's his name? The Spanish dude that's supposed to fight Tank. They do that stuff. And
Oh, he ain't
when
fought
that
since though. But that's more believable because he ain't fought since.
right, he didn't, right? But
So far, you agreeing to everything I said.
yeah, no, I'm not. So don't say that
You are.
because I just stated that
You said
one
maybe his eye
moment you
was
said
messed up.
no, but one moment you stated today on right now that his eye was messed up since the beginning
The
from the
car
car
accident.
accident.
Yeah.
But while Travion was out here posting that his shit got fucked up in sparring and all that, you was going
What?
along with
Don't
you was
get.
go
Let's not get me and Travion mixed
you
up.
was yeah I know but
I
you was
said his.
supporting that
Listen.
and then when
I,
they said it was fake
I might
and he
support
just
Adolf
pulled out of
Hitler,
the fight
but that
because
don't mean
yeah, but when they said, but when they, I was Draco, I pay attention to everything that we say because we brothers.
right.
You said because this is how we make content for the show, so I pay attention to it.
Right.
You also said
But I
you
stand on mine. It
right.
messed up in
So
sparring. It messed up in the car accident.
okay.
But I
Oh,
think it
so
came
which one
to.
is it? The car accident was way
I
before
think it
sparring, so
came
you got to
to.
choose
I
which
came
one
to
you want to pick.
fruition. I think it came to fruition in sparring, and I think that Earl used that when that Manny belt came around. He knew his eye was messed up. You know when your retina detached, bro.
So okay, so it came to fruition in sparring, right? But somehow directly after the car accident, when he was in training camp for Danny Garcia, and he fought Danny Garcia, it didn't come to fruition then.
Where did he fight at? Where did he fight Danny at?
Yeah, he fought
What belt Danny
in
had?
Texas.
Okay,
What
then
belt
they don't
Danny
I
check
had?
don't
for
know
that,
that
right?
none of that it matters
They
what
don't
belt
check for
Danny
that,
had.
right? They
That's
don't.
sidetrack stuff.
They don't check. They don't check for that in Texas, right? The eye. They don't check for that, right?
They don't check for
Okay,
that.
then. So it's
So
possible
so
that he could have been had
yeah,
that.
but
That is.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
let's get to it. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
But again, that's what I'm
Got
trying.
him.
Again, but that's what I'm trying to prove to you. The word that you're saying that it's possible means that it's not a fact. Which means that you are creating a narrative of what happened based on no factual evidence. Because
It
you've
is
used
facts.
you've used no, you didn't. You said that it could have happened in
I'm
sparring.
creating a
You
narrative
saying
that's
that it
based
could have
upon facts.
right.
See what I'm saying?
But you can't choose 3 or 4 different times that
You
something could
you
have
can.
happened.
But one thing that we do
Either
know
it happened in
is
the and
his retina is messed
listen,
up.
either it
That's a
happened in
fact.
either it happened in the accident, either it happened in sparring,
It don't have
or
to be the accident, bro. It could be he could have been walking and tripped.
yeah,
His
but that's
the
you're
determining
right.
factor is his eye was messed up.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
and you're right about that. But what I'm stating is that you don't know when, and you're creating a narrative like you do. You just stated that it could have happened when he tripped. You don't
Listen,
know
bro,
when.
it had to have happened after the Danny Garcia fight because you said he fought Danny Garcia, right? So
Yeah,
in between the Danny Garcia and the Manny Pacquiao negotiations, this had to happen. That's a fact, right?
okay, okay.
Can we go with
I'm
that?
glad you. I'm glad
If
you.
if we're gonna go with what you're saying,
You were
we can
okay,
go with that. I
okay,
said the accident. I
okay,
said his eye been messed up since the accident.
okay. You
Really?
know what? And now I want you to stand on that. Now I'm going to ask Goon this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask Goon this. Now, did Drico just say that it had to have happened in between the Danny Garcia fight leading up to this fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I said
Did you,
by your narrative, I can go with that and say it had to happen between
by
this.
what by
My
what narrative?
assumption
I don't have
is
a
it
narrative for
happened
that.
with the car
I
accident.
don't have any
That's
narrative.
what
The
I
only
said.
thing I don't have a narrative for the eye.
Mine
The only
is it happened with the car accident, and they hid it under the covers. They knew that Manny was going to be a big time fight, and when it didn't come through with the title belt, that's when he
It's an
sprung it
easy
on.
way out.
okay,
Yeah,
okay. Again, Goon, there's nothing factual about what he said. This is just a narrative
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
creating.
yeah, yeah,
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying. That's
so
all
yeah.
I'm
what is
saying.
yours? Yours is a narrative too,
Okay.
right?
No, the only thing I'm going off of is what has been reported, which is he was examined by Nevada State Commission and his retina was found detached.
Okay.
That's
I'm gonna
what
call
I'm
a cap.
going off
I'm
of.
about to call a cap on you, bro. I'm about to call a flag
Okay.
on the play.
Okay. Call a
This is the
flag.
first official flag tonight.
Okay.
I'm gonna call a flag on the play because, by all means, we all acknowledge certain things about both fighters.
Hmm.
You acknowledge that Bud is just something that um, Spence couldn't
Spence
do.
hasn't done. I
Will
acknowledge
stop
that.
him, whatever. I don't
Okay.
agree with that narrative, but that's what y'all say,
Okay.
right? In
That's a
that
fact.
same breath, bro. In that same breath, goddamn, I just lost my point. In
Yeah.
that same, in that same breath, what did you just say before I said I called a flag on the play?
Um,
Before I
I
called a flag on the play, you just said something. I called a flag on the play.
I said that the narrative that Drico is using, there's no facts. I said the only the way what I'm stating is that
Okay, I found my point.
okay.
So, with all the points that we give you, that's factual points, like
Mm-hmm.
nobody has never made it 12 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bud, this, that, and other.
Mm-hmm.
You would come back and say some shit like this. I don't see nothing that he did that he can beat Spence with. And we
What
didn't
does that
give
got
you
to do with
like,
what we talking about?
no, I'm just saying, for us with the factual points and shit, how you like he's not acknowledging your points. You don't acknowledge certain points at certain times
I
too.
did acknowledge it because if I didn't acknowledge it, then I wouldn't have said that I moved Bud #1 pound for pound because he did something that Spence didn't do.
And I said,
Eh,
off of that, off
all
of how
right.
you said that
S-
you didn't think that he would beat
r-
no
r-
way. Like, I mean, the guy that you
Right.
thought that he would beat anyway.
Right, but that doesn't matter. It's the fact that Spence didn't do what Bud was able to do. Therefore, I have to move Bud to #1 pound for pound based off that.
I
But
get it. I
that
get it.
doesn't
I get it.
mean, listen, Bud was pound for pound #1 to a lot of people before this fight. And
And you
so,
laughed at him.
huh?
And you laughed at him.
I never laughed at them. I always
I
had
mean,
him.
well,
I
you
had
know,
him
a lot
under
of people be like
Canelo. How
off
am I
of wanting
laughing
it.
at him?
Right, right. And so, like, with me, personally, if you got Canelo above Bud, I'm cool with it. If you got
Okay.
Bud above Canelo, I'm cool with it.
Okay.
If you
So
got Usyk involved in the top three, I'm cool with it.
what you gotta see, what you guys, and I don't think that you realize this too, because of, let's just say, my uh my character or my aura of who people portray me to be on social media when it comes to Spencer Bud Crawford. Most of y'all believe that anything that I say that's positive about Bud Crawford, there's going to be some kind of
A
underlying reason.
backhanded comment.
But right, is so I'm in a losing situation. If I say he knock him out, you say, okay, well, that's
But you do
because.
it though, but bro, you do
But
it to yourself.
I've never said that. I listen. I have never ever just came out and was like, okay, Bud Crawford is gonna knock out Keith. Well, I did say he was gonna knock out Keith Thurman, but I never said that. I never came out and just was like, oh, Bud Crawford's not a good fighter, or I never come out and
Oh,
say
no,
like
no. I'm
people,
gonna tell you
or I
what you
never
do.
come out. Yeah, but what I'm
I'm
saying
gonna tell
is,
you what you do, or how I
okay.
perceive it.
Hmm.
It could be something as simple as this. Bud Crawford just stopped Sean Porter. You be like, yeah, he stopped him, but nothing he did was impressive about that. And I'm just like,
That's not what I
how is that
said.
not impressive,
That's
bro?
not what I said. That's not what
No,
I
but
said.
you basically did
No,
though.
I
Like
didn't. No, I
you,
didn't. That's not what I
when
said.
Drake got off the when Drake got off the thing, because you know we can go back on the thing. You said it is nothing that he did that impressed me against Sean Porter.
I
I was
said
like,
that. That's not what I said. I said that his knockout was impressive with Sean Porter, but I said his performance leading up to it wasn't. That's what I
it's
said.
kind of like the same
And then
thing, but
it's not the same. It's
okay,
not the.
yeah, yeah, but
No, it's
okay.
not the
I
same
mean,
thing.
you say tomatoes, I say tomatoes. I'm
Right.
cool with it.
It's not the
But what
same
I'm
thing.
saying
And I
is
was a
like,
and I was, you know why?
and
And you
still,
want me to
like,
tell
I'm
you, and
still
you want
saying
me
the
to tell
same
you how I
thing.
was able, you want me to tell you how I was able to prove that to y'all, but y'all don't listen to that stuff and y'all just go in another direction. When I pulled up the CompuBox stats and showed that he only landed 20 punches between round one up to round four.
You could look at
What?
it
What?
two
How
ways,
could no
one or
no?
two
How could
ways.
listen? How and Sean Porter was outlanding him. How could I deem that as something that I would be impressed by? I'm not impressed
Because
by that.
Bud didn't have to land as many punches as your boy to get him
Listen,
up.
Bud is more efficient. Bud is more efficient than
listen,
Spence.
that part I agreed with you with. I
Yeah,
said the fact that he was able to stop him and not throw as much, that is impressive to me because he has that kind of power.
right.
What I'm stating though is that how he looked in his performance up to that, just even to the fact that that video that I put out where I thought Bomac was saying he was down, but it was Tim Bradley was saying he was down. That going into the 10th round when he
Oh,
knocked him
so
out,
that wasn't Bomac?
it was actually Tim Bradley, and Bomac was regurgitating it to Bud, but it was Tim Bradley who said it. So
Oh, how y'all find that out?
yeah, oh, we found out. So, but my
Okay.
point is that's going into the 10th round. So if Tim Bradley, who is
Fuck
a
with him the long way.
fuck with the long way, is telling him he's down, how am I wrong for saying that I'm not impressed by what he did up to that point? Then
No, but that's not like, see, you missing my point. Like with me, I think I'm saying it clear,
It's
but
kind of
maybe I'm not
backhanded.
saying it clear enough.
It's like, okay, you can run fast, but you ain't that fast.
no, it's
Yeah,
not.
like you got this uncle that say no matter what you did, and it be great, he did it better. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that. Like, yeah, he won, but it's a but, not he won, and that's the end of it.
Hey, goofball. No one said Tim Bradley, stop it. What are you talking about, bro?
Oh, he's saying that Tim Bradley wasn't the one that told Bud he was down. I
Okay.
forgot who that was that told Bud he was
Oh,
down
okay.
or
Well, say that. So anyway,
I
right.
thought he just said that Tim Bradley said it.
Bud
no.
Spence performance was
Kwame, didn't you
great,
just say
right?
Tim Bradley said it?
Yeah, yeah. Everyone has said it was Tim Bradley, even on social media after I posted
I
it.
forgot who he told me
They
said
said
it.
Tim Bradley was ringside, and that's what he said. So, but my point is, regardless, I'm not giving
Travion,
him.
who said that? Just for the record, I'm sorry.
He don't know because he can't comprehend stuff correctly. So don't ask him no questions.
he
Well,
told me though.
you be going in on Travion.
No, well, Travion
Yeah.
doesn't know how to speak to people because he has no class. You know what I'm saying? It's just like,
Uh,
oh, you're a clown, this and that. Like if you can't be just a decent human being, you just shut up. That's just where I'm at with that because I don't talk to him like that. So I'm just gonna move on. So as I was saying that
That's fair.
at this point, right? If people were telling him in the telecast, whoever said it, going into the 10th round that he's down, right? Or Andre Ward told him that he was down. Someone else who fucked with him the long way, Andre Ward, right? Okay. If he's telling him that he's down, then what's wrong with me stating that I'm not impressed with his
Because
performance up to
this is
that
the reason
because
why. Because this is the reason why.
mhm,
You're saying that Spence is gonna basically have no problem and beat Bud.
I never
That's
said he wasn't
why.
going to have
And
no problem in beat,
well, no,
but that's not what I said.
I'm paraphrasing, but you
Yeah,
know what
but you
I'm
can't
because I heard you
because
say that
because
Boots
that
go
gives
beat
the
the shit
wrong
out of Bud.
message to people who's listening. I never
Yeah, but
said
I heard
that.
you say Boots go beat the shit out of Bud, but you never
Yeah, I did
seen
say that. I did say
yeah,
that.
you never seen nothing, no way, no how that will make you think that, but this is what you think.
Yeah,
I'm
but I
cool with
also
it.
saw it.
No,
But
no, I'm
also,
cool
I
with it.
never saw nothing. No way, no how that
No, I'm
Porter was
cool
going
with
to
it.
get
I'm
knocked
cool with
out.
it. Whatever you say is what you say. Like
Right.
for me, I'm cool with whatever you say. But the same thing is like you don't show the same energy the other way. Like you can't give a backhanded compliment.
I'm not giving
You
a
know, because
backhanded
had the dude
compliment.
lost, you'd have been like,
How much?
told you
Listen,
so.
how much more of a compliment can I give someone that is technically, in terms of what I support and the fighter that I support, is his arch rival, who the whole fan base is disrespectful and says certain things? How is it a backhanded compliment if I'm saying that his knockout was impressive? He did something that my guy, my fighter, couldn't do, and because of that, I made him the number one pound for pound fighter over Canelo.
But and then in that
I'm
same
not
breath,
going to
you
kiss
said that
his
your guy
ass.
ain't gonna have no
Listen,
problems and beat him though.
listen. I never said he wasn't. I just said he going to beat him. And I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to kiss his ass like everyone else. What I see is what I see, and what I saw is exactly what a Andre Ward saw ringside, which was you're down going into the 10th round before the knockout, which
But he
means
wasn't.
so okay. So I'm gonna ask a question. when when Spence fought Kell Brook, right? And you said that Spence was down going into the 6th round. Would you say going into the 6th round when he was down, because this is a fight he won two later? Were you impressed with was his performance to you impressive between rounds 1 through 5? Was Spence's performance
No, I just
impressive to
felt
you?
like he's just like a filling out. Like
Yeah,
sometimes the
but
filling out
the
goes
question
longer.
is, were you impressed by it? What he was feeling out? Because Boots knocked
No.
someone out.
It wasn't nothing impressive there. It
Okay,
wasn't nothing
so
impressive there.
so explain to me why it's any different if the people in his network and broadcast are telling him that he's down and going into the 10th round, and I'm telling you that I wasn't impressed with his performance going into the 10th round. I was impressed by his knockout. I was impressed by the fact he was able to not throw as many punches and still knock Sean Porter out. I was impressed
It's
with the
because
fact
it's you,
that
Kwame, and they
that's
they, they
exactly
think
what
that
it
you
is. That's
biased.
exact right. That's exactly what it is. But I'm gonna shoot it straight the way I always do, in the way that I see it. Okay, I was impressed by the knockout, the same way I was impressed by the way he knocked out Jose Benavidez. I
You
was
didn't
not
want to see the
impressed.
knockout.
I was
You
not.
didn't want to see the
How could I
knockout.
not want to see it when I told you it was going to
No,
happen?
no,
Well,
no. I
actually,
didn't.
no. You're right. You're
I
right.
still don't
You're
think you
right. No,
wanted to
you're
see it.
right.
I can say
You're
it, but
right.
I can still
No,
don't
you're
want to
right.
see it.
You're right. You're
In
right.
his heart,
Like this
No, you're
in
weekend,
his
right.
heart,
Michigan
he
playing
didn't
You're
want
right.
it.
Ohio State.
I
I
didn't.
want
You're
Michigan
right.
to win, but I know we not. Like
Right. You're right, Goon. I
Dude, you
didn't want.
said in his
Listen,
heart, he
you're right.
believe
You're right.
he
See,
didn't
this is
believe
one
it in
thing
his
about
heart.
me. This is
yeah,
one
it's
thing
real
about
shit.
me. This is one thing about me. Y'all seeing more and more. I'm very honest about what I feel and what I say. I did not want to see Sean Porter get knocked out, but I knew he
Mm-hmm.
was going to get knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm not going to be the. See, that goes to tell you that my emotions don't govern what I think or what I say. That's not how I work. My
Goon
my
is saying
brain
your heart
my,
didn't
my
really want Sean Porter
no,
to
it
lose.
didn't. No,
No,
it
he get
didn't.
what I'm saying. He
No,
get
it
what I'm
didn't.
saying.
It actually no, it of course not. It actually didn't. But my brain knew it was going to. And that's what I said. And that's what I based my prediction off of. when you got half of these people who on social media who gonna say dumb shit like Sean Porter's gonna knock Bud out. I'm not dumb.
Yeah, I was
I'm
like, I
not
don't
saying
even.
no shit like
I
that.
said the same thing. Like neither one of them. I was like, neither one of them gonna do it. Like,
Trevion said, you mad because Earl Spence is the new Keith Thurman.
Man,
He
ain't
always
nobody
hurt.
try. Hey, listen.
oh shit!
First of all,
Boy, they
hey,
shoot drink you down, baby. They
first
shoot
of
up this
all,
motherfucker,
he,
dog.
I see it here. I can see it in the comments. I see it in the comments.
Oh shit! Hey, look, he got a
First,
good point
yeah,
though.
no, he don't. No, he don't. That's
Yeah,
some
he do.
that like the half a word that he knows how to spell. That's some goofy dumb shit that he's
See,
saying.
now,
And
bro, y'all be going
it's
too far
another
with that shit,
dumbass
man.
Omaha narrative that he using because that's the shit that they do. They go, oh,
What do you
he's
mean? What do
Keith
you mean?
Thurman.
That's what they do.
Listen, first of all, he's fought more than Keith Thurman. All right, Keith Thurman had what happened to Keith Thurman was he had bone spurs in his elbow taken out surgically. He took
Mm-hmm.
him 22 months to come back when it take 5 to 7 weeks for that to clear up.
He said
Okay.
him mad.
Uh-huh. You know what I'm saying? It take 5 to 7 weeks for that to clear up. We didn't
Yo,
see him
that
for
nigga
22
funny, bro.
months. We didn't see him for 22 months from that and a hand injury, right? We've seen Earl Spence almost lose his life, getting launched out,
That's a fact.
skin
That's a fact.
grafts, all this stuff, right? And he still has fought more than Keith Thurman in all that time. So we can't you can't say that he the new Keith Thurman.
Well, you
It's
just
a
got
it's
No,
a
technical.
because you know why they saying that, bro. Come
but
on
but
now.
you
Yeah.
have to when
You
people
can't whiz your well that. You know why exactly why they saying that. You
they're
know
saying
that.
that because he's injured, because he was
Because who's
injured.
injured? Because who's injured? Earl
He's,
ain't injured, bro.
but that's my point. That's why it's fucking stupid.
He getting ready to fight in February. He not
Yeah,
injured.
but that's my point. That's why what he's saying is fucking stupid though. Because even though Keith Thurman was injured and he's not injured, he's still not fighting. You know what I'm saying? Earl is still more active than that. So that's just dumb. But
How is Earl active than that? And Earl ain't fought in like one fight in what? 2
2
years?
years.
but he's still but listen,
That's not active, bro.
but listen,
That's not active.
he still fought more than Keith Thurman. And at the and also and from the point that Bud and Earl have both come to welterweight, right? With the accident and COVID and everything, Bud only has one more fight than Errol Spence. If Errol Spence would have fought Manny Pacquiao and Bud would have just had his fight against Porter, they still have the same amount of fights. So all that's
My
all that's
auntie had nothing.
inaccurate.
She'll be my uncle.
Hey
Huh?
man, Trevion childish as hell, man.
What he say?
He said he's so mad he cussing.
I stay cursing, so I don't pay that any mind. Listen,
Yeah, he wild.
the youngin is high off his uncle's win, and that's fine.
He
That's
should
cool.
be. He
Yeah,
should be.
I mean
That's a big one.
that's cool. I'd be emotionally attached if I was holding someone's belt and shit like that. I get it.
See, there you go with
You know
the
what I'm saying?
backhanded comment, bro.
Yeah, I'm just
That
saying
was
he
a
talking.
backhanded
Listen, it
comment,
ain't
bro.
backhanded. Look at the shit he's saying to me. I ain't supposed to say something to him. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? I'd be
Rico,
emotionally
these
attached
niggas
if I was holding niggas' belts on TV and shit too.
Bro, don't let him see you sweat, bro.
They
Don't let him see
crazy,
you sweat,
dog.
bro.
They crazy, bro.
Hey, don't let him see you sweat, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
That nigga say, you see what that nigga saying to me? Like, fuck this shit, dog.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm just saying, you telling me my shit is backhanded and this motherfucker be a disrespectful.
You deleted something? Oh, bro, you didn't delete it. So you will win Spence and Jack Daniels. I don't know about all that.
I don't know about all that dumbass shit either. He talking about, but
Deleted
as I was
Taiwan Jack Daniels
as
comment or something.
as I was saying.
With the pirate?
I guess it said that Earl was drinking. He said Earl versus Jack Daniels.
I don't know. He posted some dumbass shit.
Oh,
It's like this is what they do.
Mark said that was a backhanded comment.
Yeah, because
I said it was a backhanded comment.
Yeah,
bro.
and it is a backhanded comment. This motherfucker been backhand. He been doing all kind of shit in the chat. So it is what it is. So as I was saying before,
y'all wild, man.
As listen,
Rico, you be starting shit, bro.
Yeah, he do.
I
He
ain't
do.
say nothing
No,
You
wrong.
he
be
don't.
starting
No, no, no,
shit,
no, no. He
bro.
don't start it. He Travion go and then he start laughing to put a bear in his back to keep him going.
No,
You know what
I
I'm
ain't
saying?
say.
But
I
it's
didn't
all
say.
good.
No, you said it. See, the first
What I
one he
said
posted,
now.
you was like, "This got to be Travion right here."
Yeah, you did say
I've
that.
been seeing the
Well, his name
comments.
says Travion. I know who it is.
Yeah, I've been seeing the comments, but I ain't say nothing until you said it, and I was like, "Yeah, he tripping, he going off." But what you expect though? That's his uncle, so he
Man,
gotta be.
Yeah, and
you
he said that,
sound,
and
yeah,
Kwame
dude,
said the same thing.
this dude sound goofy. Let me tell you
Yeah.
something,
You gotta walk
Trey. Let
out
me
with the
tell you,
Spence
let me
belt.
tell you, let me explain something to you,
You
youngin,
drive these
Travion.
Spence harder than
Yeah,
you. Oh
yeah,
shit!
let me explain something to you, Travion. I got a real life.
He said he was walking out
I
with
got
the
listen,
belt.
Travion. I got
Oh,
I got a real life. I have real things going on in my life. I have real responsibilities going on in my life. Boxing is just something that I have fun
you love
talking
doing.
about. That's it. This shit ain't that important to me. If Spence lose
He
or
said
whoever,
nobody. I don't know no Kwame.
well, I mean, it don't seem like it. It seemed like you emotionally attached to this shit where I'm not. You know what I'm saying? But as I was
Don't let him
saying,
see you sweat, bro. Don't let
as
him
I
see you sweat.
listen, as I was saying,
Boy, you better fight, boy. This the 10th round. We got
there
two
ain't
more
there,
rounds
bro.
left, bro.
Championship
Listen,
round.
listen. What did Wilder say when they said asked
You
him
got to be
about
perfect all
Joshua?
day long,
You know what?
boy.
What did Wilder say? You know what did Wilder say when they was talking about
Wilder said they got to
Joshua?
be perfect all fight long.
He said a king doesn't. You know, I'm not. I won't even go there. But look, as I was saying before, it ain't no backhanded comment because I'm in a no-win situation. If I get but a compliment, they call me a turncoat. If I say something that is pro Spence, I'm a dick rider. Anything I say, it don't matter. So
Somebody just said you're a Spence fanboy too.
I don't care what he say.
No,
What
that
that
wasn't
man
him.
say.
It wasn't him
I
though.
see who's saying this stuff. I see the
Oh,
chat. This is
yeah,
Ariel said that.
yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So
He
none of
prone
that.
to like who he like, man.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Everybody
People
got
like.
their favorites.
Everybody got their
Yeah,
picks, bro.
yeah.
My opinion of him is that he a Buff fanboy. But none of that stuff matters to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who he like or who he support, I have better things in my life to worry about than that.
It's all
That don't
good
bother
though.
me. You know what I'm saying?
We appreciate y'all in the chat, man,
Yeah,
interacting and
whether it's
all that.
negative or good,
Yeah,
like
negative or
shit.
positive, man. We have
Yeah.
fun and we get to the bottom of shit and we talk more shit, man. So we give it, we can take it too. So we just
Facts.
appreciate y'all in the chat.
Hell yeah.
So like I'm saying, it's not about giving but a backhanded comment. It's about
But you
just
do
saying
admit that you do that though. Can
sometimes
you at
I
least
do.
admit that?
Sometimes I do, yes.
Okay,
Sometimes
that's
I
fair.
do.
That's fair. That's fair.
Sometimes
I
I
don't
do,
give
right?
Spence no
Yeah,
compliments.
and check it
I'm
out,
on
Travion.
his ass.
Go
He
wash
said, "Go watch
go wash
Spence
your uncle
work clothes."
clothes. Go wash your uncle jock strap. Go wash your uncle jock strap.
He
So
said, "Go watch his work clothes,
yeah,
bro."
well go wash. I mean, but it's realistic. See, I live in Virginia, Spence live in Texas. But we know for
Oh
you
shit.
probably can't get no Jordans unless you go do wash Bud jock strap or something
Oh.
like that. You know what I'm saying? Or pay for
I
your
don't
school
know. They just
housing.
cashed that big check though.
You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
No, and you know what that means?
Cor-
You know what that means? He gonna be at the laundromat 24/7 trying to get his part of it. That's what that means. So you go
Y'all
wash
is
your uncle
hell, bro.
clothes. You know what
Y'all
I'm
Hey, yo,
hell,
saying?
they
bro.
crazy, man. These two like
Y'all,
oil and water, man.
that shit crazy.
You know what I'm
Make it
saying?
so
So
bad. Travion gonna call me and be laughing, man.
you know what's realistic? This nigga probably did wash his uncle's clothes.
Oh,
You know what I'm
I didn't
saying?
make thousands of dollars more than you to make. But
Nigga,
yeah.
you don't make no thousand. Listen. I don't have a rich uncle to make money off of and live, a couple miles from the White House. I do that on my own.
Oh shit.
I made my own way to do stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Travion, what you
piggybacking off
doing? I'm
no
gonna
one
send you a
last
link,
name.
Travion. You want to come on?
Yeah, you know what I'm
Man, get him
saying?
on here, bro. Fuck that shit. Get
Yeah,
him on here
Travion,
right
you want to
I'm
come
not
on?
piggybacking off of no one last name to be who I am. So let's not even go with that.
I'm gonna send Travion the link. Is that
Hell
cool?
yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, let's
Mhm.
keep it,
I mean, if
let's
Kwame, you
keep it
comfortable?
clean, bro. Let's keep it clean. We gonna
We
tell
keep
him
it
that when he
clean.
get on here too, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Kwame, you comfortable?
No,
I'm
no,
going.
we just say keep it clean on both ends, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We a
yeah.
referee this
I'm just.
shit.
All I'm saying is it ain't about giving him a backhanded comment. If if people on his side was
But
telling
what I'm
him
trying
that,
to show you is you have done it, bro.
yeah, but that's not what that's. See, I'm not getting dragged into that because that's not what we talking about. What I was talking about was Bud stopping him and him being me putting him number one pound for pound over Canelo. That's what I'm saying. It's like no matter what I say, it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying
Mhm.
the dude's number one pound for pound.
In
I'm
his
saying
defense, though,
I'm saying he's doing.
Kwame been he really ain't got no me. We all talk outside of this right here on the phone, and
Right.
Kwame really be like he really be on Bud like neutral about Bud. You know what I'm saying? It's just that, like you said, everybody painted him in that corner, and
Yeah.
that's just what it is
That's
now.
just what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's not who I am as a person. I'm not goofy like that. It's
Right.
listen, if to me, sports is entertainment. Boxing, you know, Buck Crawford could go in the ring and fight a great fight, right? Let's just say he went to go fight Josh Taylor and fight a great fight over there and get robbed. I don't have
Yeah.
any. I don't
We
have
said that could have been a possibility in
right.
this
And
fight.
my point is, I
He
don't
said
have.
Adam. He said Adam.
Tell him come to
You
YouTube because
gotta
I don't know.
copy. You gotta copy the
Yeah,
Come
link.
to YouTube. Go to
yeah.
And go.
YouTube.
Come to
You
YouTube.
don't even gotta go to YouTube. All you gotta go to is Internet Explorer.
I
Just
just
copy.
sent them the link.
Oh yeah, send it to him.
Boxing is entertainment, though, bro.
Yeah, for me,
Dude just said boxing.
boxing's
It's
entertainment,
definitely entertainment.
and like I said, I support the actual fighters. You know what I'm saying?
You
I support
do.
the
Hey,
fighters,
look,
not the sport. I get
and
behind the
I feel
actual
that
human being.
you support them too far, bro. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
Hey,
I feel
and
that
click
you
the
you know what?
link.
support them
That's
too
fair.
far.
Shit, I did. I clicked the link, but then when I clicked them up and get them to
Tell
put
them
my
to go to
name
the
in, I
Internet
put
Explorer,
their
copy
audio
and
and
paste
shit
it
won't
there. That's
work.
what I did.
Go where?
Tell them to
Go
go
to
to whatever
YouTube.
his Internet Explorer is, copy and
They
paste it,
keep
and go to
telling
the
me
Internet
allow
Explorer and do it.
access, and
Just go to
um,
YouTube, Jay. Go to YouTube.
you said what?
Go to YouTube and just hit loyal to the game, and then you will see it. Kwame will put the link down, and then you can just click that, and you be on top.
You said you said go
YouTube.
to loyal to the game,
Yep.
Boxing. He has to put
boxing.
boxing.
Boxing. Yep.
Bro, that Internet Explorer was
And
about
Kwame.
to
then
fill
say
it up.
live.
I'll go ahead and put the
After
link in the. I'm gonna go ahead and put the
Yep.
link in the
Kwame.
chat.
Kwame. Send him the link. Put the
Yeah,
link in the
I'm gonna put the link in the chat in a second. Hold
Yep.
up.
It's coming in the chat now. Just
You gotta show me how you do
Yeah,
that
I'm in
too,
here.
bro. Like I thought I did
okay.
it before, and it didn't
Mhm.
go up on there. The link didn't drop on there.
Yeah,
It
you just
just
gotta
dropped.
click. You gotta click invite, and then the thing will pop up, and then say copy
I
to
seen it.
clipboard.
I clicked it, and it never
I'll
popped up on there.
I'll see if I can show you. I'll put. Hold on. Here we go. Link in the chat.
Okay, you
Yep,
got it.
yep. It popped up on the chat. That's
Okay, now
crazy,
click
man.
on to that, and then you good.
I kept trying to do that shit. It wouldn't even do it.
Hold on.
All right. Can you do it with me on the phone?
Huh?
Yeah, this the same thing I was in. Shit, send me the audio.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There
I got
Oh,
we
you.
okay.
Oh,
go.
there you
All
go
right.
right there. There you go right there.
There we go. You got a lot to say, youngin. We can't hear you, man. You muted.
He probably got to
The
click on and
sensitive
click back
guy,
off.
man.
Hello.
Talk. Yeah, we can hear you now.
I said, "What's up with the sensitive guy, man?"
Man, what's up with you?
Oh shit!
Shit, I'm
They
cool,
going right
man.
at it off
Hey,
the top.
we said what y'all was gonna say when he stopped Porter. People was gonna say Porter been through wars and he was all ran down. Now that Spence didn't even stop Porter, now everybody talking about Spence can do this to Crawford, this and that. Porter just told y'all that man is different in the ring. He's the best welterweight. Like if he stopped Porter and and Spence didn't stop Porter, what you think he gonna do to Spence?
That's a triangle
Mm.
theory. That has nothing to do with nothing.
So
Mm.
you so another thing, why do you think that Boots
He
can
said,
stop
"Set the
Crawford and
match up,
couldn't stop
Drico."
Spence?
Oh, I've explained that numerous times, and
I need to hear it.
I'll explain it to you again. Your uncle is not that great as an orthodox fighter. He's not.
He laughing at this.
He not. I mean, listen. We because his last name is Crawford. Because he laughing doesn't mean that it's special. All right, ain't nothing
No, I'm
special
just
about
saying
him
he's just
laughing.
laughing, bro. I ain't say
Okay,
nothing,
so
dog.
so I said it. I said it before. Okay, okay. Let's see if we laugh about this. Was your uncle eye almost shut against Kell
He
Brook when he
said,
was
let's see when you
orthodox?
laugh about this.
Was your uncle eye almost shut against Kell Brook when he was
Rico, they
orthodox?
He got
killing
cut
me,
by a
bro.
lace on the glove, but you can't say that.
I mean,
It
what
didn't
did
come
he?
from. It didn't
Did
come from no punch.
I mean, his eye was shutting, but okay. Let's. I mean,
The lace
if the,
does
if
do
the
that.
I
The
mean, if
lace
the if
will
the
do
lace
that.
if the lace touched him, then that means that this someone's making contact, right? And also he didn't win any rounds until the fourth round when he
Bro, he
knocked him
got
out.
stopped. Why are you talking about Kell
Yeah,
Brook? He got
and
stopped,
that's
He
and
man.
knocked out
listen,
everybody, bro. That's a
but
bad
my point
argument.
isn't about him getting
Like
stopped. The whole
Spence.
world knows he was stopped.
Spence was
Yeah,
down
but
the
he knocked
first
out
six
everybody.
rounds
That's
versus
not a good
Kell Brook.
argument.
Spence
Yeah,
was down the first six
okay.
rounds. Kell,
I'm
Kell
I'm
Brook.
I'm
He
so
could.
glad. I'm so glad I got you on here. So I'm so glad I
No, but
got
he
you on
right
here.
though. Look,
Okay,
that's a bad
okay. No.
argument because
Because this
Bud
is the
knocked out
this
everybody.
so this is a guy that is definitely in the camp. This is family. This is blood, right? This is blood. So he know everything.
Matter
So
of fact, give him the introduction. That's Trey
oh
Crawford.
this
That's
oh
the
this is yeah
nephew.
this
That's the
is this
nephew
is
of the
this is
pound
the
for pound six
Number one in
year
the world.
knockout
Number
spree.
one in the world.
Hey,
Number one ranked in the
hey,
world.
and look,
Trey
the crazy
Crawford.
part is, you know what I seen. I gotta say something to Steven too, because now that I can speak on it, and now that Bud then came out and
matter
said
of fact. Let
he
me let
was
me come
doing
on
this with
camera for
Bob,
you.
and he was doing that, he was leaving this top rank and this and that. Now Steven wanna put it, or Bob said he ain't never wanted this and that. What you think Bob gonna say? The nigga know Bud
Yeah.
ain't fucking with him no more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what y'all think he gonna
So
say?
so I'm glad you brought that up because I'm gonna make you stand on some stuff,
Hey, you see
right?
how Bud called him out in front of the world, old dog? Bob was
Right.
just slouched down in the chair like
Okay,
he couldn't say
He
shit.
set that
He
motherfucker
couldn't say
up
shit.
and
okay,
lit him up in front of
right.
the world.
But
In front of the
so
world, bro, to show him
but
like it wasn't
okay, but
me.
that's cool. But now I'm gonna call you out for stuff with that with the whole Bob stuff. Did was I not a person who initially had a problem with Bob Arum and not Terrence Crawford?
When
Was
it
I
came
not
to
a per-
making
Camera is
when it
real,
came
huh?
when it came to making Spence versus Bud, yes, you did. You always was the person blame Bob. Yes, you did have a
okay?
problem with Bob.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that I was never hating on Bud Crawford to begin with. I just never liked Bob Arum. I've never liked Bob Arum.
Why, if you
But
don't know this man personally? Why?
but while if I haven't been able to see the fight, I mean, do you, so? Let me ask you a question. I may not have known him personally, but I can see what he do in the press. Do you like someone personally who gets on camera or goes to the media and talks about your uncle in a negative light? Do you
No,
like someone like that?
no.
Right. So why would you expect me to like someone like that?
Shit, I don't know. You must be
Okay
different.
then. So it got nothing to do with me meeting him in person. I just know he's a fucking scumbag. And I know he's a liar. And I
Okay.
know that when it comes to black
All the
fighters and
promoters
black,
be lying though,
yeah,
dog.
but
All of them be lying.
there's a pattern with certain ones. Cause like when it comes to black fighters like Bud, who has unbelievable skill and great, he wants to put a ceiling on them so he can control them, like he
You
tried to
don't
do
think
with
Al be
Floyd.
lying? You don't think
Like
Al be lying?
That's what I was getting at. Al be
but
lying
it
too,
ain't.
bro.
But here's the thing. Al doesn't hold people back from flying. He
Yeah,
may
he
give them
do.
a no.
Man, he
Okay,
held Sean Porter back for the longest, bro.
Sean Porter. Listen. Sean Porter is really an overachiever in
No, did
boxing.
he do it? Yes or no?
No,
Just
no. Sean Porter is
he,
a two-time. Listen, Sean Porter is a two-time welterweight world champion, bro.
Now we
I
got
was
Trey right here, right now.
so so so
Al tried
so.
to stop that fight, bro.
Listen,
He didn't want them
everybody
to
know
fight.
that, bro. Everybody know that.
listen. Whether Al tried to stop the fight, Al don't have Al
He a
doesn't
private
have
boy.
any
Al dirty. He the
yeah,
same as Bob, bro.
Ma,
They in the same
he fine
No,
business.
with the
they
boy.
not. Al doesn't owe Terrence
Yeah, I need
Crawford
one of them
nothing.
man boys,
Him and
man.
Terrence Crawford don't have no contract signed between them. he doesn't work in the best interest of Terrence Crawford. That's Bob Arum's job to make the fight.
But he should
That's
want to work. He should want to work hard for his fighters, though.
oh, oh, okay, okay,
Yeah,
If
oh,
for
Spence say he
sure.
want that fight, he should be thinking about Spence money and his wealth too.
listen,
And that's
but
why I said that Al was fucked up for
so
fucking that fight up for
so
Porter to
so
begin with.
let me ask you a
He
question.
used Porter for a stepping stone in the gate and the gatekeeper,
Yeah.
and now
And
that's
that's why
putting
Porter
Spence.
said that I ain't
Now
no
that's putting
gatekeeper the
Spence
other
in a
day.
messed up position.
That's
So
why
now
Porter said
everybody
that.
comparing their performances, and that's why when before Bud was about to call him into that damn ring, he got up and walked out of that damn arena, and I sat there and watched him because I was in the ring walking around trying to find Earl Spence in the crowd. I swear to God on my life, and could not find this man. I'm asking everybody, "Hey, where's Spence at?" They're like, "Oh, he was over there." I'm like, "Where's Spence at?" "Oh, he over there." Next thing you know, they put him on that damn thing. He got up so damn fast and walked out that
So
arena.
so
Yeah, he was
so
hurt.
so
He
yeah
was
so
hurt.
yeah
He
so
was hurt.
okay so what you're telling me is that Errol Spence knew that Travion Crawford was going to come look for him in the
Here
crowd,
you
bring
go.
him in the
Here you
ring.
go.
No, I'm saying I
Boy,
was
the
looking for him.
semantics, boy. He
Bud,
trying to get
No,
around
Bud
it.
was gonna
I'm
say
going
something
off
to
of
him.
what he said. There ain't no man. That's what he just said. He was looking for him.
I was looking for him to speak my piece. Bud was gonna look for him regardless and call him to that ring. Today was like, oh, Earl Spence was here. Da da da. Then next thing you know, right when they show him on that damn thing, they're like, oh, Earl Spence is
Oh, wait a
walking
minute.
out.
So you saying that Bud was gonna call him in the ring?
Fuck yeah, we already
Okay.
talked about
Now,
this before the fight.
now
Oh shit.
now you want me to tell you how I know this is cap coming out of his mouth?
Uh-oh.
because
Hold up. You said
because
it's a cat?
when this is cap because when the fight was over and the announcer said to Bud about Errol Spence, he said, "Oh, he here?"
You
Bro,
know
How?
he
we
was
knew he
being,
was.
you know what he
Bro,
was doing.
we knew he was there.
He was
You know
being
why I
facetious
said
on
that?
that.
Because I said before the fight, I said, yeah, Spence here. He said, remember, he said he'd never come to one of your fights. That's
Okay.
the reason why he
So
said that.
okay.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was making
Okay.
a joke about it.
Okay. So how come you wasn't able to get, or you didn't make your way to try to make your way to him or find him if you was trying to get him in the ring before the fight was over? I'm like I'm just
That
kind
should
of
be hectic
lost.
when the fight over with though,
Yeah,
bro.
but
Bro, do you
listen,
know how
if
many
you know, listen,
people?
Goon, if I know that I'm trying to get you in the ring when the fight is over, right? And the
It's
fight was
hectic
over in
in
the
there
10,
though,
and the
Kwame.
fight was over in
Bro,
10
do you know
rounds.
how many people's on that flow?
Yeah, that shit hectic,
It's
bro.
very listen, it's very I mean to me I
You
would
acting
think it
like I had his seat number written
okay,
down
what
on
I'm
the
saying
pen.
to me, but what I'm saying is if you was trying to find him, right, then you should have been looking to see where he was at from the get-go. You don't know. I mean, you said Bud was gonna stop
Hey,
Terrence
to
Kwame,
be
Crawford.
you
honest,
wouldn't say that
to be honest, to be
Spence
honest
broke
with
up
you,
out of
bro.
that mad hurt
To be honest with you, they say it
real
was a
shit.
PBC and top rank event, bro, and ESPN, bro. They didn't show that man on that Globotron to the ninth round, bro. What round did that fight end?
That's my
10.
point.
I told him I seen
Come
him a
on,
couple of
bro.
times,
I didn't
bro.
Nobody
see
was
him on
not
no
worried about no Earl
Globaltron in
Spence,
no
bro.
ninth. I maybe if
I
well,
seen him
you're
a
right.
couple
When
of
Listen,
Earl,
times on there, bro.
he's at the fight, so I I can't say if they did that or didn't do that. But
when when
but the
Earl Spence
public
was at that fight, everybody booed him that ninth round, bro.
listen, but the public, they didn't show us on the pay per view that he was there until the
Now,
fight was over.
Travion, you said it was a top ranked PBC event, right?
Yes,
So
he
Earl
didn't
could have
even
got in that
acknowledge that.
ring.
He could have for
Okay,
sure.
okay.
Listen,
Wait a minute, you said what?
It was a top ranking PVC event. If that man wanted to get in that ring, he could have came in that ring. That
Oh
man got up
shit.
and walked out that venue
Well,
okay.
fast.
well, hold
I
on,
mean, okay.
Travion.
So listen,
He was
it's
mad hurt when he seen what happened.
listen,
Was he?
He didn't want to answer no questions after that shit, bro.
He didn't give
listen.
no interviews.
Yeah, he didn't want to get. He didn't want to get
He
one.
told dude, he walking out the. And another thing, y'all used to criticize Bud about not wanting to do interviews, this and that, and this. Dude was trying to give Earl to answer some questions about the fight.
Get the
And
fuck
what
on.
he do? Hey man, I gotta go. He
You
answered a
got the
couple
fuck
of
on.
he answered two questions. Said, no man, I gotta go. Right when they started talking about, oh, what about you and Crawford? Hey man, I gotta go. It's like Al and them is training
They
him.
told him like, yeah, bro, we
Yeah,
ain't
bro.
talking about
Like
that shit.
Look again, right?
It's
It's
possible.
it's evident that it's a PBC and Top Rank promotion because Sean Porter is there, right?
No,
And
this
Tom,
dispels all of y'all little
oh
theories
God,
when y'all
I mean,
said
I mean,
that
is it
he
3
couldn't get in the
against 1,
ring
or do
because
I
it was
get to
top
Hold
respond
rank.
to
on. Was that
stuff?
an ESPN Plus? Was that ESPN Plus?
Yeah, it was ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it
why
was.
the hell did Bob just go on the damn thing just the other day, the video I sent y'all earlier, and said that any pay-per-view got to be strictly ESPN
Because
Plus
that's the
earlier
only
today?
place you can order a pay-per-view for ESPN. You
No,
can't
you
go.
missing what he's saying. He basically saying that, to me, what I gathered from it was like he can't do no pay-per-view with PBC. It has to be on ESPN Plus.
Yeah, but that was the whole issue with getting a fight made. It was that it had to Spence don't fight for ESPN,
I
so
know.
it had to be between Fox and ESPN.
Would you rather fight on Fox or ESPN? Let me know now.
Me personally, I'd rather fight on Fox, and the
That's
reason
dumb.
I don't see.
ESPN worldwide is the biggest
You
sports
got
network
Disney. You got
Listen,
Disney
but
behind you.
but
ever.
but 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 but
Got
on the
him.
listen,
Bit him.
but on the
Talk
flip,
that shit.
listen,
Talk that shit,
listen.
Travion.
If
But you
LeBron get a crazy ass dunk, what is gonna be on?
listen.
On
That's
ESPN,
It's
yeah,
bro.
not
but
gonna be on no Fox.
you want me to tell you something though? You need cable to get ESPN. You need a fucking antenna to get Fox.
That's true too.
Okay,
That's true
so
too.
there's always going to be more viewers on Fox than ESPN.
95% of the people gonna have cable more than the antenna, bro.
Listen,
Yeah, right now.
the
Hell
people
yeah.
who listen, the people who have cable have access to Fox and ESPN, and the people who have an antenna have access to Fox and no ESPN. So Fox is a major news station. It's just the same. Okay, it's just the same as FS1 competing with First Take. More people, as you say, watch ESPN, but
Not
guess
me.
what? But guess what? Nobody watches Stephen A. Smith more than
I don't.
and Max
I
more than
don't
they
fuck with
watching
Stephen A.
Shannon
Smith,
Sharp and
bro.
Skip Bayless.
I fuck
No
with
one's
Skip,
doing that
bro.
right now. That's my point. So
Yeah.
people go to where the good content is at. That's where they're gonna go.
And the
And
good content is
So
Stephen A.
right
Smith
here
is
on
Hollywood
Loyal
though,
to the
bro.
so
He
Game.
answer
gonna do
so
whatever them people tell him.
facts.
so answer this question. What is next for Earl Spence?
Yeah, I asked him that
I,
yesterday.
me
I asked him
personally,
that
I'd like
yesterday.
to. Me personally, I want to see him fight your uncle next. Me personally. I mean,
So
I
if
don't
he
know if
don't
y'all.
fight him next, then
So
what?
you don't want to see him fight as mandatory and then do it just to make sure the
I
eyes
mean,
straight, so it won't
I
be
mean,
no
I mean, I don't
bullshit
even know who his
after the
mandatory
fight
is. It's
over
like
with.
some Russian guy or something. I don't know who the
Hey,
fuck that
bro,
is.
I'm gonna be all the way G with you. That's gonna be a rough year for Derrick James because I got Castano gonna beat Jamel.
He already beat him already.
I
Shit,
swear to God he did, and
he
I'm
beat him
taking him
already.
again. And then
Okay,
Spence,
I
Spence
mean,
Vernon.
Trayvon. You know what? Look, I'm glad you're here. I just because you guys are gonna be let down so bad. Like, I want
What
to
can
see how you gonna respond
what can
when you're.
Spence do to be Bud?
Oh, he could beat Bud up. I already know that.
But he
I
couldn't beat
already know that.
Porter up.
I
How?
already knew that.
How?
Listen, but
He
Bud
said,
and
but he
Porter.
couldn't beat
Listen.
Porter up.
That's not a good analogy.
Porter
That's what
beat
I'm trying
him
to tell.
up though.
Hold on a second.
Right.
Hold on.
He,
Is this 3 against 1 or what is this?
No, I'm
Do
just
I
being
get to
real.
speak or not?
If you look at the thing, Porter really
I
did
didn't
beat
say
him
nothing.
up.
What
Okay.
I
and
didn't
So
you
say
talking
nothing,
about
bro.
what Kell Brook did to Bud face? Shit, you should have seen what Porter did to Spence face.
yeah, listen. My point is
Bud
what you
Bud
talking.
got cut off a accidental headbutt, the first cut of his career.
Listen, my
The
point.
fuck?
My point is you can. It doesn't matter what Spence did to Porter or what your uncle did to Porter when your uncle and
Nah.
Spence fight
Hey,
because Spence don't fight like Porter.
Draco. See,
Yeah.
look, I'm about to call his bullshit now.
Uh-oh.
I'm about to call his bullshit now.
Call that shit.
So when Bud just fought Mean Machine and Bud stopped Mean Machine and then Virgil just stopped him, what they say? Oh, Virgil Ortiz can beat Terrence
Yup.
Crawford. He stopped him
Yup.
earlier than
I
this.
know
You
you
right.
ain't
They was
calling my bullshit.
comparing. They was
You ain't calling
comparing
my
all this
bullshit
other
because I
stuff.
never said that. See, this is what the problem is. See, this is
Comparing
what
all
I'm
this
gonna
stuff.
see. I see what the issue is, and he just identified it for me
So now and
because
then look,
because
look,
in his mind,
Boo stopped
I'm
Delorme, right? Oh, he stopped him faster than Crawford stopped him. This and that, and this. Like, god damn, like.
listen. So
But when it comes to
again,
Crawford, comparing Crawford and Spence, then it's that doesn't matter. That doesn't mean nothing.
okay,
This and that.
okay. So he just identified what the issue is here. I
And
see it.
Travion got a good point too, though.
That
Okay.
does happen.
Am I all right? Am I gonna be able to speak? Or y'all,
Like
every
he
time
didn't
he
knock
say
Porter
something, y'all
out.
gonna
He
respond to it and
retired
then
Porter.
not let me speak. I mean, which one is it?
He retired Porter. Like retired. Like never gonna fight again. Type like commentating.
Okay, that's great. They said he was gonna do that regardless. I could care less
Look,
about
there's
that.
that's the excuse.
I
That's
mean,
the excuse
whatever
now.
it is, I don't give a fuck about Sean Porter like that. I picked him to get knocked out. So
That's the excuse
that
now.
that don't matter to me. What I'm saying is that I see what it is. See, what he just brought up was that, see, I'm gonna call you on the bullshit. And he brings up Me Machine and Virgil Ortiz.
Oh
I've
shit.
I've never said that um that Virgil Ortiz could beat Bud Crawford. I mean, he was getting beat up by what's the name? He had
Maurice
major
Hooker.
damage on his face from Hooker, and I
Yeah.
don't even like Hooker like that. So how in the world would I think Virgil Ortiz would beat him? But see, what you do, Travion, is you go on Facebook and you read everyone's narrative, and because loyal to the game is mine, then you act as if that's what I think, and it ain't what I think.
So
I ain't never said nothing like
A
that.
couple
so
people in
you
the
don't.
chat said
So
that
you.
Spence was knotted up. They said that
Hey.
Spence.
Yeah, he was
So
knotted up against
so listen
Porter,
to
but
this.
that don't have
So
nothing to do with him and Crawford fighting.
this is what's crazy from me to y'all. So you don't like Maurice Hooker, somebody that's born and raised from Dallas, and y'all claim that y'all Dallas or EJ City,
I'm
this
not
and
from
that.
Dallas. I'm not from Dallas. I'm from
I never
Brooklyn.
said you was from Dallas. I said y'all rock with Dallas. Y'all rock with EJ, and EJ from New York.
EJ's not from New York. He was born in Long
New York.
Island.
He is
He was
from New
born in Long Island. That's like saying Michael
Long
Jordan's from
Island,
New
New
York.
York,
Okay, so is Michael Jordan from New York? He was born in Brooklyn. Is he from New
bruh.
York?
Fuck yeah. If
Okay.
you came out that cooch there, you're from there.
No, that's not true. You
Me.
from where you were raised. You could
No.
be born anywhere.
Nah,
There's
you from
there's
New York. If you born in New
okay.
York,
Okay. So
Maurice Hooker would tell you that.
So what you telling me is that if an Asian person have a baby in New York, right? They decide to have a baby in New York, but then they
they
go
from New
back to
York.
Asia. They go back to Asia, and all they know is Asian culture. They're a New Yorker.
They from New
Yes.
York.
Okay,
That
They
baby
I
from New
mean,
is.
York.
That
okay.
baby
I
is.
guess. I mean, I guess if that's how y'all deny it. I mean, if that's how y'all see it. I mean, okay. But
What the birth certificate gonna
I don't
say?
care about where
The
Maurice
birth
Hooker is
certificate
from.
gonna say New
So
York.
can we
We going
so
off on a tangent. I don't care about where Maurice Hooker is from. Him being from Dallas, that shit don't mean shit to me
so can we
because I don't
agree?
like how he fight. And I've heard, and you know this, and you may not want to let it out, but out of all the people that be in the gym that's a professional fighters, he the one that worked the least out of all of them. Out of Bud, out of Jamel Herring. I mean, he don't work hard, and he ain't on that
My
level.
guy Maurice work hard. He was gonna turn up on
Mhm.
Virgil until he broke his hand.
Oh, okay. I
The
mean,
key the,
it's
the
hard for me
goal
to believe
was to
that.
get past the 6th round. That's
Okay,
all it was. We know Virgil can't go past 6 rounds.
really?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what Mighty Mo could do because at 140, the fight
It
before that,
was close.
he got stopped, just like
Ramir,
Porter.
yeah, Ramirez, bro, but he wasn't with us.
Okay, but the point is, he got knocked out of the lower weight class. Do you really think I'm gonna believe that he's gonna move up to a weight class and beat somebody who's been
Shit.
You
knocking
believe
everyone out?
Canelo about to
Strength
knock this
strength
dude out? He getting
strength
ready to
and
fight.
conditioning
I never
different
seen.
over here.
Was
Get your
Canelo
fat
knocked
tire
out
day.
before he went up in weight?
Hey, so did y'all see how Bud lifted up Porter and threw him
I
towards the
did.
ring? Y'all think he
I
that
did.
little now?
I said he was
Dude
ragdolling.
is strong, bro. Ain't no one saying he's not strong. Is no
No,
one
because when he
saying the
first
dude is
came
not
here,
They
all he
said, yeah,
skilled.
they said he
he
was the
little.
littlest one out of the all of
That's what
147
they
pounds.
said.
Listen, that's what they said, but you come at me like that's what I said. I never said none of that stuff. So all the stuff you talking about ain't shit that I ever said, which is why none of it matters to me what you saying.
So can
You
we?
go off the
So
narrative of what you see in the group
so
that
can we
people
agree?
say.
So can we agree that Spence is the new Keith Thurman? He's doing what Keith
No,
Thurman was doing to him to
no,
Bud.
They
nope,
will never agree. They will
nope.
never
I
agree
would
to
never
that,
agree
bro.
to that. That's dumb.
Why? He
Why
holding
would I?
up fights. He's injured.
What fight is he? What fight is
He's
he
scared
holding
to
up?
let his O go.
Bro, that's a narrative. How is he scared to let his O go? He was just getting ready
He
to
ain't
fight Manny
fighting
Pacquiao.
nobody. He ain't
He had
fought
an injury,
shit.
genius.
He just
he
said
had
he
a
was gonna
torn
be back in
retina.
4 months. Draco had been 4 months, haven't
That joke was bad,
Okay,
man.
and
Over four.
but
God
but
damn.
listen, but don't you have to
4 weeks.
listen
Fight a
once you
pop can for all I care. Just get your ass back in the ring.
look, you know what
Show us
is
something.
you know what's so funny? If your uncle had a torn retina, you wouldn't be rushing him back in the ring in four
Shit,
months.
my uncle would have
That's a
been
good
back in the
point.
ring if he said he was gonna be back in 4 months. He would have been in the
Listen,
ring in
listen,
5,
your uncle
guaranteed.
couldn't even get a fucking fight. What are you talking about? You acting like he had all these opponents where he just been like, oh yeah, my
Why
uncle
couldn't he
said
get
he
a
was gonna
fight?
be in
Because
the
everybody's
They didn't
ducking
want to
him.
fight him.
no, your uncle couldn't get a
Everybody's
fight. Your
ducking
uncle
him.
couldn't get a fight. No, let's tell the truth and go stop with the narrative. Your uncle couldn't get a fight because he signed with the wrong person who don't have fighters to offer him. That's why he can't get a fight. He signed with somebody who don't have welterweights.
Well, Al,
Bro,
Al wouldn't come across the
he
street
had
either.
6 fights. He had 6 fights in 3 years, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, against who? People
Against
he
everybody that was put in
against
front
a
of him,
bunch of people
Olympians.
he never said he wanted to fight.
Whoever was
Name.
available.
Hold on a second. No. Name one person. No, I'm put you on a high seat, Trey. Name one person that he fought in them 6 fights that he said he wanted to fight in public. I'll wait.
That he wanted to fight in public?
Yeah, name one person that Bud came out in public that he fought that he said he wanted to fight at
You can say
welterweight.
that for a lot of fighters, though.
No,
Right.
I'm not
He never
asking. Just stop doing that shit.
he
Boom.
never he
Let him
never
answer the
had to say a
question.
name.
When he came into the
He
he
said he wanted to
said,
fucking fight
listen,
Spence, but y'all was
right.
too busy,
When when
protecting him.
he came in, that's not what he said. Stop the cap. When he came in, he said he wanted to fight Thurman. Stop the capping. Please stop. Because they tried to force him to say it on first take. They I mean, I have receipts. You just saying shit. But there's
Bro,
actual
he just
receipts.
had an interview less than
He
2
said
days
all
ago,
the
bro.
We
champions.
talking about when he came in. You just said when he came in, he said he wanted to fight
He said
Spence.
he wanted to fight Thurman.
That's
Then
what he
when
said.
Thurman ass got hurt, he said, I want to fight Spence.
No,
He
he
said, I
did
want to fight
not.
all the
No, he did.
champions.
No, he did not. Because I
He
could
said,
put.
I
You want me?
want to fight all the
You
champions.
okay? Let's tell the truth.
Did Spence
There
have
you
a belt?
go.
Spence is a champion.
Did Spence have
There
a
you
belt?
go. Yeah, but don't say he said he wanted to fight Spence. And then
Did
for a
Spence have a
person,
belt?
let me ask you a question. For a person that you saying is ducking you and this the fight you've been wanting to
I
have,
swear to
right?
God, I want to leak these. I want to leak these phone
You know
conversations.
what I'm saying? It's
This
like,
he be the reason why we want to do this.
okay,
See,
I mean,
I
do
be
what you
trying
want
to
to do.
tell them, Jay.
He
I
be
be
the
like,
reason why I want
Spence
to do
be
this.
capping,
I just don't
bruh.
want to fuck up the
If they
money.
only heard what I know, these niggas wouldn't even
Man,
be
something
talking about
wrong with
Spence.
Buddy. He'd be
Listen,
just like Correa trying to switch sides if he heard these phone conversations.
motherfucker, I'm not.
He'd be
Listen,
sick.
I would never switch side. I would never switch
Cause
See,
you
now
sides.
don't
that
want
now,
to be
now that's
looked
some
at as
bullshit.
Correa.
I
If
don't
you
get.
saying
Listen,
that you
I
would
don't
never switch
listen. I don't
sides,
care about who
and it's
Correa
some
is.
shit
I
that
know
they
who
can
I am
show
as a
you right now
person.
that's
Man,
fucked
you and
up,
Correa was
that's
best
some bullshit.
friends. Y'all started this boxing stuff.
That's some
Correa was.
bullshit.
Yeah, Correa and I were best friends until I found out what kind of person
No,
he
but I'm
was.
saying if they can show you some shit right now, and your
Not going
boy
to
be in a
change what.
fucked up
Listen,
light, and you
words is
won't
not.
even
Listen,
acknowledge that shit, you fucked
words are
up, bro.
not going to change my pick. What they want to
No.
listen. I kind of already know what they want to show me. Me and Draco was cool. I already kind of know what it's about. That still ain't changing for me, bro. Because what you trying to prove what someone said about negotiations or this or that don't mean shit
No,
until
it
they
wasn't
get in the
that.
ring
It
and
wasn't
fight.
that. It wasn't that.
Okay, whatever it was, none of it means anything. A person can say anything. Nothing matters till they get in the ring and fight. We see the end result. Now, when the end
We've
result
been
comes,
trying, but what is gonna take him?
well, I mean,
What's gonna take him to get in the ring?
first off, the
Look,
first thing,
he
hold on.
retweeted. He
The first
retweeted the
thing is
little
going to
neck
take. The
crossing
first
and
thing is
what's
going to
name said.
take, and
Let's see if
maybe
he
I
get in
can
the
tell
ring.
you because you a direct, I say relative of Bud. The first thing it's going to take is for Bud to get his business straight. Number one, because right now he a free agent, and he's not gonna go in there and negotiate no contract by himself. So he's probably working on something. So first, let's get the ducks in a row. First, you got to
Man,
get that First, that situation needs to be straight, and
the
then number
contracts
two,
he gonna sign for, Spence might have to take an 80-20.
man, go guess what? Then you know the fight not gonna happen because first of all, we need to see what this fight did in terms of what is
Right.
sold. Right, we
Right
need
now,
to.
Spence back against the wall.
Oh,
I think Spence is back
here
against
It's
the
we
too
wall.
go.
much pressure on him.
He
Here,
don't have enough fights to get the doggone undisputed, bro. Like he said, he want undisputed.
He
but
been
I
at
don't understand.
47 since I was
I
Like, 'cause
don't
14.
man, if you
understand.
want undisputed, you gotta fight him, bro, or you
I
going
don't
to one
understand.
sport.
But
What you
here's
gonna
the
do,
thing.
bro?
I don't understand why you're telling me this when I said they should fight next. I don't
Yeah,
understand
I'm
why
just
you
like, bro,
telling me
either
about
fight this man or
someone
go to
back being against
154,
the
bro.
wall when I say they should fight next. But the
Now,
reason
hey,
now the
now he want him to
reason
fight next, but about a couple of months ago, oh, he got clean out his side of the street. Yeah, he ain't gonna get that August fight
listen,
now.
the only reason
Well,
I'm
That
saying,
Ugas
listen, let me
fight
tell you
fucked him,
something.
bro.
The only
That
reason
Ugas
I'm
fight
saying,
fucked him.
listen, the only reason that I'm saying he should fight next is because your uncle finally dropped his nuts against Bob. Because he sure never dropped his nuts towards Bob until the other day. So
I wouldn't listen.
Cause it's called
Spence ain't
playing the game. You can't play with nobody that
exactly.
got your career in their
Exactly. So
hands.
why is it playing the game for him, right? So why is it playing the game for him? But for Spence, it's just all ego. It's not playing the game.
Cause Spence his own boss. Remember?
Listen,
Don't make it
Spence.
happen.
Listen, anyone who signs a contract to somebody is not their own boss.
Shit,
Okay.
Yeah, we
he
know
said
that.
so
he his
Spence
own
So
boss.
capping.
He big
he should
fish.
So
stop trying
Remember?
to act like that.
So
my
Spence
point
is
is,
capping.
so my
Man
point.
down
So
promotions.
so
Remember?
Yeah.
yeah, but Man Down Promotions ain't the lead promotion. It's TGB,
Yeah.
that Tom
So
Brown guy.
so we do
So
can we
we
agree that
already know
Spence is
there's not.
capping when he say that he's the boss?
Yeah, I mean, he's his own boss in that way, but he's not the
You
boss
just
that's just
won't
gonna
say
let.
it, will you?
No, no,
Listen,
no, no. We
He
said
ain't gonna
what
let it
is
go.
he
He ain't gonna let it
capping?
go, bro.
listen. Okay, I
Let it
said, yeah,
go.
he's
Let it
capping.
Hell no,
go.
I ain't letting
Okay,
that go.
because
No,
for
no,
this,
no.
no, for the sake of argument, I'm not the one to sit up here and defend shit. Okay, yeah, he's capping, right? But now I need you to admit something to me that I'm going to explain to you.
Explain
Did
to
your
me.
did your uncle sell? I'm just acting facts. I don't need no. I need a yes or no. I don't need any reason why.
Why you gotta get even when you ask a
No, I'm
question? You
asking a
said,
question.
okay,
Drico,
I'm
you
gonna
got
admit,
it. Drico,
I'm gonna admit
Drico,
that, I'm
Drico,
gonna admit
Drico,
Steve,
Drico, Drico. You got to
I'm
stay
gonna
out of
admit
this.
Spence capping,
Drico. You
but you
got to
gotta
stay.
admit something too.
Drico. You got to
Like your
stay out of this.
bargain capping now.
Then
Drico.
I
You
gotta
got to.
get
You
even.
protecting him. What you doing? Let me let
Okay,
me
go ahead.
let me let me pull a
Okay,
picture up because
I got you.
I see what's going on.
I'm
So
sorry, I
let
don't
me
want you to feel attacked, bro. I'm sorry.
let me pull it up.
METHOD,
Let me pull it up
man.
because I got him. I finally got him on here because this is what's going
I don't
on.
want you to.
All
I
right.
don't want you to feel.
I knew it.
Okay, so this is what's going on.
I don't want you
There
to
go
feel attacked,
Travion, and
brother.
there go Drico being his defense attorney. See, as soon as I get ready to put him in the corner, here go Drico trying to save the day.
What
Drico
I do?
knows. Oh, wait, what are you saying? No, we don't want to hear that. I'm asking him a question.
Okay,
Everyone's tuned
I'm sorry.
in. Let him
I don't
answer
want
the
you to feel
question.
attacked. I don't want you to
Yeah,
feel attacked, bro.
thank
I'm
you,
with you.
thank you, sir. I
Okay,
appreciate that.
okay.
Okay, now I just need a yes or no. I don't need any reasons behind it. Did your uncle sell 50,000 pay-per-views against Victor Postal? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know.
I don't
What
know.
do
I'm
you
not.
Okay,
I
but
don't
you
check the
don't
numbers,
you
bro.
don't know, but is it widely reported around
That was
the box?
2016.
Okay, is it because I know you ain't going to admit to it. Is it widely reported and known around the boxing public that he only sold 50,000 pay-per-views against Victor Postal? Yes or no?
It was something like that.
Okay, so I'll take that as a yes because you ain't say
Okay.
no. All right.
Okay.
Now
Can I
that was
ask you
his
this?
first. No,
Can I
I'm
ask
gonna
you
finish.
this?
No. You can ask me when I'm
Okay.
done. When I'm
Okay, I
doing,
got
because
you.
I'll let you do your thing.
All right, go ahead.
Now, is it widely known that when he fought Amir Khan, that his pay per view didn't do well? It did like 150,000. Is that widely known? Yes or no?
According to Bob Arum, yes.
According to Bob Arum, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 50,000 and 150,000 combined is 200,000. I think that's about accurate, right? I mean, we just doing
Yeah.
math. 150 plus 50 is 200, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is it widely known? And I'm not asking about who he fought and all this stuff. Is it widely known on Spencer's first pay per view? They did. It was reported that they did over 360,000 on their first with Mikey.
I
Yes
don't
or no?
know.
Okay. You don't need to know, but that's what was reported. Because I mean, I
Okay.
could pull it up.
How
It's
you gonna
also
ask him and then say he don't need to
well,
know?
but
I'm like, I don't know.
What the
Like, shit.
what he's doing is he's like pleading the fifth when I'm
But do
asking him
you know
questions
that
that
this
he
is
don't
all
know.
No, if
like
you don't
like
know
you
the
would never
correct amount of
know the
numbers, you
like
can't
official
answer it.
numbers though?
No, he's saying he don't. I do. He's
Like you
saying he
won't
don't.
know the official numbers, bro. Like they
Okay,
would never
let's
know.
just say we don't know the official numbers, but I think it with it being official or unofficial, it goes the same way for Spence as it do for Bud,
In the
because they in the
ballpark.
same they in the same sport. So it was also reported that Spence and Porter, the same person that your uncle just fought, did like over 325,000. All right, and this is and according to you, it is better to be on ESPN because they're worldwide than Fox, right? So Bud should have had an advantage there. It's also widely known, it was reported that when he fought Danny Garcia, they did 250 plus in the pandemic. So, can you tell me? I need to know because you're talking about Cap. Can you tell me what warrants your uncle to ask for a 50-50 split
It's a
against
pay-per-view
aerospace?
contest.
Draco, can you help
Hold
yourself or
on,
not?
I'm
Can
about
you
to
help
get him,
yourself in
Rico.
that,
Hold
Draco?
on,
Do you
hold
have
on.
to stop? Do you have to constantly, come in and defend him?
Hold
Thank
on,
you.
Draco. I'm about to get him. Hold
Okay,
on.
Yeah,
okay,
Southpaw.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Southpaw. Yeah, I
So
have.
explain to me why every other fighter, every other boxing contract for a big fight, a pay-per-view fight, when it has been negotiated from Floyd Mayweather, who is the epitome of boxing business and pay-per-views, we could all agree on that. He's the biggest that's ever done it in the sport. Even he himself took less money against Arturo Gotti. Let's not even use De La Hoya. Let's use somebody that we know Floyd had way more accolades in, dominated more weight classes in when they fought. Okay. But when he met with Arturo Gotti, because they fought in Atlantic City in Arturo Gotti's home, and Arturo Gotti was already a known pay-per-view fighter. We're not saying he was a star. Floyd Mayweather had to take less money, and that's under the same company that your
But
uncle
we
was
keep
under.
saying the
Excuse
same
me,
thing,
stop.
bro.
Don't do that. Don't do that. He has to answer the question. Let me finish.
No,
Be patient.
bro, but that's what
Let
another
me
man
finish.
would
That's
do.
not right.
No,
He says what he says. Y'all don't interrupt. I say something. Y'all trying to assist him. You can't do that.
no, I'm not
It,
assisting him. I'm just being real about it.
what I'm
You
saying
can't use
is
that assumption for that.
what I could use whatever I want. He's the one need to respond, not you. So it's also so it's also known as a fact that the same people who negotiated that contract, who gave Floyd less money, who was the more decorated fighter than Arturo Gotti, who was the more skilled fighter than Arturo Gotti, who dominated more weight classes than Arturo Gotti, who had more belts in his career than Arturo Gotti, right? It's the same company and top rank of Bob Arum who paid him less because that is how contracts are done when you do pay-per-view fights with fighters. So explain to me why Floyd Mayweather can take less money and work under the same company as your uncle because Arturo Gotti had sold more pay-per-views than him, but your uncle can't do that when he goes to face Earl Spence. I'll
It's
let you
simple.
go.
It's simple. It's two different decades of boxing for one, and for two, Floyd Mayweather's not Terrence Crawford.
You can't compare
Bingo.
them.
Like what the fuck?
You can't compare. You're exactly right. You can't
Bingo.
compare them because from day one that Floyd Mayweather, you can say bingo, and you're right. Because from the day one, the first time Floyd Mayweather did a pay per view, which was with Arturo Gotti, it sold 340,000. So he's definitely not a Bud Crawford because he didn't sell 50,000. It wasn't a flop, and he still took less money to do it. And then guess what he also did, which your uncle is not willing to do. When he fought Oscar De La
Oh my
Hoya,
God, this
when
shit
he
is
fought,
driving me
listen,
crazy,
when he
bro.
fought, listen, when he fought Oscar De La Hoya, right? Because he knew that he was better than De La Hoya.
He wasn't the king. Bud
Listen,
is the king.
he's a king of what?
He's the
Of
pound for
what?
pound king. What do
Yeah,
you mean?
but that don't
Floyd wasn't
sell.
at the top.
Listen, that don't sell tickets, bro.
How did that sound?
But that don't sell tickets. It had nothing to do with pound for pound king, bro. If your uncle is walking around with a
Was
negative
Floyd
boxing
undisputed
balance
at the
sheet,
time? Did Floyd have 11 belts at the time?
what does
Did
that have to?
Floyd stop
What?
the first six opponents at welterweight
But
at the
Floyd
time?
was in it. But Floyd
Did
was an
Floyd have
entertainer.
three weight division championships at the time?
Floyd, what?
No.
Listen. When Floyd fought Arturo Gotti, he had already ran through two weight classes.
That's
But
cool.
listen
Was it
though,
three though?
What does
Was it
what
two or
Lil
three?
three
Boosie.
does? Listen, two or
Was
three
it
doesn't
three?
mean two or three
Three is
doesn't
always
mean.
better than two.
Yeah, but two or three don't mean
Three,
anything because
three is always better than
yeah,
two.
Yeah, in any country, in any
the
country.
point is Floyd wasn't paid based off his accolades when he fought Arturo Gotti. He was based off what he produced as a pay per view fighter, so he had to take less
Hey
against
Drico,
a
you know what this
lesser
sound like to me,
opponent.
bro? You know what this sound like to me, Drico? this sound like when Lil Boosie and Jay-Z was into it. You know what I'm saying? And Lil Boosie was like, damn, we understand who Jay-Z is, but because Jay-Z saying this, don't mean that shit the Mecca. Like I told Kwame before, it
Hey,
doesn't matter what this fighter did or this person did. It's about this person.
Yeah,
If
but
this
if it's not,
person believed that they
and
yeah,
I
whatever,
but that
you
guy is in
can't
a
argue that, bro.
but those guys is in a position to do it. But when but
No, you can't. You
listen,
can't do that. You can't do
but
that.
I can't
Pay per
because
view numbers ain't never whooped
hold
no
on
ass,
though.
bro.
Hold on though,
In the
Kwame.
history of boxing, when has pay per view numbers knocked somebody out?
that has not
Never.
Kwame. Kwa,
yeah, but pay-per-view numbers is what makes deals for fights to be done. And we're not talking about what
That's true
happens during
too.
the
That's
fight.
true
That's a
too.
What
cop out,
we're
though.
not talking about what
No, but
That's
happens
a
that's
during
true
cop out.
too.
we're
That's
not
true
That's a
talking
too.
no,
cop
it's
out.
not a
Kwa,
cop out because you can't get into a fight if a deal ain't made. And that's what's going on right now.
That's a
Kwame
Why
cop
gotta
are we
out.
answer
so
my
worried
What we
question
about
need
now.
to
Hold
do is
numbers?
on.
have the deal made so they can
Wow, in
actually
this
fight.
era right now, why are we so all of a sudden worried about
No
numbers
one's
now?
worried.
Why
Listen,
are we so worried about these
listen,
fighters
listen,
now?
listen.
Hold
Let
on,
me
no,
tell
no,
you.
I'm not done. I'm not done
Okay,
because I
go
let you
ahead.
go.
Go ahead.
Why are we so worried about these fighters now? Like I said earlier, I don't know nobody that I fuck with that follow boxing like I do sent Adonis Stevens a flower. So we ain't talk about these numbers. That's a cop out, bro.
Thank you.
That's a cop out.
Okay.
You gonna
Okay.
answer my question now?
Yeah, I'll answer. Well, you never answered my question. They interjected. You ain't answered my question, so I'm gonna let you answer my
I
question.
didn't say nothing.
Right. What
Y'all,
question?
yes, you did. You said when
What
has pay per view
question?
numbers
He on
knocked
your
someone on
ass,
their ass? Yes,
Draco.
you
He
did.
on your ass,
Yes, you
boy.
did. You said when had pay per
Oh,
view. You can't help it.
I thought it was over with though. I
Yeah,
apologize.
yeah,
I
but
answered.
it's okay. What I'm saying is, what if you can show me an instance, and I'm gonna bring up another. I'm gonna bring up another instance that happened
But
in
Kwame,
y'all camp.
you
Hold
didn't
on,
even say
hold.
shit to what I said though. You didn't say nothing. You didn't even acknowledge what I just said, and I put it eloquently for you. You
Okay,
didn't say nothing about that, and it's the truth.
listen. All that matters to me. I'm only attacking what it takes in order to get the deal done for the fight to happen. If they was arguing about listen, hold on.
Kwame.
If they was
No,
arguing
Kwame.
about
I said, why is it right now
uh-huh.
that we're worried about numbers? This ain't never been the
I'm
case
not listen,
before.
I'm not worried about numbers. I'm worried about getting the fight made. And the fight is not being made because you have one side who's being unrealistic about how business is done. And because they have accolades in the sport, but they don't have the business to back it up because accolades don't make deals. Business makes deals.
That's true.
So
That's true.
okay,
That's
so
true.
so because they don't have the business to back up making the deal, then they fall back on the accolades.
Whoa, whoa,
If
whoa,
you
whoa,
can
whoa,
show
whoa,
Oh, now
if
whoa,
you
you
trying
can
brother.
to take
show
away
me
the
if you
accolades,
know I'm
man.
not taking
Whoa,
shit
Now
away.
whoa,
you trying to take
whoa,
away the
whoa,
No,
accolades, bro.
that's
whoa.
what
You
they're
can't take
using.
away. You can't take away who he is,
Yeah, you
bro.
can't do
No
that,
one
You
bro.
took
can't do
away
that,
what
bro.
listen, no
You
one
can't
took
do that.
away listen, no one
You
took
say
a
accolades don't determine how to run business. Yes, it do, bro. Because
listen.
all that
That's
person
what
got to
Bob
do is,
Arum trying to do right now with Josh Taylor.
Oh
Ask
yeah,
him
God.
what
come
did
on,
this
I'm
bro.
man did
listening
at
to what I
140.
listen to what I'm saying. I'm not stating that his accolades don't matter. What I'm stating is that you cannot sub accolades for business in
Why
business
not? Why
because
not?
there's been no business contract that's been
Okay, what
done
is
that way
Spence
in the sport.
accolades? He got 2 belts, right?
I'm not
So
running
he
off,
can't bring that in
Two
either.
belts in 10 years.
listen, two belts,
So
two
that's
belts
an
is
accolade, right?
listen, but two belts is not listen. Two belts has
But brother,
nothing. Listen,
that's an
two belts,
accolade, though, right?
but two belts has nothing
He ain't
to
gonna answer
do
you,
with
bro.
the deal getting made. Oh, it's obvious that two belts is an accolade, but
Okay
they're
then.
not.
So
But the deal
if
is
we
not
take
being.
away from
Listen,
TC, we got to take Spencer's too.
no, I don't care
You
about
can't
that.
say Spencer. You can't
You
say
know what
TC can't
that
come to the
helps. You know
table.
what?
Take
You know what?
TC the
Draco,
way he still gotta
You
SB.
just helped my point. You know what? I'm
No,
gonna
because
use
you
your
can't say
no.
TC can't bring.
I'm gonna use your
You can't
example.
say that TC can't bring his
But I'm
accolades to
going
the
to
table to do
but
business,
I'm gonna
but Spence
use
can.
but
No,
I'm
they
going to
did. That
use
was the
but I'm going
narrative
to
that they used. You
let me
couldn't bring up nothing
respond.
that
Let
he
me
did at
respond to
140.
Draco. So I'm going to use Draco's example, right?
Yeah.
No,
He
but
said
that's been the
Draco.
narrative. Y'all say you can't bring up nothing that he did at
Okay,
140.
can I respond to Draco? Because Draco
Yep.
said something to me.
Go ahead.
Draco said if you take away Bud accolades, then we need to take away Spence accolades. And I said, I'm going to say, okay, let's do that. If we take away Spence's accolades, the two belts, and we take away Bud's accolades, the two belts, what we have to go off, which is what they've always done and used to go off to make contracts for pay-per-view fights, is your pay-per-view numbers, your viewership, how many people
Cop
you
out.
bring.
So
That's
what
not
if
a
you don't got no pay-per-view numbers?
if you don't have any
Just say if they
pay-per-view,
both ain't had no pay-per-view.
then it should be a fair and even split, the same way it happened for Mikey.
But brother,
And
So
let me
what was
finish. The
honestly,
so
same
what
way it
was the
happened
difference
for
Whoa,
between
whoa,
Mikey.
Jamel and
whoa,
The
Steven?
whoa,
same way it
whoa.
happened for
Mikey
Mikey
and Earl was
and Earl.
a good
Yeah,
split.
yeah, that was an even split.
So Bud and Mikey, so Bud and
They
Earl
both
wouldn't be a
never.
good split.
Did you
Like,
hear the question that he asked, or you just responding to what I said? His question was, "What do you do if neither fighter fought on pay-per-view? You
I heard
have
that.
no way to gauge
I heard that.
what they can do.
I heard that.
So if both fighters are very popular, you give both of them an even split because you
you
have
know
nothing to
Spence
go
ain't
off
is barely
for
popular in
each."
the polls. He's only got 100 more votes than TC, right? You know that, and I
But
and
that's
I doubt and I doubt it as of today. I think TC might have took over that. You realize that?
I'm not.
It'll be something else, bro.
I'm not. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but
I'm talking about
all
him
I
and
know,
Mikey first pay per view. They didn't do all that, bro. It was their first pay per
And
view.
I
Take it
think
they
from
did
Crawford, Crawford,
360 plus pay-per-views, and they
Crawford,
also put 44 almost 50,000 people in the stadium.
Crawford and Benavidez numbers on ESPN was over 1 million that year too.
Did
And I
anyone
got a
pay? Did
screenshot of
anyone
that.
did it? My question to you is, did anyone pay for it?
Hey, it doesn't
We
matter. You
watched
said
it.
It
it
We
meant
was a
watched.
yes or
well.
no question.
Okay,
We watched
Yes
it.
or no questions, like you put on
So
Twitter.
is Crawford and Spence going to
Yes or
fight on
no
free?
question.
I said yes. I said yes.
Okay.
Now, but my question to you was, did anyone pay for it? And is your uncle and Errol Spence going to fight on free Fox or free ESPN if they
Shit,
ever
how
fight?
damaged it is, it might need to be on Free Fox. It
So,
might
Ooh.
go
well,
quick.
if that was the case, then your uncle wouldn't be on the stage cap and talking about he don't need it. Spence is
He
behind him.
don't
Then,
need Spence.
oh,
He
okay,
don't.
okay. So if he don't need Spence, I'm glad you said that. If he don't need Spence, then why did he look at Bob and say Bob couldn't get me the Spence fight, so
Bro, how
I'm
long have
going
they
my
been
own
talking about
way?
the Spence fight? 2017,
But if he
18?
don't need,
It's
but if he
2021.
don't need Spence, then why is he leaving Bob then?
It's
Because the only
21.
reason he stated he's leaving Bob is because Bob couldn't get him the Spence fight.
It
No,
wasn't
That's
for
all he
Spence.
said.
they asked him was he gonna fight Spence next? Was Bob gonna get you the Spence fight? And what he said was, how would Bob get me the fight when I was with him? How would Bob be able to give me the fight if I'm with him?
Right.
And basically, if
He
I'm
didn't
not
give
with
it
him,
to
how you
me.
gonna get it? However the fuck he said
Right.
it.
Yeah.
And he said, but the key words he said in that phrase is if I'm not with him. So what he announced is that he's not going to be with him.
Right.
So
So how is he
so
gonna give
so
me
who else
the Spence
is
fight?
so my question is, right? If he don't fight Spence next, who does he fight? Is my
Ugas.
Okay, so which means that which I agree that should happen because I want Spence and your uncle to fight for all the marbles. I have no
But you
problem
just
with that.
said that Spence should fight him next.
I
See why I
did,
caught you?
but I didn't ask about who Spence is fighting. Next. I asked you about your uncle. Spence can't
Yeah,
Spence and Ugas can't fight your uncle at the same time.
red flag,
Red flag like a
Kwame,
motherfucker.
How?
red
You
flag.
just you I just
You
asked
Cause
you.
just said
Kwame,
earlier.
You
Kwame,
said I know what I
we
said.
we
I
had
know
a
what I said.
whole show dedicated to y'all saying that Boots that TC should fight Boots next.
No, I never said Tishi's about boots next. What are you talking about?
Bro, y'all went a whole 2 weeks on my ass on whole Facebook like 3 months
No,
ago
I
because
said
y'all said that TC should fight a number 7 ranked Boots instead of unifying with Ugas.
no.
Yeah,
And you
I
I
don't
remember
remember that?
that. I remember that. I actually remember that.
listen. The reason I said that is because he
You just
wasn't a
said you
free.
didn't say it though.
Ho, ho, ho,
Yeah.
ho, ho, ho. No, he
Yeah.
So
just
you
referred.
bought
No,
the
no, no, no.
bottle
Y'all
of
not, y'all not,
beer.
y'all not gonna do that. Y'all not gonna do that. Okay.
Ah,
When Drico,
So you bought the bottle of
well, listen,
beer.
no. When Drico just
At
articulated what he said,
8:05.
hold on. When Drico just articulated what he said, now I remember what he said. Now I'm going to answer that. Yes, I did say that. And the reason I said that was because your uncle was still in the top rank. He was still under ESPN. So I knew that getting an Ugas fight was not realistic for him. Now that he's no longer under Bob Arum, it's realistic for him to get a Ugas fight. The fact that he fought a PBC fighter his previous fight, it's more realistic for me to say that he will fight a PBC champion. That is more realistic.
Bro, he didn't fought 3 PBC fighters, bro.
Bro, he fought
Felix
Felix
Diaz
Diaz. He
and who
fought
else? John
Felix
Molina.
Diaz and who bro, those are bottom
It
feeders. Who
doesn't
the
matter.
fuck
Y'all said
is
other
that?
side of the street. He still fought 2 PBC
Listen,
fighters, bro. Y'all been holding out for years.
listen. Of course he did. And he did those two. He fought those two PBC fighters directly after Al and Bob came out of court from their lawsuit. That's exactly when it. I mean,
Bro,
that's exactly when it happened.
they ain't
See,
been doing business forever, bro. They ain't had nothing to do with them two.
look, Bob Arum and Al Heyman, when they went to court after the Floyd Mayweather fight, had an undisclosed settlement. They settled out of court. As soon as they settled out of court, Al Heyman sent over Felix Diaz and John Molina over there. I keep up with all of this stuff because I don't just look at emotional shit. He sent those two guys over there, and y'all never saw another PBC fighter again until it was Sean Porter. John Molina and Felix Diaz were not champions of PBC. John Molina and Felix Diaz were not high-profile fighters of PBC. So if that was the case, right, how come we haven't seen, since Felix Diaz and John Molina, we haven't seen any other PBC bottom feeders fight over at top rank against
All
your
right,
own
so can
brother?
I ask a question? So
Sure.
what is Boots rank for Spence IBF?
3, I think.
Uh-oh.
All right.
3.
What is Virgil Ortiz rank for Bud?
You have to refresh me because I don't pay attention to that.
Number
Oh,
one,
no,
I
you're
thought.
right. You're right. No, it's 1. It's 1. Yeah, after
Okay, so what
Sean.
is Virgil
Right.
rank for Spence?
I think in the WBC, he's like in the top 4 or some shit like that. I don't know
Okay.
offhand, but I think that's what it is.
Okay, so why ain't I heard y'all about, why won't Bud fight Virgil, but y'all won't say Boots fight Spence?
They could fight.
Uh-oh.
I
Y'all
mean,
telling
listen.
Boots, y'all telling Bud to fight Boots that's number
No,
7
Kwame won't let him
when
fight
Yeah.
him.
Virgil
Kwame
number
won't fight
No.
at
1
7.
Okay.
Kwame
I have
won't
a,
let
I
him
have
rather
a,
fight
I
than
have a,
him.
I
Spence
have a, I
fight
have a
him
question
because
for
he's
you.
number 3.
Okay, I'll answer that. I have a question for you. All right.
Because we don't have no problem with fighting
No?
either one of them.
I have a question for you. Is Boots a PBC fighter?
It doesn't matter.
I'm asking you a question. It does matter. When you ask
He's
me
with
questions,
Cameron Duncan,
okay, right.
somebody that Bud just left.
Okay, so again, I'll ask you to answer the question because you just answered it, but you won't answer it directly. So is Boots a PBC fighter? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, then. So if I know that Bud is not able to fight PBC fighters, then why wouldn't I find him a credible opponent that isn't under the PBC banner if you're saying Al Heyman is blocking Bud from getting fighters to fight? If Boots is under Cameron Duncan, the only reason I said Boots is because we knew that Al and Bob weren't doing business like that, right? And I wanted to see somebody who I thought was a good fighter to fight your uncle, which I thought was a great matchup. 2 guys who could switch, 2 guys who have elite talent and supreme boxing skill. Now, if Boots
Why would
was
he
under
fight
Al,
somebody that don't have nothing to offer?
I mean, why did he fight Jose Benavidez? He didn't have shit to offer. Why did he fight Amir Khan? He
They
didn't have shit to
mandated that.
offer. Jose Benavidez was mandated.
Yes, that was his mandatory.
Listen, Jose Benavidez.
Was
He
Mikey
won the last
mandated?
4 fights.
No,
He won his
Jose.
last 4 fights. They made him fight him.
Listen, Jose Benavidez was shot for 2 people and then fought your uncle. All right, anyone can mandate
Bruh, his
anything.
mouth wasn't shot. He came in that motherfucker talking about he stopped the last 3 opponents. He
Listen,
was
you know
facing it.
what I saw. You know what I saw, and it's sad
Was
that you
Mikey
don't see it.
mandated?
No, he wasn't. But that's not the question. You know what I saw when I saw Jose
Why won't
Benavidez?
Spence fight Boots if he's number 3?
Is he not because there's
Because he has to fight him at
because he
154.
holds 2 belts and the IBF is strict. He holds 2 belts in different sanctioning bodies. The IBF is strict and they make you fight at. They're not going to make him fight number 3 before the IBF make you fight your mandatory.
So
But
why the fuck would Bud fight number 7?
listen. All I'm saying, listen.
Oh,
All I'm
bro.
saying to you, All I'm saying to you is, listen. All I'm saying to you is this: is because your uncle didn't. He don't have opponents. You act like if Sean Porter didn't show up. Let me get Draco back in here. You acting like if Sean Porter didn't show up, y'all had some type of fucking plan B on opponents. The reason I said that is because it was dry. I mean, it's so dry that Errol Spence, it was so dry for opponents for you guys over there that Errol Spence got into a car accident in a detached retina, right? 14-month car accident in a detached retina and missed a fight. And him and Bud have almost the same amount of fights to date since they came in welterweight. And the only reason they don't have the same amount of fights is because he didn't fight Manny last and he lost that fight. But lead it, and your uncle ain't never been in an accident. He didn't have no reason for no 14-month layoff, and he ain't had no torn retina to keep him out or pull him out
He
of a
got
fight.
shot in the head.
We're talking about recent. That was many, many years ago. We're talking about
Hey,
right
everybody got
now.
all these excuses about Benavidez got
So
shot in the
so
knee
so
and all this
so
other stuff. He
so
got
so
shot in the head.
all I'm saying is that you over here talking about all this stuff. Your uncle ain't have no opponents. I'm trying to find a nigga opponent. Okay? Because Bob sure as hell wasn't trying to find him
So did
no
he make an
opponent.
example
Who
out
was
of
in
the
a hurry
opponent
to
that
fight
they
him
just gave
though?
him?
But who was in a hurry to fight
Huh?
him? Who was in a hurry to fight him?
Nobody.
I know
He
one's
know
in a
that.
hurry to fight, but
That's
he a
why he don't got
killer.
no opponents,
He
bro.
know
That's
that.
not listen. In boxing, if you are high risk and high reward, people will fight you.
Hey,
But
like I
Bud is
told you.
low risk. You're not gonna get paid. You got to go over there and fuck with Arum, and he ain't gonna pay you. And especially after Arum fucked up the bag with Amir Khan. He wasn't trying to pay nobody to fight Bud. Okay, he was offering Sean Porter $1 million initially, and y'all wanted him to grab it. Okay, so let's not act like there was this whole influx of people who Bud could have fought. Okay, it was dry as fuck
Hey,
over there. It looked like the Sahara Desert.
after that ass whooping he got, I'm gonna tell you right now that $1 million was not worth it. I salute him for that one because that
Listen,
$1 million was not worth it.
whatever he got. One thing I may not
He
like
got more
Kenny.
than what he fought Spence for though.
Listen,
Guarantee you
I,
that.
I I mean, I don't know how we can
So
gauge that
so
because
who
I
really
don't
was
know how
throwing the
we
big
can
They put
gauge
dollars?
some
that.
numbers
Listen,
out. I can't remember what it was, but I seen
all
it
I'm
today though.
saying is I don't know how we could gauge that because I've seen
Who
multiple people. Listen, I've seen multiple people who just came in here and said y'all numbers was reported at 190,000. I mean, I know that when him
hey,
and
what they say?
I know when him and Spence fought,
That's all opinionated.
it was at 325. I mean, and another thing I noticed is when I looked at y'all fight,
Did you
I
count them?
didn't I didn't see Sean Porter or Porter Promotions with ESPN and Top Rank either. The way I saw
Did
it
you count
against,
did you count their buys? Or
I
you
didn't
just going
count
off
them.
of
I'm
what
just
somebody else said?
listen. I didn't know. I didn't count the buys. I'm just saying
Again,
I seen.
nobody would never know. They don't
Listen,
track. They ain't not gonna track all that
okay,
shit, bro.
but what you doing when you do that is then making it like it don't matter because no one will ever know. But there are gauges to this, and somebody has to know because this is how things are negotiated. Someone got to know what the numbers are. Trust me, the networks know what the numbers are because they're the ones financing shit. So there are real numbers. Maybe say the public may not know
Okay,
exactly.
listen. Okay, listen. Okay, regardless of the numbers, it we want to see the fight. You know
He
what I'm
know his
saying?
man's ain't gonna fight. There's James already told him that.
Yeah, yeah. And now you're getting into the phone calls and everything, baby. We can't talk about the phone call.
Hey, Floyd ain't calling Bud Crawford after every fight, telling him the same thing for no reason, bro. I'm gonna
I'm not.
keep it like that. I ain't speaking
And,
I'm
on nothing.
yeah.
I'm not worried about what Floyd is saying. I'm
You
not worried
should.
about what
That's really Earl's boss.
but
Shit.
I'm not worried about none of that. And
That's really Earl's boss.
I mean, I'm not listen, I'm not worried about none of that. And I'm not gonna take anything from any Terrence Crawford family member or team to
That's fine
that I'm
too.
gonna take as the gospel on what's what for Earl. Because we
Uh-huh.
know y'all don't like Earl as it is. All I'm saying is that it don't matter about no
They like
phone
Earl,
calls.
bro.
I
It
They
fuck
don't
with
like
matter.
Earl.
Earl.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
They
No, they
talk
no,
to
no, no,
Earl.
no, they don't. No, they don't. They
Yeah, they
don't like.
do.
I
Listen,
talked to Earl more times than Kwame than he talked to that man in person.
listen. I
Yeah,
could
they
care
talk to
less.
him, bro.
Listen. You are the nephew of the top pound for pound boxer in the world. You should. I mean,
Just
I'm a
saying.
guy here on YouTube. I mean that doesn't bother me that you do that. I mean that should be happening. What I'm stating to you is that it don't matter about your phone calls. It don't matter about what Floyd say. It don't matter none of that. None of that shit is going to get in the ring and fight for either one of them. So until these guys get in the ring and fight, and we see what the end result is, then we could talk. Then we could talk.
But how
But
long is it gonna take him to get in the ring?
yeah, well, maybe you should ask your uncle that because I mean, at some point
Ooh.
he needs no. At some point, your uncle needs to be realistic and say and look and say, look, I fucked up. I signed with Bob Arum.
What?
Yeah, he fucked up. That's
He's
what he
not
needs.
with Bob Arum no more. So
Okay,
speak
well,
on
I'm going
today.
I'm going to finish saying what I'm saying so you can see where I'm going with it. Your uncle needs to just say to himself, look, I fucked up. I signed with Bob. I wanted to be loyal and stay there, and I signed the extension, but Bob fucked me up. Bob didn't get me the fights that I needed. He didn't do the things that I asked him to do. He didn't make the fights that I needed him to make. And then when he did put on these events for me, he didn't promote me well. And these events weren't successes. I did my part in the ring. I knocked everyone out that I was supposed to do. I did my part as a fighter 100%. But Bob fucked me up with how he handled me, number one. And Bob also fucked me up by how he went and threw my name in the street, in the public, to all the rest of the companies by saying that I'm a bad investment because I lost all this money, trying to do business with me. So you know what? You know what? I'll swallow that because I'm better than Errol Spence. And I know I'll knock Errol Spence out and I'll fuck Errol Spence up. So you know what? Let's make the fight because my numbers aren't what they should be. And I gotta eat that because I decided to go with this guy. Okay, my numbers ain't what they should be. They should be better than Earl's, but they're not even close. So here's what we do. We'll settle it, right? Because this is how everyone else did it in the past. We'll go ahead. I'll sign a deal for, I don't know, 60-40, 55-45, whatever that is. And because I know I'm going to beat Earl Spence's ass and knock him out, we'll put a rematch clause in the contract for a second fight. And then once I win, I get 60-40 or 70-30 or 55-45 and cashing on the biggest paydays I ever could have made. Because for him to
Ain't no
sit up,
rematch clause when y'all both champions.
well, I mean, normally in negotiations, just like with Deontay Wilder, there was a
Did,
rematch
did
clause. You can
Tyson
have
Fury have a belt?
right, yeah. But I'm saying but you're telling me it can't be done.
Did Tyson
These are
Fury have a
contracts.
belt?
Yeah, but these are contracts. Things can be negotiated.
What
Things can
people
be
do you know that
negotiated.
unified that have a rematch clause?
I don't know the details of everyone's contract. I'm not stating that they do. What I'm stating is if he's confident that he's going to beat Earl as much as y'all confident, because the way that y'all talk is like it's a foregone conclusion. It's just going to happen. So
Why should he take less though? Because of that.
because he's earned less, Drico. He's earned less. What part of that don't you get? He sold 50,000 buys. He sold 50 with Polestar, 100, and I'm
Y'all
being
behind
generous.
the numbers,
No one's.
man.
I'm hiding behind the
Let
numbers.
Hey,
You
them
just asked
fight,
me a
man.
question.
Let them fight,
so
bro.
so out of those 50, how much do you think Crawford sold? Because it's two people in that ring.
I could care less. All I know is it was 50. I don't give a fuck who sold what. The end result is that it was a flop. That's the end result. It was
Do
a
Oh
you do
flop.
fuck.
you agree? What would you say, Kwame? Would you think that right now TC has the momentum and Earl don't?
Yes, absolutely. Without a
So
doubt.
when they go to the table and negotiate, if they go to the table and
They're gonna be like,
negotiate,
bro, you been inactive.
No, no, no,
there
no,
you
no,
go.
no, 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 no,
There you
no.
go.
When I say he has the momentum, I mean in terms of them fighting and going into the fight. He stopped Porter. He's now
He
one more
stopped his
fight.
last 8
Right.
opponents,
So
Rico.
right, but what I'm saying, nobody really and you and I both know, Travion, that the boxing public, it ain't just me who's hating. The boxing public did not respect his level of competition. People judged him, and why this fight was so huge is because he fought somebody who is well respected
And he
in
made
the
him look
welterweight division, and he
ordinary,
and he
huh?
sure did. So that's why I'm saying
So
that
what is that
that
telling y'all? All the
that's
time y'all been criticizing him the whole time. He's
but
really as good as everybody.
okay. Listen. So I'm gonna ask you another question, Travion. Did did I not pick your uncle to knock
Yeah, you
Sean
did. You
Porter
did.
out?
You did. You
I
did.
did. So I it's not listen, it's not that I don't think your uncle is good. I'm not I would never say that. Your uncle's a great fighter. I don't think he's not good. What I don't think he's good at is business, number one. That like I don't think he made the right decisions business wise, number one. And I just believe that Earl Spence would beat him. That's it.
That's your
I'm
opinion.
not the right, and that's cool. It's just like it's your. So I respect your opinion that you think your uncle could beat Errol Spence. I don't have a problem with that. That don't make you a dick rider or a hater or anything like that to me or anyone else. I don't care about that. I'm not gonna take away from who your uncle is as a fighter and how great of a fighter he is because I just believe my guy or the guy that I favor is going to beat him. I'm not taking away from him as a fighter at all. That's all I'm saying. And
What's what's
when I,
Earl's strength?
what do you
What I
mean?
say this. What's his weaknesses? What's Earl's weaknesses?
I think
I know,
sometimes
I know all of them.
I feel like uh sometimes I feel like Earl could be a little defensively irresponsible at times. I feel like that. Um but if he I would say his biggest weakness is outside of the ring. Because if Earl Spence is 100%, if Earl Spence is the Earl Spence we saw like against Kell Brook and Peterson and Ocampo, this
But Peterson was on his way out. That was
besides he
a
was
top
Peter,
ten.
it's funny that you say that, but from what I can remember, Lamont Peterson had just won the WBO regular belt the fight before that. And he looked good and he didn't look washed up. And he was never in trouble.
Who did he fight?
I don't fucking remember, but that doesn't who
You
he
should
fight.
know. That means that he
Yeah,
fought top
but
ten.
who he fight doesn't mean he's on his way out
Shit. That
because
man
I
was on
remember
his
when
way
he
out.
fought. I remember when he fought Danny Garcia. You know what I'm saying? It was a close ass fight, and most people thought he won that one. You know what I'm
So
saying?
you don't think that's
Was
don't
his
mean
hand raised?
so basically you saying that Spence don't have no weaknesses inside the ring.
I never
You said
said that. I
outside the
just
ring.
what did I Draco? What did I say when you asked me that question? I answered you
You
first. What was the
said
first
that
thing I said?
you said he don't have any. I think his problem is outside the
So
ring. That's his
Draco,
problem.
so I didn't say when you asked me that I think Spence is can be defensively irresponsible at times. I
Yeah,
didn't say that.
yeah. Yep,
Okay,
you
so
did say
does
that.
okay, so did I
So
say
that's it.
that's pretty much the only weakness I saw
Porter
myself.
showed so many weaknesses in Spence. Like you telling me that's the only thing you seen?
As I said, and as you know, right? Because you guys had a field day calling him a drunk and all that shit, right? Right? Spence's biggest weaknesses to me is outside of the ring. When he
Oh
fought
fuck!
Porter, when he fought Porter, when
So
he
it's
fought
outside of the
Mikey.
ring. That's what you're saying,
Yes,
right?
that's what I said.
Okay then. Damn, nigga, you
Right?
But
God
that's what I
damn!
said to you, and then you repeated that. You just repeated that.
no, you said that his weaknesses was his defense.
I said in the ring, his weaknesses is his defense. I don't see much else but that. But I said his main weakness I see is outside of the ring. Then you
Okay.
asked me,
Yeah.
so what you saying is he has no weaknesses. I mean, we can play it back. That's exactly what I said. It's like
Yeah.
you hear what you want to hear when
You
I
said
say,
his biggest weakness is outside the ring.
yeah,
Then I said, okay, so
I'm telling you, the only thing, the only thing I would say, and I'm not making no excuses because Spence get in the ring, we can't use accidents, we can't use retinas, we can't use none of that.
Y'all gonna use that
I'm really
anyway.
asking you.
I'm not, don't say y'all, say other people
I'm
because
putting
I'm
y'all
standing
on it.
here, I'm sitting here with you telling you that I don't use that. That's not who
Drico,
I am.
make sure we save this shit.
Ain't no reason for me to, Drico, have I been saying this the whole show?
Yeah, he been saying that. He been
Okay,
saying
then.
that.
See,
Yeah.
again, what I'm telling you, Travion, from what you actually talking to me like 1-on-one for the first time, we not typing. What I'm seeing is that you have judged me based on all the things that people in the group say, and you think that because I'm the creator of the group that
They
I
look up to
support.
you. They get their
But
information from
they
you.
don't get no information from me. People may look up to me. I don't know why, but it's just a fucking Facebook group.
They
But
said you King Tut of
well,
the whole
hey,
group.
hey, listen. But I'm listen. People say what they want to say. It's just like Bushido boxing. They do what they want to do for Bud, and I don't have a problem with it. But you
I
know what's
I got one
interesting?
more thing. One
When
more thing.
Bushido, yeah, just hold the story. When
Go ahead,
Bushido
man.
boxing and I debate or talk, we get along so well, and we don't go back and forth, argue, and disrespect each other because we both aren't. We both chose who we chose, but we both aren't going off the super deep end. The stuff you hear a lot of these people say, I don't believe in the shit that they say. I don't believe in that stuff. I believe in what I believe, and I've always been like that. And and I'm on record again. I don't know how many times Drico has to say this to you. I don't have nothing against your uncle personally at all. I don't think your uncle is a nothing more than an elite boxer. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that I think about your uncle that I had an issue with is I didn't respect that he was with Bob Arum and Bob Arum was his problem, and he was taking his frustrations on what he was dealing with Bob Arum and not saying it to Bob Arum because you got to play the game, and he projected those frustrations on Errol Spence. It is not Errol Spence's job to make Terrence Bud Crawford to fight, because if that's the case, Terrence Bud Crawford should have signed with Man Down Promotions. Then you get mad at Errol Spence about it. It is Bob Arum, top rank at that time at ESPN's job to handle his business. They the ones who gave him that good contract and to make his fights. If they cannot make his fights, that's on them. Bud knew that Bud knew that Bob and Al didn't fuck with each other. He knew that when he signed the contract. But he wanted to fight fighters over there at PBC with Al, but he signed with somebody that he knew in his heart don't fuck with the other person. And the way that we know that that's true is because his homeboy, Timothy Bradley, even admitted it when they called him out and said, you retired when the WBC mandated you to fight Errol Spence. He said, number one, I fought Manny Pacquiao. And number two, and I'm going to tell you like this, right here. Number two, when have we ever done any business with Al Heyman? And that's before your uncle, and Bob and Spence were even a topic of conversation to even be fighting. So that goes to show me that Tim and your uncle is close as shit, right? So that lets me know that your uncle knows and knew that Bob Arum don't do business with Al Heyman. He knew that. But he still signed the contract. And when he couldn't get the fights, instead of him just saying, fuck you, Bob Arum, he was mad at Errol Spence for not getting the fights. That's the issue I had with your uncle. And what y'all did was y'all took that and y'all spun it into a narrative like he was scared. But
But
what
everybody's looking on the is on the outside looking in.
mm-hmm, okay, and meaning what?
Like a lot of
Elaborate
people
on that.
don't know what was going on.
Okay. I mean, I get that, but I know the meat and potatoes of it is that Bob Arum and Al Heyman don't really do business like that at all, and that's coming out of the mouth of a top ranked fighter before any of this was ever took place, where this drama of Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence ever existed. Timothy Bradley exposed that they do not do business together when he was asked about why he didn't fight Errol Spence. So if your uncle knows that and he willingly still signed with the guy and he can't get the fight, then why is he mad at Errol Spence and blaming
Didn't Earl
Errol?
Spence say that Timothy Bradley retired when they were supposed to fight or something like that?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And
Okay,
Timothy,
so how
okay,
don't they
go
do
ahead.
business if Earl Spence basically came out and said that Tim Bradley basically scared of him and retired? So that means
Uh,
that the fight was gonna get made.
shit.
Tim Bradley just ran, right?
I mean, that's what Earl said, and Timothy Bradley's rebuttal to that was the reason it didn't happen is because when did we ever do business with Al Heyman? That's what Timothy's Bradley response. I mean, you want me to pull it up? I mean,
Oh,
I can
so now
play it
you
and show it
believe
to
in
you.
Bob and
No,
Tim,
no,
right?
I know I'm not believing Bob
Uh
because Bob
oh.
didn't.
So at
Nope,
first Bob was
nope.
a liar, right,
I'm not
Rico?
believing Bob because Bob didn't say nothing. Timothy Bradley said that, not Bob. Bob Arum didn't
Still
say
top
shit.
rank over there. It's still top rank.
Yeah, but Timothy Bradley is the one that said he didn't fight Errol Spence back then, even when the WBC mandated it, because those guys don't do business. Now, what's
If
interesting
they
about it?
mandated, that mean he had to fight him, right?
Yeah, but he retired.
Why? Because he ducked Earl Spence, right?
That's what I'm saying.
It was gonna happen though, right?
I don't think so. I
If
mean,
he wouldn't have retired and they mandated it, bro, it was gonna happen, bro. Didn't Porter just fight Bud when it got mandated?
it did, but there have been many other fights that have been mandated that never happened. Still, that happens. Wasn't Porter mandated to fight him initially, and then the negotiations fell apart, and then they slid Virgil Ortiz back to number one,
No,
and
he
then
was the
nothing.
mandatory and he didn't activate his
Okay,
mandatory. It's a
oh,
difference. The
right, but
WBO mandated this one. Like
okay,
you
but
have to fight him.
the sanctioning bodies can do whatever they want. They put Porter number one. They slid him out the way. They put Virgil to number one. When y'all couldn't make a deal there, they slid Porter back to
Al
number
was
one.
playing with Porter. He kept sending him over there, acting like he wanted to activate his man, though. Then he'll pull back, and then he was
Yeah,
trying
but
to just
yeah,
disrupt what
listen,
Manny had going on.
Rico, listen, I hear all of that, but that's you in a whole different time zone. I'm back with Timothy Bradley and what he stated, and I'm just telling Travion for the record
Oh
what
yeah.
my issue is with his uncle. It has nothing
Oh,
to
that's
do with
what.
him. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what.
It has nothing to do with how you see some of these out of control Spence fans say your uncle's a bum. He ain't fight nobody. But I don't say that
So when
shit.
do you expect Spence to be back in the ring?
Uh, I could only go at his word. I think he said February or March or some shit like that. I think that's what he said. And until something's announced, I don't know, because you know how boxing is. Until something's officially announced,
So, do you
it ain't
admit that
real.
Earl capped out when he said that he'll be back in 4 weeks after that surgery?
I I don't believe he capped in that, because he came back and showed that he was healed. He'd be back from the surgery in 4 weeks. He never said he'd
Would you
be
say
fighting.
that when he capped out, when he said he'd be fighting in 4 months, no tune-up?
Well, I would say yes, because it's been over 4 months and there's no tune up, or there's no fight. So
Right.
I don't have it. I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with that. But then I'm gonna put you in a hot seat when what did Bud not cap when he the week before the fight said that when he was asked on a podcast about fighting Earl Spence, he said that the fight was still behind him. He didn't need him and all that stuff. And then
Who would
but
who would win a
Bud did that on a podcast. It was either Custer or someone he did a podcast that week, because people Bud can't do an interview without people asking about Errol Spence. He was asked
bro?
about Errol Spence. He said he basically brushed it off, said he don't need him, it's behind him. And then the following week he had
He don't
someone
though.
Bro,
asking, right,
don't
but
nobody
He's
wait for
going to the
Earl,
Hall of
bro.
Fame. Like he don't. He's in the Hall
Don't
of Fame
nobody,
right
don't
now.
nobody.
I'm glad that Trayvon's agreeing, because he's saying he
Yeah.
don't though, right?
No,
But
he don't.
right, but
But
then
Like
but
in
hold on, hold on, hold
return,
honest to
on.
God, truth, Kwame,
But then
it
the
really be us Crawford fans that's like, oh, he need to fight Spence. But honest to God, truth, Bud really don't give a shit two flying corns ass about that fight. Like so serious. It's
so
really us, me, Taiwan, and all, and it's like, oh, he'll be Spence ass. Spence need to
well,
fight him. It's
I mean,
us saying that.
but
He don't care about the fight.
that's my point. I see that because he's constantly saying that.
Yeah, like he don't
So
give a fuck
you
about the
don't
fight.
constantly say something that you don't mean. So if you don't really care about the fight, and if you're sitting on here saying that it's you guys and he really don't give a fuck like that, which I believe because he keeps saying it, then you have to get off the scared narrative. If he don't even he's not even
Spence
100%
is
trying to make
Spence
the
is
fight.
shook though. Spence
Okay,
is shook.
again, he's not even the one trying to showing that he's wants to make the
But
fight
why keep
hundred
chasing
percent.
somebody you've been chasing for 3 years?
Listen, like I said before, you guys sign with a guy that they don't do business with. You have to take responsibility for
So
that.
why wouldn't you just say
Now,
fuck the
if the
fight?
same shit happens now, while Bud is not with Top Rank and Bob Arum, and Errol Spencer's doing the same shit, then I'm a definitely side with y'all on what y'all saying. But you know why I can't side with y'all and how I know it's not real, regardless of you say he ran or this or that. He showed up to y'all fight the
and did
same way.
nothing.
Yeah, yeah, the
And
same.
ran
But
out the
but y'all
arena.
didn't do anything either when
He
y'all
should have
showed
He
up
stayed
in
ran
home.
out
Dallas.
the
When
arena.
y'all went to Dallas, y'all
He
didn't do
pulled
anything
he
either.
They
What do you
made
mean
some
we didn't do
noise in
anything either?
Dallas.
We got into it with his whole family.
Yeah, y'all got into it with his family, but that's not making the fight. I'm
Okay,
talking about in terms of y'all trying to make the fight. When y'all went to
bro.
Dallas, y'all didn't listen.
It was a
The same way
PBC
y'all said,
event. It wasn't PBC and
oh,
ESPN. This was
oh,
PBC and ESPN.
okay, yeah, because a PBC fighter was there, but again, this was not. This was a if it was PBC and ESPN in that regard, then like Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder, the pay per view would have been sold on both networks. It was it was mainly dominated by ESPN. There was
Because
a
Al didn't want to
PBC
have nothing
fighter.
to do with it.
Whatever the case is, we can't keep moving the goalposts. My
I'm
point
telling you.
is, listen, whatever that don't matter. The Al have nothing to do with Spence showing up at the fight or walking out or Buzz showing up
That's what I'm
at
trying to
his
tell
fight.
you.
So
Regardless of what the event was, Spence could have stood up and be like, "Yo, I want that fight." You know what I'm
listen,
saying?
but
He
listen,
didn't though. He
he was
didn't.
sitting, but he don't have to do that for what? What does he need to do that for,
Why
bro?
did he come?
Listen, Bud is even still state. Listen, Bud is even still stating he could care less about the fight as it is. You know
But it
why
ain't
he?
about Bud
You know
though.
why he
At that
came?
point,
You know why he? You know
it
why he came?
why?
Is and Travion alluded to this as well.
What?
They sized each other up. Travion said when they went there, they watched to see how he fought live, and they saw
Right.
everything that they
So
needed to see,
so
and
when
they know how
Earl
they're gonna fight him. So
so
is it different when Arrow shows up to a fight
that
and
ain't
is
what Earl
possibly
showed up
you
for
don't know?
though.
Did you go there with Arrow? Did you have a
No, but I,
conference with
I
Earl?
read Earl's tweets. Earl said
His
this.
tweet. Okay,
No
what did he
tune
say?
ups. He said no tune
Okay.
ups.
Uh
And
huh.
he said I'll be in Vegas in 2 weeks.
Yo,
So he
Hmm.
first of all,
He didn't
he
say
said.
all was
First
going
of
to
all, he
Crawford
said
Porter.
no. First of all, he said tune-ups. That's not what he said. He said tune-ups are for people who don't believe in himself. That's the tweet he said.
hashtag no tune ups.
No, he said tune-ups. Whatever it says that is, he says tune-ups are for people who don't believe in themselves.
Hashtag no
Is the
tune ups,
first?
right?
I think that was the second thing he said. The first thing he said is I have two more belts or something like that. And then he said tune-ups is for people who don't believe in themselves, right? So he never at any point said,
Then what
I'm
did he
gonna
say
go to
after
Vegas.
that? Then what did he
Listen,
say after that?
I don't
He
know.
said
I'm
I'll be
you know
in
what
Vegas in 2 weeks.
right,
So
but
who
he
was
never
fighting
said
in 2 weeks?
I mean, this is obvious, right? But he never said I'm going to Vegas to call Crawford out and
Come
make
on,
the
bro.
fight.
See, now you
That's not what
playing.
he
Now
said.
you playing. Now you playing. You're not keeping it
That's not what
100,
I am
bro.
keeping it 100. That's not what he
Now,
said.
listen, you can say that now because the way the shit played out. But if this was a couple weeks ago when Spence put that shit down there, you was like, oh shit, Spence going to Vegas. And I said,
Exactly.
and what did I tell you? I said, I bet you Spence don't even go.
Right.
And
And
then,
he
yes, he
did.
is.
And he
Because the
did.
reason why you
And
said
that's why you moving
you
the
said
goalposts.
no. The reason why you say Spence is going is because you thought that Spence was gonna stand up and get in that ring and say he wanted to challenge Crawford. Ain't that now? It's B100.
Salute to you, family. We appreciate that. You rocked out with us for a long time, man.
Yeah.
He said, have a great, that's the first time this show I've enjoyed the entire time. Salute to you, good
Yeah.
brother.
But ain't that the truth though? Like let's just be 100. You thought
Listen,
that you thought that Spence was gonna come and call TC out, right?
I no, I didn't. I thought
You
Spence
thought
was
he's going to
gonna
enjoy the fight.
listen. No. I thought Spence was gonna go there and make his presence known to start the promotion for the fight, to show that the fight could be a reality. And as I said before, Spence said, and I had to hold him to his word. And I said these things to you. Spence said, when they asked him, who would you want to fight? He said, Porter, Danny, Manny, Bud. He fought Porter. He fought uh Danny. He was supposed to fight Manny, but he retired. So the next person is Bud. And I held his feet to the fire. And that's why I'm saying I wanted that's the fight that should be
You
next.
you you skipped Mikey. Then he went
Drico,
to
let's not go in circles, bro.
you did,
Let's
bro.
talk that
You
he didn't
gotta
say
tell it if you're
that's
gonna
not
say
what
it.
he
You gotta
said,
say it.
Drico. Like I don't get caught up in see for me it's tough for me. I'm a
How you gonna say how you gonna name the fighters that he
but
fought
that's
that you
not
say
what
he
he
gonna fight,
said.
but
He
then you
never said
conveniently leave out Mikey.
yeah,
Did he
he
not
never.
fight Mikey?
No one asked when he was asked a question. He never said there was no time that you can say that Errol Spence said, "I want to fight Mikey Garcia." Mikey Garcia is the one who called out Errol Spence.
Right.
Anytime there was no time that Errol Spence said, "I want to fight Mikey Garcia." So what I just said once again was when Errol Spence was asked, "Who do you want to fight?" He
See,
said
now you
Porter.
playing with.
I,
See what I'm saying, bro. See what I'm saying.
Yeah, boy, still cooking. Salute. I don't even know who this is. Salute to you, man. But as I said, the Draco like to just rope like go and talk about
No, because
something
I'm
else to
trying to figure out.
sidetrack.
You named the three fighters that he said he was gonna fight. Where the hell
Mhm.
Mikey Garcia come from?
What the fuck does that have to do with him getting ready to fight Terrence Crawford right now?
No,
What
what the
does that
fuck does
got to
that
do
have to
with
do
that?
with Terrence Crawford being last? How come he when
Why wouldn't Terrence
the
Crawford be
energy
last,
changed?
bro?
The energy
Why
changed.
wouldn't Terrence Crawford be last
He
if the
keep putting
guy
people
said,
in front of him. Then he start negotiating with
bro,
Ugas.
bro,
When
All
is
they
he
trying to
again,
gonna
do is
fight?
age him
okay,
out.
He don't want to fight, bro.
Draco, that's
once
all they trying to do is age him out. That's all they
bro,
trying to do.
once again,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand. See, that's a convenient excuse, right? He wants to age him out.
That's a fact.
Both of these guys are damn near the same fucking age. Bud 34, Spence about to be 32. Age him out in what way, bro? What are you talking about? Like these are just dumb narratives. Like Bud is 34, Spence is 32. How is he aging
Two
him out?
years a
They're around
big
the same
difference, ain't
age,
it?
huh?
2 years a big difference, ain't it?
Okay, I mean, the way I see it in boxing, 2 years ain't no big difference.
Listen, Bud ain't getting on Twitter saying all this rat shit that Earl saying, all this cap and rat shit that
Fuck you
Earl
talk
saying.
about?
You know what I'm
Bud was
saying?
the first. Bud was the first person getting on Twitter doing the direct things. Pull your panties up. Make the effort fight. All this
Nah,
shit.
Yeah,
He the one who started
Bud
that
just
shit.
got on Twitter like probably six, eight
yeah.
months ago. Earl been on there talking, bruh.
Listen,
That's
Drico.
why he painted in the
If you're not
corner.
good, Drico, if you're not gonna be real, like then we
That's
can't
what
talk.
Earl been on Twitter, bruh.
Yo, so
He
you
been
tell
talking shit on Twitter.
is was there a point where Earl got on Twitter and said anything to the extent that Bud said to him directly, like pull your panties up, uh you're gonna be remembered for ducking me? All no. Bud was trying to make the fight. And you want me to tell you why he was doing all that shit on Twitter? Because the pressure was on because ESPN and Bob Arum needed that fight to happen. And they was putting massive pressure on Earl because ESPN was putting pressure on their ass to get that fight made. That's
And
what was going on. And
Earl
it
couldn't get it. Earl
and
couldn't produce.
it wasn't about Earl couldn't produce. It was about the fact that, like I said, Bob Arum and Al Heyman had a riff, and you guys got to stop using that shit. Talking about one guy is scared of the other guy. They just weren't doing business. I mean, it
So
was to
it
the point.
appears that
It
way
was,
though.
but it was to the yeah. But that's for people who just want to look at the boxers. But what I'm saying is, it was to the point where Bob Arum even came out and said that Al Heyman was a fake person. He
So
was
look
a
at it this way:
because he couldn't get in
if Spence
contact
loses,
with
who
him.
do Al Heyman have?
Huh?
If Spence loses, who do Al Heyman have?
I mean,
Who's his cash cow now?
I don't know. I that's not a question I asked, but
Exactly. He know
I
what he doing.
I tell you, listen, let me tell you something about Al Heyman. All right. Al Heyman got a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C. If something happened to Earl Spence or he loses or whatever, he gonna find someone else. I mean, he just made a shitload of money off Canelo Alvarez. They just sold 800,000. Al is a very resourceful person. He's more resourceful than Bud. You don't ever hear no one after they done doing the deal with
Bro, you don't
him.
even know if Al exists.
Oh, you see, you pulling the same. You see, you pulling the same shit that they do, bro.
I know,
That's
I'm
just
being
that's
100. You only
okay.
got four pictures
I
of
know.
Al on the internet.
I got you.
You only got four
I
pictures of
know,
Al on the internet.
but you
Let's
know
be
what?
real.
But you know what's funny? when we talk about when they met up in Oklahoma City and y'all go with the easy route, the easy route, the easy route, didn't Spence pull Arum Carter and said, "Well, how we gonna make the fight?" You said Bob don't exist. You said Al don't exist, and he said, "What did you say? What did I say?" You said Al Heyman is a figment of Sam Watson, and he asked Spence. He said, "Have you met Al Heyman?" He said, "Yeah." And Spence said, "Yeah, I met Al Heyman." And then Bob laughed and said, "Yeah, I met him too." So let's not go into this dumb shit about we don't know if he exists.
You
Bob
don't know
Arum.
if he exists.
So what you telling me is that Bob Arum is going to admit that Al Heyman exists, but Al Heyman is really Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Bob Arum has so much
Floyd running that
respect.
shit, bro.
So but Bob
Floyd
has
running that shit.
but Bob, yeah, he's running the PBC boxing portion of it because he's
Floyd running all that shit, bro.
yeah, but Al Heyman's primarily a music guy, bro. That doesn't make Floyd Al Heyman. That makes Floyd in charge of. That makes Floyd a lieutenant. Al Heyman is like a cartel.
I think
He's like a
Floyd is a
kingpin.
boss,
In
bro.
yeah,
If you listen to all Floyd interviews, he said, "I gotta call Al because we paying these fighters too much." Did he not say that?
so how in the world could he have to call somebody who's himself?
He said,
It
"I
don't
gotta
make sense,
call
Rico.
Al." Why? What?
You
Would Earl
saying
say?
he's this, you
Listen,
saying
listen,
that he
listen,
don't
listen.
exist, but
With
then you say that he said he
Earl,
got to
I
call
said he
Al.
exists, bro. But I'm saying no.
You
Floyd
just
is
said he
the
don't.
boss.
You
Floyd is
just
the
said,
boss.
bro. You
Floyd,
just said three
listen.
seconds ago
If
that
Floyd
Al
is not the
Heyman.
boss over there, why would Floyd say, "I'm gonna
I'm
call
not
Al"?
saying he's not the boss. I just said he is.
Okay,
What
okay
I'm
then.
saying to you is you just said less than
I
two
don't give a
minutes
fuck what I
ago.
just said. I'm
Oh, okay.
telling
So
you
now you
now.
don't care. Now you don't
Floyd
care what he
is
said.
Floyd is the boss over there.
No
And he
one.
be on one word. He be stuck on one motherfucking word.
No, man, because you be trying to say shit and then
He
then,
be
then you
on
try
one
to.
motherfucker.
No,
What you
you
said
say
A
shit. Then
instead of
you say
N.
no. You
And
say shit. I call you on it, and then
yeah.
what you try to do is
But
go into another
no, cause
narrative.
you trying to make it seem like I'm lost in the sauce or
No,
some
you
shit like
are
that.
Lord. Bro,
You know what I mean when
If
I say Al
you
don't
said
exist.
You knew he wasn't gonna let that go.
no, you
Right.
said Al don't exist,
You
and
know
then
what
I
I
and
mean
then
when
I
I say
called
Al
you on
don't
it.
exist.
No,
You
I
know
know
that
what you
I don't
Drico.
physically
That's
don't
the
think
you
that
see
Al
Drico.
don't
That's what
exist.
see Drico. That's what the problem
I
is.
just know
That's what the
that Al is
problem
not
is.
the boss over there.
You think
Floyd is.
Drico. That's what the problem is. You like to think for people. When someone says something, like Spence says,
You
"I'm
just
doing
said
this."
it. You just said
Like no, 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 no,
what you
no.
said I said.
You like to think for people. I don't do that. I go by what people
Listen,
say because I can't
listen.
think for people.
I
And that's what
I'm
I and
tell
that's
well
what I
I'm gonna
and
clear
that's
it
what
up
I'm
right
noticing
now.
that both of you
I
guys do
I'm
because
gonna clear it up now.
Travion thinks for me too, based on what the people in the group say. I don't feel that way. And when I see what someone says, I take them for what they say. I don't put no extra shit on it. I'm not gonna say, oh, because Drico said he's going uh to Nebraska. What that was saying to me because he tweeted something else is that he's gonna start training in the gym. No,
You just said that
Drico,
to stick up
Drico just said, Drico
for
just
Earl
said he's
Capping.
okay.
Man, Earl be lying his ass off, bro.
Listen.
I be keeping it 100.
None of that.
Travion,
Listen,
am I lying? Is that motherfucker Earl the biggest capper that really you didn't ever talk to in
he,
professional sports?
For
but
sure.
it don't. But you know what it is, Drico? No one cares because
His tweets
he's.
be capped.
But you
Y'all be
know what?
running with that
No,
shit, bro. It be
listen, Drico.
hilarious
No
to
one
us.
cares, Drico. No one cares because you have Bud Crawford's nephew saying Errol Spence caps. No one fucking cares because he's not going to say anything good about Errol Spence.
He talked to them.
So
He talked to Earl.
listen, but no one cares, and none of that shit you talking about have anything to do with the outcome of when they fight. And I don't like to get off sidetrack with all that shit
They
because
ain't
that
gonna
shit don't
fight,
mean
bro.
it don't mean
Earl
But
it.
been talking about get a
Listen,
belt since
listen,
January
listen, listen, listen,
2018, bro.
listen,
January. Ain't nobody
listen.
got time to be fucking
Drico,
with Earl Spence. He
Drico,
don't
why
run
would you
shit.
say
We
that they're
keep it
not gonna
moving.
fight? Drico, why would you say they're not gonna fight if you want to see them fight? Why would you say that?
I want
Bud
to
is a
see him fight, but
Bud
the
is a free
reality
agent.
of it is
Bud is a
they're
free
not.
agent. You don't know. Bud is a free agent. You don't know that. Bud is not with the person that was
Well,
stopping the
Earl's
fight.
actions speak It said from
Okay,
what
I
Earl
mean
be
to you
doing.
they yeah to you they do because
Why he
Earl
run
don't
out if they gonna
because
fight? Why he run
listen
out?
listen to you they do because
Why he run out?
you probably wouldn't have ran out
Why
because
did he
you
run out
you
the
listen
stadium?
to you they do. I already explained this and I'm not
Why
going
would a
through all that
prize fighter
again.
run from a prize fight?
Listen, why how did he run out from a prize?
He
What are you
said his
talking about?
exact words, "Man, I'm out of here."
Yeah, okay, and he left. And what's the big deal that he left? I mean, y'all
Mo-
gotta go with a narrative because I mean, Champ side
Like what?
reported.
Did he have to catch? Did he have to catch one of Al's jets? Like what do he
I
have?
mean,
A
listen,
banquet in the morning? Like what?
most,
I seen him at Dre's that
most
night.
celebrities
Like,
leave very early or quickly when fights are done because they don't want to be caught up
Bro,
with the rest of the people.
stop it.
Now,
oh my
listen,
god,
now again,
it's 13,000 people there. Come on, man, you gonna
listen,
run into somebody, Earl?
listen. My point is again, like because you acting like you ain't never been to a concert and when it's let out, how many people are trying to get out. So I don't
Bro,
know why y'all acting oblivious to stuff like that. But
bro.
again,
He a celebrity. He don't even come through the same
I
door as
listen,
other motherfuckers.
y'all could gossip about that shit. That shit, I don't care about that. I care about them fighting and how we get a deal made. I don't give a fuck about cap. I don't care about none of that other shit. Right now, the only where I'm at with Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford is that Terrence Crawford is no longer with Bob Arum. I fucking hated Bob Arum. I knew Bob Arum was in the way of the fight. I knew Bob Arum was a fucking scumbag. And I just didn't like the fact that Terrence Crawford never kept the same energy with Bob Arum and how he was fucking his shit up. And he took the same energy and
Man,
just projected it on Earl. So now that Bob Arum is out of the way, right? Then I'm just interested on how the fight could get made. I don't give a fuck about the
I'm
rest of it.
interested in why Earl ran out the ring.
I don't care, Drico. You could be interested in that. I don't care. That's not going to get them to fight. If y'all want to feel
You
good,
right.
so again, if y'all want to feel good and feel macho and say, "Oh, he ran from us," great. Y'all do
I'm
that
just
shit. I don't
confused.
care about it.
Listen, Earl a tough guy, right? He was tough in Texas, right? He was tough down there when he was fighting.
He wasn't tough
Travion,
in Texas because
Travion. When y'all went,
when the niggas was trying to uh
he
act
was a
that way
shot
with
caller,
these
right?
no. When they was in Dallas, let's just keep it a fucking 100. We got Travion here,
He a
right?
shot caller, right?
When they was in Dallas and they was beefing and that guy was yelling, "I'll knock y'all out," and the Dallas crowd was acting crazy, Errol Spence was the one inside of the ring yelling at those guys saying,
Yeah,
"Stop
he
that
shot
shit."
calling. He shot calling, right?
He was the one in the ring saying, "Stop that shit." He was calling the
Right.
guy's name out, and he was saying, "Cut that shit out."
He
So
was a,
let
he was shot calling. He was shot
so
calling, right?
yeah. Well, I mean, of course, it's his event, it's
Okay.
his city,
Okay. So so
everything like
so
that.
if you're a boss, bro, I'm a boss wherever I step foot at, bro. And I ain't trying to brag or no shit like that, no tough guy shit right there. If I step foot in Detroit, I'm a boss. If I step foot over in Cincinnati, I'm a boss.
Draco, and that's why your
If he
name
was a
is
boss
Draco.
in Dallas, he has to be a boss
He don't
in Las
have to
Vegas.
listen.
In Las Vegas.
Listen, no,
And he
he
got to
don't.
step up to the plate, bro.
No, he don't.
So
Because
he came all the way
Draco,
down there to
Draco,
Vegas to watch a
because
fight and don't say shit. He's
Draco,
a hoe, bro.
let me tell
He's
you
a
something,
hoe, bro.
Draco. Let me tell you something, Draco. The way that you do shit, even though you and Travion is cool, Travion ain't going to go and do shit the same exact way you do it. So why? Because the way you would act where you go, that's how Earl
Tyrone
Spence should
Spencer.
act.
Tyrone Spencer. I don't give a fuck what you say about me, man. What I mean, I don't really understand what you talking about, man. You said that
It's tr-
TC. You said that TC. Old boy Porter was gonna knock out TC. So what is you talking about, bro? You know what I mean?
I
Stop
can't talk to
trolling.
nobody that got a Facebook user.
you
Yeah,
used to
Can't
be
see no
like that.
picture. Oh
stop
You used to
trolling.
be
God.
like that. You used to be like that.
Oh
So
But yeah.
God.
I,
But we just gotta get this back. We all want the same thing. We all want them to fight. But like just like Travion said, I don't think them two want to fight. I don't think Bud and Spence want to fight. I think
who
Bud saying the fight is
Drico
behind him because he
Drico
tired of chasing.
who's saying this? Can you see who made this comment?
Keelan.
Oh, Keelan. Okay, well that mean
Yeah,
that makes sense. All right, Keelan, good people. So I'm gonna respond to your comment, right? So you
yeah.
saying if I'm so into the fight being made, Kwame East, why you still feel like Spence needs the bigger split to make the fight happen? Why not 50-50? Because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. All right. They have not agreed on 50-50. That's not going to change. It's not changing on either. It's not changing. So the realistic thing to do in this situation is to bring all the business to the table and make the fight the way that all other pay-per-view fights have been made, which have not been on accolades. It has that's not how the splits have been determined. It has been determined by who sells the most pay-per-views, who sells the most tickets. That's how the splits have been made. Okay? That's why I say that. I could care less if they get 50-50 or not. But what I know, I could care less if they get, because like I said, I want to see them fight. But my point is, when I talk about the split or 50-50 or whatever it is that when you have one side saying 50-50 or no fight, and they don't have the financial backing or business to show that that's what they deserve, then they need to do something else if they want to fight. Especially if the way boxing works, that's always what's been done. I don't expect a special rule just to be made for Bud Crawford, okay? Because that's not how it's done. It ain't done. Caleb Plant couldn't say, "Oh, I want 50-50 or no fight," just because I know Canelo wants to be undisputed and I got the last belt, so fuck it. 50-50. That's not how it worked. Canelo sell way more tickets than him, right? That's just how it worked. And that's just how it worked, period. Point blank, period. That's how it go. So I don't care what the split is, but in order for there to be a deal, then that's what's holding the deal up for them to make the fight. So that needs to be fixed. I personally don't give a fuck what it is. But in order to, my only thing when I say that is like, okay, well, if we're talking about fit the splits and stuff, and they can't reach a deal, then you got to stop running with the narrative that he's doing it because he's scared. But Bud's side doesn't show financially how he deserves a 50-50 split. This is business. This is not emotion. This is not feelings. This is business. This is multi-million dollar business. This is not for peanuts. It's not for some shit on the corner.
When it's ran like that, then that's perfect right there. It's just ran. But when they using them numbers to stand behind and hide behind and all of that, then that's when you got a problem with that, bro. I got a problem with that. I got a problem. I just got a problem with a lot of shit like
Look,
that's going on. I got a problem with the numbers. If we fans, let's leave this number shit out of it. If we managers or whatever, then let's talk numbers. We can't talk numbers when it's convenient for another boxer or something like that or another fighter. And then we can't talk. Then when it's not convenient, then we say, oh well, this fella ain't selling enough seats to fight this fella right here. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a fan. I want to see the fight. I don't care if somebody said if Edward Berlanga, if he don't sell one pay-per-view, I still like to see him fight. I
He
don't care
ducking
about
Steven
that.
Nelson.
Yeah.
there's a difference between you as a fan wanting to see the fight and the fight being made.
Right, right.
There's a
But I'm
big
saying
difference.
as a fan though, and that's what we all are. Ain't nobody on this post in this
R- r-
panel. We ain't none of us managers.
Right. And I
You see what
and
I'm
I
saying?
and I get all of that, Drico, but
Yeah.
if you in a situation where you trying to get something done or host an event or get a deal done, and the only reason or the main reason that the deal's not getting done is because the two entities, in order to make the event happen, number one, don't fuck with each
Got to.
other, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They gotta
And
make
on
it happen.
and then and then also part of it is the two entities can't agree on money, but everyone wants to see it. Everyone's gonna say, y'all need to agree on the money, right? That's what they're gonna say because we want to see the fight, not because we care how much you get paid, but we're gonna say y'all need to agree on the money because we want to see the fight. And then what's gonna happen on the flip side
I agree with that.
when both people when both parties start to argue or make their case for why they feel like they can say what they say or Why they're able to get it, that's just an opinion. So then what you
Yeah.
have to do is then go to the facts and how things are done in that realm to get the deal done. And whether you like it or you don't like it, or I like it or I don't like it, those deals are done based on the pay per view numbers. And the way that the pay per view numbers, the way that that's done is that the guy who sells the most gets the most. And
Mikey, Facebook jail Mike said,
don't come to me with the Mikey shit because as I said to you earlier, Spence
no,
never.
no, no. I'm reading
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah. No, no, no.
Facebook.
I saw
Yeah.
it. I saw it.
Yeah.
So, and I'll explain this to you again, right? So Mikey get a
Not
50
me.
50.
I mean,
No,
explain it to
no,
them.
I'll
Explain it
explain
to
it to
Mark.
him. The
Yeah.
difference is Mikey and Spence had zero data on pay-per-view. Neither one of them ever fought on pay-per-view. There's no data to show who should get a bigger split. But the fight was done really smart, unlike what Bob Arum was doing for Bud. And I'm going to give you another example about that. But with this fight with Mikey, they could get 50-50 because Mikey's Mexican. He did big numbers in San Antonio. He did big numbers in California, right? San Antonio's in Texas. Mexico is basically Texas is basically Mexico. Spence is a champion. Uh, he also lives in Texas. They never they never had a pay per view fight. So when these guys meet together, they just do a split, and then whoever wins from that point moves on as the pay per view guy, and they are the A side going forward, and that's just how it works. Now, if Mikey, now we can say this now, if Spence fought Mikey and they both fought on pay per view, right, and then Spence had whatever numbers he had, and Mikey had low numbers, and Spence still gave him 50-50, then you have an argument. But if they've never fought on pay per view, then you have to split it evenly because Mikey at that time was also ranked as a top pound for pound fighter in the world. He
I
was
agree.
going up and down through weight classes, beating people one sidedly. Robert Easter Jr., viewership, he was popular from fighting Adrian Broner, right? He got a title from Lipnitz at 140. Uh, he knocked another guy out, some Russian guy he knocked out. So he had a buzz and he had a following and he had support. So they did that. But we ain't see Mikey on pay-per-view since he lost.
That's true.
Okay. So
That's
we
true.
so now that I've addressed that, um, we'll be moving on. The new form is how splits are made online. It will tell you, I don't know. What do you mean Earl get in return a fan base? He brought numbers for Earl. Mikey had a great following. Absolutely, but also Earl learned Earl's first gym was a Mexican gym. Mexicans people in Texas love Earl Spence. Mexican people love their own more, like Mikey Garcia. But that's why it was such a great event because Mexican people love Earl Spence. Now on the flip side, because the people say, okay, well Mikey and Errol did X, Y, and Z. Now, Drico, this is why I'm going to tell you why I feel like Bud should have been more upset at Bob Arum and how Bob Arum did such a bad job. When Tank, we in a pandemic. Tank fought first, right? We was in the pandemic.
Right.
They moved the date of the fight because they moved it like a week or two out because at first they were going to fight in a bubble and then they moved it out and then they got people in the stadium that was social distancing and wearing masks, right? Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bud comes to fight Kell Brook. They do it in a bubble. They stuck with the date. Bob Arum never moved the date, never tried to get people in there, right? Never tried to make any revenue off of it. Bad job. Errol Spence fights, that's for Kell Brook. Errol Spence fights Danny Garcia. He had a date after his car accident. They moved the date so they can get people in there. They got people in there. They made money off the pay per view. They made money off of the revenue for ticket sales. He actually led in ticket sales at that
Mm-hmm.
time, right? And they was making people buy 3 and 4 seats at a time because it was COVID, which was smart. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is that one guy does a lot better for the other guy. It's just what it is. It's just what
Yeah, I agree that if you put in the work, then you should be rewarded. Like I agree with that. But then I also think like you can't really tell a person what they worth. You know what I mean? Like if I work this, I'm gonna stay in a different firm or not. Travion, is he
I ain't,
sleep?
that nigga probably sleep. I need to take my black ass to sleep. I gotta
Me
go to
too,
work.
man.
Been on this bitch for
Nigga,
7
hang up
hours,
on
man, like
this
a
nigga, man.
goddamn
What time
crackhead.
is it?
Hey man,
It's
I
late.
appreciate all
Yeah,
of
I
y'all,
appreciate
man.
all of y'all, man. Y'all, you are
Yeah,
Travion, man, and fucked up my bedtime, nigga.
yeah. Hey, bro, we gonna talk, man. We get together, man. Thank y'all for rocking out with us. Even thank you, Tyrone Spencer, you big cap, Abraham Lincoln cap one, Keelan Teelan. Hey, peace and love to all y'all, man. Catch us on. I'm gonna be showing out again as usual, per
I'm going,
usual,
nigga. I'm
with
going
my
lay next.
brother Kwame.
I'm gonna go lay next to my wife and set my alarm clock
Man, I'm
because
gonna
I
get
know
back
for a
in this.
fact I ain't
I'm
getting
gonna
up
get
on
back in
time.
this cold bed I got, man, and
Oh yes,
go to
yes.
sleep. I'm off tomorrow, so
Oh,
that's
congratulations! I might take my crazy ass and take a couple hours off for tomorrow,
yeah,
but
yeah, yeah. Brandon, hey man, good looking. Tyrone, you
we
still my guy, man.
we
You know what I mean?
appreciate you guys, man. I love you, my
Yeah,
brother Drika. I love you,
yeah.
man. You
Love
already
you too,
know.
baby.
You
Love you too,
know,
baby. And
stay
we'll talk again. I'll see
a-
you soon.
absolutely stay loyal to the game, guys, and we out of here.